maybe today the voters in this country are willing to give a party a chance, a government a chance, if it shows delivery, if it shows that it is working on the ground. So maybe the issues that you're raising are not having resonance.
The issues are very much prevalent on the ground. They are resonant with the public. I was on the ground. It is my home state. I have seen the issues on the ground, yet the indication that was made by our senior leaders last night, Mr. Jairam Ramesh and Mr. K.C. Venugopal, I think holds a lot of gravity, and we must also look at that. We must also look at the fact that the BJP is known for doing whatever it can to secure power. You see, Sam Dam Dand Bhed.
No, come
but
on. I think
yet,
that's no.
I
think that's a. Let's respect the voters. Ultimately, if the voters of Haryana, 2 crore people have returned these numbers, I think maybe the fault is not with the voters. Maybe the fault is with
they have not returned it yet.
With what the issues and the leadership and the issues that the Congress party is raking up.
Zaka, maybe you are writing the Congress off too soon. Let's wait for some more rounds. We are very hopeful that we are winning a comfortable majority. Yet I am saying, if the results turn out to be what you are predicting them to be, we shall be humbled and poised to continue to work for the people of Haryana on the ground and introspect as well. I mean, there's no denying that. But right now, we are hopeful. We are looking forward to a comfortable majority and a clear victory. We are hopeful of forming the government in the state of Haryana. And let's see how does it play out.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Well, the trends seem to be settling as of now, 47-37, 10 seats ahead, the BJP of the Congress party in Haryana. Quite a surprising turn, because nobody at the exit polls even predicted this. And also, they are too clear of the halfway mark at this point. So will they just scrape through? Harish Khurana, quick word. Will you believe that this will settle, or are you still a little nervous about the result?
No, the feedback which were coming from the ground, our Haryana Karyakartas, we are pretty confident we are going to win around 49-50 seats, and the trend is also showing 47-48 seats now. I mean, through your channel, I would like to thank the people of Haryana who have routed whatever the narrative they were set by Congress people that about the Balwans and all.
They have not routed the Congress. They have just allowed you to scrape through. So there is a different way of looking at it, and practically they have not routed the Congress. Congress has similar seats as last time, if my memory serves me right.
60 odd seats, 70 odd seats. I mean,
that's the exit pollsters. Now, Iltija Mufti, 1 minute, sir. Harish Khurana, Iltija Mufti has lost. Iltija Mufti has actually conceded defeat from Bijbehara. Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, has conceded defeat from Bijbehara. So the PDP continues to lead in 4 seats, but Mehbooba Mufti, daughter Iltija, said, I accept the people's mandate. She has conceded defeat. I'm trying to go across to Avantika at the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, a big update coming in right now. So a lot of changes are happening, and I'll just ask बाल बताइए कि क्या-क्या बड़े changes हुए हैं. 47-37 still very close. We can't really say anything. बताइए.
अभी देखिए 48 और 36 का जो ये आंकड़ा आया है, तो लगातार मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कुछ हॉट सीट्स पे भी अगर देखें तो वहाँ ज़्यादा परिवर्तन नहीं थे. अनिल विज की सीट को अगर देखें तो अनिल विज पीछे चल रहे हैं, वरना अनिल विज का जो मार्जिन है वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, 500 वोट के करीब है. तो आगे हो सकता है, आगे राउंड भी काफ़ी, अभी सिर्फ 7 राउंड चल रहे हैं, कहीं पर 7 राउंड चल रहे हैं, कहीं पर 6 राउंड चल रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी 17-18 राउंड बाकी है, मतलब 17-18 राउंड तक होगा. तो आंकड़े ये चेंज भी हो सकते हैं, काफ़ी बदलाव भी देखने को मिल सकता है.
But ask Iqbal, overall, do the trends favor the BJP?
जो है काफ़ी जगह पे पड़ा है.
Absolutely, they are. Anand, I'll just ask him, Iqbal, overall बताइए कि overall क्या पिक्चर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है? बीजेपी ने क्या एक बहुत बड़ी लीड ले रखी है? उनका एडवांटेज है अभी बीजेपी का?
बिल्कुल. अभी देखिए कई डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऐसे हैं जहां से बीजेपी काफ़ी सीटों पे लीड कर रही है. अगर हम रोहतक, भिवानी, हिसार, महेंद्रगढ़, रेवाड़ी, गुरुग्राम, पंचकुला, फरीदाबाद, इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में बीजेपी पूरी तरह से लीड कर रही है. तो ये एक अभी देखा है कि इन सीटों पे कहीं मार्जिन बहुत कम है, तो हो सकता है कुछ चेंजेस.
So that's the overall picture. Anand, just very quickly, Jammu and Kashmir also. बताइए शौकत, क्या है अपडेट?
अपडेट ये है कि कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता लाल सिंह हार गए हैं और श्रीनगर से फॉर्मर मिनिस्टर पीडीपी के आसिया नक्काश वो भी हार गई है
जी।
और रविंदर रैना बीजेपी के प्रेसिडेंट अभी भी पीछे चल रहे हैं, इल्तिजा मुफ्ती भी पीछे ही चल रहे हैं अभी। हाँ, कुछ राउंड बाकी है लेकिन बहुत पीछे है अभी वो
जी। So that's the update from Jammu and Kashmir. That's the latest coming in, Anand. Back to the studio.
So Iltija Mufti has conceded defeat and
No.
Nazir Ahmad Khan has won from Gurez. So in that Fakir versus Wazir wala game, that narrative, the BJP pulling in a lot of votes, giving a tight fight, but Nazir Khan has actually won. But the fact is that in the seats that the BJP is contesting in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Kashmir division, they are getting votes. We have to see what the BJP's vote share is in these Kashmir division. And if that is happening, then it's important. Again, the media query is going unanswered as Bhupinder Hooda is not speaking anymore. He was saying कि ना tired हूँ ना retired हूँ, सरकार हम बना रहे हैं. But Bhupinder Hooda has now refused to speak. He's gotten up and gone. So does that mean that the Congress is conceding defeat in Haryana? Does that mean that the BJP will settle somewhere around 49, 50 seats? 48 leads right now, 48 and 36. So between 48 to 50 seats. Zaka Jacob here at CNN News 18. Should we say that Haryana goes to the BJP? Can we, after 7 rounds, there are about 17, 18 rounds in all, but overall, do you see the leads consolidating in favor of Haryana, the BJP?
We'll have to see how many constituencies the lead is over 2,000 or over 3,000 votes. Those constituencies where it is more than 3,000 votes, I think those constituencies will settle the way it is. I think the tight fight really is in only about 6 or 7 constituencies. So even if you were to change that by 6 or 7 constituencies, I don't see this picture changing dramatically.
Yusuf Tarigami has won Kulgam.
Yusuf Tarigami has won in the seat of Kulgam. He's of course an alliance partner of the NC and the Congress. So this is how it breaks up for the NC and the Congress. Out of the 52 that they're currently leading in, National Conference is leading in 41, Congress in 10 and the CPIM in 1. And the Panthers party, I think they'd given up that seat for Mr. Bhim Singh's son. He's trailing. If you were to look at the overall state, and I just want to bring you up to speed with how the state of Jammu and Kashmir as far as the BJP is concerned, one seat in the valley which is Shopian, where the BJP candidate continues to lead, but all their other leads are from...
I just checked the EC website. Actually, the candidate has slipped by now 1,000 votes.
Okay.
But what we have still is Vinesh Phogat trailing after
Julana.
6 rounds by about 1,100 votes. And that is big because she was the ecosystem's poster girl. She was Rahul Gandhi's next big breakout leader. Right now, if this trend holds, one would be sort of, again, to use facetious terms, should be underweight in this contest.
Now, celebration at Naib Singh Saini's residence. We will try and see if we got a reporter there. News just coming through. There's celebration at Naib Singh Saini's residence. So, Haryana elections more or less settled in favor of the BJP. Looks like it. Haryana BJP chief has responded. BJP farmers have voted for us. That's the BJP's story. The Haryana BJP chief coming out, and there are celebrations at Naib Singh Saini's residence. We'll try and go across to our reporter. I think Arun Dhanta was tracking Naib Singh Saini very actively. We'll try and connect with him and get you these pictures. Omar Abdullah is leading in Badgam and Gandarbal. So lots happening, ladies and gentlemen. But Haryana seems to be in favor of the BJP, and Jammu Kashmir seems to be going clearly to the National Conference and the Congress party. And they seem to be in pole position irrespective of what the house size is, 90 or 95. They seem to have 51 and the leads are consolidating in their favor. The BJP at 26 will sit in opposition there along with the others and the PDP. Whether or not some of the others continue to join the Congress NC and make it a far more robust government, or the Congress NC says we are enough, we are okay with our pre-poll alliances with the CPM, that is enough. Again, 49. Harish Khurana said this is the number that the eventual tally will hover around. 49-35 into the 8th round of counting. 7-8 rounds are done and leads are consolidating. Vinesh Phogat is currently trailing. Not trials but trailing. Vinesh Phogat is trailing from Julna, and the Julana from Julana ki Bahu is currently trailing. Is that an overwhelming rejection of this entire narrative, or is it calling out the politics that was played out? Because the moment she joined the Congress, the narrative on ground was, देखा ये कांग्रेस ने इनको खड़ा किया था. Both Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat, the same thing happened. They said you didn't fight and you didn't protest because you wanted to protest. You were being propped up by the Congress, and that's the narrative. Now, did that work against them?
Even if it is a seesaw, she was expected as the face of the wrestler. The Hindi word for it. Okay. she was supposed to be, Pahalwan, she was supposed to be the out and out poster girl of the ecosystem. To find
you
herself.
have roots in Haryana, I'm a South Indian and I'm telling you wrestler equal to
Anand, I think we should not apply.
One moment.
I don't believe in Hindi imposition. No, but hang on.
Yeah. Anand, I think we should not, kind of mix the two issues. We should not imply, the mandate theory on an electoral contest where one of the contestants had faced sexual harassment. I think we required greater sensitivity.
It was the Congress that politicized it.
Sorry.
It was the Congress that politicized it.
She herself made it. She herself made it an issue by becoming a politician. And she was warned by Sakshi. She was warned by Sakshi, don't do this. You're going to bring disrepute. No, sir, one second.
Mandate theory in this.
No, 1 second. It is a serious matter, no doubt about it. But she herself made it a political issue because she campaigned on it.
But she had a right to contest.
Of course she does.
If she was made it an issue during campaigning, sir.
On grounds of her gender, obviously she had reasons to
She made it an issue during campaigning.
Let's be careful.
By all means. And Mr. Rashid Kidwai, once the dust settles and once all of this is over, then there will be a lot.
Are you saying that she was cooking up sexual harassment charge?
No. Are you trying to?
Are you suggesting that?
No. If she's made it an electoral issue and it's been rejected by the voter, what are you telling the voter? Are you telling the voter? Are you disrespecting the voter? Are you disrespecting the voter? The point that was made was that she politicized the matter. Why did she politicize the matter? That's the point.
Don't trivialize sexual harassment case.
Nobody is trivializing a sexual harassment. No, I am not, sir. Did she not trivialize it by making it a political issue?
Did
she not trivialize it by making it a political issue, Rashid?
No, I think she was within her rights.
So she is very much in her rights to politicize it. And the voter has no right to reject it.
No, the voter
is rejecting it.
First past the post system.
If the voter is rejecting it, then what?
Advaita Kala. You are saying if a rapist wins,
no, sir.
If a rapist wins,
the charge has to be proven. The guilty will be punished. But who politicized it is important.
That person should be.
Who politicized this is important. Who politicized this is important. No. What kind of political logic is this that you are okay to politicize it and if the voter rejects it, you are questioning the voter. The voter is rejecting the narrative.
Somebody contesting election.
Sir, I am not rejecting the narrative. The voter
harassment.
As of now, she is trailing the voter is. Yeah, she should have run away with this election. She is not running away with the election.
Yes, Advaita Kala.
Yes,
how does it matter?
As per the narrative painted, she should have run away with this election. She is not. Yes, Advaita Kala.
Let's not.
Has this criminal act been proven, sir? Has this act been proven? Has this act been proven? You are calling the accused guilty even before the act being proven.
And
the other person went and politicized it, sir, and you are saying that's okay. Yes, Advaita Kala. Advaita Kala.
Okay. See, let's be honest. She used this as a plank.
That's your perception.
Yeah, she did, and so did the Congress. In all the interviews talking about her, they said, "Ye beti hai, isko pratarit kiya gaya, etc., etc., etc." This was used as her plank, not the fact that she was at the Olympics, so she's a great sports woman. None of that. This was highlighted, and that is the reason why a lot of her compatriots, like Sakshi Malik, said that this is a self-serving maneuver. Now, that message has obviously gone to the voter as well, because the main plank on which she stood was as a woman who was rising like a phoenix despite the harassment she has faced, has been rejected. If we go by these results.
No, Advaita, I think
it has nothing to do with about the.
You need to introspect and find out. See, some women facing a case of sexual harassment. There are many, rape survivors who were in the fray in Uttar Pradesh elections, assembly elections, lost. So, a mandate does not mean that it's a deflection on that particular case or somebody
but
facing
a sexual
harassment.
Sympathy
I think
and the empathy.
And a player.
He's made an interesting point. No, let's not dismiss Mr. Kidwai's point, but I'm just asking the question to you, sir, very rationally. Did she perhaps do herself the disfavor of entering a political arena, taking an issue which should have been actually settled in the court of law and making it a referendum? Now, that is what Sakshi Malik ji had said, that better you stay out of politics.
Her choice.
No, I agree, it's her choice. But was that a mistake?
They cannot dilute.
Can we ask charges of sexual harassment? No, of course not.
As of now, the
no
voter is rejecting that flank and the voter is saying that
that is your perception.
You walked the wrong path on that one. That's what the voter is saying. Mohan Lal of the BJP is saying that the BJP will form government. Pradeep Bhandari with us. So, Pradeep Bhandari, you also in quiet tone said that the narrative will be different and the BJP may just pull through, scrape through, and that's what it's looking like. Why is Vinesh Fogart trailing?
Well, Anandji, today the people of Haryana
She is leading now. Vinesh Fogart is leading now.
Rahul Gandhi's jhoot ki dukaan. Rahul Gandhi's jhoot ki dukaan.
She's leading by 38 votes.
Point number one is I've been saying that The bottom line is that we are creating history in Haryana under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development politics. No government in the past has been able to come back for the third time. This trend is suggesting that like the Chhattisgarh elections 2023, the exit polls were making the government of Bhupesh Baghel. I very well remember the trend shifting. Similar is happening in Haryana elections 2024. It establishes 3 points. A, the Dalits have voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's entire fake news flops. B, the women have voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's fake news flops. 3, the entire poor has voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's fake news flop. Also, the Jats have voted us. So every Biradri has voted her. It's a win for development politics. And a larger point, Anandji. Generally, the analysts, I was listening to Rashid ji, say that after 10 years, the government establishes anti-incumbency. The Bharatiya Janata Party under Prime Minister Modi, if you see every state government, we've shifted the trend. The more the BJP governs, the more is the pro-incumbency trend. This is why we've been able to repeat governments after government, whether it is Madhya Pradesh or now Haryana, where you're about to create history, whereas the Congress party since 2011 has never repeated the state
we'll
government.
Talk about Jammu and Kashmir in a bit, whether that is history or mystery. 1 minute, Pradeep Bhandari, going across to Arun Dhata, joining us from Mr. Naib Singh Saini's residence. There are celebrations there, claims that they will form government. Yes, Arun Dhata, are they saying that they are in position? Bhupender Hooda guard gets up and goes. Naib Singh Saini and Mohan Lal are speaking.
Well, Anand, the dramatic turn of events in the results, and as you rightly mentioned, I am at this moment at the residence of the caretaker Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. Look how quickly things have changed here. Now, half an hour back, there was no preparations, no supporters here, but now we are seeing that people are pouring in, and perhaps the message has also gone to them that as BJP can be seen is forming the government as per the trends which they are going right now. So therefore people have started. Let me quickly go across to these people who have come here. In fact, you can see they are sipping tea at this moment, and further arrangements are also being done for them like snacks and all. आप बताइए, आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं मंगोली चट्टान से आया हूँ।
सुबह जब शुरुआत हुई थी काउंटिंग की, उस समय कांग्रेस लीड में थी, तो आप लोगों को क्या लग रहा था?
उस टाइम कुछ मायूस सा चेहरा हो गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद जब हम लीड करने लगे तो खुशी का उत्साह एकदम जागृत हो गया।
अच्छा, आपको अभी जो नतीजे हैं, अभी भाजपा दिख रही है सरकार बनाते हुए, कहाँ से आए आप और किस तरह की खुशी है तीसरी बार अगर सरकार बनती है?
दिल्ली से आया हूँ, बड़ी खुशी है, सरकार बनने जा रही है और शुरू से ही म्याद थी और लाडवे हल्के से पढ़ते हैं हम और शुरू से ही म्याद थी, माना भाई हम जिता के भेजेंगे सेम सब।
अच्छा, तो ही इज फ्रॉम द नायब सिंह सैनीज कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी फ्रॉम वेयर ही इज कंटेस्टिंग फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम। आप कहाँ से आए?
कुरुक्षेत्र जिले से हम भी।
कुरुक्षेत्र जिले से हैं, तो अब तो लग रहा है सरकार बन रही, कैसे जश्न होगा?
बहुत से सरकार बनने जा रही है नायब सैनी के नेतृत्व में जी। तीसरी बार हरियाणा के सीएम नायब सैनी बनने जा रहे हैं।
ये उम्मीद थी आपको कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी 10 साल की थी, लोग कह रहे थे कि शायद जनता नाराज है, किसानों का मुद्दा, रेसलर का मुद्दा, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
नहीं, जनता खुश थी, बड़ी खुश थी जनता। बीजेपी के काम से बहुत काम करे बीजेपी ने, इतना कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया काम, लेकिन ने पोल बता रहे अब कांग्रेस आ गया, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
Right, so celebrations at Naib Singh Saini's residence. Arun Dhanta will try and see if you can get Naib Singh Saini if he is already there, if he comes out and speaks. In the meantime, Pradeep Bhandari, Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted. Jairam Ramesh of the Congress has taken to X and he's posted, like the Lok Sabha elections in Haryana, we are again witnessing slowing down of uploading of up-to-date trends on the Election Commission of India website. Is the BJP trying to build pressure on the administration by sharing outdated and misleading trends? And it's tagged ECI, the Election Commission of India. Now Pradeep Bhandari, Congress is questioning the poll panel and the counting mechanism, saying कि आप pressure बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सही नंबर नहीं दिखा रहे हैं।
Well, Mr. Ramesh is exactly speaking like the Zimbabwean team had spoken in 1983 when Kapil Dev had hit more than 170 runs and got India to a historic victory. Jairam Ramesh knows that the people of Haryana are not with him. लोगों को हरियाणा में समझ आ गया आनंद जी की जलेबी जो होती है वो फैक्ट्री में नहीं बनती, परंतु जलेबी हलवाई की दुकान पे बनती है। और मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग भी समझ जाए कि हरियाणा की जनता को समझ में आ रहा है। It has rejected this politics of lies, politics of falsehood, politics of using wrestlers as tools for your further political agenda. So today, Rahul Gandhi's jhoot ki dukaan has flopped. It's a huge victory. After coming back to power for the third consecutive time in Lok Sabha elections, we have created history in Haryana elections by being the only government which has come back to power for third consecutive time. What was the
now
media
in this
narrative?
case, let me bring it into the studio.
Please,
Jammu and
please
Kashmir, the results are not being slowed down. Haryana results are being slowed down.
Listen,
Aarti Tikku.
You know,
Rahul Shivshankar, Aarti Tikku, yeah.
Well,
Jairam Ramesh is saying that the ECI is deliberately slowing down uploading of the results in Haryana. But everything is all right in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, it's obviously they are disappointed with the results in Haryana and they're looking for excuses. But really, I think these trends show that the narrative that the Congress tried to build, that Modi brand is over in the Hindi heartland, that Hindutva does not really work, that farmers' agitation, the Muslims and the Kisan and all those narratives that they tried to build in the last few years, they're not really working in the Hindi heartland. I think the Hindi heartland has spoken very clearly, no ambiguity there. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, I think BJP has tried to retain its Jammu base, which is not a bad performance at all. We already knew that National Conference was going to do very well in Kashmir. The only thing I'm finding a bit surprising is that National Conference and Congress are getting a clear majority in J&K. That's something that I did not expect. I expected a hung assembly, but even otherwise, I think the BJP should not feel disappointed by the result in J&K because they have done very well in Jammu, where their political investment was only.
Is there a big political learning here, Rahul Shivshankar and
look, from Jammu and Kashmir,
don't
it's very
go
straight.
propped up candidates.
No,
don't either fight directly or don't push these propped up independent candidates.
In Jammu and Kashmir, very straight. Muslim majority Valley has voted for NC in the Congress. Hindu majority Jammu has voted for the BJP, especially in Hindu majority seats. There is a definite polarization there. There is a cleave between two communities there, and it's reflecting in absolute terms in that result.
No, but 18 seats the BJP is not
but
won in Jammu.
a lot of
18 seats the BJP is not won in Jammu.
Yes, but a lot of them, first of all, the BJP has never exceeded 26, right, in Jammu. So it's done phenomenally well on those 25 seats. It has retained whatever. Now, other seats that we are talking about have mixed populations where Muslims play a huge role. So we have to put those caveats, and we'll bring out the exact numbers. I'm actually doing that research as we are speaking. So there is definitely a cleaved voter behavior along identity lines. Let's not run away from it. Now, you can blame the BJP for it, or you can blame the NC and the Congress for it. I'm not getting into that right now.
But if the Congress and the NC form the next government and they're above the halfway mark reasonably comfortably, what does that mean for this whole business of restoring statehood, the business of whether free and fair elections?
So Zach,
interaction with the centre.
First of all, this is where again I want to come in, because I had tweeted yesterday a number of hard facts about how the situation has improved dramatically in Jammu and Kashmir as a state altogether. Now, are we getting trapped, the voters getting trapped, in what is known as the politics of fear-mongering? This is an narrative building on identity. This is where, one second, let me just finish, 30 seconds. This is where we have to begin to focus our attention, especially one particular community. Is it being completely led up the garden path? And we'll have to come to, I'm not questioning their judgment, etc., etc. I'm just saying, have they been sold some form of snake oil? Number one. And you look at these, you just transpose the results across other constituencies throughout India. The Muslim vote is consolidating
Congress's
against
Pawan
the
Khera
BJP.
is speaking on the
Why?
same issue.
Yes, let's go across.
आप तमाम चैनल्स पे देखिए, पहली बार होता हुआ दिख रहा है कि चैनल्स अपने रिपोर्टर्स के जो आंकड़े आते हैं काउंटिंग सेंटर से वो नहीं दिखा रहे, चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़ों पर निर्भर कर रहे हैं, और चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़े चौथे या पांचवें छठे राउंड के दिखा रहे हैं, जबकि हमारे कंट्रोल रूम से 11 राउंड के आंकड़े आ चुके हैं। मैं आपको विनेश फोगाट जी का उदाहरण देता हूं। आप कोई चैनल खोल दीजिए, सब में उनको 4 राउंड के बाद पीछे दिखाया गया था, जबकि 9 राउंड के बाद वो 4,437 वोटों से आगे हैं, अब 5200 वोटों से आगे हो गई हैं। तो ये आंकड़ों में जो मिसमैच है, गैप है, ये क्यों है, ये हम बार बार चुनाव आयोग से, अभी हमारे महासचिव जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट करके भी पूछा है कि ये क्या दबाव डालने की कोशिश हो रही है स्थानीय प्रशासन पर। इसलिए हम फिर से चुनाव आयोग को कह रहे हैं, आगाह कर रहे हैं कि इसमें तुरंत एक्शन ले, तुरंत जितने राउंड्स हो चुके हैं अपडेट करें, जितने भी जो ट्रेंड्स हैं उनको अपडेट किया जाए।
सर किस तरीके की आपको खामियां आपको लगता है या क्या होना चाहिए?
11 राउंड हो चुके हैं, 12 राउंड हो चुके हैं, आप अभी छठे या सातवें राउंड पर ही रुके हुए हैं. Channels.
Go to the live result hub. Let's just go to the live result hub and I'll ask Avantika to check with Iqbal, check with Shaukat and all of them. We'll try and go to the live result hub and say these claims of 11 rounds over, 12 rounds over, etc., etc. and the ECI not reporting. Nalin Mehta, is this a new thing or has the ECI been a little slow in updating the full rounds? Is there any merit to it? Because they are not asking this question in Jammu and Kashmir. They are more worried about Haryana.
So two things. I think we should put this EVM bogey to the rest, number one. Number two is that this is not new. In every election, the EC website is generally a lot more slower than what a lot of your respondents. If you go to your to the News 18 counting center, they'll be ahead because generally there's a delay between the time when the counting and the time taken to upload. Right. Because our reporters are live and News 18 runs the biggest network for this. You know, you can get it on the phone immediately what's happening. So there is this thing. So this is not. There is nothing.
Let's go to Avantika and ask her to speak with Shaukat and Iqbal and ask them. They see this allegation by the Congress party कि 11-12 round हो चुके हैं ground पर, but only ECI is reporting only 7th round. So what's the story? Is it true?
But haven't we heard that before, Anand, so many times? What a stunning comeback by the BJP. I mean, we've been, you know, since 6 a.m. we've been here. All of our people have been here. All the reporters are at the counting centers, keeping a very close track of all those calls coming in, monitoring every number that is coming in. इकबाल, कांग्रेस कह रही है कि कुछ गड़बड़ है, ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता है. जो हरियाणा में हमने देखा है कितना नेक एंड नेक हो रहा है. बट क्या कमबैक हुआ है बीजेपी का?
एग्जिट पोल आने के बाद जो है कांग्रेस बहुत पॉजिटिव थी और हालांकि काफ़ी लोग भी ये सोच के बैठे थे कि कांग्रेस का इतना बड़ा डेटा है तो कांग्रेस कहीं ना कहीं सरकार ज़रूर बना लेगी. लेकिन चूंकि डेटा में फ्लक्चुएशन बहुत ज़्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है, शुरू से जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं वो लगातार, मतलब देखिए बीजेपी बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे थी और अब 49 का आंकड़ा आप देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को 49 सीटों पे जो है बढ़त अभी मिली हुई है. लेकिन अगर आप देखें कुछ चेहरे ऐसे भी हैं जो शुरू से जो मतलब पीछे ही चल रहे हैं, तो अब उसमें जैसे कैप्टन अभिमन्यु जैसा चेहरा है वो देखिए शुरू से दुष्यंत वो भी देखिए शुरू से ही ट्रेल में है. तो ऐसे जो है कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है ये इन चेहरों के पीछे वैसा रहा कि कहीं वोट मतलब काटा गया या आम आदमी पार्टी का जो है वो एक भी जो है वो लीड नहीं कर रहा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वोट उनकी तरफ भी चला गया है. तो वो भी
and we've been seeing these fluctuations, Anand. We've been getting you all the reports since morning. All of us have been here since the early morning hours. Shaukat, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के बारे में जल्दी एक अपडेट बता दीजिए.
जम्मू कश्मीर में अब विन्स का आ रहे हैं और 2 जगह से बीजेपी जीत गई है और 1 जगह से एनसीपी जीत गई है और बाकी जो बड़े नेताओं का, बड़े लीडर्स का है वो ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही ट्रेंड है, अभी कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ. इल्तिजा मुफ्ती लेकिन अभी
yes, Anand.
Okay, Rahul sir, Amit Malviya of the BJP has now tweeted that Rahul Gandhi's Vijay Sankalp Yatra didn't help. He touched 12 seats and the Congress has lost 8 of them. That's what he just tweeted. So there are jibes and counter jibes, but yes, on the rounds.
On the Election Commission's reporting.
Yeah.
See, the Election Commission's I'm looking at the Election Commission website right now.
Yeah.
There are several seats where the Election Commission is currently reporting 11th or 12th round of counting. In some it is 5 or 6, but that is to be expected. For example, in Badli it is showing the 10th round out of 20. In Barwala showing 8th out of 13th. So there are several ones. I mean, it's not like I don't think it's correct to say.
It's already showing that it's reaching
the
maximum.
Is 8.
Right.
For example, in Fatehabad it's already showing 9 out of 18. In Firozpur, Jirka is showing 10 out of 19. So it is reporting. Its reporting is varied across constituencies, but that's to be expected.
Omar Abdullah, if you pay for exit polls or waste time discussing them, you deserve all the jokes, memes and ridicule. There was a reason I called them a waste of time a few days ago. So that's what he says. He is being the same equanimous.
Well, if these trends hold for Haryana is right.
In terms of Haryana, it's right. Pradeep Bhandari, how would you respond to Pawan Khera? 12 round हो गए ground पर compared to the Jammu and Kashmir rounds. Haryana is slow. Integrity of the ECI being questioned.
It cannot be possible that you believe in you believe in election commission in Jammu and Kashmir, but you do not believe in the same election commission in Haryana. So it speaks volumes about how the Congress party treats your institutions, particularly the election commission. That is Congress party's thought process. On Jammu and Kashmir, just one small point. Even if you look at the election commission, Anandji, the maximum vote share that we've got, we are the party which has got more vote share even than the NC. So if as per the election commission, we have a vote share of 26.73%, which is more vote share share than what we got in the Lok Sabha elections. So even Jammu and Kashmir for us is a big positive. Jammu we've consolidated significantly. Yes, we've increased our votes in the valley, not seats, but Jammu and Kashmir for us just is not about politics, it is about
See, as per the Lok Sabha 2024 seat shares, after the delimitation, BJP was leading and BJP had 29 seats. Right now you are on 25. This 25 mirrors your performance in Lok Sabha 2020, Assembly elections 2014, where the BJP got 25 seats. Lok Sabha 2019, the BJP was leading or had hold sway on, if you transpose the leads onto Assembly constituencies, in 30. So that means आप minus में गए हैं, आप plus में नहीं गए हैं. Even compared to the Lok Sabha 2014, you are 4 seats minus. You should have consolidated and become better. That's not happened. You are going back to your 2014 performance as of now.
Yes, on 2014, yes, but if you look at the recently concluded 2024 elections, we've increased our vote share even from the recently concluded 2024 election. But overall, if you look at it, the Bharatiya Janata Party has made its presence felt in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, now the Congress party, which fought on less seats than us, is a single-digit party. So even in Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress party...
The only vote share gain that you should look for, not in Jammu region, but in the Kashmir region, because the BJP was zero there and never had a footprint. If you have increased your footprint in terms of vote share, that's okay. But I agree with Rashid Kitwai that vote share, when you say increase, is a talk of the loser. It's the seat share that counts, because that's the first past post metric. It's not the vote share. In that case, you are doing worse than what you did at Lok Sabha 2024.
Can I ask, Pradeep Bhandari, can I ask you a question, please, on Jammu and Kashmir? Look, I know that Jammu and Kashmir, sort of the result is settled. So 100% decline in stone pelting incidents, 69% fall in terror attacks, 80% fall in civilian casualties. GDP of J&K has doubled to over 2.25 lakh crore from 1 lakh crore. Industrial development schemes worth 28,400 crore under Sehat. 100% health insurance cover for all J&K residents. Medical colleges have opened. A number of small 28 hydro projects estimated to cost 2,000 crore operational. Despite all of this, why haven't you pulled off some gains in Kashmir? Pradeep Bhandari, is this the fear psychosis? Is this the negative campaign? What is the reason that you have not been able to thwart the NC and Congress in the valley?
Rahulji, a detailed analysis of it is something which we will do in the due course of time. But what the commentary I've been reading and what the commentary is coming from the valley, we have to see that why is it that despite development, the minority vote consolidates with parties which do not do development. That is the minority votes, and this is just not to do with Kashmir, it is to do with every constituency where the minority vote is in a majority. So we've been ensured, if you see any government scheme, and which you've been rightly pointing out, we've ensured that irrespective of caste, creed, religion, we've provided development because we believe in the politics of development. However, in constituencies which have demographic tilt, where the minority is the majority, we tend to see, which is what data suggests, that despite development, the vote is particularly for parties which appease, which we cannot do. We will continue to do development, but it is the point of
Rashid Kidwai asking you a question.
Deliberation.
Yeah, I think Pradeep, this is not a fair argument, because what do you say about voting pattern in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, several other states, and in any case, when we say majority, minority, it has a very different meaning in the context of Kashmir and in the context of Kerala, and also I don't think that really holds a test of time.
No, sir, the majority, that's the Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir, won't vote for a Hindu party perceivably, that is BJP, despite doing all the work for them.
He's talking about
Muslims which are the minority in Kerala will not vote for a Hindu party, that is the BJP.
It's not about Hindu, he's saying Muslims don't vote for development. So I said, look at the voting pattern in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka.
Muslims are, there is a perception that's been built, and the BJP is not able to break that the BJP does not work for Muslims. The BJP is a Hindu party, it's a communal party, everybody else is secular. That's what the whole... And the vote grouping is happening against the BJP. Consolidation, Muslim votes is not happening. You are not being able to win the Muslims. In trying to win the Muslims, you are losing the Hindu votes also. That's the counter. That's another argument that's being made. That's why this entire batenge to katenge conversation that's happening.
Anand, it's not surprising that the BJP is the Hindu party in Jammu and in Kashmir is not made gains so far. But I want to make 2 quick points on vote shares. You see, in Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP is now the single largest party by vote share. It's 26%. Compared to the Congress, which is 12.54%. So the BJP's vote share now in the state is now more than double of the Congress's. And in Haryana separately, the vote share for the longest time we've been seeing that the BJP is at 49 and Congress 35, but vote share Congress was higher. Now they are converging. BJP is now 39 point something percent and Congress is 40.2 or 3%. So the vote share is now
the gap
converging.
is also being narrowed.
Right, yeah.
See, in Madhya Pradesh, for example, when the BJP lost that election, their vote share was higher than the Congress by about 0.7%. So that doesn't really make a difference because you could be getting votes in traditional areas where you are stronger in any case in your pockets. Yeah, but it's a good point that you make.
So the other point is because one of the reasons, see, if you look at the vote share in Jammu and Kashmir, the INC, the National Conference vote share is 22.8%. So while in some ways you should see the states together, I'm not sure that this Hindu-Muslim divide, is necessarily a good way of looking at it.
No, but really, Nalin, Rahul has been consistently and persistently saying that the vote in Jammu and Kashmir is polarized, it's communal, and I completely disagree with him. I disagree for 3 reasons. One, if you really look at how Kashmiri Muslims have voted, in fact, the bogey that every Kashmiri Muslim is an Islamist has been proven completely wrong because Jamaat-e-Islami today is nowhere in the picture. The biggest socio-religious organization which is known for Islamism, which has been known for pro-Pakistan view, which in fact was led by Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani's sentiment with respect to the question of Jammu and Kashmir, that has been busted altogether.
No, then why hasn't the BJP's Muslim candidates? Why haven't BJP's Muslim candidates won then?
No, so wait. Again, we must look
everything. I'm asking you, why hasn't the BJP's Muslim candidate won?
Let me answer this, Rahul. The fact is that BJP has never invested politically in Kashmir region. So you cannot suddenly wake up, and overnight find candidates, cadre in Kashmir and expect that you are going to win.
Aarti is right, Rahul.
Yeah.
Look.
You see, the BJP had 5 years.
Sir, I'm happy to be corrected. I'm happy to be corrected if people believe in this optimistic flowering of interfaith relations, etc., etc. They're free to have their opinion. I don't, and I'm going to hang on to my opinion on this particular issue because I fundamentally find it rather strange that political parties that have not done much for the state of Jammu and Kashmir for 70 years are back through the revolving door. I'm sorry, I find it difficult to reconcile, and I'm probably scratching around through lived history for a reason. So I'll let this go. I mean, I'm not going to contest your point. I hope you're right that the BJP is finding greater acceptance now, and that we have closed the communal divide. No, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. For the good of God, for the good of God. No, 1 second. For the good of the state and for the good of God and for the good of India, I hope you're right.
Rahul, may I make a small point here? Rahul, a quick.
Very quickly, I think I'm with.
Okay. 1 second. Jairam Ramesh. Commenting, let's go straight across.
पेश कर रहे हैं अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे, शिकायत कर रहे हैं। अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें क्योंकि 10, 12, 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं, पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर, चैनलों पर सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं। तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है। ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था, हम लोग गए थे, अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और मैं ईसीआई गए थे, हमने शिकायत की और तब ईसीआई ने कार्रवाई की। तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए।
Is this going to be the go-to, Nalin, go-to excuse now of the Congress party if these trends hold in Haryana? Khisyani Billi, Khamba Kharoche, whatever it's called. I just want to ask you, I mean, who is actually rejecting the mandate of the people? We've been talking about, Trump and this and that and, how the BJP does this, that, the other. No, I'm asking, Nalin, I mean, why are we raking up a non-issue? You yourself said that 11 or 12 rounds on EC website have been uploaded.
Diversionary tactics.
No, but why should they be? I mean, come on, this is not diversionary. This is a cynical attempt and undermining
blaming the EC,
people's
I think,
faith in the institutions.
Completely. It's completely irrelevant because you can't reject the EC in one state and accept it in the other. In that case, why did you accept the Lok Sabha election result also? So I think this bogey should be put aside once and for all. I think the Congress is facing a difficult day today because Haryana was supposed to be a sweep for the Congress by their own assessment.
Laddu went back. The jalebi was retained, but the laddu went back.
And this is not just any other state. Because this is coming after the Lok Sabha election, this state, the results in this state hold portents about what is happening in the Hindi heartland post the 2024 Lok Sabha result. Was this the great revival of the Congress or was it not? If it's not, then it raises much more serious questions about the emergence of Rahul Gandhi and the Congress.
I think it was the revival of the voter who played it a little complacent during the general
revival
election.
Of the voter, yes sir. I want to bring in Shazia and me right after.
I think it's a very, the Congress tried and they, as you know, they had some kind of caste arithmetic and all, it didn't click. It's a simple thing. You see in elections, Rahul, it is, Janta Janardhan. So Janta Janardhan has given a verdict in Haryana that we are seeing, and Janta Janardhan has given a verdict in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay.
So we should accept it.
Okay, Shazia, accept the verdict, says... yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Rahul, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, Rahul, whether it's Khamba, Noche or Kharoche, the fact is that, no longer will this bogey of EVM and EC and all the victimhood that Congress has been using will work. As somebody just said, as I think Nalin said, that it can't work well in one state and not well in the other. Two, Rashid Bhai saying it has worked in J&K. Now, if you look at Congress, how much is Congress getting in J&K? So, NC is doing extremely well and nobody can dispute that. And we will accept our numbers and we will not froth at the mouth and say, oh, there is some EVM hacking happening and Sthani Prashasan and local administration and all of that. But here, you look at how much is Congress, how well is Congress doing in J&K also. They're riding on the NC thing is one thing. So, I think it's pretty clear. In the morning itself, I heard Congress leaders not only, celebrate and bajao the dhols and, order the laddus and jalebis and churma and offer each other, but also analyze as to why they're winning and what is the reason why BJP is losing so badly. So, such is the connect with of the Congress party with the ground that there was no idea whatsoever. And here, this overdoing the Jatland, Jat. So, I mean, what do you expect? And eventually, Jats and Jatavs are citizens.
Okay, Kidwai
They are impacted by what happens.
Please respond. Please respond to Shazia Alvi. She's making such important points.
Yes, I think my good friend Shazia Alvi is absolutely right. Political parties do mess up. The political parties, on the 4th of June, also political parties had a realization. They said 300 plus, 400 plus, and got 240 votes. So it happens. The Congress calculations have gone haywire in Haryana, and they should admit it.
No, but who should admit it?
I mean,
Rahul Gandhi and say,
obviously.
So he should take blame.
Just as 2024 Lok Sabha verdict from the BJP's point of view, BJP was expecting a very, good performance and it didn't. It could not get a majority of its own. So it happens and Shazia is absolutely right about it.
Okay, she's right about it. So viewers, look, there are three ways of looking at this issue. Yes, you want to make a point, Advaita?
I think it's also, Rashid said if they lose Haryana tomorrow, then is it the Modi factor? I think the Modi factor has actually worked this time because the whole 400 par narrative led to a complacency even amongst the core Modi voter. And I think you're seeing a revival. When I said revival of that voter, I wasn't being facetious, to use your word, but you realize that what a slightly weakened Modi government, although it's still a majority, has had to deal with in the last couple of months.
Okay, so Aarti Tikku, while the numbers on the leaderboard look great when you look at it as a Congress NC hyphen, right? The Congress isn't really pulling its weight. Omar Abdullah was right, even in that alliance.
Yes.
Its vote share is down. And in Haryana, it's also got a bit of a kick in the shins if you really look at the numbers right now. What does that tell you about the Congress party? Is it really coming back as the alternative to the BJP? Or wherever it is actually fighting the BJP, it has a problem breaking through even today?
Absolutely. I think the Congress has a long way to go. It is quite clear that people are not able to repose the same faith that they had in the Congress party once upon a time. they are still finding Rahul Gandhi's tactics, his tantrums, his theatrics not quite appealing. So I think it is not going to be easy for the Congress party. It seemed that it was going to be a cakewalk in Haryana as well as Jammu, where in fact BJP had given them large enough ammunition to have that base, to recover that base. But the fact is that the Congress is unable to, one, provide an alternative, substantive narrative to the voter. Just by saying that Modi has done nothing doesn't really negate the fact that Modi government has provided lot of opportunity to lot of sections of society, especially the OBCs, Dalits, the other backward classes, and that, you know, Congress is not really able to crack in.
Yes, so Kidwai Saab, let me ask you this, because, you know, when we tried to put that question to Mr. Deo, Mr. Deo sort of did not answer me directly. He talked about organizational base not being strong enough, this, that, the other. But the Congress says that the Modi government makes a hash of its time in office, of governance when it's in office. But it is actually the BJP, if these trends hold in Haryana, that will be coming back for a record unprecedented third time. In Uttar Pradesh, it retains, one of the biggest states in the Indian Union. In Maharashtra, actually, with the Shiv Sena, it did retain the state. Okay, in Gujarat it retains, in Bihar it retains, in Uttarakhand it retains. It is won back, in fact, from the Congress. After the Congress gets in, with a big mandate in Chhattisgarh, it wins back Chhattisgarh within 5 years. In Rajasthan, it gets it back after 5 years. So, fundamentally, what are we looking at? We are looking at a party that actually is not walking the talk, isn't it? Fundamentally, let's ask that question today.
So to say that, you know, the Congress is weak, yes, most certainly. But what you're saying was a, you know, kind of selective interpretation of it, because what we saw in Rajasthan, what we saw in Rajasthan,
people
the
give
Congress
it a
lost power, but the Congress, you know, performed rather well, and it, you know, it gave a, you know, good fight. The Congress won Himachal from the BJP.
It lost the state, did it not, sir?
No, it did. That's what I'm saying. It did, but I'm saying in terms of performance. If you look at it in Haryana,
no, you're talking about party electoral performance. I'm talking about performance in office, sir. In 5 years, you are not able to convince the voter for a second term. Why?
Yes, it's always a very, you know, challenging thing, particularly for a political party that's still to, you know, provide a very strong counter to Narendra Modi brand of politics.
It's not about Narendra Modi brand.
Obviously, I mean, you look at
when you are in
Haryana,
office, you've already countered the Narendra Modi brand to win that particular state, but you cannot seem to deliver and carry the voter for another term. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Kidwai.
Your criticism is fair, but what I'm saying is it is not something unusual.
No, so then are we going to say that because the BJP has won at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 back-to-back elections, it is increasing its footprints in Odisha and other states, it is actually the party of governance?
Yeah, in Odisha, BJP came in power for the first time.
Its record. Is it the party of governance?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In Odisha, BJP has come in power for the first time. The Congress has been in power for 10 times there.
Nalin,
okay.
Is the BJP really the party of governance? And the Congress gets in where?
Rahul, there are two things. One is the BJP breaking into new areas?
Yes.
Yes. Odisha is one of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the south,
Kerala,
Kerala is the other place. Is the BJP increasing its footprint in its existing bastions? Yes. If you look at the older bastions, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh has not been out of power for over 2 decades, barring the Kamal Nath interim in the middle. In the Hindi heartland, this result seems to indicate that whatever reverses that were happening, those have got reversed again. So, so in the sense that they were more the outcome of local causes or of a specific moment in time as opposed to a larger historic shift. Absolutely. So that is the difference between Congress and BJP at the moment.
Shazia Elmi, would you like to respond? Shazia Elmi. Yes.
You know, it's just a small point, Rahul. Yeah, you're talking about something which is the most important, which is the heart of the matter, which is governance. And I think that is the purpose and the mandate of every government in power, states and centre. Now just look at 3 states. Let's just look at Telangana. Too early to start. Look at Karnataka and Himachal. Look at what's happened with governance model, with administration, with all the talk of guarantees and subsidies, and the fiscal deficit. Just see what a mess there is. Also on corruption, I can say, but particularly Himachal and Karnataka. It is a complete royal mess. Himachal is having a problem in even giving salaries next month. So is Punjab. And you know, all the subsidies that were announced, whether they were for power and water, they are also being taken away now because they're saying people who can pay income tax should not get a subsidy. So a lot of them are being taken back because they can't do it. So you know, when there are no pre-budgetary allocations, when there is no planning, expenditure is not preempted. When you just do this, this is what happens. And this is being
some breaking news coming in.
Also,
I'll bring you in, Mr. Kidwai. I'll just give me 30 seconds. Some breaking news coming in. Election Commission sources have spoken to TV18 and they've said that this is wrong. We have put out our updates very regularly in consonance with exactly how we are getting information from the polling centers. In some, we have put out 6 or 7, in others, we have gone beyond. So please do not cherry pick. That's basically what the Election Commission has conveyed to us via its sources. Yes, sir, you were making a point.
No, I think as far as this thing is concerned, this is of course on the part of Jairam Ramesh, it's a diversionary, tactics. It's a difficult moment for the Congress to explain, rationalize what has happened in Haryana. So they have opted for this and just to, have some kind of debating point. But that point that, Shazia was making about, the governance part, etc. Isn't it? So
yes.
I think it is a lesson for the Congress that wherever there is some Congress has some kind of alliance. You look at Tamil Nadu, you look at Uttar Pradesh in recent Lok Sabha elections and all. When it comes to their own direct fight with the BJP, Congress is still finding it very difficult. So I think the Congress, in the time to come, should look more at the India story, the India alliance story, rather than the Congress story, the great Congress revival. It seems it's not happening.
And if I may add, Rahul, to Javed's point, to Rashid's point. See, Haryana is not an older bastion of the BJP in the sense that Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat were, or even UP has recently become. Haryana is a place where the BJP was never in power before 2014. It never reached even the 30% mark before that.
That's right.
So for there, in a state like that, to come back to power, as it seems it is looking at the moment, in a third term, without a ground leader of any large regional scale. This is like Uttarakhand, where you have a leader who was removed, you have a new chief minister, you don't have a regional pan-regional leader, the PM has led the thing and you are still winning. And this is in a state where you barely managed to win in the last time around.
Yes.
So therefore, this is telling us something deeper happening.
So, and what is this victory that might happen in maybe an hour? First of all, do you think this trend is going to dramatically alter? Number one. Number two, if this holds, what do you think are the reasons, cephalogically, and then of course the larger question about whether Rahul Gandhi's party his narrative has been rejected?
So I don't see this trend changing significantly now, because we are now at about 12-15. There are about 7 to 8 rounds counted almost in all seats, about 15 to 16 in several of them. So it's unlikely to see a very major dramatic change for 2 or 3 reasons. Also because the vote share now is converged. It's about 40% for Congress, 39 point something percent for the BJP. Also the close fights, those are only 6 or 7 at the moment, under 1,000, and in most of those BJP is actually losing. So if anything, it might reverse the other way. So that's number one. Number two is, Rahul, that in terms of what does this mean cephalogically, the first thing it means is that there was a lot of infighting within the BJP, which also led to the reverse in the 2024 election. In fact, the Home Minister told us very clearly that look, he expected that result in Haryana. Now that the BJP has pulled back, the RSS cadres are back on the ground. There's been a lot of movement that happened in the last 2 or 3 months. That's one at an organizational, realpolitik level. Number two, there was a whole thing that Jats have moved away from the BJP. I don't think they ever did. Even in the Lok Sabha result, the Jat vote was evenly split. Even now it is evenly split. Our numbers show us that. Secondly, the larger social coalition that the BJP built in Haryana, the BJP's advances in Haryana for the last 10 years have been built on building a social coalition of other castes, other OBCs, non-Jat OBCs, Dalits and so on. That coalition has sustained. And very importantly for national politics, the BJP essentially went below the majority mark in 2024 because the Dalit vote went against it. and the and the OBC vote went reversed.
So are you saying that
you are seeing a huge resurgence of the OBC vote and Dalit vote in Haryana now?
So are you saying that Rahul Gandhi, then let me bring in Mr. Meka. Welcome, sir. Mr. Meka to the panel, Congress leader here. Mr. Meka, are we seeing the Dalit and the OBC voter rejecting this entire caste census bogey, the fact that Mr. Modi is tampering with the constitution to undermine the rights of the Dalits, of the OBCs, of the STs? Is that bogey being rejected, sir? And does this force the Congress perhaps to re-look at their narrative? Mr. Meka.
Yeah, the first point is it's not a caste census, is not a bogey. Okay, you need to change your jargon there.
Okay.
Caste census is something that we are asking for the country.
Right.
So we need to know where we stand. It's as simple as that. It's not a bogey. Second, you are jumping the gun very soon. You need to wait for more rounds. And so this is not something that to validate.
No, okay. So let's talk about a state. Let's talk about a state where the election is pretty much called. Let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir for 30 seconds, right? Let's bring in Mr. Mattu. Yes, let us bring in TV18's Jammu and Kashmir bureau chief and welcome, because you were talking yesterday about the fact that look, it's a settled result there, but there's going to be a cleave between Jammu and the valley. Now in Jammu, the Congress hasn't really ripped up the turf there either. The BJP is within a couple of seats of what's best showing was in the past. So even in Jammu, the voter, and in Kashmir, the voter not picked the Congress. What do you think is the reason?
See, Rahul, we need to understand that people in Kashmir, they have en masse voted against BJP. This is what the National Conference and PDP has been saying from day one, that people in Kashmir Valley, despite BJP claiming that large-scale development has taken place in Kashmir, there has been decline in the number of terror incidents in Kashmir, stone pelting has stopped, but people in Kashmir, they have rejected BJP en masse. That's why BJP has not been able to open an account, and we need to accept that. As far as BJP is concerned in Jammu region, you see, Rahul, 28, I'll go with when the entire counting would be done, BJP would be around 25 to 26. The reason being that for the last 10 to 12 days before the final phase, BJP had put all its effort on Jammu region, right from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah to BJP President JP Nadda, every single leader of the BJP top leadership.
So are you saying that in Jammu, the Prime Minister, Amit Shah and the others have resonance, that the voter continues to have faith in their ability to govern at least that province of the Union Territory?
See, Rahul, as I told you earlier, that in Kashmir Valley, the 370 continues to be an emotional card. The political parties, Kashmir-based political parties, especially National Conference, National Conference played the 370 card very well. It went to the people. Though people in Kashmir, they are very much politically aware. They know that a regional party cannot bring Article 370 back. It's done and dusted. Okay. But still, it holds an emotional value in Kashmir.
Hold on, hold your thoughts. Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1%, the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. that doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am.
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results, but as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way, and I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see, and all this analysis can be done much later. All these things matter, absolutely they matter, but I would say that the anti-incumbency of the BJP in the state was what mattered most. That was the major factor, the primary factor was that, and I would say that still holds true.
So this tight contest, what do you put it down to, this neck and neck contest? Is it that the BJP has suddenly sort of been, forced back into the game? What really happened? Or was Mr. Huda's projection perhaps not quite the right thing for the Congress?
To be honest, I'm just going by what you are saying, and I haven't really seen anything else or got information from the ground, because I'm sitting with channels only. But we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Sometimes what happens is that some areas are taken up and the others we know where we are weak, where we are strong. So that may yet come.
Okay. Well, Ms. Selja, thank you for being a sport and speaking to me at this time when the result is still a bit up in the air. But thank you very much. Mr. Mattu, you were wanting to make a point on Kashmir.
I just wanted to make a point which I think the clear winner in this election so far in J&K is the National Conference.
National Conference.
If you look at the seats of the National Conference or the trends, suggests that they have won a majority from within the valley, but they have a presence now within the Chenab belt. Ramban, they're leading. Doda, they're leading in a couple of constituencies. They've also, their candidate in Naushera has a lead over the president of the BJP, Surinder Chaudhary, over Ravinder Raina. The Congress, the bulk of its leads are from within the valley, counterintuitively. So you have Tariq Hamid Kara, the present president, leading from Shalteng. You have from Duru, Ghulam Ahmad Mir leading, Pirzada Mohammad Sayed leading from Anantnag. These are all successive presidents of the state unit of the Congress party. So except for 2 seats, Raman Bhalla, who's a hefty, in every sense of the word, leader, he's leading from Jammu, RS Pura South, I think, in Jammu. And then there's one other seat in which the Congress is leading in the Jammu province. So in other words, NC seems to have had its imprint, while the BJP has kept and consolidated on the essentially what, hint, within inverted commas, is the Hindu belt within the Jammu division, Kathua, Samba, Udhampur, Jammu city. That they have retained almost to a man, except for Raman Bhalla here and there and a couple of other seats. While in Rajouri Poonch it's divided, while in Chenab it's BJP versus NC because there are the population differences. Valley itself is NC territory with Congress. PDP is leading one, surprisingly, Fayaz Ahmad Mir from Kupwara, and Pulwama, Wahid Parra, who was in jail and is president of the Youth PDP. I'll just complete in 2 minutes.
No problem.
Then the surprise is Imran Ansari, who's one of the leaders of the Shia community within and one of the leaders of the JKPC, seems to be trailing behind the National Conference candidate in Patan. His uncle is losing to
to the National Conference candidate Tanveer Sadiq. Similarly, Engineer Rashid has turned out to be the biggest joker, not in a humorous sense, but in terms of people believing that he was a card that someone could play in a manner in which he would win anything, and that was the appeal that he had generated after the parliamentary constituency when, being inside Tihar, he defeated Umar Abdullah and Sajjad Lone. He has had absolutely zero impact because he was then projected successfully to a majority of the people in Jammu and Kashmir as the ultimate insider.
Right.
That he was one card being used by the centre.
Right.
Similarly, Altaf Bukhari's Apni party doesn't seem to have done well except for Altaf Bukhari himself in Chandpura, but he's still trailing behind there. None of the other Jamaat-e-Islami, which had put up, this Sajjan Bhagati's daughter led his campaign in Birua, trailing behind.
Okay.
Muzaffar Beg, one of the tallest leaders of the PDP, former Deputy Chief Minister, Padma Bhushan awardee, coming fourth from Baramulla against his own nephew, Javed Hussain Beg. So this is...
The PDP actually now has lost, the Muftis have lost three or four elections.
We should also take into factor in the fact that even Jamaat has not made any inroads in Kashmir. They came out, in fact, they separated ways with PDP because they used to be their core voter.
Okay.
And now they have really tested their ground.
Right.
All their theory for the last 35 years that it's the pro-Pakistan, sentiment, it's the secessionist sentiment, separatist sentiment, it's all gone out of the window.
One point, I'll just let you come in. That there's a difference in most places between street power and electoral substantive power. Jamaat and these separatists have had street power, calling off strikes, stone pelting, perhaps being able to ensure lockdowns. But in terms of electoral power, it suggests that the only party within the valley which has the cadre and the strength and the sustainability is the National Conference against all odds.
Right.
And the credentials also.
Yes.
2 or 3 points. One, to add to what Professor Bhattu was saying, the turnout has been of such a paradigmically different nature in this election that it truly reflects the will of the people in more ways than earlier. Let's put it that way. Now, within that, I think what's interesting is that if you see the tally of the Congress NCs 53, out of that, the Congress has won about only 7 seats.
Yes.
6 of them are in the valley, Anantnag, Central Chelteng, Tral, Rajouri, Duru. That's pretty much it. And in Jammu, they're only leading in RS-Pura. Right now, that is, I think the Congress must be kicking itself at the moment, and so would the NC, that the Congress didn't really focus on Jammu at all. So it's been a complete walkover for the BJP in Jammu, right?
Right.
And the fact that the Congress was the national party, the only other national party in Jammu and Kashmir, now its vote share is down to about 12%, less than half of what the BJP's vote share is, 26%. Yes, the BJP has got nothing in the valley, but I don't think that is surprising or unexpected.
Nalin, the way BJP put up its efforts in Jammu region, it's remarkable. In last 10-12 days, they had their union minister stationed there. Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is MOS in the PMO, he comes from Jammu. He was stationed in Jammu and he went to every nook and corner of that region. So BJP did a lot of groundwork in last 10-12 days, and that is the result that BJP has been able to retain those, not only retain those 25 seats, and we see that if we believe these trends, if they are going to turn into the exact results, they are going to surpass the 25 figure number which they had in 2014 elections.
Also, I really think that actually J&K results are really remarkable in many ways, and we should not lose the sight of the fact that this election happened after 2019's historic decision of abrogation of Article 370, regardless of what the political rhetoric was in J&K.
Let me bring in the BJP. Let's ask, you want to ask a question of the BJP then?
No, I actually want to say, really, I want to say that these results are very positive results because the voter in J&K has reposed faith in Indian democracy. They have voted for peace. They have voted for pluralism and They have voted against
the
Pakistan
peace
and they have
that,
voted against separatism.
the peace that the centre gave them and the anti-corruption, the corruption-free politics that the centre gave them. Okay, yes. Yeah, go ahead, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Rahul, I just want to disagree with that. If you were to read the manifesto of National Conference, I think it is rather disturbing that so many people have voted for National Conference, because the heart of National Conference is the restoration of Article 370. So I don't think that's so great really for India. And I think until the statehood comes, which will take a while, or not so much. I don't know.
On the ground, really, on the ground, people know. On the ground, people know.
So I think
voters
this whole idea
Article
that
370 is
people
not
want
getting
restoration
restored.
of 370. Let me finish.
National Conference may have
Let her finish, please. Yes, go ahead, Shazia.
Yeah. So, Aarti, if you allow me to finish, please, because I had just begun. So, if you see the manifesto of National Conference, which clearly wants not just dialogue with Pakistan, and which also would want China to be part of the whole, multilateral process by which things will be resolved, because Farooq Abdullah has said that it's not part of the manifesto, and wants also trade to resume between the two countries, and mostly the restoration of Article 370. Which is so integral to the unity of India.
I think that's an important point, and Shazia, I'm going to just come back to you in 30 seconds on that, because that's the same point that I have been trying to make. But nonetheless, I just want to go across to the Haryana BJP State President Mohan Lal ji. Mohan Lal ji, namaste. आपको मैं क्या अभी बधाई दूं या अभी थोड़ा इंतजार करूं, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती है कि ईसी का खिलवाड़ हो रहा है स्टेट में, वो रिजल्ट डिले कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो ये नहीं चाहते कि कांग्रेस जीते। इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है?
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में मैंने 2 दिन पहले भी बोला था कि हरियाणा की जनता देगी जवाब और कांग्रेस बताएगी ईवीएम को खराब, और वही बात आज उन्होंने प्रमाणित की है। आज 90 विधानसभाओं में जिस प्रकार से चुनाव चल रहे हैं उसके परिणाम आ रहे हैं, और कहीं 8 राउंड की गिनती हो चुकी है, कहीं कहीं 11 राउंड तक भी गिनती हो चुकी है। ऑनलाइन सब चला हुआ है, प्रशासन ठीक से काम कर रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की लगातार 10 वर्षों से सरकार है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी फिर इसी प्रकार का नैरेटिव सेट करने में लगी है, वो प्रशासन को दोषी ठहराने के चक्कर में पड़ी है। और यही कांग्रेस के नेता 2 दिन से जलेबियां बांट रहे थे, जलेबियां बनवाने के ऑर्डर दे रहे थे, और जलेबियां भी दुकान पे नहीं बनवा रहे थे, फैक्ट्रियों में बनवा रहे थे। राहुल गांधी ऑर्डर दे के गए थे जलेबियों का। आज उनको चिंता हो रही है और वो निर्वाचन आयोग को दोषी ठहरा रहे हैं। आज हरियाणा की जनता जनार्दन का मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं, सबको प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने जो मैंडेट दिया है, जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तीसरी बार हरियाणा प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने का आशीर्वाद दिया है। हमने जन आशीर्वाद रैलियों के माध्यम से, जन आशीर्वाद कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से हरियाणा की जनता का आशीर्वाद लेने का काम किया, और हरियाणा की जनता ने तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देना जो स्वीकार किया, आज उसी का ये परिणाम है। जनता जनार्दन का जो आज फैसला आया है, आज उसका मैं स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। हरियाणा के सर्व समाज का धन्यवाद भी आपके चैनल के माध्यम से करता हूं। हरियाणा प्रदेश के सर्व समाज ने जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो कड़ी मेहनत की है, और जिस प्रकार से तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनने की तरफ आज अब तक की गिनती में जो रुझान आए हैं, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्पष्ट बहुमत की सरकार बनती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि हरियाणा प्रदेश में तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, और नायब सिंह सैनी दूसरी बार मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ लेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से 10 वर्षों से हरियाणा की जनता की सेवा करने का काम किया है, उसी प्रकार से निरंतर सेवा के कार्य हरियाणा।
तो मोहनलाल जी देखिए, अगर ये नंबर या आंकड़े जो हम देख रहे हैं, जहां पर बीजेपी को एक कम 50 सीट है और कांग्रेस को 36 सीट है, अगर ये बने रहें ये आंकड़े, तो आपका परफॉर्मेंस लोकसभा से भी ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। तो इसका क्या एक्सप्लेनेशन है कि लोकसभा में आप थोड़े इस नंबर से पीछे थे, 5 सीटों से पीछे थे, और विधानसभा में आगे निकल गए, ऐसा क्यों हुआ?
लोकसभा में हम 44 सीटों पे आगे थे
जी,
और कांग्रेस 42 सीटों पर थी
जी।
और मैंने उस समय भी कहा था कि लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद हरियाणा प्रदेश में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव जनता के बीच में देख रहा हूं। हरियाणा के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी ने जिस प्रकार से अनेक फैसले लिए, 56 दिन के समय में 12 मार्च को वो मुख्यमंत्री बने और 3 दिन के बाद आचार संहिता लगी, और आचार संहिता में जो लंबा समय बीता, फिर 56 दिन का जो समय उनको काम करने का मिला, उसमें 126 फैसले ऐसे लिए जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं चलाते हुए गरीब को न्याय देने का काम किया, और जो मुख्यमंत्री और जनता का जो गैप था उसको जीरो करने का काम किया। हरियाणा प्रदेश का कोई भी व्यक्ति सुबह अगर उठकर मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना चाहता था तो वो मुख्यमंत्री से मिलके आया है, और 2 बजे तक मुख्यमंत्री जी मिलते रहे। सबकी बात को सुना है, सभी की बातों का समाधान किया है। जो हरियाणा के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी ने काम किया है, बड़ी मेहनत की है और कार्यकर्ताओं के विश्वास को जीता और जनता के विश्वास को जीतने का काम किया है।
नलिन जी आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछेंगे। नलिन मेहता जी आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं।
नलिन मेहता बोल रहा हूँ,
भाजपा नलिन जी मेहता जी
नमस्कार। इस बार आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफी ज्यादा प्रचार किया ग्राउंड पे, उससे भाजपा को कितनी मदद मिली कंपेयर टू लोकसभा चुनाव में जब आपके सीटें 50% गिर गई थी, तब से लेकर अब तक क्या डिफरेंस हुआ है? क्या आरएसएस के आने से बहुत फर्क पड़ा है ग्राउंड पे?
देखो, आरएसएस एक गैर राजनीतिक संगठन है और आरएसएस के लोग कभी भी राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, कभी मंचों पर आपने नहीं देखा होगा, लेकिन वो भी इस देश के सम्मानित नागरिक हैं और वो किस प्रकार की सरकार चाहते हैं उनको भी अपना अधिकार है, मत का अधिकार है। लोकतंत्र में सबको अधिकार है वोट देने का, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आरएसएस के जितने भी कार्यकर्ता इस देश में प्रदेश में हैं, उन सभी ने चाहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बने। उन्होंने जरूर मेहनत भी करी होगी, लेकिन वो गैर राजनीतिक संगठन है, वो कभी मंचों पे खुले में राजनीति नहीं करते, वो समाज सेवा का काम करते हैं। वो व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम आरएसएस करती है और व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम उन्होंने किया है, और लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने का काम आरएसएस ने किया है। वोट परसेंटेज बढ़े, सर्व समाज भागीदार बने, इस प्रकार का जरूर काम आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता करते हैं और उन्होंने जरूर किया भी होगा
मोहनलाल जी,
और उसका परिणाम भी आता है।
हमारे साथ बोलने के लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड गुड लक टू यू इन केस दिस टर्न्स आउट टू बी द ट्रेंड एंड crystallize into a victory for you. Well done. Let me go across to Krishnapal Gujjar Sahab, MOS of Power from Union Ministry. गुज्जर साहब, ये जो आंकड़े अब सेट ही हो गए किस्म से, पिछले 2-3 घंटे से बीजेपी के नंबर ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि वही सरकार बनाएंगे फिर से, तो व्हाट इज द रीजन? इसका रीजन क्या है?
देखिए, मैं पहले दिन से कह रहा था, इसका एक ही कारण है, मोदी सरकार और हरियाणा की सरकार में विश्वास। लोगों ने लंबे अंतराल के बाद हरियाणा में विकास और सुशासन देखा है। एक ईमानदार और पारदर्शी सरकार देखिए, सबको साथ लेकर चलने वाली सरकार देखिए। किसान हो, गरीब हो, महिला हो, युवा हो, जवान हो, पहलवान हो, सबके साथ न्याय किया है, अन्नदाता का सम्मान किया है, और एक पूरा करके नौजवानों को योग्यता के आधार पर नौकरी की बात हो, अन्नदाता के फसल की खरीद हो, फसल खराबे का मुआवजा हो, गरीब के लिए 5 लाख तक का मुफ्त में इलाज हो, उनके लिए 100 गज का प्लॉट हो, उनके लिए सस्ती दवाई हो, उनके लिए मुफ्त में अनाज हो, उनके लिए शौचालय हो, मकान हो और गैस का कनेक्शन हो, 24 घंटे बिजली हो। ये सब काम इन 10 सालों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने देखा है, इसलिए इतिहास रचा है। एक सुशासन और विकास करने वाली सरकार के लिए उन्होंने वोट डाला है।
पहली बात तो मुबारकबाद जो रिजल्ट आपके लिए आ रहे हैं हरियाणा में। सवाल ये है सर कि मुख्यमंत्री भाजपा का कौन बनेगा हरियाणा में, क्योंकि सैनी साहब तो हैं ही, लेकिन क्या पार्टी की इस वक्त क्या थिंकिंग है आपके हिसाब से मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए कौन सबसे ज्यादा?
हमारे पार्टी ने केंद्र नेतृत्व में चुनाव से पहले ही किसके नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ेंगे तय कर दिया था कि नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में हम विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ेंगे। चेहरा सामने था और लोगों ने उस चेहरे पर और पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, इसलिए जो चीज पहले तय हो गई उसके बारे में अब पुनर्विचार का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनने जा रही है, उसमें कोई इफ बट नहीं है। केंद्र नेतृत्व ने जो फैसला कर दिया, हम सब पूरा हरियाणा का कार्यकर्ता और उसके साथ खड़ा है।
Sir, will you also be looking at deputy chief ministers, perhaps a Jat deputy chief minister?
देखिए, ये तो केंद्र नेतृत्व तय करेगा, ये सब चीज कौन मंत्रिमंडल में होगा, जी मुख्यमंत्री का प्रोगेटिव है।
गुज्जर जी,
हाँ जी,
राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि देखिए आपके नीचे दलित और जो ओबीसी बंधु हैं वो अब कांग्रेस बीजेपी को ट्रस्ट नहीं करते, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जो हैं वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बदलना चाहते हैं और उनके हक छीनना चाहते हैं। तो लोकसभा में कई लोग कह रहे थे कि उनका ये जो नैरेटिव था वो चल गया, हरियाणा में मगर नहीं चला।
देखिए, काठ की आंधी बार बार नहीं चढ़ती, वो एक बार ही चढ़ती है। एक बार इन्होंने भोले भाले दलित भाइयों को गुमराह कर दिया। मोदी जी की सरकार 10 साल से पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार है, पर अभी भी पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार है। 300 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ सरकार थी, कभी ना आरक्षण से छेड़छाड़ की, ना संविधान से छेड़छाड़ की, लेकिन इन्होंने गुमराह किया सीधे साधे बोले वालों को। अब उनकी समझ में आ गया। यही राहुल गांधी अमेरिका में जाके कहता है अभी समय नहीं है, जब समय आएगा यानी कांग्रेस की सरकार आएगी तो हम आरक्षण समाप्त करेंगे। तो लोगों को असली बात समझ में आ गई। इनका दोगला चरित्र हिमाचल के लोगों को ठगते हुए देश के लोगों ने देखा है। इन्होंने 2 साल पहले हिमाचल की बहनों से वादा किया 1500 रुपये हर महीने आपके खाते में भेजेंगे, 300 यूनिट बिजली फ्री देंगे। 2 साल हो गए, बहनें इंतजार कर रही हैं। वहाँ का आम आदमी बिजली 300 यूनिट बिजली का इंतजार कर रहा है। दूसरी तरफ मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी की सरकार 5 साल 1 करोड़ बहनों के खाते में 2000 रुपये लाडली बहना के आते रहे, अब 3000 रुपये आते हैं। तो भाजपा का जो संकल्प है वो सिद्धि तक पहुंचता है। इनकी गारंटी चुनाव होने के बाद खत्म हो जाती है। ये लोगों ने देख लिया, समझ लिया, इसलिए ये हाल हरियाणा में उनका हो रहा है। और हरियाणा के लोग ये भी समझ गए थे कि ये लोग देश और प्रदेश में अराजकता का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं, बढ़ते हुए हरियाणा, बढ़ते हुए देश को रोकना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये अपने मंसूबों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने कामयाब नहीं हुए।
गुज्जर साहब, मेरा आपसे आखिरी सवाल है और ये मैं आपसे पूछूंगा क्योंकि कई लोग कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और बीजेपी में एक अंतर है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो विमेन को ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट देती है, श्रेय देती है, और बीजेपी ने जिस तरीके से विनेश फोगाट और साक्षी मलिक और जो महिला हैं हरियाणा की, उनके साथ सपोर्ट नहीं में आए, इसीलिए ये। हाँ जी गुज्जर साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? तो विनेश फोगाट ने भी कहा यही कि बीजेपी विमेन को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देती, स्त्री को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देती। तो इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है?
देखिए, महिलाओं का जितना सम्मान मोदी जी और बीजेपी की सरकार ने किया है, आज महिलाओं को आरक्षण की बात हो, हरियाणा की पंचायतों में 50%, नगर निगम में 50% उनको आरक्षण देने की बात हो। महिलाओं के लिए सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए उनको सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को देकर पहले 1 लाख को 1 करोड़ 10 करोड़ महिलाओं को 1 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर उनकी संख्या 10 करोड़, उनको सबको अपने पैरों पे खड़ा किया गया। उनकी मैटरनिटी लीव 26 हफ्ते की गई। मतलब हर तरह से महिलाओं को गैस का कनेक्शन देना हो, महिलाओं के लिए शौचालय बनाना हो, महिलाओं के लिए इलाज कराना हो, महिलाओं के लिए सस्ती दवाई हो, ये किसने किया? ये मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया। आज सबसे ज्यादा सांसद बीजेपी की महिलाएं हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा विधायक बीजेपी की महिलाएं हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेटर बीजेपी की हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा सरपंच बीजेपी की हैं। तो महिलाओं का सम्मान तो मोदी जी की सरकार ने हर क्षेत्र में दिया है। आज सेना में भर्ती खोलने का काम मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया।
मगर गुज्जर जी,
देने का काम
गुज्जर जी ऐसा होता तो बीजेपी महिलाओं को ज्यादा टिकट भी देती, मगर सारे पार्टियों ने महिलाओं को टिकट ज्यादा दिए नहीं।
नहीं, महिलाओं के लिए हमेशा बीजेपी ने सब पार्टियों से ज्यादा टिकट दिए हैं। अब तो उन्होंने आरक्षण का प्रस्ताव पास कर दिया है। अब डिलिमिटेशन 1/3 महिलाएं आपको लोकसभा में भी दिखाई देंगी और विधानसभाओं में देंगी। ये 10 करोड़ से लोगों को धोखा दे रहे थे, महिलाओं को धोखा दे रहे थे, जैसे देश के लोगों को धोखा दे रहे थे। अगर महिलाओं को आरक्षण देकर सम्मान और राजनीति में हिस्सेदारी देने का काम किया है तो मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया है, बीजेपी की सरकार ने किया है।
गुज्जर साहब धन्यवाद, हमसे आपने बात की, धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच. Viewers, will take a very short break, but as you can see the trend lines on the left of your screen, Jammu and Kashmir 51 for the Congress NC in a position to form the government completely on their own. But it is the big story coming out of Haryana, history made in Haryana almost. In just a few hours the election commission will perhaps put out a formal announcement, but as of now the BJP looking very unshakable at 49. It appears that it has actually won this election, and this would be the first time in the history of Haryana that any party has come to power for the third consecutive time, and that would be an absolute record-shattering achievement on part of the BJP that was looking at, according to a lot of people, massive anti-incumbency. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back, viewers. Poonam will join us for a lot more on these two developing, unfolding stories. One, a massive surprise, and another, a pretty expected result.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. Our continuous coverage on the two state elections continues here on CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. The big story, of course, coming out of Haryana, because up until the postal ballots were being counted, up until the initial trends were in, it looked like it was a Congress's election to win. Then we saw a complete turnaround as far as that went. Look at those numbers on your screens. That is what the Haryana Assembly looks like currently. Of course, counting of votes is still underway. Several rounds still remain, but this is what it stands at. 49 seats for the BJP, 36 for the Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the JJP not opening an account at all. 46 is the halfway mark as far as Haryana is concerned. The BJP well past that mark, and the gap between the BJP and the Congress is also pretty wide. Is this a gap that the Congress can manage to fill? Well, the Grand Old Party believes that they still are hopeful and that things can turn around for them. The BJP, of course, says this is an election that's won. There is no anti-incumbency anymore as far as the Saffron Party goes. That's where the numbers stand. So let's get you a sense of the takeaways as far as Haryana is concerned as well. What exactly worked in favor of the BJP in that particular state? Now, the BJP strategy of consolidating 35 groups against the Jats may have actually worked. Remember, there are 36 or 36 biradri, as they say, as far as Haryana go. Anger amongst the Jats is something that the BJP perhaps did sense, which is why they ensured that everyone else consolidated, united and stood against them. It looks like the BJP has managed to retain its stronghold in the urban constituencies as well. The fact that all 4 assembly constituencies of Gurugram are also with the BJP leading in all of those 4 segments, is perhaps testimony to that. The factionalism in the Congress, which is the Bhupinder Singh Hooda versus the Kumari Shelja slugfest, that open sort of fight, perhaps did have an impact on how this fared for the Congress party. Perhaps the voters did not want to pick a party where there would always be a power tussle, something that the Congress has already faced in the state of Rajasthan. Congress's thrust on Agniveers doesn't seem to have worked as well. The RSS's on-ground campaign may have worked in favor of the BJP. That's something that perhaps got their campaign running. The thrust on Agniveers, farmers, unemployment is something that the Congress put their focus on. That was the plank that they fought this election on, but it didn't look like that's something that worked for the Congress party as far as Haryana is concerned. Now let's shift focus to the Jammu and Kashmir story. It is a national conference election to win. This is a national conference story, not so much as a Congress story, even though they were fighting in alliance. This is what the Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir is going to look like. Remember, there are elections that were held in Jammu and Kashmir, now a union territory, after a decade. That's the bar that you see on your screens. 51 seats for the Congress-NC alliance, for the combined Congress-NC plus 1 of the CPM, Mr. Tarigami. The BJP has 30 seats. Looks like they've maintained their stronghold, at least in the Jammu region. The PDP, that's where the PDP has seen its biggest decline. Only 3 seats, 3 leads as of now. Others have 6 seats there. This includes independents. This includes Jamaat-backed candidates and smaller parties like that of Mr. Altaf Bukhari as well. So what exactly are the takeaways as far as the Jammu and Kashmir story goes? Like I said, the PDP, that really is where the biggest heartbreak comes to the fore. The PDP has lost its strongholds, especially in South Kashmir. Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, also conceded defeat not long after those results were out. The National Conference has managed to wrest some of the strongholds around Srinagar as well, all of which belongs to the PDP at one point. But all of the Srinagar segments, assembly segments, are now with the National Conference. The Jamaat-e-Islami factor doesn't seem to have had much of an impact because all of the Jamaat-backed candidates have failed to garner any seats. There was a sense that there is a negative sentiment against the BJP, against the central government, which was ruling Jammu and Kashmir for the last 10 years. But it doesn't look like that negative sentiment has mattered, at least in the Jammu region, because that's where the consolidation has remained for the Saffron Party. As far as independents are concerned, there was a lot of talk, especially after the exit polls, that if there is a hung assembly, independents would be the kingmakers. But it doesn't look like they've managed to make a significant dent, at least as far as Kashmir Valley is concerned. PDP's past alliance with the BJP back in 2014 seems to have been viewed as a betrayal even now. And 10 years later, that alliance seems to have harmed the PDP much more than it did the BJP. So where exactly does this go from here? Sharon, my colleague, joins us from on ground. She's in Haryana. Arun Dhanta continues to be with us from Kurukshetra. Anshul is here in the Congress headquarters in Delhi. And Aman, my colleague, joins us from the studio here, getting us more perspective. But first, let me begin by asking Sharon, what's the mood like there? The Congress believed this was their election to win right from the start. It was a no-brainer, they thought. And a few hours later, everything has changed.
Absolutely, Poonam. There is complete silence, what we are observing at the campaign office, Congress campaign office of Bhupendra Singh Hooda. Those supporters are still sitting here, but there is no celebration, no happiness being seen on their faces. They are still shocked by the kind of numbers that are in fact coming in. In the early morning, they were of course celebrating. They were sloganeering in favor of Bhupendra Singh Hooda. But now, with the numbers that are coming out, they are in fact not really happy, and complete silence is what in a way is being witnessed here. But when we talk about the leaders here, now Bhupendra Singh Hooda, Dipendra Hooda and the Congress Haryana Pradesh leader Uday Bhan, these three leaders are going to visit each of the counting centers, because they believe in a number of counting centers the candidates are in fact have very few numbers. They are in fact competing on the same level, and a very tight race is going on. So wherever there is a close match, all these counting centers will be visited by these three leaders. So a last leg effort is also being made by the Congress leaders in Haryana to make sure that something can happen, something can turn around. But right now, it's a complete disappointment for the Congress leadership and for the Congress leaders, especially for the Hooda camp, because after this, it's going to be very difficult for Bhupendra Singh Hooda to actually revive from this loss that he's facing right now.
Absolutely. Bhupendra Singh Hooda thought this was his election to win. All of the Congress did. In fact, Anshul, you were at the Congress headquarters here in the national capital. And right now that bears a somber look, a barren look, so to say. But 2 or 3 hours ago, Dhol Nagaras were out there. There were sweets that were being distributed.
Well, yes, yet another election where Congress has had a premature celebrations this time around as well. In the morning at approximately 9 a.m. itself, there were crackers that were bursting over here. There were holes that were called in. But now, as the election results have cleared almost now, a lot of, almost a maximum number of rounds has already been counted, especially in the state of Haryana. I'll just try and show you around over here at the Congress office. There is absolutely zero supporters that you can see over here of the Congress party. The number of people who were present over here, they are somewhere or the other still hoping that there might be some change in the result, and somewhere or the other the Congress party will be able to form the government. Now, if you talk about the leaders over here, there are no senior, no top brass of the Congress party that is present over here. It is just Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh who are sitting inside the Congress office. But yes, the sweetness of the jalebi that was being distributed this morning, definitely that jalebi has turned sour for the Congress party yet again. Definitely the results in Haryana that has come, that has definitely shook the supporters, although they still expect that by the end of the day they'll be able to perform in a better manner. But the manner in which these results have come up yet again, definitely there is a sense of sadness that can be sensed over here at the Congress party office. Supporters have gone back. The holes and the decoration arrangements, the people who had come to do that, they have all left from here. So definitely somewhere or the other, the Congress party is also realizing that they are on the back foot over here. The results in Kashmir are also not that encouraging, specifically for the Congress party itself, because in Kashmir as well, National Conference has made its way, has able to get a lot many seats than what was expected. So the situation around here at the Congress office, I'll ask my camera person Umesh Sharma to show you around and just to gauge a sense of what is happening over here to our viewers as well.
Right.
Definitely you can see that there is absolutely no people over here.
Just
no
media persons left there. It looks like what the Congress comes out and says, because at some point they have knocked on the doors of the Election Commission as well, only to be rebuffed there too. The Election Commission has come out and countered them on claims of no updation on the website or slow counting. All of that has been rebuffed by the Election Commission. But Arun Dhanta, you were tracking the Haryana Chief Minister just a short while ago, and Naib Singh Saini looks to be the last man standing, or at least the one with the last laugh in this case, isn't it?
Well, that's right. That's right. I am here at Naib Singh Saini's residence at this moment, and we are told that he's going to address a press conference also in a short while from now. Of course, he's waiting for some sort of consolidation in those trends, and then perhaps we will see that press conference. As Haryana BJP chief Mohanlal Badauli made it very clear that Naib Singh Saini will be the Chief Minister of Haryana once again. I'm inside Naib Singh Saini's residence, and you can see the celebration has started with the laddus, and the BJP Karyakartas, the workers, they are inside the residence. We'll try to speak to them and find out what exactly was the reason, because many people were talking about the anti-incumbency against the BJP for 10 years. What exactly changed? यहाँ से शुरुआत करते हैं. आप बताइए कि 10 साल के एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बड़ी बात हो रही थी, किसानों का प्रोटेस्ट है, जाट नाराज हैं और रेस्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट है. क्या चीज़ें आपके फेवर में गई हरियाणा में?
ये जितनी चीज़ें आपने गिनवाई हैं, ये सिर्फ एक नैरेटिव सेट किया गया था विपक्षी दलों द्वारा. कोई किसान नाराज़ नहीं था, कोई पहलवान नाराज़ नहीं था. हम लोगों ने मेहनत करी, हम लोग जीते हैं. और बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची के जो लोग लगे थे वो एक्चुअल में ग्राउंड पर थे. ठीक है, कांग्रेस नैरेटिव सेट कर रही थी, वो गलत नैरेटिव था. सही नैरेटिव जीत गया. सत्य की हमेशा जीत होती है और हमने जीता.
अच्छा, कुछ वी हैव सम women also, as BJP has been speaking about the empowerment of women, how women have supported them over the years ever since 2014. So we'll speak to them also. आप बताइए कि महिलाओं का जो एक सपोर्ट है नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ हमेशा रहा है. हरियाणा चुनावों में आप कितना रोल देखती हैं महिला वोटर्स का भाजपा को जिताने में?
जैसे कि सभी को पता है कि महिलाओं के लिए मोदी सरकार ने 33% जो राजनीति में आरक्षित किया है वो सबसे बड़ा एक तो सराहनीय कार्य है. और महिलाओं की अगर आप भागीदारी देखी जाए तो आप यहाँ पर भी देखते हैं 33% के आसपास, और बाहर आप देखेंगे तो 50% के आसपास हमारे यहाँ पर महिलाएं हैं. और महिलाओं ने 50% की जो भागीदारी के साथ मोदी सरकार के लिए नेतृत्व में जो काम करते हुए उन पे वोट डाला.
एक जो विनेश फोगाट और जिसमें बहुत सारे रेसलर्स थे, उसमें महिलाओं को लेकर मुद्दा उठाया गया था. किस तरह से बीजेपी सांसद की तरफ से एलिगेशन लगाए गए थे कि उनके साथ बदतमीजी की गई. तो उन सब चीज़ों का भी काउंटर हो गया हरियाणा में?
नहीं, ऐसा तो नहीं है. ऐसी कोई मतलब इस तरह का कोई गिनती नहीं की गई है महिलाओं के लिए, और महिलाओं को हमेशा मान सम्मान दिया जाता है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जिसमें महिलाओं का विकास के लिए कार्य किया जाता है और महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए पूरा कार्य किया जा रहा है. क्योंकि मैं भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में एक पदाधिकारी हूँ, जिला की उपाध्यक्ष हूँ, और मैं भी जितना जानती हूँ.
की जीत की उम्मीद थी आपको? क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो सुबह से जब स्टार्ट हुआ और जो एग्जिट पोल्स भी आए थे वो भी कांग्रेस को दिखा रही थी कांग्रेस सरकार बना रही. आपको उम्मीद थी कि ऐसा होगा?
जी नहीं, हमें बिल्कुल भी उम्मीद नहीं थी. हमें अपनी भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर पूरा विश्वास था कि हमारी भाजपा सरकार तीसरी बार जरूर बनेगी.
ठीक है, तो these are the views and sentiments of the BJP workers here in Kurukshetra, where is the residence of Naib Singh Saini, and in fact we are also given to understand that he will going to continue as the chief minister of Haryana. And there were multiple things which people were saying, that there are issues on wrestlers protest, farmers were upset, Jat anger, etc. But here we are today, where it seems that BJP is well above the majority mark. Back to you.
46 is the majority mark, 49 is where the BJP stands, even though counting is still underway in several of those seats. But it does look like this is where the numbers could stand by the end of the day. 49 for the BJP, 36 for the Congress. This is a complete opposite of what we saw in the initial first 2 hours when counting began. What we're learning is BJP President JP Nadda and Union Minister has also now spoken to the man who was the face of BJP's Haryana campaign, the incumbent Chief Minister there, Naib Singh Saini. Payal, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more details. Payal, congratulatory messages, of course, coming to the fore for the incumbent there, but much more discussed between the two?
Well, of course, we'll have to just wait and see what the outcome really was. But, initially, JP Nadda, the BJP's national president, has congratulated Naib Singh Saini and also the entire Bharatiya Janata Party unit of Haryana. Because remember, this was not an easy election for them by any standards, and people have actually written the BJP off as well. But what a stunner, it's been pulled off. And for Naib Singh Saini, it must be a very, very satisfying performance, given the fact that, just about a few months ago, before the election, he was made the chief minister in place of Manolal Khattar. He was looking at anti-incumbency for 10 years. He was looking at a lot of baggage that actually the BJP brought along with it for 10 years. But what a turnaround of results this has been. So many people are poking fun of Naib Singh Saini this morning when he expressed confidence. but they probably will have egg on their face right now. And the BJP is absolutely jubilant. It's a complete turnaround of fortune for the Saffron Party, who's going to be looking to make the government for the third time in a row. And like our colleague Arun Danta was reporting, that as of now the BJP has decided that they will not go with change of face. They had already declared Nayab Singh Saini's name as a CM candidate. So that is what is going to be continuing. But you know what, it takes shape because the chief minister form of the government, etc. Legislative party leaders have to be elected, for which the BJP has to in fact appoint central observers. So it's a bit of a process which takes place before the oath taking for the next chief minister takes place.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll of course keep getting more information from the BJP as to what their strategy going from here on is going to be as far as Haryana is concerned. But Aman is here with us in the studio, and Aman, right after the exit polls or even before that, the mood was that this is the Congress's election and it's a no-brainer. That they had the momentum on ground. There was 10 years of anti-incumbency that the BJP had, but all of it turned around by the BJP. What do you think went wrong for the Congress?
Poonam, I think I would break it down in 5 factors. Number one, I think the BJP's decision to change Manohar Lal Khattar as the Chief Minister about 6 to 7 months ago seems to have worked wonderfully on the ground for the party. Some people thought that the anti-incumbency was more against Mr. Khattar and less towards the BJP. And I think that seems to have worked for the BJP here. The anti-incumbency got removed because Mr. Khattar was removed. Nayab Singh Saini proved to be a surprise performer in the last 6 to 7 months. Apparently, he performed very well on the ground and he was seen as a fresh face, and people seem to have reposed the faith in the BJP. Number two, I would say the involvement of the RSS in this election in Haryana. I think on the ground, it was seen this time that the RSS workers were actively working on the ground. This seems to be a departure from the past before the Lok Sabha elections of last year, this year I believe. And RSS seems to have put its weight behind the BJP, especially in Haryana. Third, I would say overconfidence in the Congress camp. I think Congress was already speaking about who will be the Chief Minister. There was a tussle between Kumari Selja, Randeep Surjewala and Bhupinder Singh Hooda. I think the party was too overconfident. They thought this election was theirs to win. There was no competition. It was an election about Jat, beating a Jat Chief Minister. Clearly, they have miscalculated here. Fourth, I would say the Dalit voters. I think moving away to the BJP in this election, big time consolidation. Kumari Selja, who's the tallest Dalit leader in the Congress, I think was very, very upset over how she was overshadowed for a chief minister choice or even in big decisions in the party. And then that I think is also reflecting in this. And finally, I would say the issues like the farmer protest, the wrestlers protest and the Agniveer protest proved to be non-issues in this election. Yes, they may have certain resonance in the Jat land, but even in the Jat land, the Jat dominant parts of Haryana, BJP has got good number of seats. So I think all these factors have come together, Poonam, and BJP winning 49 seats and Savitri Jindal, who's also leading, so they could effectively get 50 seats because Savitri Jindal is the mother of BJP MP Naveen Jindal. This is their best performance in a long time. In fact, in 2014 when BJP won, they had won only 47 seats. So they have even exceeded their 2014 performance. This time, this Haryana election obviously is a big surprise win. This is, I would say, like the Chhattisgarh election win, last year when everybody had written off the BJP. BJP has this tendency to work against the odds, and I think in this case of Haryana, BJP will be very, very pleased with this particular victory.
They've managed to pretty much buck every trend that worked against their favour as far as Haryana is concerned. Let's shift focus to Jammu and Kashmir as well. Ishan, my colleague, joins us from Srinagar. Ishan, as far as the National Conference is concerned, this is a success story for the Abdullahs through and through as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. The senior partner in the alliance, and they've pulled their weight, and how?
Well, absolutely. They were confident that they won't need any support, and that's why you saw yesterday Umar Abdullah coming out and rebutting any statements issued by anyone saying that let's wait till tomorrow, because he felt confident that they will be comfortably crossing that majority mark with Congress. Ever since the coalition was made, it was very clear that the National Conference will have to do a lot of legwork because their seats in Kashmir mattered, and now they have also created inroads in parts of South Kashmir where the party had diminished over the years, but they have gained the seats and the votes which PDP traditionally would have, and that has fallen in the kitty of National Conference. This would not only help the party internally, that their vote share in South Kashmir has increased, but also in parts of Pir Panjal where they are currently leading. They would believe that they are able to win there again. We saw some time back the National National Conference President Farooq Abdullah, coming out showing victory sign, talking to his workers. There were a lot of workers who had gathered outside. All the media glazes at the residence of Abdullah's, because this is where all the decisions will be made. This is where the alliance will be formed. This is where the candidates, if they have the numbers, will be decide who will go and become the minister. Because now it seems like that they will be able to form a government on their own. Because there were speculations that the PDP has assured them support just in case they fall short of that number of 45. But now it seems that they can comfortably cross that line. Whether these trends, stay till the end of the day when the concludes, that'll be interesting to see. But for now, National Conference is riding high. They believe that they'll be able to win comfortably on their own, and the National Conference and Congress combined will be able to form the government. And this, they say, is the defeat of the BJP, because BJP was eyeing at least one seat in Gurez, where Rajnath Singh, along with other top ministers, went, they campaigned there, and Rajnath Singh went to the line of control these areas and campaigned hard for the BJP, but they haven't been able to secure a victory there. This essentially also means that the BJP hasn't been able to create inroads in Kashmir. I will say the month back, actually, Ram Madhav chaired an internal meeting of the BJP, where he clearly mentioned that there are good works done by the leaders across India, but that doesn't essentially mean that those workers will win or there'll be victory in those particular states. So similarly, BJP knew that it will be hard for them to secure a victory in Kashmir, and that's what has reflected on the ground. So BJP knew that somehow they will need the support of independents. They knew that it's not going to be an easy task, but that's why they were saying that they are in talks with at least 10 independent candidates. But as the results are progressing, it seems like that particular scenario is coming to an end, and the BJP may not have the numbers, or they will not, even after having the independents, be able to at least form the government or prove the majority. If the numbers hold, National Conference for sure, according to our sources, will go to the Lieutenant Governor by the end of today and stake claim of forming the government. And now, how does it progress here onwards? It will be interesting to see. For now, the National Conference workers are jubilant. You will see behind me media. National Conference workers have gathered here in dozens. Many of them are moving to, voting centers and counting centers with their candidates who are going to receive their winning certificate there. So yes, there is jubilation. National Conference workers are celebrating, and so are the Congress workers. The JKPCC president, also in Jammu and Kashmir, Tariq Hamid Kara, who was a central man of forming this particular alliance, has also almost won, and his victory will be declared very soon. So the National Conference and Congress combined feel that they have been able to keep the BJP out, and definitely they will say this is a victory and a move against 370, because they have been talking about it, that if the BJP loses, it will be the defeat, and their agenda of removing 370 will have the answer from the people. We have to wait for the statement that Umar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah may make shortly, because they are waiting for the numbers to come in and the final verdict to be heard.
Right, the final verdict is yet to be in, but it looks like what we see on our screens is perhaps what the results are going to end up being. 50 for the National Conference and Congress combined. Interestingly though, it was 32 seats that the Congress contested, out of which they seem to have won only, or at least are leading in only 8. So the strike rate as far as the Congress is concerned is abysmal in contrast to what National Conference seems to have gotten. And that's something that Omar Abdullah had spoken of. Aman, if you remember, Omar Abdullah had specifically spoken of Rahul Gandhi and how he should be concentrating in Jammu, because that's where they were hoping that the BJP votes would be cut, that the Congress would emerge as the leader, and that's exactly where they got their seats. But that doesn't seem to have happened, because the BJP has maintained its hold as far as the Jammu region goes.
BJP has maintained its hold on Jammu region. It's leading currently on 29 seats. It could settle around this number. I think 26, 27 seats are in the Jammu region. But yes, as you correctly said, the Congress has clearly underperformed in Jammu and Kashmir. Out of the 51, 52 seats which the NC fought, Poonam, they have won. They are leading in 42 seats out of them. So National Conference, in fact, it's itself alone very close to the majority mark of 46, 42 seats on own. So clearly Omar Abdullah's party has clearly swept the Kashmir Valley this time. Congress, which has leading only on 6 seats as so far as per the EC website, so 6 to 7 seats is what the Congress could win out of the 32 seats they contested. So clearly the Congress has not been able, as you correctly said, not able to perform as well in the Jammu region. And maybe if Congress had invested more campaigning and more effort in the Jammu region, the BJP's tally could have come down. Still, I would say BJP also did not contest a majority of seats in the valley. So I think there was too much dependence on the independents, that they will bring up bigger numbers, but the only 7 independents are leading, and out of them 2 or 3 are where BJP had also put up candidates. So clearly that engineer Rashid factor which the BJP thought could hurt the NC in Valley. That has not happened. Engineer Rashid's party has not been able to do enough. The vote in the Kashmir Valley has not splintered. They have consolidated and voted for a national conference. That explains, I think, the big numbers for national conference. And I think BJP did not sweep the Jammu region as they would have wanted to do it. 43 seats there. Yes, BJP would have wanted to hit at least 35 seats on their own in Jammu. That has not happened. And clearly some indicators of that were there in the last Lok Sabha election also, that BJP's winning margin on some seats in Jammu had come down. So clearly BJP not doing as well as they wanted to do in the Jammu region also. So Kashmir strategy, Valley strategy anyways has not worked. This raises the question, because I think the biggest issue in this election was the promise of statehood. So could the BJP have done that earlier? Maybe given it a bit earlier to negate this big campaign of NC and Congress over restoring statehood? Time will tell, but clearly in these results, the Omar Abdullah seems to have come up as the man of the match.
And the statehood was the only plank perhaps, or the biggest plank as far as the opposition in the state or the NC Congress combined or the PDP was concerned. But that seems to have worked for them. That seems to have hit the BJP, perhaps in the Jammu region as well, not performing as far as or as better as they thought they would have before these elections. And if exit polls go, clearly this election once again shows that exit polls do get it wrong. It's not a rarity, especially as far as Haryana is concerned. We'll continue our coverage here on CNN News 18. Aman continues to be with us, my colleagues on ground getting us the voices as well. But slipping into a quick break, don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde, and our coverage here on two assemblies, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, continues. Let's talk about what the Congress feels as far as this election results go. Well, the Congress National Conference Alliance is trumping in Jammu and Kashmir, but the reversal of their fortunes in Haryana now seems to be giving them ammunition to make allegations against the Election Commission. The Congress now coming out and alleging several delays on part of the Election Commission. Why is the data not being updated in real time on the website is a question the Congress has asked, to which the Election Commission has come out and rebuffed their concerns altogether. Listen in to some of those reactions before we open this up.
ज्ञापन हम पेश कर रहे हैं। अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे। शिकायत कर रहे हैं। अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें, क्योंकि 10, 12, 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं, पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर, चैनलों पर, सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं। तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है। ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था। तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए। खेल खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ये सब मनोवैज्ञानिक खेल है, ये माइंड गेम्स चल रहा है, इससे हम हटेंगे नहीं। ये कोई निराश होने की कोई कारण नहीं है। हमें जनादेश मिलने वाला है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने वाली है।
वैसे तो अंतिम परिणाम आने तक निष्कर्ष की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए, परंतु अगर जयराम रमेश जी ने कहना शुरू कर दिया है, इलेक्शन कमीशन के ऊपर उंगली उठाना शुरू कर दिया है, तो मतलब मान लेना चाहिए कि उन्होंने भी अपनी पराजय को अवश्यंभावी मान लिया है। देखिए, अब 12 बज गए हैं, रुझान जिस ढंग से स्थिर होते चले जा रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हम एक निर्णायक विजय की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं और कांग्रेस अपनी भावी पराजय की पेशबंदी करने में जुट गई है।
There is a mismatch in the actual number of rounds that have already been counted and the number of rounds that are being shown on television through the Election Commission data. Because the Election Commission data is lagging behind. They are still showing the 4th or the 5th round, whereas 11, 12 rounds have already been counted. Our General Secretary Communication has already tweeted to the Election Commission asking questions. Are they trying to put pressure on the local administration by delaying display of and uploading of data?
Now, Aman, it's interesting that we see these kind of claims being made from the Congress, isn't it? Because it's a story of 2 elections, 2 states, or 1 union territory, if you will. One, they have an issue because allegedly the Election Commission is not doing enough or there's pressure. But the other is all kosher because that's where they're winning.
Well, I think it's more of frustration of the Congress, I think, coming out when, doing these allegations. We all know that EC website is a bit slow than us at the TV channels, because the EC website needs certified results from each round to reach it. Following that, it puts it up on the website. That is the process. And always EC website is, a bit slower because it takes more time. Anyways, I think the final results will anyways be clear. So, I don't think there's any sort of manipulation happening there. It's more of a frustration of the Congress party, and frustration also stems from the fact that they are losing a state in Haryana which everybody thought they are winning. They themselves were too overconfident. They had presumed a victory, and a loss coming from there. I think that is what really affecting the Congress is the Haryana loss. And also Congress has nothing to celebrate, Poonam, because even in J&K, it is not that the Congress is winning big. It is a national conference which has performed very, very well, winning 42 seats out of the 51 seats it contested in J&K. Congress, which contested 32 seats, is only winning 6 out of them. It's not even a 15-20% strike rate. So I think the Congress really has nothing much to show today. It's a disappointment after the earlier 3 state election defeats in December last year in the 3 Hindi heartland states. Yes, Congress won Telangana and they put up a better performance in the Lok Sabha, but clearly here in these results it is showing that the leadership of the Congress has much to think about what they go about in the next upcoming state elections.
Leadership of the Congress needs to think about, but personal wins will be celebrated at least by Bhupinder Singh Hooda. There is no anti-incumbency for him, at least personally. He's won his seat is what we're given to understand. Randeep Singh Surjewala's son, Aditya Surjewala, has also won his seat, is the latest that we are gathering. Even now, the Congress believes that all is not lost, that there is hope to close in that gap. But if you see the numbers that are flashing on your screens, 51 for the BJP, 34 for the Congress. Now, even though these are not the final results and some rounds of counting is still underway in many of those seats, What are the odds, Aman, that that gap could actually be closed?
It looks difficult. Now I think almost more than half the rounds have already been counted on most of the seats. So the trend seems very clear to me. BJP, may lose 1 or 2, 3 seats, come down below 50 maybe if the trends change. But I don't think there's going to be much of a change here. And at 51 seats, Poonam, this is BJP's best ever performance in Haryana. Not only have they performed a hat-trick of full-term governments in Haryana. I'm sorry.
Catch your breath, Aman. I'll get in a word from Sharon, my colleague, as well, as far as Congress's strategy from here on is concerned. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, from where, whose office or home you're reporting from, Sharon, where you've been since this morning. The mood was a little somber up until now because of the party's fortunes. But at least as far as his personal win is concerned, perhaps that's being celebrated there now?
Well, Poonam, could you please repeat the question?
Has the mood changed there? The party may be losing the state, but Bhupinder Singh Hooda has managed to retain his seat.
Well, that is right. Graha Sampla Koloi is the seat from where he was contesting, and it is considered to be a bastion of Hooda family. And he has, in fact, we've just been told by his offices that he has went to the counting centre and will be collecting his certificate as he has won from that constituency. But Poonam, that's not enough, because Bhupinder Singh Hooda, from day one, even before the screening of Haryana election could begin in Congress party, had promised that he will be winning more than 50 seats in Haryana. His estimate was somewhere around 50 to 55 seats, and that is why a complete dominance was seen on the screening during the distribution of tickets. There were, of course, complaints that were made by Kumari Shailja, Randeep Singh Surjewala, that how there are the Congress president in Haryana is in fact biased towards Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Not just that, there were complaints about how ticket distribution is done predominantly just for Hooda's supporter, and we have seen the kind of cracks that were evident, the infighting that was evident throughout the campaign. But even then, the Congress leadership maintained that they are backing Bhupinder Singh Hooda, because the entire strategy of the campaign, the entire funding also, we have been told, was in fact done by Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He was very confident that this time the Congress party will come to power, but that is not what the results are showing. Now the results, of course, we are seeing a margin of at least good 5,000 to 10,000 votes in the margin in some of the constituencies. So it is going to be, of course, a very difficult situation for the Congress party, and especially for Bhupinder Singh Hooda, because this could actually mean that it will become very difficult for him to revive from this kind of disappointment, the disaster that we are seeing in Haryana right now, because he was very confident. He in fact led the entire campaign for Congress in Haryana, and now you can see the kind of results that are coming in is very, of course, disappointing for the Congress party. And behind me are the Congress supporters who are still, of course, sitting here at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's campaign office, but you can see not happy at all. They have in fact a very straight face, not really happy. Early morning there was, of course, a lot of confidence among them, but right now they are upset, not too happy with the kind of results that are being shown right now. But of course there are what the Hooda camp is saying is that they are still going to go to each of the counting centres to make sure that the contest, which is very neck and neck, those counting centres will be visited, those constituencies will be visited to see if the counting is going right, and will be updating to the Congress leadership. But that is going to happen anytime soon now. Right. But as of now, Bhupinder Singh Hooda is in fact collecting his certificate from Simpla Kiloi, from where he has won the constituency from. He contested and he has won from that.
Right. What we're learning is that Vinesh Phogat has also won her seat of Jilana. She was trailing initially as far as the early trends were concerned, but now the results are out. We're given to understand that she has won that particular seat. So at least as far as that constituency is concerned, the narrative that was built around her, around the wrestlers and their fight against the central government, against the WFI, or what happened to her at the Olympics, that seems to have resonated amongst voters, at least personally for Vinesh Phogat. But shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir as well, Omar Abdullah has won from Budgam. Vaidur Para has, the PDP candidate, has also won, is what we are given to understand. BJP's candidate from Naushera, the state president there, he has lost, is what we're now learning. But as far as Omar Abdullah is concerned, and Ishan will be joining us, getting us more updates on that. Budgam is a family bastion of the Abdullahs. Remember, Omar Abdullah was fighting on 2 different seats of Budgam and Ganderbal. There was criticism that he was trying to play it safe, especially after what happened in the Lok Sabha elections, where his luck did run out. But that is a criticism that he had countered. The Abdullahs see Budgam as a family bastion. That's where Farooq Abdullah has won his elections as well. That is a seat that Omar Abdullah has managed to win. Ganderbal, we're given to understand the counting is still underway. As far as Omar Abdullah, the Abdullah family is concerned, Aman, many tried to write them off. Regional parties is something that very easily gets written off. This is them slowly going into the sunset, was what was said. But this election, they've shown that they are a force to reckon with.
Definitely. I think Omar Abdullah is the story of the J&K election. This time, remember, he had at one instance before the election said he will not fight any seat in J&K because he doesn't want to become a chief minister of a state where the election, where the state will be run by the LG. But of course, there was a change of heart, and I think Omar Abdullah stepped into the election fight not just from 1 but 2 seats. And I think that has galvanized the NC cadre in the valley, especially the alliance with the Congress may have helped the NC also to some extent because there was no split in votes in the valley, be it Engineer Rashid's party or other small regional parties or the BJP. Nobody could really split the vote in the Kashmir Valley. It's been a one-sided vote. Out of these 42 seats that NC has won, a majority are there in the Kashmir Valley. Even if you see the map of Kashmir, the entire valley is in the red color, which is the NC's color. So very, very clear. I think Omar Abdullah is the big story, and this is also a big victory. He will be the chief minister again of the state. He was the former chief minister as well. So I think now the major issue in Jammu and Kashmir will be Omar Abdullah pressing the centre to immediately restore statehood for the state, because this is something that the NC has been very strong. In fact, for the entire election on this particular plank that we will restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir, because many in J&K feel that people were more disturbed about the taking away of statehood than even the abrogation of Article 370. So this was a major issue on the ground, and this will now raise questions even within maybe the BJP, that could the BJP have restored the statehood before the elections? Did they leave it too late maybe? Because this was an issue which definitely resonated on the ground. Everybody knew that Article 370 is history. It's never going to come back, whatever the NC may say or the PDP may say. But statehood is something which I think is a big emotive issue in J&K, and we could see now Omar Abdullah, really ratcheting it up with the centre, that statehood now, since the elections are done, statehood should be immediately restored to Jammu and Kashmir.
And seems like that the issue that has resonated, because another plank that the NC was fighting this entire election on was the reversal of the abrogation of Article 370, and that would have been a challenging task. Perhaps even voters realize that this is something that is a poll promise and not something that actually could be delivered. And yet, we've seen the kind of performance that the National Conference has shown in this particular election. As you see on your screens, 50 is what the National Conference and Congress combined have managed to win or lead in as far as Jammu and Kashmir goes. 80% of that share comes from, or more, in fact, comes from the National Conference. They will remain, they are the senior partner as far as that alliance goes, and that's what they've proven with this election. We'll continue our coverage here on CNN News 18, but time for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 and these visuals that you see on your screens are coming in from Srinagar. We are going to be seeing the Abdullahs shortly exit their residence, meet that, there you see actually Farooq Abdullah on your screens there. Omar Abdullah has won his seat of Budgam, the family bastion of the Abdullahs. This is a national conference victory through and through as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Revival of that party 10 years after an election was held, the National Conference has shown that they are a force to reckon with as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. We are going to be seeing a press conference just a short while from now of the Abdullahs. I believe Farooq Abdullah is speaking there to the waiting media.
के लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और कामयाबी बख्शी है। अल्लाह करे कि हम इस कामयाबी को आगे ले जा सकें और जो वादे हमने अपने मन
सबको पता है।
अभी काम कर रहे हैं, करें कि वो सब सियासत को बेहतर बनाने के लिए जनाब ये मेहरबानी है, वोटों की मेहरबानी है जी। वोटरों ने उनको दिया है वोट, हमें उसको तस्लीम करना चाहिए।
जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास को लेकर अब आपकी क्या प्राथमिकताएं रहने वाली है?
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो हमारा मंशूर है उसमें सब कुछ लिखा हुआ है कि हम लोग कौन से इकदाम करने वाले हैं। वो दोनों रीजन्स के लिए होंगे और दोनों रीजन्स के लिए हम लोग बराबर की कोशिश करेंगे कि उनकी मुश्किलात दूर हो।
डॉक्टर साहब कब तक सरकार बनेगी, कब तक?
मैं समझता हूँ पूरे रिजल्ट आ जाएं, उसके बाद बैठ के हम अपने कांग्रेस के भाइयों से भी बात करके वो दिन कायम मुकर्रर करेंगे जिस दिन हम लोग गवर्नर जाएंगे और बहुमत सामने रखेंगे और हुकूमत के फल उठाने की बात करें।
जम्मू में कांग्रेस को केवल एक सीट मिली है जम्मू में, तो कैसे देखते हैं जम्मू में कांग्रेस के? डॉक्टर साहब
ये लोगों का वोट देने का मतलब है, उनने अपनी मर्जी से इसको चाहा वोट दिया। इसके बारे में और कुछ नहीं।
ठीक है, ठीक है। गवर्नमेंट को लीड करेंगे सर इंशाल्लाह। डॉक्टर साहब आपको लगता है पूरा एतमाद नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर दिखा दिया है? क्या आपको लगता है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर लोगों ने पूरा एतमाद दिखा दिया है? आज
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया, लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दाम 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा ये जीत मिली है?
हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन तो छोड़ दीजिए, काम बहुत करने हैं, मुश्किलात दूर करने, यहाँ पे जो बेकारी है उस बेकारी को दूर करना है, बेरोजगारी को दूर करना है, यहाँ पे जो महंगाई है उसकी तरफ देखना है, जो ड्रग मैनेस है जो इस रास्ते को खा रहा है उस ड्रग मैनेस को खत्म करना है। हमने कायम करने हैं वो सेंटर्स जहाँ पे इनका इलाज हो सके।
सर अब आपकी जीत के बाद क्या हम ये माने कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप पूरी तरह बदलने वाले?
जरूर बदले। आज एक लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर और 4 मुशीर नहीं होंगे, आज 90 लोग जो होंगे यहाँ की इसके मुश्किलात को दूर करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
डॉक्टर साहब आप कांग्रेस के शुक्रगुजार हैं? आप कांग्रेस के कितने शुक्रगुजार हैं जो अलायंस में पूरा साथ कांग्रेस ने दे दिया?
मैं कहता हूँ मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार कि लोगों ने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और बड़ी आज़ादी से लिया और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने हैं। उमर अब्दुल्ला बनेगा चीफ मिनिस्टर। चले जनाब, शुक्रिया।
Omar Abdullah is going to be the chief minister. That confirmation coming to the fore from Farooq Abdullah. No surprises there as far as the NC strategy is concerned. When asked about how thankful they are for the Congress, a very cryptic response coming to the fore from Farooq Abdullah. They've made their feelings about the Congress's campaign very, very clear in the run-up to the elections as well. The National Conference on its own pretty much could win this election. That's something that they have believed right from the start. 49 on the board for the alliance as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, 29 for the BJP. Mostly restricted to the Jammu region. The saffron story is pretty much, that's where it goes. The entry of Ram Madhav, the re-entry of Ram Madhav, Aman, if you could speak of that as well. Is that something that did work as far as the Jammu region is concerned? Because we saw a message that came to the fore from Ram Madhav in the recent past as well, where he spoke about what their campaign focused on, what the election result could look like.
Well, Ram Madhav is a Kashmir, J&K expert. It had worked wonders the last time there was an election there when he managed to stitch this alliance, unlikely alliance, I would say, with the PDP. But this time, I think Ram Madhav was sent a bit too late. There was not much he can do a month and a half before the elections were to be held. Maybe if it had been sent earlier, maybe the BJP could have seen better results, in Kashmir, or a bigger tally even in Jammu. Maybe Jammu they've done well. Of course, I think Jammu, they were always expected to do well, but still to win 29 seats out of the 43 seats in Jammu. BJP would have wanted to maximize its gains in Jammu. It wanted to have chance. If you only see now, BJP is about 29. If you see the others are about 9. So there is no way the BJP can form a government, in J&K. So I think BJP would be disappointed with that, it could not maximize its gains in Jammu, and it could not make intrusion into the Kashmir, with some seats, and maybe some of the, as some were saying, like-minded independents not winning as the BJP expected them to win. Out of these 9, I believe only, not many are the independents where BJP did not contest. BJP also, I think this decision to not contest a majority of seats in the valley, Poonam, was that the correct strategy? Because BJP did not contest a majority. They fought all the seats in Jammu, but not so many in Kashmir. They depended on these independents, who have not been able to win as big as they want. That said, I still think that 49 Congress NC together is just a close shave. 46 to 49, there's not much gap there, and the culprit there, of course, is the Congress party, which may end up winning just 5 or 6 seats. So I think that has really hurt the alliance in Jammu, and that also explains why BJP has been able to win big in Jammu, because the Congress simply was rejected in the Jammu region by the voters.
So the Congress failed to reap benefits in Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress failed to win an election that was seen as theirs to win as far as Haryana is concerned. There is lesson for Congress in this entire story. We'll try and get more into that right after this quick break. Back in just a few minutes. Do stay tuned.
रिस्पॉन्सिबल, बट उसका दूसरा पार्ट ये है कि जैसे हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ा, आप देखिए यहाँ पे या तो एनसी थी, पीडीपी थी, वो फायदा एनसी को गया, जो हमारी सारी सीटें हमने हारी वो एनसी को गई. So I accept it, and this is a democracy. People are allowed to choose who they choose. And I am मुफ्ती साहब ग्रैंड-डॉटर. मैं उस शख्स की पोती हूँ जिनने पूरी अपनी लाइफ में इलेक्शंस इतने हारे, फिर भी उनने जद्दोजहद करके जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम को एक फीजिबल अल्टरनेटिव दिया जो पीडीपी है. वी आर डाउन बट वी आर नॉट आउट. मैं यहाँ महबूबा जी के साथ ही नहीं, हमारे वर्कर्स के साथ मैं खड़ी हूँ और मैं खड़ी रहूंगी.
What about the alliance? Are you going to be with the alliance with NC or Congress?
That is above my pay grade. I think this is a question that only महबूबा जी can answer. हमारे पार्टी के जो spokespersons थे वो भी preemptively डिसाइड कर रहे थे कि we'll support them, but this is something that only महबूबा जी will answer.
जी वजह क्या रही अगर हम कहें पैतृक सीट जो है बिजबिहाड़ा आपका रहा?
जी देखिए, बिजबिहाड़ा की बात नहीं है. जैसे मैंने कहा, पीडीपी को तोड़ा गया. दिल्ली की मरकजी सरकार ने जैसे हमारी पार्टी को डिसमेंटल किया, हमारे मिनिस्टर्स, मेंबर पार्लियामेंट, उसका कहीं ना कहीं ग्राउंड पे असर आता है, क्योंकि जब आपका एक लीडर निकलता है तो साथ में कैडर भी जाता है. बट आई टेक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. ये मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. मुझे 4 हफ्ते दिए गए थे. आई न्यू कि ये सीट थोड़ी टफ है, बिकॉज इस बार वीरी साहब ने वहाँ बहुत अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन उनकी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी थी. बट दिस इज़ अ डेमोक्रेसी. मैंने पहले भी कहा, मैं यहाँ लोगों के सर पे सवार आने तो हाई नहीं हूँ. इतना जूनो किया, सीट हार गई, बट आई एम अ फाइटर. मैं मुफ्ती साहब की पोती हूँ. आज मैंने उनको बहुत मिस किया, तभी उनके बारे में मैंने ट्वीट किया. मेरे ग्रैंडफादर ने पूरी अपनी पॉलिटिकल लाइफ में जद्दोजहद किया. आई एम अ स्ट्रॉन्ग गर्ल, आई एम अ स्ट्रॉन्ग पर्सन, आई एम नॉट समबडी हु विल ब्रेक.
नॉमिनेशन चेंज होना भी एक रीजन रहा?
नॉट एट ऑल. इनफैक्ट आपको, जिससे मैंने पहले ही कहा, वीरी साहब के अगेंस्ट वहाँ सब्सटैंशियल एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी थी. जो हम वहाँ ग्राउंड पे गए, वहाँ हमें लगा वहाँ बहुत, तो मुझे 4 हफ्ते दिए गए. उन 4 हफ्तों में मैं जो कर पाई मैंने किया, एंड इट्स वेरी नाइस.
All right, so that was PDP's Iltija Mufti, who's saying that she concedes defeat, but she's not broken. She's raring to go. There's a lot for her in the future as well. In fact, she said that she has accepted the people's verdict. I'm Avantika saying you're watching continuing coverage of these fantastic elections that has happened since morning, and what a dramatic turnaround it has been, at least for the state of Haryana. The Congress and the National Conference extremely upbeat and ecstatic with what is happening in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We have right now the reaction coming in from Farooq Abdullah. Let's cut straight across and listen in.
हमने मोहब्बतें बढ़ानी है, हिंदू मुसलमान में एतबार पैदा करना है, वही सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है. जी हाँ, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. इसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे जो गठबंधन के लोग हैं, जो इंडियन अलायंस है, वो हमारे साथ इसके लिए बराबर की जंग लड़ेंगे कि स्टेटहुड जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ पे वापस आया जाए.
हरियाणा में कांग्रेस आज भी होगी.
मुझे अफसोस है इस बात का, बेहद अफसोस है, क्योंकि वो जीतना हमें पूरा पता था वो जीतेंगे, मगर मेरे ख्याल से इंटरनल डिस्प्यूट जो उनमें थे उसने टोल दिखाया है.
सीएम कैंडिडेट की सूरत में हम किसको देखेंगे? सीएम कैंडिडेट
मैं समझता हूँ उमर अब्दुल्ला जो है वो सीएम बनेंगे.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Well, the elections are always like a cricket match. It's not over till it's over, and the vote counting is presently underway in Haryana. We are closely monitoring what's happening out there. Excuse me. And we are seeing all those numbers also pouring in right now. But let me just quickly go to Executive Editor, CNN News 18, Aman, who's been with us since the very morning. Aman, how did the BJP manage to pull off what they have in the state of Haryana, beating anti-incumbency after 10 long years? Because if I'm not mistaken, the BJP had been banking on the caste arithmetic. They had been wanting to try to consolidate the non-Dalit community and also the split in the Dalit vote. Do you think that this counter consolidation has worked in their favor?
Well, Avantika, let's put it in context. If you see the BJP's performance in Haryana this time with 50 seats as we are showing right now, this is BJP's best ever performance in the state.
True.
In 2014, when BJP won Haryana for the first time, they had won 47 seats. Last time, they had gone down to 40 seats. To win 50 seats in a state where everybody had written you off. You were against all odds, farmer issue, wrestler issue, Agniveer issue, anti-incumbency of 10 years. To pull it off from there is a remarkable story, and BJP will be thrilled to bits with what has happened in Haryana. This is reminiscent, I think, of what happened in Chhattisgarh in December, when nobody gave them a chance to win Chhattisgarh, or BJP won a landslide victory in Chhattisgarh against Bhupesh Baghel's government.
Right.
That said, I believe what has happened in Haryana also is this decision to change Manohar Lal Khattar. because many on the ground used to say that the anti-incumbency is not so much against the BJP, it is more against Mr. Khattar. So I think this decision 6 to 7 months ago to replace him with a younger Chief Minister, Nayab Singh Saini, also an OBC face, has worked for the BJP. The man seems to have done some good work in the last 6 to 7 months, shown some good intent, and people seem to have forgiven the BJP, I would say, for Manohar Lal Khattar's, in a way, the anti-incumbency which built against him.
That anti-BJP, anti-incumbency vote doesn't seem to have consolidated behind the Congress party, because it was perceived, Aman, that the Jat community was coalescing towards the Congress party. But what exactly has happened? This is unprecedented, because if I'm not mistaken, no party has secured a hat-trick like the BJP has after 10-year rule.
Yes, absolutely. This is the first time a party in Haryana has done a hat-trick after 2 full terms.
Yes.
So that is unprecedented anyway. I think to answer your first question, Avantika, I think the Congress seemed too overconfident. They thought they had already won this election. They were talk about who will be Chief Minister, Hooda, Selja, Rajiv Surjewala, everybody throwing their hat in the ring. I think the party was too overconfident. It was banking too much on the Jat consolidation factor, because what we heard from the Congress and also from the ground, if we go to Rohtak and these belts, that the state wanted a Jat Chief Minister after 10 years of a non-Jat Chief Minister. But I think that what seems to have worked for the BJP is this consolidation on the other side, especially the Dalit consolidation for the BJP in this election. Kumari Selja, did she work adequately for the Congress in this election or not in her belt, because she was unhappy with the ticket distribution and later whatever happened. So, that is also a big factor, and I think knives are going to be out in the Congress now, Avantika, that, who is to take blame for this particular loss, because in this particular case, Bhupinder Singh Hooda was given charge of the campaign much earlier. Kumari Selja was removed as the PCC chief to make Udayban Chaudhary, a close aide of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, as the PCC chief. So Bhupinder Hooda in a way had full control of the party unit in Haryana. This was a victory they thought was presumed, but to lose in such a fashion and giving BJP the biggest victory till date, I think knives are going to be out in the Congress, and Kumari Selja would be saying that, look, you ignored me, but now I am your big Dalit face. Has this result effectively retired Bhupinder Singh Hooda is now the big question in the Congress.
She's been giving, one interview after the other. Aman, I wanted to understand from you that do you think this Congress versus Kumari Selja slugfest had anything to do with the kind of performance that we're seeing? And also very quickly, what happened about Bhupinder Singh Hooda? He's a Jat stalwart. He has been Congress's face in Haryana. He was given a free hand in the selection of candidates, over 70 candidates. And not just that, he was also responsible for scuttling the Aam Aadmi Party alliance. I'm just trying to make sense as to what really went wrong for him and what worked for the BJP.
Well, I think overconfidence, Avantika. Bhupinder Singh Hooda was, I think, overconfident, and this, you mind you, this is the third election loss for Hooda when he was the presumed CF minister face. So I think there will be questions in the Congress that can Mr. Hooda really win as a chief ministerial face any longer? Do they need to look for a younger leadership in Kumari Selja or somebody else? I think that is very clear. And also, what has worked also for the BJP, I think, Avantika, what has worked silently on the ground is the RSS support also. This is an election where many now say the RSS footprint on the ground was very much there after that Kerala BJP RSS Samanvaya meeting. This is the first election which happened. RSS was effectively on the ground in this election, helping the BJP, and I think that is something along with Nayab Singh Saini as the face, Mr. Khattar no longer there. I think all that has worked beautifully for the BJP, and issues like I would say the farmer protest, the Agniveer protest, the wrestler issue seem to have been non-issues as far as the people's mandate is concerned.
This is the unity that Mohan Bhagwat was also talking about, isn't it, Aman? I want to talk about the RSS contribution in the performance of the BJP in the state of Haryana. Before I come to you, let me quickly go straight across now to Arun Dhanta. He's been closely tracking all the developments. Arun, how's it looking out there? Could this be Bhupinder Singh Hooda's farewell election? He was so confident, he was exuding confidence of winning these elections. All throughout, he said that the Congress High Command will decide as to who's going to be the Chief Minister. But I'm sure he was harboring those, those aspirations of being the next Chief Minister. But just look at these shocking, stunning election results that have come in.
Well, that's right. Congress party was very much confident for the victory till, those trends changed in favor of BJP today. Otherwise, in last couple of days, we have that Congress party was very much saying this, that they are forming the government in Haryana. There is nothing which can stop them. On the other hand, of course, BJP was showing the brave face even when there was a protest for Agniveer, farmers protest, wrestlers protest. All the while they were saying that this is a false propaganda of the Congress party. Nothing is on the ground. And in fact, today in the morning when I spoke to the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, he maintained the same thing, that we are going to win, wait for the final result to come. Right now, Avantika, I am here at Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini's residence, and we're given to understand that he is going to leave his residence in a short while, and he will be holding a roadshow from Kurukshetra, his residence, to Ladwa, his constituency, to thank people for the overwhelming support which he got from that seat. Remember, he has contested for the first time from Ladwa Assembly seat, and at 5 p.m. we are told that he will be addressing a press conference here back at his residence after thanking people in his constituency. 2 or 3 factors which I can actually sense on the ground which worked in favor of BJP last 2-3 weeks. One, of course, the narrative which they built around Shailaja's statement, the way BJP in fact used it, saying that the Congress party is anti-Dalit, and also of course combining with Rahul Gandhi's statement on reservation. Second important thing, BJP realized that in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, their voters did not come out of their houses to cast their votes. This time around, they ensured in Haryana that voters come out of their houses to cast their vote, and perhaps this could one of the biggest reasons for the results which BJP has got here. Back to you.
Oh, absolutely. And Aman, on that part, I wanted to talk about Naib Saini. He was extremely confident that the BJP is going to do really well. Now, what worked for Naib Singh Saini? He's only just come about after he was replaced and when the BJP trying to deflect anti-incumbency for Manohar Lal Khattar, while you had the Congress party leveraging on all of the other public grievances, discontentment against the BJP, what worked for the BJP? They focused their campaign only on local and other development issues. Do you think that perhaps worked in their favor?
See, Avantika, the kind of victory that BJP has in Haryana, if you look at the regions that they've won well, this whole GT belt, this was always been a stronghold of the BJP. This time they have completely swept it. Seats where BJP had not won the last time in GT belt, this time they have won that as well. And this is the region, I would say, Karnal, Kurukshetra, which is also Naib Singh Saini's a strong region. He, of course, was the MP earlier from Kurukshetra before he contested from Karnal in the assembly elections. So this was the stronghold area. Manohar Lal Khattar, of course, was from Karnal, but I think this victory in the GT belt, I think a lot of credit would go to Naib Singh Saini. Also the urban areas, see Gurgaon, Faridabad, these areas which also have been BJP stronghold, they've managed to retain the victory. What is big surprise is BJP's intrusion into the Jat belt. If you see the map of the election victory of Haryana, there are big number of seats that BJP has won in the Jat belt of Haryana. So this was something that nobody anticipated. People thought that the Congress will sweep the Jat belt. So clearly that Jat consolidation that the Congress was speaking about, I think has also not worked, because how did BJP then win these large areas in the Jat belt, even near Sirsa, which seems that Dalit voters have also converged towards the BJP in Haryana, and that is, I think, a phenomenal story, fantastic story for the BJP. They have the Chhattis Biradari of Haryana that we speak about. I think the Congress had been speaking about getting the support from the Chhattis Biradari, but I think this seems that the BJP, in fact, has managed to get the communities together and vote for it.
So do you think that, Haryana becoming this rapidly urbanized society has a role to play? And do you also feel that Jats have also voted for the BJP despite all that everyone had been talking about? Do you think that they perhaps have learned that lesson, what happened in the Lok Sabha polls when we didn't see that kind of response from the Jat community towards the BJP?
In some measure, they may have. We can only presuppose this, but I think some measure they may have. Of course, urban areas, the infrastructure that the BJP government, both the central and the state, have got is a big factor, and that helps the BJP win in the urban areas big. But I think the Jat voters, in some measure, may have voted for the BJP also, because otherwise, how would they win this particular area? In the west of Haryana, where Congress has a stronghold. So I think BJP has managed to do that in this election. And going ahead, I think BJP would now be trying to focus to build upon this, because also this Avantika, this factor was there, that 5 seats when it was lost from Haryana, maybe that sympathy factor for the BJP also worked, because Haryana was one state where BJP faced the reverse, a North Indian state, and I think the people maybe did not feel so good about it, that Modi's, BJP getting 240 and Haryana contributing 5 seats less from the last time. I think that sympathy factor may have also worked for the BJP.
Yeah, that's a very important point, Aman, that you raised. We have Randeep Surjewala's reaction that has come in. Remember, his own son Aditya Surjewala had been leading, then trailing. It has been going, I don't know what's the last bit. What about Aditya Surjewala? Do we know what's the update? All right, so he has won from the Kethal seat, and that's a big one for the Surjewala family. Remember, Mr. Surjewala was also very upset with the kind of clout that Hudas was enjoying. Let's listen into what he says after the performance of the Congress party and the winning of his own son from Kethal.
हमारे साथ भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के और हरियाणा के दिग्गज कांग्रेसी नेता हैं रणदीप सुरजेवाला। कैथल में सुरजेवाला परिवार की वापसी, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। ये कपिस्थल कैथल की विराट, विशाल, पवित्र संस्कृति और संस्कारों से सरोबार कैथल की भूमि और कैथल के लोगों की जीत है, किसी एक व्यक्ति की नहीं। कैथल के लोगों ने ये निर्णय कर लिया था कि वो न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, सदाचार और सद्भाव की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी और खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास कर कैथल की तपोभूमि लड़ेगी और पूरे कैथल में पूरे कैथल में कांग्रेस पार्टी इसलिए भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है। ये दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़कर कैथल ने राहुल गांधी जी में, खड़गे जी में, कांग्रेस में विश्वास जताया है। मैं हाथ जोड़कर कैथल जिले के हर एक व्यक्ति का, खास तौर से कैथल विधानसभा की तपोभूमि के हर व्यक्ति का कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूं।
रणदीप जी, आदित्य ने जिस तरह से आदित्य उतरे, रणदीप ही लड़ रहे थे, रणदीप के टिप्स काम आ रहे थे, पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि थी। क्या इस बार अलग रहा कि कैथल में कांग्रेस की झोली में सीट गई? और दूसरी बात, जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं शुरुआत में कुछ थे, फिलहाल बीजेपी फिर से सरकार बनती नजर आ रही है, क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
देखिए, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए, परिणाम आएंगे तो उस पर टिप्पणी फिर करेंगे देखकर। मुझे अभी भी विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का चांस है गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करने का, पहले पूरे नतीजे आने दें। जहां तक कैथल का प्रश्न है, नतीजे साफ हैं। कैथल की 4 विधानसभा सीट हैं, हम लगभग सारी सीटें जीत रहे हैं। राहुल जी और खड़गे जी में कैथल के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया है, पूरे प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़ा है। ये दर्शाता है कि संस्कार और संस्कृति की इस भूमि के लोग कांग्रेस की विचारधारा में विश्वास।
लास्ट सवाल, आपने पिछली बार भी कहा था कि सीएम बनना सबकी इच्छा है, इस बार भी आपने कहा, अभी नतीजे आपने कहा नहीं आए, लेकिन ट्रेंड की बात करें, अगर कांग्रेस सरकार नहीं बनती, मंथन तो होगा ना? जो सवाल खड़े हो रहे थे वो।
देखिए, अभी कुछ भी कहना बहुत प्री मैच्योर है, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए। मुझे विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस सरकार बना सकती।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ये थे रणदीप सुरजेवाला।
So that was Randeep Surjewala, obviously extremely upbeat and happy about his son's performance and him winning from Kethal as well. Randeep Surjewala has also really restricted his campaign to Kethal. He hasn't really gone out of Kethal and campaigned extensively amid the kind of bickering, infighting, factionalism within the Congress party. Arun Dhanda is with us. But Arun, Mr. Saini is really someone who is the man of the moment. All throughout, while every exit poll or everyone had predicted a Congress sweep, you had a very confident Saini who had been smiling, very calm, collected, said that he was extremely confident of the BJP winning. What makes him so popular? He's quite likable. Like where all I went, people did say that बहुत ही अच्छा इंसान है, he's young, he's energetic, he's decisive. But what exactly do you think, or the sense that you are picking up from the people around you, worked for Naib Singh Saini?
Well, see, he's somebody who's come from the OBC category, and 40% of the population comes from the OBC. So that was the master stroke which BJP played in the month of March this year itself, when they replaced Manohar Lal Khattar as the Chief Minister of Haryana. And secondly, after in his tenure of 6 months, essentially he got actually 55 days of working, because rest of the days there was either Lok Sabha's model code of conduct and then the Assembly model code of conduct. So 3 or 4 important things that people talk about which he did during his tenure was something which perhaps worked for in his favor and for the party. One, of course, the MSP on 24 crops, which he gave during his tenure, and secondly, increasing that creamy layer reservation from 6 lakh to 8 lakhs, and the jobs which he gave, the bharti which happened during his tenure was something which was, as BJP said, not like in the period of Bhupendra Singh Hooda, Kharchi Parchi. There was, of course, a clean image that he holds in Haryana, and I think it's a combination of all these things, and people perhaps wanted to give him more chance because he only got 6 months, and that perhaps somehow the sentiment was amongst the people that he did not get his time to deliver on the ground. If he can do these things in 6 months, then perhaps if he is given more time, he would give some beneficial things for Haryana. So right now, when we are talking about the Haryana results, it has become amply clear that BJP is going to form the government in Haryana. The losses which they faced in the Lok Sabha polls, when BJP won 5 seats in Haryana in the Lok Sabha polls, that was the time when they had to really pull everybody together and to sit and actually discuss and strategize how to go about the assembly elections in Haryana, because the difference was not that much as far as the time of assembly and the Lok Sabha was concerned. So I think they have done their homework, they've strategized it well, and that is the reason why in this two-way contest between Congress and the BJP, as it has become, BJP has emerged victorious.
Oh, absolutely, and very interesting strategy there of the BJP as well. They sense the kind of angst that the Jat community had against Manohar Lal Khattar, who belonged, he's a Khatri Punjabi, he's not a Jat, a rank outsider. He was never really able to make his place amongst the Jat community. Aman, Naib Singh Saini, someone who's extremely affable, smiling, and he has much to rejoice now, helping the BJP to pull off this massive electoral success. But tell us a little bit more about him. Do you think that the caste factor worked in his favor, because he was also pitted against Meva Singh from the Congress, a very important and a very strong candidate from the Congress party in Ladwa. He was a bit skeptical initially when they told him that he's going to be contesting. But what do you think has worked for Saini, and is he going to continue to be the Chief Minister of the state?
Well, Avantika, I think he will continue as the Chief Minister of State. That's what BJP sources are telling us, that he will be in the Chief Minister's chair for the second term as well, as just 55-56 year term in the first in the outgoing government. But also I think Naib Singh Saini, since he's an OBC face, as Arun Dhanta was just telling us, I think he also is a very unassuming character. He's not something party discipline has stopped for him. When he was made the Chief Minister, also many questions were raised by Anil Vij that he is the senior most. But Naib Singh Saini never even spoke against Anil Vij. Even now, when he was asked to change his seat to Ladwa, he readily agreed, though he wanted to fight from his own constituency, but he was asked to from Ladwa because there are 7 to 8% Saini voters in this particular seat. So I think Saini is seen as somebody, unassuming, somebody who's disciplined to the party, and I think there is a lot of value in the BJP to such people, and that is why we saw the BJP now saying that he will continue also as the Chief Minister in his second term. Also, what has worked, I think, as you correctly say, taking off the heat from the BJP on the issue of Khattar. So once Manohar Lal Khattar was removed, people were looking at a younger face. He's somebody who's worked in the party organization a lot. He knows the nuts and bolts of the organization, how it works. All of that seems to have worked for the BJP. And,
Aman, just kindly stay on with me. Vinesh Fogart is speaking right now. We'll have to cut straight across and listen in to Fogart.
कांग्रेस की जीत हुई है, सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे लोगों ने जो प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जो इस देश ने मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उसको मैं हमेशा बना के रखूँ, उनके विश्वास को हमेशा बना के रखूँ।
आपकी पार्टी आपकी पिछड़ गई है, सरकार नहीं बन पा रही, इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, अभी वेट कीजिए थोड़ा सा, अभी सारे रिजल्ट नहीं निकल के आए हैं, एक सीट निकल के आ रही है, पहले हमारा भी पीछे चल रहा था, लेकिन हम भी लीड में आए हैं, तो अभी रिजल्ट चल रहे हैं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ। जब सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में आएगा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
राजनीति में कंटिन्यू रखेंगे या फिर खेल की तरफ भी देख सकते हैं?
राजनीति में अगर आ गए तो कंटिन्यू इधर ही रखेंगे। लोगों ने प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उनके लिए काम भी करना पड़ेगा फील्ड में रह के। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम दोनों चीजें कर सकते हैं।
कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। विनेश, कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं।
किसी को पूछने दो एक बार। हाँ,
शहर के लिए क्या क्या करेंगे?
शहर के अकेले की बात नहीं है, पूरे जुलाना विधानसभा के लोगों ने जो मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जितनी उम्मीद से मुझे वोट किया, हर एक वोट को मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर एक वो वोटर खुश होना चाहिए जिन्होंने मेरे पे उम्मीद जताई है। तो वो कोशिश रहेगी हमारी।
क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आपके?
हाँ जी,
स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आपके?
देखिए लिए मैं स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हूँ, जितना हो सकता है मैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए करूँगी। और मैं एक फील्ड में सीमित नहीं रहना चाहती। हर फील्ड के लोगों ने, हर किसान का मेरे हैं, चाहे नौजवान हैं, सभी ने मेरे को वोट दिया है। तो सभी की जो जिम्मेदारियाँ हैं वो मैं बखूबी निभाने की कोशिश करूँगी।
खेल के लिए सर क्या प्रार्थना करेंगे, आप क्या चाहेंगे?
सर वो आगे का सवाल है।
Vinesh Fogart, the Olympian wrestler turned politician, Julana ki bahu, that was her campaign. This is the constituency where her in-laws also live. Julana seat in Jind district received a lot of hype, a lot of attention as well. And Mehbooba Mufti right now is speaking. There's a lot of reactions coming in. Let's cut straight across and listen in to PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti.
मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ, उनकी बड़ी शानदार कामयाबी हुई। और उसके साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को भी मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट डाला। क्योंकि पिछले 10 साल से जो हालात रहे जम्मू कश्मीर में, बिलखुसूस 2019 5 अगस्त के बाद, तो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बहुत मुश्किलात हैं। और उसके लिए एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट का, एक मजबूत सरकार का बनना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं जो हमारे पीडीपी के जो हमारे लीडर्स हैं, वर्कर्स हैं, जिन्होंने हमें बहुत मुश्किल हालात के बावजूद वोट डाला, उनकी भी बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और उनसे यही अपील करूँगी कि हिम्मत नहीं हारनी चाहिए। उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि जिस तरह से लोगों ने वोट किया एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए, तो जो इसमें गड़बड़ करने का कोई चांस नहीं अब। क्योंकि लगता था कि अगर मैंडेट कुछ मिक्स्ड होगा, अगर एक तरफा मैंडेट नहीं होगा, तो फिर उसमें बहुत सी शरारतें हो सकती थी, बहुत सारी उथल पुथल हो सकती थी। और कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ के जो लोगों ने मैंडेट दिया है उसको डिफीट करने की बात हो सकती थी। इसलिए आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट ऑल ऑफ देम, स्पेशली पीपल ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, जिन्होंने बहुत जो है सोच समझ के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिया है। Want to ask anything, please go ahead.
पीडीपी 2014 में 28 सीटें,
जी जी जी,
और 2024 में 3 सीटें,
जी जी,
क्या
96 में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 60 सीटें, 2014 में 16 सीटें। ये उतार चढ़ाव आता रहता है, इसमें क्या करेंगे आप? लोगों की विक्ट्री है, लोगों की चॉइस है। आपको लोगों की चॉइस, जो उनकी मर्जी है, उसकी कदर करनी चाहिए, उनकी इज्जत करनी चाहिए। जमहूरियत में तो यही होता रहता है। नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि लोग चाहते थे एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट, और उनको लगा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस जो है वो हमें स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को दूर रख सकती है। आई थिंक दैट इज द, मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ी वजह। सॉरी जी,
2014 में आपने जो बीजेपी के साथ,
मैं कहती हूँ वो तो बाद की बात है, अब क्या हुआ। पर मेरा ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट डाला, जो उनको लगा कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस एक गवर्नमेंट, स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और बीजेपी का मुकाबला डट के कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए उन्होंने वोट दिया। नहीं, अब तो मेरे ख्याल में बहुत अच्छे, मैं तो कह रही हूँ कि लोगों को मुबारकबाद दे रही हूँ कि उन्होंने हंग असेंबली को नहीं चुना, एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिए। ये तो मुबारकबाद है लोगों के लिए।
As a former chief minister, why do you think people didn't vote for PDP?
नहीं, मैं तो बार वही बात कह रही हूँ कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस का लग रहा था कि वो गवर्नमेंट बना सकते हैं, मिलजुल के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट बना सकते हैं। और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने, खासकर कश्मीर के लोगों ने चुना कि हम एक तरफा वोट दे के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट को वोट दें कि उन्होंने अपोजिशन से ज़्यादा सरकार को वोट देने का जो फैसला किया।
मैम, बहुमत का आंकड़ा चूंकि 48 हो जाएगा, ऐसे में अभी पूरी फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं आए हैं, अगर जरूरत पड़ती है बीजेपी के 2-3 विधायकों की,
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस 50 तक पहुंच जाएंगे। ये मेरा अपना, ये आज का नहीं है, ये मेरी एक हफ्ते से पहले मेरी एनालिसिस है कि कांग्रेस और एनसी को किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी सपोर्ट की। हालांकि जब मुझसे कई कांग्रेस लीडरशिप ने बात भी की, मैंने उनको यही बताया आज से 2-3 दिन पहले। मैंने कहा एनसी और कांग्रेस की जो है मिलजुल के आपके इतने सीट्स आएंगी, आपको बाहर के सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। एंड दैट इज़ आई हैव बीन प्रूव्ड राइट। ओके, नहीं, मैसेज ये गया है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग बहुत अक्लमंद हैं, बहुत वाइज हैं, और उन्होंने इलेक्शन में इसका सबूत दिया है कि वो नहीं चाहते हैं यहाँ मरकजी सरकार को कोई तोड़ फोड़ करने का मौका मिले, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ पर खुदा ना खास्ता हंग असेंबली होती तो बहुत तोड़ फोड़ हो जाती, और फिर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को इतनी मुश्किल के बाद जो सरकार मिल रही है शायद वो सरकार भी नहीं नसीब होती। तो अब माई ऑल द बेस्ट विशेस आर फॉर द जो गवर्नमेंट बनने वाली है कि, और लोगों की बड़ी उम्मीदें हैं, उनसे वाबस्ता हैं, बड़ी मुश्किलात हैं लोगों को, ख़ासकर जो हमारे नौजवान बाहर के जेलों में बंद हैं उसके हवाले से, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के हवाले से, बिजली के हवाले से। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि इतना बड़ा मैंडेट उनको मिला है, वो लोगों की जो उनसे जो उम्मीदें हैं उन पे पूरा उतरेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
कौन सी वजह रही आपके हिसाब से जो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों से कम्युनिकेशन आप नहीं बिठा पाई?
सॉरी
मैम, वो ऐसी कौन सी वजह?
नहीं, कोई कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है, लोगों की चॉइस है। इस बार लोगों ने चुना कि हम सिंगल कॉम्बिनेशन को मैंडेट देंगे, हम इधर उधर वोट नहीं डालेंगे, बल्कि एक जो अलायंस है उसको वोट देके उनकी सरकार बनाएंगे सर आंखों में। थैंक यू। सॉरी, आपको तो कैसे लो है? जहाँ भी देखिए इतनी टक्कर में तो पीडीपी है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस।
Okay, we will talk about Jammu and Kashmir. We just had a very long discussion on the status in Haryana, but we're going to get you all the latest political reactions. Lots coming right here. We have Executive Editor Aman also joining us on the broadcast, but have to slip into a short break. Stay tuned. I'll be back with lots more in just a bit. back to our special battle for the states and our continuing coverage on the election results from the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. And right now we're getting in breaking news. The Election Commission of India has responded to the Congress Jairam Ramesh. Before I get you that breaking news, Bhupinder Singh Hooda is giving a reaction. Let's go straight across and listen to what the two-time former Chief Minister of Haryana has to say.
हेलो हेलो भाई सभी साथियों से हाथ जोड़ के अनुरोध है.
Former two-time Chief Minister who was extremely confident of a big, massive win. In fact, just 2 days ago was telling CNN News 18 that he was very sure that the Congress is going to sweep the elections. And obviously one has seen the results now. The Congress at 38 is just about to speak now to the press. When asked if he is going to be the future Chief Minister, he had already left that to the Congress High Command. Let's listen in to what Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda has to say after the results that have come out, the Congress at 38 and the BJP pulling off that huge surprise in the state of Haryana.
हेलो सभी साथियों से अनुरोध है कि शांत हो जाओ भाई. और जिधर ये मीडिया वाले हैं उनके साथ ये अपने.
Okay, we'll just go to this press conference in a bit because this is trying to fix up things. But Bhupinder Singh Hooda, his first response, his first reaction, in fact, coming in after that stunning comeback by the BJP, beating anti-incumbency. So this is going to be a very important one, just to listen to what Bhuta had to say. But in the meantime, even the Election Commission has given their response on the allegations being made by the Congress Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Kheda. In fact, the ECI has said, all right, Mr. Hooda has started speaking now. Let's just listen in.
एक तो मैं आपसे निवेदन है कि डेटा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है. तो मेरे पास खबर है वी आर टचिंग द मेजॉरिटी. कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजॉरिटी. कांग्रेस को मेजॉरिटी मिल रही है. डेटा अपडेट किया जा रहा है. कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट किया जा रहा है. बहुत सारी सीटें हैं जो हम जीत चुके हैं वो अपडेट नहीं की. जैसे चट्ठा साहब है, शैली है, रामकरण है, अशोक अरोड़ा. क्रिएट किया जा रहा है. बहुत सारी सीटें हैं जो हम जीत चुके हैं वो अपडेट नहीं की. जैसे चट्ठा साहब है, शैली है, रामकरण है, अशोक अरोड़ा है. ऐसे कई सीटें हैं जो हमारे खबर मिली हैं. जैसे आदमपुर में भी हम लीड कर रहे हैं, गद्दे में भी लीड कर रहे हैं. बहुत सारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी हैं, जैसे रोहतक में हम लीड में जा रहे हैं. तो ये अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है बेटा इलेक्शन कमीशन में. और कई जगह काउंटिंग की गई है. तो मेरा एक तो सभी जो काउंटिंग एजेंट हमसे साथियों से निवेदन है कि आप डटे रहो. मेजोरिटी आ रही है. सर आप इतने सीनियर शांत रहो.
सर आप इतने सीनियर लीडर हैं, मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं 10 साल तक. आज 2:30 बजे जब काउंटिंग हो रही है, क्या आप पूरी जिम्मेवारी से ये बात अपने जो कार्यकर्ता है उसको बता रहे हैं?
हाँ, मेरे पास खबर है कई जगह काउंटिंग रुकी हुई है. जैसे रोहतक शहर की रुकी हुई है और कई जगह है जो कंफ्यूजन के लिए डाटा अपडेट नहीं किया. मान लो जहाँ कहीं 10 राउंड हुई है, 11 राउंड तक, 12 राउंड तक हुई है, 7 राउंड तक का डाटा किया है. कई जगह जो जैसे थानेसर है वहाँ हमारा कैंडिडेट जीत भी गया है, सर्टिफिकेट भी ले आया, वो भी अभी उसमें नहीं डाल रहे हैं. इस प्रकार से कंफ्यूजन है, कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट हो रहा है. डाटा अपडेट कराने में इलेक्शन कमीशन होगा तो डाटा अपडेट करें. और जैसे मैंने कहा ये खेल है, बॉल कभी इधर कभी उधर, लेकिन गोल हम मारेंगे.
सर इलेक्शन कमीशन भी कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के
इलेक्शन कमीशन से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपना निगरानी रखें और कोई ऐसी बात ना होने.
तो अभी भी आप होपफुल है सर? सरकार आ रही है आपको?
आपने मैंने क्या सुना आपने सुनानी है आपको. मैंने क्या कहा है, कह चुका ना. थैंक यू.
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने
Singh Huda extremely confident of securing a big win, and Aman, he's saying that goal to hum hi marenge. Congress is getting a majority. He is also alleging that there's a lot of confusion that's being created because the Congress party has also alleged manipulation and updating of the EC website. What do you make of that statement? He is putting up a very brave front despite the numbers that have given that have already come in. 38 for the Congress, 47 for the BJP. But Huda Saab saying that bhai jeet to hamari hi hogi end mein.
Surprising, Mr. Huda is still not conceding defeat, and he's continuing to define, saying some seats are very, very close. So yeah, few rounds are left and some seats, but overall it seems BJP at 47, one above the majority mark in fact, and among the independents also I believe one is Savitri Jindal, who's expected to go with the BJP since son is with the BJP. So I think the BJP is very confident that it's going to cross the majority mark. It will be above 46 by the end of the day. Congress is still struggling, Avantika. It's at 37.
Yeah.
So to make up, almost 9 seats may be very difficult for the Congress from this stage. But of course, I think defeat is hard to digest when you have already presumed a big victory. And it's a big shock, I think, and that is showing for the Congress in Haryana, because this was one state they were very confident of winning. In fact, especially so after the Lok Sabha results, when it was a 5-5 split verdict, on the 10 seats in Haryana. So BJP, I think Congress was very confident, and that is why maybe this loss will be very hard to digest by the end of the day if these numbers actually stay good till the end of the day.
Absolutely. Aman, just kindly stay on with me. The NC Congress is poised to form the government. If we just pivot to Jammu and Kashmir, they have put up a great performance in the state. Omar Abdullah presently is speaking. Let's cut straight across and listen in.
देखिए मैं अभी फिलहाल पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के हवाले से बात नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि कई सारी सीटें हैं जिनके नतीजे आना अभी बाकी हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल बड़गाम में खड़े होके मैं ज़रूर बड़गाम के वोटरों का शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने मुझे अपने कीमती वोटों से नवाजा, मुझे यहाँ से कामयाब होके भेजा और मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की खिदमत करने का दोबारा एक मौका जो है हासिल हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को पिछले 5 साल से ख़त्म करने की मुकम्मल कोशिश की गई थी। यहाँ बहुत सी ऐसी तंजीमें खड़ी की गई जिनका मकसद था नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को ख़त्म करना, लेकिन अल्लाह का फजल है कि जो हमें ख़त्म करने के लिए आए थे मैदान में, वो खुद ही मतलब उनका कोई नामो निशान नहीं रहा। लेकिन हमारी जिम्मेदारियां बढ़ जाती हैं। अब हमारा फ़र्ज़ बनता है कि हम अपने काम के ज़रिए अपने आप को इन वोटों के काबिल और लायक समझें, जो कि अगले 5 साल के लिए हमारी मुकम्मल कोशिश रहेगी।
महबूबा जी ने कांग्रेचुलेट किया है, आपको बधाई दी है जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस को नई सरकार के लिए।
अब हम उनके मुबारकबाद के पैगाम का शुक्रिया करते हैं और क्या कर सकते हैं।
नए मुख्यमंत्री से मैं बात कर रहा हूं, उमर साहब जम्मू कश्मीर।
All right, very interesting. Aman, whenever there are talks of the PDP, you have Omar Abdullah who's trying to avoid the whole conversation of a possibility of an alliance. But about Omar Abdullah winning big from Budgaon, and he was also leading in Gandarbal. The last I checked was by over 8,500 votes. Very impressive performance by the National Conference. What does this mean for them and also for the BJP? If in one state they're rejoicing their victory and a great surprise win that they're enjoying, what does this mean for the BJP with the NC getting these number of votes from the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir?
Well, I think Omar Abdullah is the big star of this election in J&K. From a stage where he said he would not contest the assembly election to ultimately fighting two seats and winning both. So I think Omar Abdullah is the big star. Out of the 51 seats, Avantika, that NC contested in these elections, they have won 42. 42 out of 51 or 41 out of 51 depending on the leads. At the end of the day, the NC is going to end up winning nearly 85% of the seats it contested. Comparatively, the Congress, which was very graciously, I think, given 32 seats by the NC, has won only 5 to 6 seats. So in a way, it is the Congress which has pulled down this number. Maybe if the NC had contested this election alone, it may have crossed 50 on its own in this election. A brilliant election fought, I think, by Omar Abdullah. He consolidated his forces, his cadre in this particular election happening after a decade in Kashmir. And party does go into a bit of an oblivion if there are no elections for a decade. But NC managed to rally its cadre together. So much so that all these other factors, the independents, Engineer Rashid's party, have not been able to cut the votes of the NC. I think that goes to the credit of Omar Abdullah. He warned the voters of Kashmir that voting for Engineer Rashid's party, voting for these independents, only ends up voting for the BJP. Don't vote for them. I think the Kashmir voters, the NC was able to convince them, and that is why we see the sweep of the Kashmir Valley by the National Conference. Congress has won very little. They won, I think, just one seat in Jammu, where NC was actually banking upon them to do well, but that has not happened.
He was not very enthused about the alliance, Omar Abdullah, all throughout. He was quite upset with Rahul Gandhi also not really focusing on the campaigning. But Ishan Mani is also joining us. Ishan, do you concur with Aman that it's Omar Abdullah, the star of the show in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, National Conference doing so well, him in fact doing fantastically from Budgam and also leading in Ganderbal? What is the sense that you're getting from the ground? The independents haven't really had such a big role to play, and there were some formidable independents who were in the electoral fray this time around.
Well, definitely credit to the National Conference that they kept their cadre intact. PDP scattered, their party broke, the leaders left, they wanted out to form new parties. Even those new parties which came into electoral politics, have lost. Even Altaf Bukhari, which was the best bet, even the BJP, for the BJP, that if you could come after winning the few seats, that he could provide you support in Kashmir. He hasn't really clicked. There are independents that the BJP was also backing upon. They haven't clicked. There is joy behind me at the Congress headquarters, at the prophet and crowds have started to build up. They believe that this is a big victory for them, a defeat for the BJP. Now, this all will be linked to the 370. Definitely that because of the 370 abrogation, that Kashmir-based political parties have been able to successfully take it to the masses that BJP actually was behind the abrogation of Article 370, and they've snatched something away from them. But the National Conference is the big winner from the entire scene that you see today. It was very clear. National Conference wanted Congress to focus on Jammu, but National Conference felt that the Congress was actually sacrificing Jammu for Haryana. But Haryana hasn't also turned out well for them. While the focus of the Rahul Gandhi's campaign, most of the campaign happened in Kashmir. He held multiple rallies in Kashmir. But the National Conference would have wanted is a star campaigner of the Congress to campaign in Jammu and win them a few seats. But that didn't happen. There was also, BJP was also looking at cutting the votes. Because if you see Jammu, there are clear two parties which had contest. It was either the BJP or the Congress, and few other independents who were rebel from the parties and fought as independent candidates. Other than that, there was no chance of any other party coming there or swinging victory in their favor. And within Kashmir, there was a divided vote. They felt that there will be a vote division, and the National Conference and Congress will hurt because of that division, particularly in those areas where the National Conference is dominant. Because the Indian regime was able to upset Umar Abdullah in North Kashmir, and that's where the main bastion is, apart from Central Kashmir, which comprises of Srinagar, Budgam, and Ganderbal. They felt they'll be able to fragment his vote by Engineer Rashid and make their victory there and get independence out of that particular area. But that didn't happen. Now, clearly, it seems like Omar Abdullah is heading towards Ganderbal to collect his victory certificate. Then he will go to Budgam. He has contested from 2 seats, though he was nervous given the fact that he has lost Lok Sabha elections. Very nervous, in fact. He didn't speak to the media this time. Last time he spoke to the media when Lok Sabha elections were taking place. So he was a little nervous, but that hasn't really, led his fortunes down. He is going on. They feel that they'll be able to form the government. Even if you look at the statement that the PDP has made, just few minutes back, we saw PDP saying that they would need the support of PDP if National Congress is going to form the government.
Oh, absolutely. An exuberant National Conference and Congress alliance taking a very impressive lead in the Jammu and Kashmir election. We also have a reaction now from BJP's leader, Kavinder Gupta. He, in fact, if you recall, was extremely confident that his party will emerge as the single largest party in the Union Territory. We have his reaction. Let's just play that out.
वो देश की बेहतरी के लिए काम करे। जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुत कुछ सहा है और जम्मू कश्मीर में पत्थरबाजों को छोड़ना, इस प्रकार की जो चुनावी जो हथकंडे इन्होंने अपनाए हैं, वो यहाँ पर संभव होने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए जनता की बेहतरी के लिए, जम्मू कश्मीर की बेहतरी के लिए काम करें तो अच्छा रहेगा।
मतलब बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनेगा जैसा दावा किया।
देखिए, मैंने कहा 2 घंटे इंतजार करिए, देखते हैं क्या होता है, क्या रणनीति बनती है। अभी इतनी जल्दी कुछ कहना ठीक नहीं।
जिस तरह वो कह रहे हैं कि उमर अब्दुल्ला सीएम बनेंगे।
देखिए, उन्होंने अपना दावा किया है, अच्छी बात है, करना भी चाहिए, उनके पास फिलहाल तो बहुमत है।
But the BJP much below the halfway mark. They were expecting 30 to 35 seats in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and also putting up a very good performance in Jammu region. We'll talk about the politics in Jammu and Kashmir in just a bit. A quick break right here on the broadcast. Stay tuned. I'll be back. Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage on the election results from the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And with me is Executive Editor CNN News 18, Aman, who's also giving us perspective on this big surprise coming up from the state of Haryana. Haryana has really thrown a big surprise, Aman. That's really been the talking point. There was a point in the live results hub when all the focus was on Haryana. Everyone had forgotten about Jammu and Kashmir. But it's very impressive. They have been able to beat anti-incumbency. They have been able to beat all of the grievances, the kind of restlessness that was there amongst the Jat community, the anger, the restless protest, the farmers' unrest, governance bottlenecks, to come out triumphant. How have they been able to achieve this?
Absolutely, winning against all odds. You know, everything was stacked against the BJP in Haryana. This was a state where they lost 5 Lok Sabha seats just a few months back. In fact, just 3.5 months back. And to come back, make this comeback and win Haryana, I think is a phenomenal victory. Obviously, there are multiple factors in it. We spoke about that earlier. This time, I would like to point out to the Dalit voter. I think this is something which was much ignored in Haryana, while the Congress focus was firmly on the Jat voters consolidating behind it.
And they constitute 20% of the population in the state.
Yes, nearly 22% of the population in Haryana is Dalit voters, something that the BJP has cultivated over the last few years. In fact, created a deprived scheduled caste community there, which 14% of them, which BJP has really focused upon. I think that is something which has totally worked in the favor of the BJP in this election. This vote has not gone to the Congress. This has come to the BJP, which is, I think, explains the overconfidence of the Congress in this election, that, just the Jat sentiment will carry them through. The Chhattis Biradari of Haryana, which Congress spoke about a lot, I think BJP has practiced that well on the ground. Of course, replacing Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar with Nayab Singh Saini is a move that was criticized when it happened. Avantika, I remember all of us were criticizing it, saying this is almost an admission that BJP is going to lose Haryana. Soon after that, we saw BJP lose 5 seats in Haryana. So it was a tough task, but I think BJP has worked on the grassroots here, got their cadre together. There was RSS support, which I am saying the X factor in the Haryana election. After the BJP RSS Samanvaya meeting in Kerala, we have seen the RSS being involved in a big deal in the Haryana election, and all these, I think the result which is showing to us, BJP at 48, best ever performance of BJP in Haryana ever since 2014, when they won it with 47 seats. To get up such a victory, I think, from a possible defeat, which everybody said, I think speaks of the BJP's resolve, and also the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big appeal in Haryana.
Right.
Avantika, you remember, Prime Minister always begins his Lok Sabha campaign from Haryana. Be it from Rewari or be it from some other place, he always begins his Lok Sabha election campaign from Haryana. PM Modi has a long history of, working in Haryana. He once recalled how he used to move on a bike, campaigning Haryana with Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar sitting behind him, pillion riding behind him. So Haryana is somewhere where Narendra Modi has worked as a Karyakarta, and I think that is why that deep knowledge of the state, what works there. Even the issue of Agniveer, for example, which many thought would work against the BJP, nothing has worked. Farmer protest, wrestler protest, nothing seems to have worked on the BJP. People seem to have voted for development and this cohesive caste politics that BJP has practiced in Haryana.
And something that perhaps has backfired for the Congress party was, reports of factionalism, and it was out in the open, the very obvious infighting in the Congress party between a very prominent Dalit face, Shailja Kumari, who herself enjoys a very respectable position in the Congress unit, and you had Bhupinder Singh Hooda. In fact, we have an exclusive interview with Shailja Kumari. She spoke to CNN's reporters. Let's just play that out.
Joining us now, senior Congress leader and MP Kumari Shailja. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Ma'am, the tally has almost taken its final shape, and it seems it's a disappointment for the Congress party. First of all, your first thoughts on it?
No, my first thought obviously is that of disappointment, because in the morning I was talking to you here in this room and I was claiming that we'll get 60 plus. So we are nowhere there, and that is a huge disappointment, not only for me personally, not just, for a few people, for the aspirants, for the candidates, but I think for our workers at large and for Haryana people also. We have not been able to deliver or garner the kind of support that we should have or we could have.
The campaign was really extensive, ma'am, by the Congress party. In fact, from Kisan, Pahalwan to Jawan, all three were focused. Do you think now it's time for introspection, exactly what went wrong?
Absolutely. We will have to introspect. And that is something that any party would do, and we have to do, because we were on way to form government. And 60 or even all your exit polls didn't put it less than majority, absolute majority. So there's some shortcomings.
Ma'am, your initial thoughts, what went wrong?
Well, the BJP is still currently leading in votes in Haryana Assembly elections, clearly overturning all those early trends. And of course, the exit poll predictions, you also just heard Kumari Shailja taking a swipe at all of these exit poll predictions. But the BJP clearly is the story as far as the state of Haryana is concerned. We're going to be talking about Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir in detail. Have to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned. The news and updates continue. Hello and welcome to our very special coverage, Battle for the States, where we are focusing on the results that are out for the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Vote counting is still presently underway in the state of Haryana. It's a closely contested election where the ruling BJP and the Congress were engaged in a nail-biting battle, and what a dramatic turnaround of events it has been as far as the state of Haryana is concerned. Defying initial projections, the BJP has surged ahead, crossing the majority threshold with leads in 48 seats, while the Congress is trailing at 36 now as I speak. Former Chief Minister Bhupendra Singh Hooda is still extremely confident and very optimistic, asserting that the Congress will secure a decisive victory despite the BJP's current advantage. But the outcome is going to determine the fate of over 1,000 candidates, including the fate of 464 independents and other female candidates as well. So these are the numbers that we're showing you right now: 48 for the BJP and 36 for the Congress party. It's very interesting what's happening in the state of Haryana. Now we're going to be showing you some graphics as well. We'll just explain you as to what really worked in the favor for the BJP, because that's very important. Was it the consolidation of the Jats or was it something else? The caste vote, as my colleague Aman has been talking about, has also worked in the favor for the BJP. But let me go straight across now to Sharon. Sharon is joining us. Sharon, early in the morning, celebrations were seen at the party headquarters when the early trends were trickling in. And obviously, all of that has changed, though Bhupendra Singh Hooda has still put up a very defined, very confident note. He's saying that he's very confident कि आखिर में वो ही जीतेंगे and they are only going to be scoring that final goal. But what are you seeing around you? How's the mahal at the BJP office, at the Congress office in Rohtak? Hooda's home ground, his traditional bastion, and also his party office in Rohtak?
Well, behind me you can see that the supporters are still sitting here firmly believing that something would actually turn around and things would be favourable for the Congress party, because that is what the message by Bhupendra Singh Hooda has been just moments back. He came to the party office, the campaign party office, and in fact told his supporters that he in fact is going to the counting centres, and there are about 10 such seats where there is in fact a tight match that is going on. It is a neck and neck situation, and he believes that all these 10 seats are in favour of the Congress party, and that will increase the tally of the Congress party as far as the results are concerned. But of course the results that are coming in is in fact disappointing for the supporters, cadres who have gathered here, of course for the Congress leadership as well. But there is a sense of confidence that is still being put across by Bhupendra Singh Hooda. He still believes that it is the Election Commission that is doing some sort of a miscalculation, and they are not updating the Election Commission website with the numbers. There are about 10 seats where the counting has stopped, is the big allegation that is coming in from Bhupendra Singh Hooda. And same sentiments are being echoed by the leaders in Delhi as well. We have seen Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera also in fact saying that there is some sort of a delay in counting, and that is why the numbers are not getting updated. So right now the supporters who have gathered here, all of them believes that there is still expectation. They still believe that something would actually work out in their favour. And as far as Bhupendra Singh Hooda, the Congress president in Haryana, Uday Bhan, and Deependra Hooda are concerned, they are going from one counting centre to another counting centre, making sure wherever there is a close match between the candidates, there is proper counting that is done. The counting agents have been told to stay firm in all the counting centres and make sure that there is no, the counting continues as far as the counting centres are concerned.
Right. It's interesting that the Congress is alleging manipulation and updating of the Election Commission website. They've raised questions on the lag as far as updating those numbers are concerned. Stay on with me, Sharon. Let's just tell our viewers as to what perhaps has worked in the BJP's success story and what's working in favour of the Saffron Party. But remember, the counting is still underway, but they have managed a good lead, 48 as against 36 of the Congress Party, who were actually expecting a massive sweep. In fact, the Congress Party workers had been hoping 60 and above. Caste consolidation, as my colleague Aman Sharma has been talking about and stressing on, the move to unite those 35 caste groups and against the Jats perhaps gave them the advantage. That the BJP, the anti-Jat vote consolidation, that's a big one as well. The BJP all along had been banking on the caste arithmetic, hoping to consolidate the non-Jat vote and the split in the Dalit vote. So that perhaps has also worked in their favor. And as we were talking before, lessons from the Lok Sabha debacle, the BJP votes may have just turned out in large numbers to vote for BJP and also for the Saffron Party. RSS's rural push. Aman was telling us just a short while ago the massive footprint of the RSS workers, the Karyakartas, how they have been working on the ground. And we've also been hearing from Mohan Bhagwat, who's been talking about unity, talking about all groups within the BJP to come together within the NDA to work for that ultimate goal of winning elections. So the RSS's involvement, their participation, the RSS's ground level efforts perhaps is also what has led to this fantastic performance in the state of Haryana. A great comeback by the BJP. Winning candidates had very strong political backgrounds as well, and the winnability factor was something. Most importantly, Nayab Singh Saini, he himself is a very affable face. He's likable, he's decisive, he's young, he's energetic, and the BJP perhaps had already foreseen that, and that's why they had decided to change and replace Manohar Lal Khattar with Nayab Singh Saini. So I'm talking about that strategy that seems to have worked. And Saini, in fact, has also been extremely confident. I mean, something that really stood out about him through and through, while everyone had been talking about the Congress's massive win or their clean sweep, etc. You had Saini all calm, composed, smiling year to year, very, very sure that the BJP will win. He talked a lot about the work that has been done by the BJP workers on the ground and how the BJP campaign, has really been focusing on development, on reinstilling the faith and confidence in the youth, on talking to them, on reaching out to them, and most importantly, the big announcement of the purchase of 24 crops at minimum support price. So all of these schemes that were announced in this Sankalp Patra, the BJP is stressing how Haryana, the state, has been marching on the path of development. The Dalit vote shift, the Dalits were hesitant to side with the Congress, unlike in Lok Sabha polls, and also the urbanization factor that Aman was talking about, Haryana's rapid urbanization that perhaps has also worked in the benefit of the Haryana state. All right, I've just received some breaking news on the Haryana election results. The Shiv Sena UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi has said, and I quote, that I congratulate the BJP because even after so much anti-incumbency wave, it seems that they are forming the government in the state of Haryana. The Congress party needs to think, to introspect about its strategy, because wherever there is a direct fight with the BJP, the Congress party gets weakened. So that's the congratulatory message coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi. She has openly come out and she's saying that she congratulates the BJP amid the anti-incumbency, amid all the issues that the party had been grappling with in the state of Haryana. It has come out triumphant. It has emerged trumps. Executive Editor, CNN News 18, Aman Sharma, has been with us throughout. He's also giving us more context and perspective. Aman, I just want to understand from you what happens for the Congress party now. What happens to Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Kumari Selja? I mean, the kind of infighting that one saw, and we just heard from Kumari Selja as well. She took a bit of a dig on that 60 number, but perhaps it is curtains for senior Hooda, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Do you think so?
Well, I think, Avantika, knives are going to be out in the Congress now. It's clear. We listened to Kumari Selja's interview with her colleague Yash today, which has played out. She's clearly saying that party needs to introspect. कहाँ बात हो रही थी 60 की और हम वहाँ तक पहुँच भी नहीं पाए. 36-37 सीट्स हम जीत रहे हैं. So very, very clear. Kumari Selja is now saying, look, you banned completely on Bhupinder Singh Hooda in these elections. You made his man Uday Bhan as the PCC chief, replacing me. Kumari Selja, you're the only woman Dalit face you have in the state, and this in a way is a sweet revenge, I would say, for Kumari Selja, whose candidates did not get tickets. In these elections, she herself wanted to contest. It was not ignored because they said no MP will contest. Now, and Dalit votes, which the Congress desperately needed to win this election, have not come to the Congress because BJP was effectively able to tell voters that, look, Congress party is disrespecting its tallest Dalit face. Why do you even want to vote for the Congress party, which does not even, wants to repose any trust in Kumari Selja? So it's very clear. I think Kumari Selja's words now are laying the ground out.
But the re-entry of Ashok Tamar didn't help the Congress party. He is also a known Dalit candidate. He's known to be extremely fickle. He's been changing his party allegiance as well. But clearly it seems that Kumari Selja, not that she felt slighted, but it has also had an impact on the Dalit community as well.
Absolutely. I think Ashok Tamar was too late. And, clearly Selja has much bigger stature in Haryana. She's also the MP from Sirsa. But I think Kumari Selja's factor, I think the Congress could have played it up more. She did not campaign much. At least, she was unhappy first with the candidates. Even Tawar's re-entry into the Congress, she was not happy. And this, I think, effectively this election, Bhupinder Singh Huda's political career seems to be going into the sunset. He's lost 3 consecutive elections as the presumptive CM face of his party. And I think Kumari Selja could be, the party may look at a younger leadership now to take it forward, especially to focus on the Dalit vote, because they are realizing now that banking just on the Jat vote is not going to help them win Haryana. They need to get the Dalit vote back with them, and maybe Selja is the best face they have to do that in future elections.
Interesting. Just stay on with me, Aman. We also have Priyanka Chaturvedi's soundbite now. Her reaction, she has congratulated the BJP, and she's also asked the BJP to sit back and introspect and to find out just what went wrong for the party in the state of Haryana.
अभी देखिए चुनावी नतीजे अभी पूरे आए नहीं हैं, पर जिस तरीके से जा रहा है उससे स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि इतनी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बावजूद भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर सरकार बना रही है तो मैं सबसे पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देना चाहूँगी कि उन्होंने ये कैंपेन अच्छे से लड़ा, जनता का विश्वास जीता हरियाणा में, डिस्पाइट एंगर वोट भी उन्हीं को गए, यानी विश्वास बनाए रखा कि बीजेपी में विश्वास बनाए रखा है। और कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी अपनी रणनीति देखनी पड़ेगी कि जैसे डायरेक्ट फाइट होती है बीजेपी के साथ, कांग्रेस कहीं ना कहीं कमज़ोर पड़ जाती है, तो क्यों है रीवर्क द एंटायर अलायंस। ऐसा कोई मैं मानती हूँ कि अभी नतीजे जब आएंगे तो फाइनली पता चलेगा, बट अगर जीतते हैं तो उनको बधाई के पात्र भी बनते हैं कि डिस्पाइट एंटी इनकम्बेंसी दे हैव डन वेल।
I'm going to get in a quick word now from CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, how is the mood in the Congress camp? We just heard from Bhupinder Singh Huda. He's still extremely confident of pulling off a massive win. He's saying ki aakhir to goal hum hi marenge. And he's also alleged that there's a lot of confusion that's being created.
Well, I mean, at 4 o'clock is going to be the first official press conference of the Congress party, which is from Jairam Ramesh. But already, voices coming in from the Congress seems to be suggesting that they're accepting the mandate. And of course, there will be a stock taking at some point of time on what possibly could have gone wrong. And that perhaps is a lesson they would want to learn. But I would be more worried if I was a Congress party by the comments of Priyanka Chaturvedi, because that's the next big election, which is in Maharashtra. Priyanka Chaturvedi belongs to the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena faction, clearly the ally of the Congress. And the allies have been unhappy. They feel that whenever they are straight fights, the Congress party gets its strategy wrong. Whether it was Omar Abdullah being upset with the Congress for not campaigning enough in Jammu, or whether it's now Priyanka Chaturvedi who must be wondering whether there would be a repeat of the Congress's lack of enthusiasm of good strategy when the elections begin in Maharashtra. These are worrying signs for the Congress. This is also something which I think at some point of time the AAP may raise, that so much for not aligning with us, saying that you don't need us in Haryana, but you lost. You haven't got that mandate. So why did you reject us? So these are certainly going to be those niggling questions aimed at the Congress.
So what's next for Kumari Selja, for Bhupinder Singh Huda? What do you think went wrong for the Congress party? They're at 37 as we speak. BJP is still at 47. The counting is still going on. But in your perspective, in your understanding of the situation, what backfired for the Congress party given the... do you think it was the slugfest between Kumari Selja, Bhupinder Singh Huda, the internal drifts, the controversies, or was it just overconfidence and arrogance that it's going to be a clean sweep for the Congress party in Haryana?
Well, in the last 10 to 15 days, the BJP kind of made up for the lost ground. I think the Congress failed to sense that. They didn't realize that the Congress party was actually fighting with their back to the wall, and they know how to hit back. And that's precisely what they did, going on the ground and hitting back consistently. But the second and the more important thing is, I think, is that infighting, which certainly seems to have hurt them. Kumari Selja was underestimated. Look at her statement just a day before polling. She said, I am not someone who can be ignored. I don't think she made it an off the cuff. She was clearly upset with getting in Ashok Tamar last minute. And the fact is that it's only post 26 that she began to campaign, that too in and around the Hisar and the Sirsa area. The campaign was largely by the Huttas, of the Huttas, and some ways he wanted perhaps to teach the party also a lesson, despite making the right noises that I am a loyalist. She remains in the Congress party, but she also tried to send out this message to the top leadership. The elections cannot be as far as a monopoly by only one particular family is concerned.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much. Aman, I wanted to understand from you, usually the political and the electoral inclination of Dalits in Haryana, or for that matter in any state, is subject to various factors such as the charisma of a political leader or the caste character of the candidate as well. Do you think that that's where the Congress lost out on? Because you're right, Kumari Selja has been pretty much in the national capital. She hasn't really campaigned for the party. She's been giving interviews to most of our reporters at CNN News 18. Do you think that is one big point that they lost out on?
I think multitude of factors, Avantika. Number one, of course, is the Kumari Selja factor. She being ignored by the Congress was milked very, very effectively by the BJP during this campaign, especially in the last few days, as Pallavi was mentioning. Also, I think one thing that the BJP leaders told me, this Rahul Gandhi's comment in the US, when he mentioned something about reservation, later he said that, it was misconstrued. He never said that reservation will go away. The damage was done. That particular remark also the BJP actively circulated amongst its channels in Haryana to say that, Congress is against reservation. And this effectively may have also secured the Dalits vote for the BJP. Of course, the third point is obviously because Congress over dependence on Jat voters. If your face is a Jat, Chief Minister presumptive face is a Jat, and all the time the BJP's Congress is talking about promoting him over other leaders who are Dalit faces or Randeep Surjewala or somebody else. Obviously BJP was able to milk that in their favor, and I think all of that combined into seeing what we are seeing in the Haryana result right now.
Well, someone who's going to be smiling today is Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana. He who has just come into the picture after Manohar Lal Khattar was replaced. And we have Arun Dhanta, who's joining us from his constituency. Arun, in fact, has been keeping a very close track of all the developments. Arun, what is it that you are hearing from the ground, the factors that have led to this fantastic performance by the BJP in the state of Haryana? And can we expect to hear from the Chief Minister? Will he be addressing a press conference?
Well, absolutely he will. He will speak to media, but right now we are of course inside his residence, and we are told that he is watching the trends very closely, and perhaps he's little cautious at this moment. Therefore he's not coming out or making any statement to media. He wants to have some sort of assurance as far as the trends goes. Perhaps then we will see he'll come out and then address the media. We are also told that he will be going to his assembly Ladwa for a road show, in which of course he's going to thank the people of his assembly who supported him. And the factor which was playing, because when I was traveling across Ladwa in 2 days back, the campaign on which he went to people was that he is once again going to become the Chief Minister. So if people of Ladwa are voting him, they are voting for the Chief Minister. That was the confidence which he was in fact showing to the people. And now I think he's coming out. Let's hear Nayab Singh Saini. He's coming out from his residence and likely to speak to media on this victory which has come after many were saying 10 years anti-incumbency. You can see some movement is taking place here, and that is of course because of Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब, 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है।
हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के सामान्य माइक को लगने दो, मैं दिल से धन्यवाद उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद जो पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा, मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ, वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
खेतों हाथ अलग से करो। जाने दो पंकज उतर के तो आओ यार, उतर के आओ यार, 1 मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who is extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community, and now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state, and it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party who will rule for the next few years in the state of Haryana. We're going to take a very short break. The news and updates continue. Just leaving our viewers with the visuals of the Chief Minister of Haryana, who is thanking the people and the Prime Minister of India for this victory. Welcome back to our special battle for the state and our continuing coverage on the election results coming in from Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And speaking of the latter, the National Conference and the Congress Alliance has surged ahead, taking the lead in 48 out of 90 seats, while the BJP is trailing behind with 29 seats. In fact, the latest development also suggests a significant advantage for the alliance, with the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah leading in both Budgam and Ganderbal constituencies. In fact, he's already declared the win from Budgam. He's on his way to Ganderbal. He was leading by over 8,500 votes. And Farooq Abdullah has declared that National Conference leader Omar Abdullah is going to be becoming the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, as his party is racing ahead in winning the assembly elections. In fact, after conceding defeat in the Brij Bihara constituency, Mehbooba's daughter Iltija Mufti has said that she concedes defeat. She respects the people of the people's verdict, but she also said that she's not going to break down, and she looked forward to a more exciting phase in her political career. So all these reactions coming in, it's going to be very interesting as the counting is still going on. The alliance's momentum just may pave the way for a potential victory for the National Conference and the conference. Now let's just take you through the big Jammu and Kashmir takeaways. Well, PDP has lost its stronghold in South Kashmir, but we heard from Mehbooba Mufti and she is extremely happy with the outcome. She's very pleased that it's not in hung assembly. She in fact has been speaking in favor of the National Conference. She's saying कि तोड़ मड़ोड़ अब होने का कोई उम्मीद नहीं है. She did not really speak of any alliance with the National Conference. The National Conference resting PDP's stronghold in and around Srinagar is also a very important factor in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir. But it's the Jamaat-backed candidates who have faltered. They haven't really performed well. Jamaat-e-Islami-backed candidates failing to really make any substantial impact in these elections. And despite negative sentiments, the BJP is also maintaining its dominance in Jammu. They still haven't really gotten the number of seats that they had wanted. They were expecting about 33 to 35, but they've only managed to get about 29. Independents have also, like the Jamaat-backed candidates, unable to make any significant mark in the valley. And PDP's alliance, their past alliance with the BJP in 2014, perhaps is being viewed as a betrayal of sorts. Let me go straight across now to Ishan Vani. Ishan, it's so fascinating what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and it's Omar Abdullah who is the man of the moment. He's someone who's going to be now the Chief Minister of the state. This has been a long wait for Omar Abdullah as well. And before I come to you, Ishan, we're getting lots of updates. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has congratulated the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. Saini, in fact, was speaking to our reporters just a short while ago, where he himself had thanked the Prime Minister and the people of Haryana. In fact, Saini said that this is historic, that the party has won this hat-trick. It has secured a third consecutive win, and that's why he has expressed his gratitude and thanks to the people of Haryana. Imagine this is the same party that has been in power for a decade, for 10 long years. It has beaten anti-incumbency. It has beaten the kind of disgruntlement amongst the farmers, the Agniveers, the wrestlers to win these elections. And those are the numbers: BJP at 51, the Congress at 34. The Congress party, in fact, is alleging manipulation in updating trends on the Election Commission of India's website. They're extremely shocked because they were expecting a sweep. The Congress had put up numbers of 60, but there's going to be a lot of introspection. Payal joins us now for the very latest. Payal, what a fantastic performance by the BJP. It's a massive electoral surprise and something that has been secured by Naib Singh Saini, someone who has just come into the picture and securing this big win for his party in the state of Haryana.
Well, not many would have given, a chance to Naib Singh Saini because he just came in to become the Chief Minister. His acid test was just in a few months to actually prove the detractors wrong, that he was capable of, staging such a victory for his party. But he surprised one and all, including few leaders from his party also would have been extremely surprised with the volume with which the BJP is looking at, getting this victory in place as well. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the captain of the ship, has in fact called up Naib Singh Saini, congratulated him and spoken to him about, the victory, and said that this is what was expected for a leader like him, and that's the reason the Prime Minister is said to have believed in younger leadership and newer leadership, and that's something which of course is a reflection. And Naib Singh Saini is extremely overwhelmed with the response that he's got, from the party president, the Prime Minister to the Home Minister will be calling up and congratulating him for this big win. So remember, these are not easy shoes to fill in. You are looking at massive anti-incumbency with Manohar Khattar's rule of 10 years. And then something, of course, was the duty of Naib Singh Saini to deliver the goods. and he's delivered the goods and how, Avantika.
Absolutely. What do you think worked for the BJP? Do you think Congress's over-dependence on Jat or the counter-consolidation that worked in favor of the BJP?
It's going to be too early to say about this right now because the BJP is also trying to just calculate what really worked for them. But one thing when we spoke to the BJP floor manager and the BJP, forces on the ground, they said the key to this election would have been the localization of the issues, making sure the local candidates, irrespective of whatever the combination was being able to give a seat, and they wanted to actually prove this thing wrong that, there are other parties, Chhattis, Biradari, something which everybody speaks about as far as Haryana is concerned. So the entire logic the way BJP was hoping will work has worked for them because apart from just the Jat, there are many other OBCs and, people from the Dalit background who of course, would have voted for the BJP, and a big setback came to the BJP on the very last day of the campaigning when Ashok Tawar, a Dalit leader, had joined the ranks back to the Congress party. So many thought probably doomsday as far as the BJP is really concerned. The BJP had faith in their leadership, especially the local leadership. And those people who work on ground say that this strategy wouldn't have been possible had it not been the involvement of somebody who's like Amit Shah, who's got his ears to the ground, meets Karyakartas every now and then, takes feedback from ground and effectively devises a strategy. So of course, an effective team of Dhanraj Pradhan has already worked with Amit Shah multiple times in the past. And of course, Surendra Singh Nagor, who's a new entrant to the party, being able to deliver the goods. As far as the party is concerned, of course, Biplab Dev has been in charge of the party for a long time now. And without a doubt, Prime Minister Modi's charisma works undoubtedly. And of course, the hard work also of JP Nadda.
Very interesting, Payal. Thank you so much for joining us. And now let's shift our focus to Jammu and Kashmir. Coming to you now, Ishan. My apologies to have cut you in earlier on. But Omar Abdullah, the man of the moment, he's going to be the next chief minister. He has also secured a thumping victory from Budgaon. The Congress has gone past the halfway mark. So what happens next? And I'm amazed, the Jamaat candidates, 10 candidates who were in this electoral process have also really disappointed. They have faltered. They haven't really impressed as well. What's the latest that you're getting in from the ground? All attention will be on the national conference.
Well, absolutely right. It's up to the national conference now that numbers to get them together, to keep their leaders together. It's all noisy out here at the JKPCC headquarters. The president who recently appointed Tariq Abul has won from central Charlton. That's why you see young and old dancing together. There's music, there is DJ, and Tariq Abul has just come here, and we see this as a celebration. Those Congress has performed poorly, not to the liking of their alliance partners. National Conference, they would have believed that they could perform better. They will do well in these polls. They would make sure that their winning margins are high and they're able to win. That really did not happen. National Conference wanted them to take this in Jammu region. That's why you're seeing.
Right, Ishan, we're just having a bit of an issue with your audio, but we can see the celebrations out there. All the National Conference workers and the Congress Party workers celebrating the win for the National Conference. Manohar Lal Khattar presently is speaking, the former Chief Minister of Haryana. We're going to cut straight across and listen in.
लगातार एक झूठ बोलने का, भ्रम फैलाने का काम कर रहे थे। जनता ने कांग्रेस की बात को नकारा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बात को उन्होंने सराहा, स्वीकार किया। और मैं समझता हूं कि एक जनता ने एक ऐसा संदेश दिया है कि मोदी जी के जो सरकार की नीतियां हैं, मोदी जी की जो उपलब्धियां हैं, जो हमारा काम करने का तरीका है, कार्यपद्धति का, वो जनता के ऊपर असर कर रहा था। और जनता ने उसका प्रत्युत्तर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हरियाणा में तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई है। और ये अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड बना है कि हरियाणा में आज तक किसी भी पार्टी की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार नहीं बनी थी। पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक मुद्दा बनाया था, पहलवान, किसान और जवान, ये मुद्दा बना करके कांग्रेस पार्टी इस बार चुनाव में उतरी थी। आप क्या लगता है ये मुद्दा उनका चला नहीं?
मुद्दा तो यही था। मुद्दा ये था कि हमने जितना हरियाणा के किसान के लिए, हरियाणा के जवान के लिए, हरियाणा के पहलवान के लिए किया है, कांग्रेस तो कर ही नहीं सकती है। और ये चीज़ लोगों को पता है। वो लोग किसी भी प्रकार की कोई बात करेंगे, वो जनता को जो सही बात है वही पसंद आएगी, जो गलत बात वो पसंद नहीं आएगी। हमने किसानों के लिए भरपूर किया, बहुत काम किया है। इसलिए मैं तो आज इस समय इतना ही संक्षेप में कहना चाहूँगा कि जो चीज़ जनता ने महसूस की, कांग्रेस के भ्रम में नहीं आई है। यहाँ का लोकतंत्र, हरियाणा का लोकतंत्र बहुत ही परिपक्व है। जनता बड़ी परिपक्व है और जनता ने एक हमारे कामों पर, मोदी जी की नीतियों पर एक मुहर लगाई है और मैं इसका श्रेय जनता को देता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को देता हूं।
सर, सारे चुनाव पूर्वानुमानों को धत्ता बताते हुए ये बड़ी जीत हुई है, क्या कहेंगे?
पूर्वानुमान जो लगाते हैं ये उनको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना है कि किस आधार पर कैसे पूर्वानुमान करते हैं। पूर्व अनुमान जो हैं वो जनता अपने मन की बात सबको बताती भी नहीं है और जिस प्रकार के पूर्व अनुमान हैं बहुत बार पहले भी फेल हुए हैं, इस बार भी फेल हुए हैं और थोड़ा सा गहराई में आप लोगों को जो भी करते हैं पूर्व अनुमान उनको करना चाहिए।
क्या लगता है कांग्रेस कहाँ फेल हो गई?
ये तो कांग्रेस वालों से पूछना पड़ेगा।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस बीच आरोप लगाया है कि स्लो काउंटिंग किया जा रहा है, कई चुनाव आयोग नतीजों को रोक रहा है, नतीजों को लेकर।
ये तो कभी कभी हमको भी लगता है कि कांग्रेस वाले जब हार देख रहे थे तो कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज में कैसे कोई बोला जाए कुछ, क्योंकि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पहले जैसे कहा कि दिन आएगा जब जनता देगी उनको जवाब और ये एक ही बात कहेंगे कि ये ईवीएम खराब।
सर, आपने जब वोटिंग के दिन हमसे बात करी थी, 36 बिरादरी उनके साथ है, क्या 36 बिरादरी ने कांग्रेस का साथ नहीं?
मैं अपनी बात कह सकता हूँ, मेरे से कांग्रेस की बात क्यों पूछे, आप उनसे पूछिए। मुझे पता है कि हमने हरियाणा में जब 2014 में चुनाव लड़ा था, मैंने स्वयं से एक नारा दिया था, हरियाणा एक, हरियाणवी एक। तो इसलिए हरियाणा के सब लोगों को मैं अपना परिवार मान करके चलता रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं वो उसी प्रकार से और हरियाणा की जनता के साथ एक तालमेल बैठा करके एक बड़े विनम्रता के भाव से जनता के काम हमेशा करते रहे।
सर, करनाल में जब वोटिंग के दिन आपने बात करी थी तो आपने दो बातें कही थी। एक तो पूर्वानुमान आपने भी लगाया था कि 45 से ज्यादा सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही, अपने दम पर सरकार बना रही
कहा था।
और दूसरी बात आपने कही थी नायब सैनी ही हमारे मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। क्या इस बात की आप
हमारे
Okay, we just have received some breaking news. Jairam Ramesh's fresh allegation. He has said, and I quote, that in Adhampur Vidhan Sabha, Haryana, I'm just trying to understand, the candidate Chandra Prakash has reportedly won by 1,426 votes, but the Election Commission of India has not issued an election certificate yet, and the website is not showing the results of the last 3 rounds. What explains this delay? This is what Jairam Ramesh has said. So basically, what the Congress is alleging manipulation in updating the ECI website. In fact, it's not just Congress's Jairam Ramesh, even Pawan Kheda has questioned this lag, the delay in updating the ECI website. In fresh trends on the website, they have decided to lodge a complaint as well. Pallavi is joining us now for the latest. Pallavi, over to you. Are they planning to lodge a complaint? They're putting out these tweets again and again. They're alleging all sorts of manipulation and a deliberate attempt of delaying to update the ECI website. Have we got a reaction from the Election Commission of India on these allegations?
Oh yes, absolutely, Avantika. In fact, after Jairam Ramesh wrote that letter to Election Commission, the EC has responded with a table pointing out that these are the times on which we have declared the result, and therefore this is completely uncorroborated facts which are being put out by Jairam Ramesh, and these are baseless allegations.
All right, Pallavi, we're having an issue with their audio. So the Congress claiming discrepancies in the Election Commission's reporting of the counted rounds. That's what they're alleging, that there seems to be some discrepancies. In fact, another Congress leader has alleged manipulation in updating the ECI website. The ECI has come back very strongly. They have said that there is no truth in all of these claims, but the Congress party is saying that there is an attempt and there is a lag in updating the Election Commission of India updates. So that's the latest coming in. But I'm just also going to get an executive editor of CNN News 18, Aman, on the remarks and statement being made by the erstwhile Chief Minister, Manohar Lal Khattar. You know, something that he says was, obviously he thanked all the BJP workers and all the work that has done in securing this impressive performance. But very interestingly, he talks about how the Congress party thrives on falsehoods, how they are a pot of lies. And I remember that Saini also, during the entire campaign, Aman, had focused on how the Congress is so against the Dalit community. He had talked about the incidents that had taken place in Mirchpur, in Gohana, in Daulatpur, where Dalits actually were subjected to a lot of atrocities. Do you think all of this emphasis on the local issues is what has helped them gaining the numbers that we're seeing right now?
Well, I think so, Avantika. And Dalit atrocities in Haryana also date back, to Mr. Huda's tenure. The BJP always brings that up, then when a Jat-dominated Sarkar comes in Haryana,
Yes.
it is the Dalits which suffer the most. They are at the end of facing these atrocities. And even in this election, we saw BJP trying to remind the voters of those days of the Huda government. Number two, I think this, what BJP made a big point in this election is the so-called disrespect of Kumari Selja by the Congress leadership, saying that she did not get a say in the seat, she is not being projected as a CM face, she is not campaigning. This is because Congress does not respect Dalits in their party, and that is why we see the BJP making it a big issue. Also, Rahul Gandhi's reservation comment in the US, which he says was misconstrued, but that comment still got a life of its own in this particular campaign. So I think all that has worked for the BJP, and right now we are looking at almost 40% vote share for the BJP in Haryana. This could also be their best ever in a J&K assembly election. Winning these many seats, 51 right now. This is phenomenal. Last time they won 47 in 2014 when Manohar Lal Khattar first became the chief minister. So Nayab Singh Saini effectively is also beating Manohar Lal Khattar's record of 47 to win 51 seats this time in an election where nobody was giving BJP a chance, saying everything is stacked up against them. I think a phenomenal victory by Nayab Singh Saini's leadership, and of course the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and his continuing admiration amongst the people of Haryana on various issues. And as we were earlier discussing, Modi always begins this campaign in a Lok Sabha election from Haryana. He has an old connection with Haryana. He's worked as a Karyakarta on the ground here, and that is why I think the BJP's deep investment in Haryana, also backed by this time, I think, by the RSS cadres on the ground.
Absolutely. No, I would say this is unprecedented, and no one saw it coming with the kind of anti-incumbency that had set in, and all the other issues, whether it was the farmers' unrest, whether it was the grievances of the wrestlers, governance bottlenecks, and there was also the issue of drug addiction, and there was just so much corruption also, at least allegations of corruption, and they have beaten all of that to come to power. For them to secure this hat-trick is historic. Aman, you have been talking about the RSS factor, and I really want you to kind of give us more information on that, and tell us how important has their work, their contribution been for the performance of the BJP in the state of Haryana, and is this going to follow in the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh assembly elections as well?
Well, I think so, because I think the BJP RSS Samanvaya Baithak, which happened in Palakkad, Kerala last month, I think led to ironing out of many issues. There have obviously been, after the Lok Sabha results came, there was this talk inside the BJP that was the RSS fully involved in the campaign. The statement of Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, saying that BJP can do well without the RSS as well. It's abhi khud se saksham hai. That was also seen in the political circle, and maybe RSS has taken a bit of a backseat. But I think after that Samanvaya Baithak had happened in Kerala, we saw the RSS being on the same page. Ram Madhav was in fact made in charge of J&K again. Yes. After that as well. So I think RSS was very much, the machinery was very much out in Haryana, boots on the ground, going to voters, reaching out to them, telling them the good works of the BJP government in the state, telling them the good work, the leadership of Narendra Modi, why it is important for the people of Haryana to vote in his favor. I think all of those factors have had an impact, and though the RSS and the BJP will never say that officially, but I think the inputs from the ground suggest that the RSS was firmly backing the BJP in this election, and that seems to have contributed, the bit is had, to seeing this record verdict. And 51 seats for the BJP in Haryana, I don't think anybody ever gave them such a chance here, and this is a phenomenal victory.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of Uttar Pradesh by-polls, as I was just mentioning, Aman, Yogi Adityanath has put out his tweet. He's also congratulated the BJP. He said, and I quote, "Hearty congratulations to all the dedicated workers, office bearers and respected voters of this historic victory of BJP for Haryana in the Haryana Legislative Assembly elections 2024. This victory, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister says, is dedicated to the accomplishments of the concept of quote-unquote developed Haryana, developed India. And is also a seal of the faith of the people of Haryana on the public welfare policies of respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the efficient leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Nayab Singh Saini, BJP, and also the power of the double-engine BJP government, the double-engine Sarkar. Hearty congratulations to all the people of Haryana for once again giving BJP imbued win with the spirit of nation first, the privilege of serving. So that's a long congratulatory message being put out there by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, congratulating the Prime Minister, and Naib Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of the state of Haryana. Quick break right here on the broadcast. Keep watching. We'll be back with the latest political reactions and all the updates on these very interesting election results from Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1% the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. That doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am.
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results. But as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way. And I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see, and all this analysis can...
Welcome back to our special battle for the states. You're watching minute-to-minute coverage of the political developments. It's a big day today. The results are out for the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the BJP doing exceedingly well despite facing anti-incumbency. But the Congress also very hopeful of a victory in what has been a largely bipolar contest. I'm going to go straight across now to my colleague Arun Dhanta. Arun, in fact, is following and tracking the man of the moment, Naib Singh Saini, who has pulled off this great performance in the state of Haryana. Arun, you're in your car right now. Now tell me, where are you heading to and where is the Chief Minister?
Well, Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini has headed towards Jyotisar. It's a Hindu pilgrimage site where many say that Gita was born. It was the place where Lord Krishna gave Gita to Arjun. So he has moved to that place at this moment. He will be, of course, seeking a blessing from there. And then, of course, he will be heading towards Ladwa to the people who have sent him to the assembly, not only to the assembly, but he is going to be the chief minister. So it's a big achievement for the Ladwa people that for the first time you will have a chief minister from Ladwa, and that was his campaign slogan. His team was actually building his campaign on this, that this time around from Ladwa there will be chief minister again in Haryana. Remember, he contested from Ladwa for the very first time. Before this, he was, of course, an MLA from Karnal, the seat which was vacated by former chief minister and union minister Manohar Lal Khattar. So now he has won from Ladwa, and after seeking blessings from there, he will be heading towards Ladwa. Of course, there will be a small roadshow in that, and then he will be meeting people there. And while he was moving out of his residence, when he spoke to media, he said that once I will be back, I will hold a proper press conference. So we will be waiting for that press conference also. But the fact of the matter here is that what BJP has achieved in Haryana, as per the trends, it is something which is significant, unprecedented. We had seen in the past that there has been a trend, a 10 years trend. In 2004, we saw Hooda coming to power and then staying in power till 2014, and then BJP came to power in 2014 till this election. Now again you have BJP once again forming the government, so it's unprecedented in the politics
what do you
of
think has
Haryana,
worked
but
for Naib Singh
that's what it is.
Saini? And the Prime Minister is also right now expected to speak. We're just getting some information right now, around 7 in the evening. Aman, do we have any information about this?
It's likely that PM could go to the BJP headquarters in the evening. Yes.
Sure. So, coming to you, Arun, what do you think has worked for Naib Singh Saini? He was assured of the BJP's win. What has worked for the BJP? Is it the promises that they made, 2,100 rupees for the women in the state under the Ladu Lakshmi Yojana, or guaranteed jobs for the Agniveers, government jobs for the Agniveers? Or was it the big announcement of the purchase of those 24 crops at minimum support price? Just explain and put things in context for our viewers.
Well, see, there were multiple factors, and the first one in those factors was the appointment of Naib Singh Saini as chief minister. There were talks, of course, that ML Khattar, it was BJP delayed actually the change of guard in Haryana, and many were saying that it could be detrimental for BJP. They could have done this replacement a year back or year and a half back, but they changed Manohar Lal Khattar in March of this year, and the decision was, of course, to cut that anti-incumbency, but nobody knew whether it will work on the ground or not. And then, of course, the strategic part of BJP's planning was to give a face which can represent the largest section of the state, which was, of course, OBC, and Naib Singh Saini, who's somebody very close to Manohar Lal Khattar. And importantly also, Vantika, we saw that ML Khattar, two-time Chief Minister of Haryana, was kept away from the campaign, and I think that has also worked in favor of BJP.
Oh, indeed, absolutely. And Arun, we'll come back to you if you do happen to catch up with the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini of Haryana. Thank you so much for joining us. Aman, very quickly before I close the show, if you could just give us a little more details about this news coming in of the Prime Minister. Is he expected to speak about this fantastic performance that has been pulled off by the party in the state of Haryana?
That is what we are hearing, that the PM could be at the BJP headquarters later this evening to attend, speak to the Karyakarta. That this is the practice in the BJP when a big election victory happens, as it has happened in Haryana. The Prime Minister goes and speaks to, and this is a special occasion. It must be a historical occasion. BJP winning Haryana for the third time, first party to do this hat trick, highest vote shares in both in J&K as well as Haryana, highest number of seats as well in J&K and Haryana. So I think BJP has much to celebrate about today.
Indeed, Avantika. And we will also cover those celebrations, and we'll have Aman as well, who's going to be getting us all the updates on the celebrations, the celebratory mahal in the BJP headquarters in the state of Haryana and Jammu as well. With that, it's time for me to wrap up things here, but the news and updates continue with my colleague Kritzpin and all the political updates coming in on these results from the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana in our special show, Battle for the States. Keep watching.
Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1% the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. That doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am.
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results, but as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way, and I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see, and all this analysis can be done much later. All these things matter, absolutely they matter, but I would say that the anti-incumbency of the BJP in the state was what mattered most. That was the major factor, the primary factor was that, and I would say that still holds true.
So this tight contest, what do you put it down to, this neck and neck contest? Is it that the BJP has suddenly sort of been, forced back into the game? What really happened? Or was Mr. Huda's projection perhaps not quite the right thing for the Congress?
To be honest, I'm just going by what you are saying, and I haven't really seen anything else or got information from the ground, because I'm sitting with channels only. But we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Sometimes what happens is that some areas are taken up, and the others we know where we are weak, where we are strong. So that may yet come.
Okay. Well, Mr.
Hello and a very good evening. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Walia. And while this day has been nothing short of twists and turns, viewers, it indeed has been a Super Tuesday verdict. Let's start with Haryana first. In politics, as they say, nothing can be ascertained till the last vote is counted. But by now, the picture is more or less clear. The BJP has done what the party, none of the parties, in fact, in Haryana so far have managed to pull off in the state. It's on the verge of scripting history by becoming the first party in Haryana to have returned to power for a third time, this time under the leadership of Naib Singh Saini. Now, the Prime Minister has already dialed the current Chief Minister, the Chief Minister to be in all likelihood. The BJP has done the unimaginable, especially all pollsters, remember, handed over Haryana to the Congress. But as we speak, the BJP leading on 51 as opposed to 34 for the Congress party. Now that number is also more or less firmed up. Earlier today, in fact, we saw the Congress raise a few complaints with the Election Commission of India while alleging a delay on part of the EC in updating numbers on their website, calling it baseless and malicious. The Election Commission, of course, hit back, rejected all of those charges. But it's been one of its kind. If we talk about the elections overall, the BJP almost snatching victory from the jaws of the Congress. It's been a very exciting election result to watch out for. We've been tracking the latest, and a lot of excitement as on expected lines in the BJP camp. The mood is on an all-time high, given that nobody saw this coming. As for the Bharatiya Janata Party, they had been exuding confidence in Haryana since day one. In fact, when the exit poll results were out as well, we did hear it from top BJP leaders say that the party has just begun and wait for the last vote to be counted. Let's now talk about the success story of the Bharatiya Janata Party. What is it that's worked in the favor of the Saffron Party? Because as many pollsters were also talking about, nobody saw this coming. There has to be some work that the BJP did manage to pull off on ground zero that's worked in its favor. So we take you through these factors one by one. First and foremost, caste consolidation. The move to unite 35 caste groups against Jats most certainly has been advantage Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's something that the BJP perhaps was not entirely confident of whether or not it will work in its favor, but that's the strategy that the Bharatiya Janata Party decided to go ahead with. In continuation, the anti-Jat vote consolidation, remember, leveraged forward caste and OBC consolidation. So this was the counter strategy on part of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They tried to make the most of the anti-Jat consolidation. While the Congress was very clear in its strategy of wanting to woo the Jat community as on expected lines along with the Dalit community, the BJP went with a reverse strategy, and that most certainly seems to have worked out for the Saffron Party. Lessons from Lok Sabha debacle. Remember, the BJP voters may have turned out in large numbers to vote, and as many experts do highlight time and again that the BJP voter, the core BJP voter, not just in Haryana, across the country, is an emotional voter. They're very loyal to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they perhaps seem to have learned their lessons from the Lok Sabha results. RSS's rural push is another key factor. The ground level efforts by the RSS in rural areas seem to have paid off, and that's something that's worked out for the BJP as well. If we talk about winning candidates, all of them have had strong political background and the winnability factor. In fact, that's something that the Congress seemed to have not focused on all that much. It may have overemphasized on the Jat factor, over-relied on the Jat factor, and not so much on the winnability factor. And that's where the BJP perhaps tried to come in and use it to its advantage. As far as the CM change strategy is concerned, remember, it's just been a few months of leadership for Mr. Saini. That seems to have worked out because it was done with a purpose. It was done to dodge anti-incumbency against the Bharatiya Janata Party. That seems to have effectively worked in favor of the BJP. Talking about the Dalit vote and how the Dalit vote has also shifted, that seems to be a very interesting aspect. Remember, this also needs to be viewed alongside what was happening in the Congress camp all this while, because remember, there was a little bit of a tussle that was going on between the likes of Bhupinder Singh Hooda and Kumari Selja, who's known to be a big Dalit leader, big Dalit face in Haryana. Whether or not a little bit of a miscalculation seemed to have come in as a setback for the Congress, that's something that we will be talking about in just a bit. Urbanization factor as well, key to BJP's victory in Haryana. Remember, the entire area surrounding Gurugram, so south of Haryana, we see a lot of BJP support really through the votes. And that's the pattern that we have essentially been able to draw out as far as Haryana is concerned. Kumari Selja, like I said, has been key all through the election campaign. We've seen a lot of internal fights in the Congress camp in the run-up to the Haryana polls. Whether or not that did play a significant role, we'll talk about that in just a bit. But here's what Kumari Selja said about the overall performance of the Congress.
Ma'am, the tally has almost taken its final shape, and it seems it's a disappointment for the Congress party. First of all, your first thoughts on it?
No, my first thought obviously is that of disappointment, because in the morning I was talking to you here in this room and I was claiming that we'll get 60 plus. So we are nowhere there, and that is a huge disappointment, not only for me personally, not just, for a few people, for the aspirants, for the candidates, but I think for our workers at large and for Haryana people also. We have not been able to deliver or garner the kind of support that we should have or we could have.
One thing which a lot of people are talking about is because of a probable infighting within the party, or there was a divide within the party. Do you think that was something which had hurt Congress party on the ground level, because there was some sort of a messaging which went wrong to the people in Haryana?
Well, some of I can't really say that can be such a big thing, because differences have always been there. We have won in the past. There have always been differences and issues. That's part of politics in every party. You can't say that BJP is immune from that. They also have differences. They also have groups. But having said that, I would say there could be other things also, and the kind of what we were able to present to people and what they expected of us, I think there was a big gap there.
All right, you heard it from Kumari Shailja. Quickly putting out another set of visuals that have come in. Remember, the BJP continues to celebrate its Haryana victory, and as on expected lines, because the manner in which the BJP has emerged victorious is being spoken of across the country. These are visuals on your screens that you see from Maharashtra, celebrations taking place in Maharashtra, which is also very interesting given that the state is going to elections, in just a few days' time. And we're going to now see the BJP shift its attention to the state of Maharashtra. But we're picking up another live reaction coming in. Let's cut across. Okay, all right. We'll keep cutting across to live reactions coming in. Remember, the Prime Minister has dialed Mr. Saini already. So congratulatory messages coming in for him. It's been a great short run for him, and perhaps he's going to continue as the Chief Minister. I'm going to ask that to Aman in just a bit. What do we make of this win and what lies ahead for the BJP in Haryana? But before that, taking a word from Ananya Bhatnagar joining us from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Ananya, it's been a great day. It's been a day of political surprises since the minute go. We saw first celebrations erupt in the Congress camp, AICC headquarters, fireworks there, jalebis being distributed, and that changed in no time. What's the mood in the BJP camp as we speak? What's going on there?
Well, you can see right behind me are the visuals, and there are BJP workers who are celebrating this victory that was unexpected for the Haryana Minister for sure, and very clearly categorically at this point of time for the BJP, which was at some point in time had lost their the pump is back to the BJP workers. You can see how happy and at around 7:30. It is very clearly at this point how the BJP.
Okay, clearly celebrations all over the place in the BJP headquarters. Ananya, we'll keep coming back to you. And that's the mood, Aman, that we're going to witness in the Bharatiya Janata Party, let alone the national capital, visuals coming in from Maharashtra as well, which is so very interesting in itself. But let's cut the chase. Let's really talk about what we've witnessed today. Nothing short of a political thriller. Nobody saw this coming, not even the exit polls. This has been a huge victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, going into elections in states like Maharashtra, Jharkhand, and subsequently the national capital as well. We've laid out for our viewers some of the factors that may have worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Which is the biggest takeaway for you, though?
I think, Christine, the biggest takeaway is that BJP's best ever performance both in J&K and Haryana. If BJP is sticking to this 49 seats at the end of the day when the final results come, this is BJP's best performance in Haryana in an assembly election. They had won 47 seats when they won the state for the first time in 2014. They were down to 40 seats in the last assembly elections, but now 49 seats or 50 seats if BJP wins in this election. This is the biggest ever win, and this is coming against all odds. When everybody had written them off in Haryana, BJP in fact is at 40% vote share in Haryana, which is also their best performance in an assembly election. So I think the Haryana victory will be extremely special, because this also comes, after the Congress was, I think, overconfident. Congress had presumed that already won the election. There was talk of who will be the chief minister in the Congress camp. Bhupinder Singh Hooda was laying his claim. Kumari Selja, Randeep Surjewala was laying his claim. The Council of Ministers was being spoken about, and here we see BJP pull off such an astounding victory against all odds. Farmer protest, wrestler protest, Agniveer issue, everything that could go wrong, maybe for the BJP could have gone wrong in this election. But I think it is the leadership's thinking. It is the move to remove Manohar Lal Khattar as the chief minister 3 months ago, because BJP thought that maybe it was better to cut that anti-incumbency, which was maybe against more the CM and less against the party, bringing in a younger face, an OBC face in Nayab Singh Saini, consolidating the Dalit vote. I think 22.5% Dalit vote in Haryana. It was the BJP which focused on it. Congress maybe was not so much focused on it. And BJP ran a very effective campaign saying that, look, Congress is disrespecting its senior most Dalit leader in Kumari Selja by not heeding to her requests for candidates in the party list, or her claim or her ambition to be the chief minister. So I think all this has worked beautifully for the BJP in this election, combining the 35 as 36 biradari ka state kaha jata hai Haryana, and BJP has managed to do that caste, I think, combination caste politics very, very well in Haryana, and that is what explains this. No other party, Kritzwin, has won the state the third time after running 2 full governments. That is also a historic occasion. So I think BJP has much to celebrate in Haryana, but I think even in JNK, because in JNK, though BJP has won 29 seats and is not forming the government, this is again the best ever performance of the BJP in JNK. Last time they had won 25 seats, this time they won 29 seats. Their vote share is also up to almost 26% from 23% last time. This is BJP's best performance in JNK as well, and though there will be some introspection on if BJP could have done some other things, to ensure that it also did better in JNK, but I think Haryana, as we can see, and Nayab Singh Saini's visual, these on the screen, and he's visiting this Hindu pilgrimage site where he is going, and I think Nayab Singh Saini Kritzwin is also a big success story. A very unassuming man, a man who does not speak so much flamboyantly, a disciplined karyakarta of the party who was picked to become the chief minister. He was an MP, and the party still chose him to become the chief minister. He was not even an MLA. He contested an MLA seat and won in a bypoll. In this particular election, he has contested from a seat, Ladwa, which he had never contested before, and has won with good margin from there as well. So I think party has recognized and party has appreciated the discipline of Nayab Singh Saini. He will also be the next chief minister that we are hearing from the BJP. There will be continuity, and he will continue as the chief minister of Haryana. So I think he's collecting his certificate as well from the election commission.
And that, Aman, in fact, could be another contributing factor, don't you think? The fact that the party, from the word go, was very clear about his leadership, about the role he's going to be playing all through campaigning. We did not see any other name come up, through the course of the campaigning, be it on part of the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, anyone from the Bharatiya Janata Party, as opposed to a Congress wherein there were several aspirants who were being spoken of. In fact, like you and I have been discussing, over-reliance on Bhupinder Singh Hooda did not go down well with many. And all of those factors seem to have played a role clearly.
But clearly, the BJP is a far more disciplined party than the Congress. There are no two doubts about that. And when Nayab Singh Saini was made the chief minister, though the senior most leader of the BJP in the party was Anil Vij, who also voiced his discontent over that particular move, the party did not budge. The party reposed its faith in Nayab Singh Saini, an OBC leader, and now we have seen the results of reposing their faith in a leader, who even changed his seat to contest, from whichever seat the party gave him. He has contested from that seat, delivered this big victory, and I think a lot of credit to Nayab Singh Saini as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, big appeal in the state of Haryana. Haryana is a state which is very, very dear to the Prime Minister. In fact, Prime Minister Modi always begins his Lok Sabha campaign in every election from Haryana, from Rewari or from some other seat in Haryana, and he has worked as a karyakarta in Haryana. So I think Narendra Modi has a very deep understanding of how Haryana works, and I think that has been a big guiding force for Nayab Singh Saini as the chief minister. And the development journey of Haryana in the last 10 years, this is the state, Kritzwin, where former chief ministers have gone to jail in corruption and recruitment scams. And this is a state where BJP cleaned up the government recruitment. For the first time, there was recruitment on basis of merit and no money being exchanged in government jobs in Haryana. So BJP has a lot of goodwill in Haryana. Yes, there was anti-incumbency, 10 years of government, nobody's ever done it before, a 3-term, but I think BJP did the master stroke, I would say, of replacing Manohar Lal Khattar a few months back with Mr. Saini, who had just about 2 months in power, but still, now he's the rising star in the BJP, and we could see him, as the next chief minister, very taking oath.
And this is no ordinary anti-incumbency that the BJP had to take on, right? There were other issues like, the Agniveer scheme, the farmers' protest, so on and so forth, that really were coming in as a challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So, after being in power for 10 long years, with these challenges, staring right at the Bharatiya Janata Party, having tackled all of that with this kind of a number is so very big in itself. But since we're talking about Mr. Nayab Singh Saini, he's offering prayers there in Kurukshetra. I want to go across to my colleague Arun Dhanta as well, joining us on the broadcast. Arun, what's going on there? I believe his family members are also standing right next to him. We must focus on his political career so far. Elected as an MLA first in 2014, a young leader, and long way to go really.
Well, that's right, and that must have gone into the thought process of the BJP when they had decided to change Manohar Lal Khattar with him, and also importantly, of course, the OBC vote bank of Haryana, which has 40% of population. So it's a significant vote bank, which perhaps BJP targeted through him. And here you have results, unprecedented results in the Haryana's politics, when you have BJP creating history, once again coming to power as per it seems from the trends, and also importantly the strategy which BJP deployed this time around, especially after the loss they faced in the Lok Sabha elections. 5 seats they conceded to the Congress party, and the calculation which they did post that was that Dalit voters was something which went to the Congress party. So I think the caste equation, the ticket distribution, and also importantly Nayab Singh Saini's tenure of 6 months, because they knew there was brought him in, and immediately as he came in, the decisions that he took, including the 20 MSP on 24 crops in Haryana, increasing that creamy layer reservation from 6 lakh to 8 lakhs, the jobs that he gave in last 2 to 3 months. I think all these factors have gone in favor of BJP, and BJP all through the campaigning has been maintaining that the points which opposition party, especially the Congress party, is raising about the Agniveer scheme, farmers' protest, and the wrestlers' protest are something which is not on the ground. People will not vote on this, and they were saying that it's a narrative it's a false narrative which the Congress party is spreading in Haryana. Now it seems that people have really not voted on these issues. In fact, when I was 2 days back in Ladwa for the voting, when I was speaking to voters there, they were saying that for them these issues are not important. For them, what is important is the hyper-local issues, the traffic congestion which they face on daily basis, garbage lying unattended outside their houses, electricity issues. So these are the basic issues which these people were talking about. But nobody knew on that day that it would react in this way, that BJP will once again form the government in Haryana. Remember, last time around they were not in full majority. It was the support of JJP which helped them to form the government. And this time around, when people were talking about the anti-incumbency, 10 years anti-incumbency against the BJP, they came out in flying colors.
Oh yes, absolutely. You spoke of JJP. In fact, the decision to part ways with the JJP in a way, and Aman, you may correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps has worked out for the Bharatiya Janata Party too, isn't it? Because, you know, when we talk about the vote that didn't really go to the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP has ended up cutting the vote that was supposed to go towards the Congress, and that's what's happened in the BJP going solo and not in an alliance with either of these parties. So independents most certainly have played a big role.
Absolutely. I think JJP was a drag on the BJP for quite some time now in this government, and that is why we saw that alliance breaking off soon after Manohar Lal Khattar was removed as the chief minister. We saw the JJP also parting ways, and if we see clearly, JJP had won 10 seats in the last elections. Many of those seats have been won now by the BJP. So clearly the vote transfer of the JJPs, people who voted for the JJP seem to have transferred their vote to the BJP this time. So the BJP has been a gainer. It's up from 40 seats last time to 49 seats. Many of those seats are those which the JJP had won the last time. So clearly, I think breaking ranks with the JJP was a good decision by the BJP. It came alongside the other good decision, I would say, of replacing Manohar Lal with Nayab Singh Saini, and both these things seem to have worked very well for the party on the ground.
Okay. I want to quickly go across to Ananya as well if he's through too. Arun, stay on with us. Stay on with us. Ananya, we are continuously keeping up with the visuals of celebrations that continue to come in from the BJP camp. Later this evening, we're learning that both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP President JP Nadda are also going to be there. All right, seem to have lost that line with Ananya. We'll reconnect with him in just a bit. Arun continues to stay on with us too. Arun, we've been trying to decode what worked out for the BJP in Haryana, and in contradiction to, of course, what didn't work out for the Congress. Very different factors, but somewhere interconnected. If we talk about the few months that Mr. Saini has been the Chief Minister in Haryana, how's that played out for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because he has indeed made some big announcements that cannot be sidelined right now, and they may have been, contributed to the BJP victory too, in whatever capacity.
Well, that's right, and we all know that when BJP formed the government in Haryana in 2014, so they set a new trend, the non-Jat politics in Haryana, by making Manohar Lal Khattar the chief minister, and they continued with this, and it is auguring good result for them. And when they realize this, there is huge anger against them in the Jat community. Manohar Lal Khattar was something which was not liked by the people of Haryana. They played that master stroke by again going with their stand of non-Jat politics. They made Nayab Singh Saini the chief minister, and of course that too target the largest OBC community in the state. And then, of course, in Lok Sabha elections, we saw that Dalits have, in fact, Dalit movement got a dent from the Congress party side. So BJP leaders sat together and they decided what they can do, how they can, divide Jat community votes, what can be done in that, and how to consolidate OBC and the Dalit votes. And on top of it, of course, the development is something which they were talking about. Even today, when I was speaking to Nayab Singh Saini in the morning, he was talking about not only the works which he did in Haryana, but largely the works of the central government, the works of Prime Minister Modi, which his government has done for the entire country. So there have been multiple factors which has played, and one thing is very clear with this result, that the topics like wrestlers protest, farmers protest, and other things that everyone was talking about, that it will create problem for the BJP in Haryana. It doesn't seem to be working on the ground, and BJP has been maintaining this stand all the while, that these issues which we are discussing in Delhi are really not resonating on the ground. So with this result, we can say that
We'll come back to you in just a bit. So on the right side of your screens are live visuals coming in from Kurukshetra, and of course the entire family, the Chief Minister himself offering prayers. Really, the mood in the BJP camp is elated at the moment, and the left side of your screens are visuals from Maharashtra, and you do see Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In fact, I do want to touch upon what this means for elections going forward in Maharashtra, Jharkhand, subsequently in the national capital as well. But before that, Let's quickly listen into the other reactions that have come in. Randeep Surjewala, a very interesting player who also wanted to fight elections this time around in Haryana, but the party leadership was not in agreement. Here's what he said and what he makes of the setback coming in for the Congress. Listen in.
कपिस्थल कैथल की विराट, विशाल, पवित्र संस्कृति और संस्कारों से सरोबार कैथल की भूमि और कैथल के लोगों की जीत है, किसी एक व्यक्ति की नहीं। कैथल के लोगों ने ये निर्णय कर लिया था कि वो न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, सदाचार और सद्भाव की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी और खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास कर कैथल की तपोभूमि लड़ेगी और पूरे कैथल में पूरे कैथल में कांग्रेस पार्टी इसलिए भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है। ये दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़कर कैथल ने राहुल गांधी जी में, खड़गे जी में, कांग्रेस में विश्वास जताया है। मैं हाथ जोड़कर कैथल जिले के हर एक व्यक्ति का, खास तौर से कैथल विधानसभा की तपोभूमि के हर व्यक्ति का कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूं।
रणदीप जी, आदित्य ने जिस तरह से आदित्य उतरे, रणदीप ही लड़ रहे थे, रणदीप के टिप्स काम आ रहे थे, पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि थी। क्या इस बार लग रहा कि कैथल में कांग्रेस की झोली में सीट गई? और दूसरी बात, जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं, शुरुआत में कुछ थे, फिलहाल बीजेपी फिर से सरकार बनती नजर आ रही है, क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
देखिए, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए, परिणाम आएंगे तो उस पर टिप्पणी फिर करेंगे देखकर। मुझे अभी भी विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का चांस है गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करने का, पहले पूरे नतीजे आने दें।
Okay, he's of course wanting to comment on Aditya Surjewala's performance in Kaithal. He's emerged victorious there. And Aman, it's not surprising, he really doesn't want to talk about the overall setback for the Congress party. All right, Naib Singh Saini speaking live. Let's cut across.
जाने दो, चलो 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 चलो
मैं बाद में हमने भी लड़ मैंने लड़ में जाना सर, 1 मिनट का टाइम दीजिए। नहीं देखिए कॉमन
Okay, that's the man of the moment, as is Omar Abdullah in Jammu and Kashmir. Aman, you know what, I was meaning to ask you what this means for the BJP going into the subsequent assembly elections. And I wouldn't be wrong in saying that the BJP is deadliest when they're perhaps anticipating a loss already, isn't it? And doesn't that hold true for a state as crucial as Haryana? Given this big boost for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana, what does this mean for assembly elections going forward? Because the BJP most certainly is going to be all charged up. The Josh across the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be at an all-time high. How do we see this moving the next few days?
See, I think Kritzwin, what the BJP will try too hard to say here now is that in direct contest with the Congress cannot defeat the BJP. Yeah. We saw this in the 3 state elections last December, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, where the BJP won in direct contest against the Congress party. And now in Haryana, where there was a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, we see the BJP winning big in Haryana as well. Next 2 state elections which are coming up are Jharkhand and Maharashtra, where again there is a sort of a direct contest in Jharkhand, but also in Haryana, in Maharashtra, we will see the alliances square up against each other. I think this is a big boost to BJP's chances, both in Jharkhand as well as Maharashtra. Maharashtra is another, both Maharashtra and Jharkhand are 2 states where the Pandit said it's tough for the BJP, but Pandit said it's tough for Haryana as well. So the BJP will now tell these people that, look, we have much more chances than that.
Let's cut across live. I think he's speaking now.
बोल रहे हैं कि मैनिपुलेशन हो सकता है, कैसे उसको
नहीं, देखिए मैंने कल ही कहा था परसों प्रेस के अंदर भी ये लोग जनता जवाब देगी और ये ईवीएम को खराब बताएंगे, ये ईवीएम को कोसेंगे।
तो आपको
इनकी आदत है,
ऐसा ही होने वाला है।
नहीं देखिए, मैं बड़े विश्वास के साथ, देखिए मैं ये विश्वास के साथ कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल।
मेरा कहीं भी आपको स्टेटमेंट, क्योंकि मैं ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट ले रहा था, मेरे पास 0 ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट थी। लोगों का जो प्यार, जो उत्साह, जो स्नेह, जो आशीर्वाद हरियाणा के लोगों का मिल रहा था, गरीब का मिल रहा था, पिछड़े का मिल रहा था और हरियाणा के 36 बरादरी का आशीर्वाद मिल रहा था। मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं और बड़े मैंडेट के साथ जीत रहे हैं। ये मैंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था, ये आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है, क्योंकि मोदी जी और डबल इंजन सरकार ने जो ज्वाइंट मिलकर के काम किया है, ये उसका परिणाम है। और अब हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के ही दिशा निर्देश के अंदर हरियाणा में तीव्र गति से 36 बरादरी का वोट है हमारे पास।
पत्नी को कितना श्रेय देंगे? अपनी पत्नी को कितना श्रेय देंगे?
देखिए, क्योंकि मैं तो लाडवा से चुनाव नहीं लड़ा, यही चुनाव लड़ी है। इन्होंने गांव-गांव जा करके इन्होंने लोगों का आशीर्वाद लिया है, मेरे लिए भी लिया है। और
नाम कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने चुनाव लड़ा है और कार्यकर्ता की जीत हुई।
6 महीने में ऐसा क्या किया
सर? एक मिनट
All right, once again talking about the victory of double engine Sarkar in Haryana, that was Nayab Singh Saini talking about the good work of the Bharatiya Janata Party and how it will continue for the next 5 years. With that, it's time for us to head into a very short break. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब, 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है।
हरियाणा की बात करो यार।
हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है।
हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो। मैं दिल से धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा।
मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 2.80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है, वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
Welcome back. We keep our sharp focus on BJP's victory in Haryana. Safe to say the same, given that we're now in the eventual hours of counting of votes and we see those big figures on the bottom of your screens, viewers. 50 for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana, which in itself is historic because this paves the way for a comeback for the BJP for a third consecutive time. No other party in the state has managed this achievement so far. So it's lots that BJP has pulled off in Haryana, and it most certainly is going to have positive consequences, if I may say, for the BJP going into subsequent assembly elections in different states in the country. But Aman, to quickly bring you into the conversation once again, The future of the BJP, the position BJP finds itself right now in is also very interesting. BJP, remember, is looking for a party president after JP Nadda. All right, we need to cut across to Kumari Selja, who's speaking live. Listen in.
खुल जाओ, बाहर आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, खुल जाओ, पीछे हो जाओ, सबका आ जाएगा, खुल जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, और सारे आ जाओ, आ जाओ।
मैम, कल तक एग्जिट पोल आपकी जीत दिखा रहे थे हरियाणा में, आज चुनाव परिणाम कंप्लीट रिजल्ट आए हैं। बीजेपी हाफ सेंचुरी लगा चुकी है, कांग्रेस की हार तय देखी जा रही है।
निराशाजनक है नतीजे। हम सुबह तक हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, हमारे सभी वर्कर बहुत निराश हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने जो 10 साल सहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, इन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया है। आज जब ऐसा नतीजा आता है तो निराश हो जाते हैं सब। निराशाजनक बात है ये, लेकिन अब हमको इन सब बातों को देखते हुए नए सिरे से आगे सोचना होगा, क्योंकि जो ये अभी चल रहा है बिजनेस एज यूजुअल, ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा। कहाँ हमारी कमियां रही हैं, क्या कमियां रही हैं, इसके बारे में देखना होगा। कौन जिम्मेवार रहे, पार्टी को किस तरह से स्टेट में सींचा नहीं गया, तालमेल नहीं रखा गया, जो कौन लोग हैं जो जिम्मेवार थे सबको साथ लेकर चलने के और पार्टी को एक दिखाने के और सबको बैलेंस आउट करने के, वो भी बातें हैं। स्टेट में क्या मैसेज गया है, किस लिए लोग कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाते हुए पीछे हट गए हैं। जो एक माहौल बनाया राहुल जी ने, वो उस माहौल को एकदम निगेट कर दिया, ख़त्म कर दिया। इसके लिए क्या कारण हुए?
मैम, आप जो कह रहे हैं कि तालमेल की कहाँ कमी रही या एक माहौल जो था वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं रिजल्ट ला पाया, तो आप इस चीज़ को आप मानते हैं, शुरुआती मंथन के लिए आप मानते हैं कि तालमेल की कमी रही और ये वजह है, बड़ी वजह है?
देखिए, ये हमने पहले से कहा था। आप जानते हैं कि मीडिया के सामने ये बातें पहले हुई थी। चुनाव के समय ज़रूर हमें लगा कि हमको सबको मिलकर चुनाव लड़ना चाहिए। बहुत कुछ होते हुए हमने सारी चीज़ें ढकते हुए चुनाव लड़ा, मिलकर चुनाव लड़ा, लेकिन जिस तरह से उसके एज ए रन अप इलेक्शन तक और इलेक्शन के दौरान बहुत सी बातें हैं। आज कहना अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, ऐसे लगेगा कि हम पुअर लूज़र हैं, तो इस चीज़ को छोड़ें। लेकिन आगे के लिए पार्टी को कैसे हम मजबूत करें, और हमारे वर्कर जो इतनी मेहनत कर कर के 10 साल बाद आज उम्मीद लगाए हुए थे कि हमारी सरकार होगी, हमारी पूछ होगी और ऐसी सरकार से निजात मिलेगा, आज उनकी सारी उम्मीदों पर जो पानी फिरा है उसके लिए बहुत दुख होता है, निराशा होती है। पर हमारा वर्कर निराश हुआ है, हताश नहीं हुआ। आगे के लिए हम सब मिलकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को फिर से
फिक्स करने की बात की, और क्या लगता है कि
ये हाई कमांड अब देखेगा, क्योंकि हाई कमांड को ये देखना चाहिए कि क्या हुआ, और आई एम श्योर कि हाई कमांड हर पहलू में जाकर देखेंगे कि क्या हुआ है, किसकी कहाँ क्या कमी रही और क्यों ऐसा नतीजा आया।
कांग्रेस में जो खेमेबाजी हुई वो हार का कारण रही?
Okay, a very aggressive response coming in from Kumari Selja. All through campaigning for the Congress party, we've seen the kind of infighting that's come to the fore. A repeated message also that the party high command was in fact trying to send out, which is that of unity. But that seems to have fallen flat, Aman. Very clearly, Kumari Selja gunning for the party high command, blaming the party high command for perhaps solely giving the entire responsibility to Bhupinder Singh Hooda. And this tells us that this wasn't a wise decision. Putting all the eggs in Bhupinder Singh Hooda's basket has led to the consequence we see today for the Congress.
Well, knives are out in the Congress, clearly, Kritsween. If you listen to, read between the lines of what Kumari Selja is saying, knives are out. She's saying, let the High Command now fix accountability for who is responsible for this loss. She also saying, talmel nahi rakha gaya, balance nahi rakha gaya. There were events before the election campaign started. She's referring to the ticket distribution. She's also referring to how the election campaign was run, where Selja was absent. I think in most of the times, I think she is now clearly saying that you repose your faith totally in Bhupinder Singh Hooda. This was the third time that he was, presumably your CM candidate, but he has lost. So why this whole reposition of faith in Bhupinder Singh Hooda while ignoring other leaders like Kumari Selja, who's the woman leader, a Dalit leader of the party in the state, was that fair? And if we see the election results, Kritsween, it's very, very clear that the Dalit voter in Haryana, which is 22%, seems to have voted in favor of the BJP. BJP made the humiliation of Kumari Selja by the Congress as a major point in this election campaign. Also, Rahul Gandhi's purported comment in the US about reservation, which he said was misconstrued, but still the BJP used it. I think Selja is trying to say here that, look, you need to move ahead. And she's also said that नई सिरे से नई start लेनी चाहिए. She's effectively saying that move ahead from the Bhupinder Singh Hooda regime. Give me a chance, maybe give the Dalit leader a chance in Haryana, because it is now very clear, Kritsween, that with Jat support alone, Congress cannot win Haryana. It's been the third time that they've lost. They need the Dalit support, which is 22%. If they don't get that Dalit support, Congress will not be able to win Haryana.
And also makes us wonder, this reaction from Kumari Selja, whether or not the party high command paid more heed to the loyalty factor than the winnability factor, which instead has led to a BJP victory. Many thanks, Aman, for that. We'll come back to you in just a bit. A quick commercial break. With that, we'll be right back.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
अगर आप सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिल रही है, हरियाणा की बात करो यार, हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा, लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो, धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का यहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है, वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
Welcome back. We now speak about Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory. The National Conference Congress Alliance has surged ahead, taking the lead in 49 of the 90 seats, while the BJP trails behind with 29 seats. Remember, exit polls too predicted a photo finish for the National Conference Congress Alliance, while some did predict a hung verdict as well. The picture by 4:30 p.m. is very clear, viewers. The BJP dominated Jammu region but posted a dismal performance in the Kashmir Valley. This despite the central government's 5-year push to transform the region into a Naya Kashmir. In the meanwhile, speaking of Omar Abdullah, who is poised to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, he's proven his mettle both in Budgam and Gandarbal constituencies where he was fighting this election. Also, after conceding defeat in Bijbehara constituency, Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, has said, "I respect the people's verdict." The counting continues, but the alliance's momentum has paved the way for a potential victory of the NC Congress. Now, what are the big takeaways if we talk about Jammu and Kashmir? There are a host of players that need to be spoken of, including the several independents, and there was so much hope really pinned on independents and what really would this election mean given the manner in which they were participating. But first up, the PDP loss. Remember, PDP losing its stronghold in South Kashmir, and the PDP picture was very interesting because if the PDP didn't perform well this election, and that's really happened for the PDP, it almost is a finish for the PDP. At least the next 5 years, they continue to diminish in the Kashmir Valley. The National Conference resting PDP's stronghold in and around Srinagar, so big gains being made by the National Conference. Like I said, several other stakeholders involved was something that we were looking out for. The likes of Jamaat-e-Islami backed candidates also failed to make an impact, which, remember, was a possibility this election. It was a new scenario elections as is taking place after 10 long years. For the first time after abrogation of Article 370, more so, despite negative sentiments, BJP has maintained its dominance in Jammu. Now, we've seen several other factors, including delimitation, and though critics will say that that has had a role to play in the BJP maintaining its stronghold in Jammu region, but the BJP very, very confident of how it's looking in this entire region. Independents unable to make a dent, unable to make a significant mark in the valley. Now, remember, BJP's rivals most certainly saw a BJP hand in this. They were calling all the independents, the smaller parties, BJP's proxies. That seemed to have not really featured given the dismal performance by all of these parties. PDP's past alliance with the BJP in 2014 viewed as betrayal, and that perhaps did not work out for the PDP. As for the BJP, they've maintained where they stood in 2014 as well. Let's listen in now to Farooq Abdullah. He's confirmed that Omar Abdullah is going to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in.
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया है। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दामात 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने हैं।
I'm going to go across to my colleague and executive editor Aman Sharma, who continues to stay on with us in the studio. Aman, a very interesting comment has come in from Amit Malviya, and let's try and deep dive into the same. He's talking about the 29 seats won by the BJP. He says the party has secured a vote share of more than 50%. In 8, he says it has a vote share between 40 to 50%. So he's talking about an increase for the BJP as far as its statistical performance is concerned. How would you view the BJP's performance overall, and what is the plan in place for the BJP given that the NC Congress combined have been able to sweep this election?
See, Kritswin, this is BJP's best performance in Jammu and Kashmir. They have secured nearly 29 seats, which is the best ever performance in J&K. Their vote share is also up from 23% in 2014 to about 25.6% this time. So the vote share is up. Last time the BJP in Kashmir had won 25 seats. This time it is looking at 29 seats. So obviously BJP has put up a very good show, its own best performance. That said, of course, it is not being able to form a government. The government will be formed by the Congress NC combined with Omar Abdullah as the Chief Minister. There are multiple reasons behind it. BJP also did not contest many of the Kashmir Valley seats, the Kashmir region seats. It had banked a lot on independents winning from there, but that has not happened. Only 9 others have won, and many of them are not those independents, which the BJP was looking to align with or like-minded, as some people were calling it to be. Engineer Rashid's party has completely collapsed. I think they have been only able to win 1 seat. BJP was hoping that these parties, Engineer Rashid's party, other small parties, independents, will be able to cut the votes of the National Conference. But I think in the Kashmir Valley, the voters have consolidated behind the National Conference. Even PDP has only been able to win 3 seats. So there has been no division of votes as such in the Kashmir Valley, which the BJP was hoping for. BJP has obviously performed well in the Jammu region, and that's what explains its 29 seat tally. But I feel even then, BJP needed to sweep the Jammu region to have a chance to form the government in Jammu and Kashmir. There were 43 seats in the Jammu region. BJP is only winning about 26 out of them. So clearly BJP had to hit nearly 35 seats at least in the Jammu region to have a chance at forming the government. That said, I think BJP has performed well in J&K. It's a good start for them after this first election, after the abrogation of Article 370 as well. PDP just winning 3 shows that the decimation of Mehbooba Mufti's party now. I think National Conference and the BJP are now the 2 poll points in the campaign. Congress is a big disappointment in Kashmir. Out of the 49 Congress NC plus seats we are showing, the Congress has only won 5 or 6 seats.
Yet they do seem to be taking credit for the alliance's performance.
They do, but they fought 31 seats and won just 5 and 6. In fact, they have dragged down the Congress NC alliance. If maybe NC had contested alone, it would have won 50 seats on its own, maybe given the way the results have come. So I think Congress has nothing to celebrate at all. It has lost Haryana and it has performed disastrously in J&K, pulling the Congress NC alliance down.
Okay, many thanks for that, Aman. Coming back to you in just a bit, let me go across to my colleague Ishan Wani joining us live from Srinagar. Ishan, we've been talking about the BJP performance. As far as Jammu region is concerned, it may not have bettered its performance from last time around, but most certainly has maintained its performance. That's one big takeaway. But there are those in the BJP who continue to highlight what the BJP is able to pull off in Kashmir Valley as well. For example, BJP losing Gurez in Baramulla by about 1,000 odd votes. So the BJP says, look, we're very close to now making inroads in Kashmir next.
Well, you will also have to look at the candidates. For example, the candidate in Gurez has earlier won, assembly elections as well. He's a very popular face there. So the BJP's bet was on the candidate as well. And he himself has accepted on multiple occasions that it may not be the party, but it is his face that the people have been voting for, because the promises that he had made to the people of Gurez were resonating with them. And that's why you see the margin of votes is very less. And, you have even in Shopia, at least 10,000 votes have been polled to the candidate who was backed by the BJP. So you would say that that BJP has been somehow able to create inroads, make inroads in terms of getting those indirect candidates or direct candidates having good number of votes. But at the same time, much hasn't changed in Kashmir in terms of taking away regional dominance from the National Conference or any other regional political parties that BJP might have wished, because they've been talking about disseminating and completely destroying these regional political parties. But now you have Ram Madhav coming out and congratulating National Conference for dominating Kashmir Valley, while saying that the Congress has again stood at zero and has got nothing for an alliance. Remember, we have been reporting from the day one, and specifically I was telling from the day one that it is the Congress riding on the National Conference's back in this particular alliance, because it was a compulsion for them to get together, because they are part of a larger India alliance and India bloc. So that's why it was a compulsion for the National Conference to take Congress forward. And if you look at the figures that the Congress has had since 2014, they have been on a down trajectory and they haven't really learnt anything from it. Even in last Lok Sabha polls, if you look at the data assembly wise, you will notice that Congress was again limited to 6 to 7 seats where they have been able to give lead to their candidates. Other than that, they haven't been doing well. So it's a cause of concern for the Congress. Congress, while maybe celebrating today at the PCC headquarters in Srinagar, but the point to even actually think for them would be their poor performance in Jammu, which has been their bastion in the past ever since the Hindutva wave swept away those parts of Jammu for them. So BJP is right in pointing out when they say that the Congress hasn't been accepted once again. And also in Jammu, you would notice that, most of those people who supported BJP this time around, they have said that this is a vote for the Prime Minister Modi. Why Prime Minister Modi? Because he has been able to bring the graph of violence, the development to Jammu region, while there are grievances. Even those who voted for the BJP, they have them. But they feel that he is the only alternate that they had. And the Congress was not really able to project themselves well. And that's why you saw Rahul Gandhi's criticism coming in from Umar Abdullah, saying that he should have more campaigned in Jammu, which might have swung favors in their way. Even if you speak to the analysts from Jammu, they would tell you that when Bharat Jodo Yatra was held, it was sure shot that Congress will be up and their seats may go up. But after poor performance and poor, campaigning there, the seats have gone down and they are receding, while the National Conference today enjoy. Congress might think that what is happening and what has happened to them.
And you're right in pointing out, Ishan, that they did, give an easy pass to the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu region by not putting up a tough fight. As for the Congress overall is concerned, speaking of, the result in Jammu and Kashmir and in Haryana, they really do need to go back to the drawing board, given this is election season in other states across the country. Many thanks, Ishan and Aman, for joining us with the latest. We head into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. And you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सर आप सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात करो यार। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। मेरे हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का लाडवा के सम्मान माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे जो पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो।
उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Welcome back. Let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir in more detail. The party's concerned that the performance that has been that of the Alliance of National Conference and the Congress. Remember, they've managed to pull off a 49, which is past the halfway mark, and we've picked up reactions already from Omar Abdullah, who Farooq Abdullah says is going to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. As far as Mehbooba Mufti is concerned, she too has said that she accepts people's verdict. Remember, her daughter has also not been able to make a positive poll debut this election in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's hear it from the two politicians first up.
बड़गाम के वोटरों का शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने मुझे अपने कीमती वोटों से नवाजा, मुझे यहां से कामयाब होकर भेजा और मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की खिदमत करने का दोबारा एक मौका जो है हासिल हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को पिछले 5 साल से ख़त्म करने की मुकम्मल कोशिश की गई थी। यहाँ बहुत सी ऐसी तंजीमें खड़ी की गई जिनका मकसद था नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को ख़त्म करना, लेकिन अल्लाह का फजल है कि जो हमें ख़त्म करने के लिए आए।
All right, that's the latest coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Shifting our attention back to the overall picture and the big takeaways coming in for the BJP and the Congress in Haryana, cutting across to Congress's press conference live.
और कैसे केंद्र सरकार ने रूल बाय प्रॉक्सी अपने लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के माध्यम से किस तरह से जम्मू कश्मीर में भ्रष्टाचार, कैसे वहाँ के स्थानीय नागरिकों की न सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा, न रोजगार का ध्यान रखा, लगातार जो खबरें, आतंकवाद बढ़ने की खबरें, जम्मू रीजन तक में आतंकवादी हमले होने लगे, न आम नागरिक वहां सुरक्षित महसूस करता है, न पर्यटक महसूस करते हैं अपने आप को सुरक्षित। कश्मीरी पंडितों से जो वादे किए गए वो बिल्कुल भुला दिए गए पिछले 10 साल में। ये सब इन परिस्थितियों के बीच में जम्मू कश्मीर में एक चुनाव हुआ, ऐतिहासिक चुनाव था, और जम्मू कश्मीर के बाशिंदों ने एक स्पष्ट जनादेश दिया। जम्मू कश्मीर, आज भी हम उसको राज्य ही मानते हैं, तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि जम्मू कश्मीर राज्य के लोगों को बहुत बहुत मुबारक कि उन्होंने इस चुनाव में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया और करारा जवाब दिया उन लोगों को जिन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर को की इज्जत को रौंदने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी। जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं, पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा छीनकर यूनियन टेरिटरी बनाना अपने आप में अप्रत्याशित था। हरियाणा में चुनाव हुआ जिसके नतीजे बिल्कुल अप्रत्याशित हैं और यहां तक कि यह भी कहेंगे कि अस्वीकार्य हैं। जिस तरह की शिकायतें लगातार आ रही हैं, अभी हम जयराम रमेश जी और मैं जिस कमरे में बैठे थे वहां भी लगातार शिकायतें, हमारे नारनौल के कैंडिडेट राव नरेंद्र सिंह हो गए या पानीपत के कैंडिडेट हो गए, 3 जिलों से, हिसार, महेंद्रगढ़, पानीपत, यहां से लगातार शिकायतें आ रही कि कैसे बैटरीज जो मशीन की थी वो 99% थी और जिन मशीनों की बैटरीज 99% थी उन मशीनों में नतीजा एक आया, हमें हराने वाला नतीजा आया, और जो मशीनें नहीं, जिनको छेड़ा गया, जिनकी बैटरी 60-70% जो स्वाभाविक या होनी चाहिए थी, उसमें हम जीत रहे हैं हमारे कैंडिडेट। तो हम ये सारी शिकायतें इकट्ठी कर रहे हैं। हमारे कैंडिडेट्स ने वहां रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर्स को शिकायतें दी हैं और दे रहे हैं अभी, लेकिन आने वाले कुछ दिनों में ये सारी शिकायतें लेकर हम चुनाव आयोग में जल्दी ही जाएंगे और अपनी शिकायत वहां दर्ज कराएंगे। इस तरह का नतीजा कहीं भी धरातल पे नहीं दिख रहा था। आप लोग भी गए, हम लोग भी गए, सब घूम रहे थे। कोई ये नहीं मान सकता कि हरियाणा में इस तरह का अप्रत्याशित नतीजा आएगा। हम सब अचंभित हैं। ये अगर एक लाइन में इसको कहा जाए तो ये तंत्र की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की हार है। हम इसे स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते। जयराम रमेश जी से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि इस प्रेस वार्ता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अंग्रेजी में अपनी बात रखें।
मैं सिर्फ ये बात कहूँगा कि जम्मू और कश्मीर के जनता ने स्पष्ट जनादेश दिया है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के गठबंधन को। भारी बहुमत से उनको जिताया है। सरकार बनेगी, साझा कार्यक्रम होगा और पूरा प्रयास किया जाएगा। हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। इस गठबंधन सरकार की प्राथमिकता यूटी को फिर से पूरे राज्य का दर्जा मिलना ज़रूरी है और यही प्राथमिकता होगी। और भी मुद्दे हैं, विकास से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। साझा कार्यक्रम, दोनों पार्टियों की मैनिफेस्टो भी है, साझा कार्यक्रम भी तैयार किया जाएगा और एक पारदर्शिता से जवाबदेही और संवेदनशील सरकार ये गठबंधन जम्मू और कश्मीर की जनता को देगी। हरियाणा के संदर्भ में हमने चुनाव आयोग से आज दोपहर से लगातार शिकायत कर रहे हैं। उनसे जवाब भी आया है, उस जवाब का जवाब भी मैं दे रहा हूं और उसके बाद भी 3 या 4 जिलों से बड़े गंभीर शिकायत आए हैं। वो सब कल या परसों हम चुनाव आयोग के सामने पेश करेंगे। पर मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं, हरियाणा के चुनाव के नतीजे
अप्रत्याशित हैं, आश्चर्यजनक हैं और इसको हम स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र की हार हुई है और तंत्र की जीत हुई है। इसके ऊपर मैं आज कुछ नहीं कहूँगा। जब हम सारे शिकायत इकट्ठा करके चुनाव आयोग से समय मांगेंगे, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो समय हमें मिलेगा। कल या परसों तक हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम चुनाव आयोग के सामने एक विस्तार से, जो अलग अलग ज़िलों से, अलग अलग असेंबली कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से शिकायतें आई हैं, कुछ आज हमने इलेक्शंस कमीशन के सामने रखा था, पर और भी हैं और बड़े गंभीर मुद्दे हैं ईवीएम को लेकर, और जिस तरीके से एक माहौल पैदा करने की प्रयास की गई, दबाव स्थानीय अधिकारियों पर लाया गया, और जहां जिन जिन सीटों में हमारी हारने की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं थी, वहां हम हारे। मैं समझता हूं ये नतीजा लोक भावना के खिलाफ है, जो जमीनी हकीकत है और सभी ने ये हकीकत को महसूस किया है, ये नतीजा उसके खिलाफ जाता है। I will just repeat this in English very briefly. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a clear, decisive, convincing mandate to the National Conference, Indian National Congress Alliance. The priority for the alliance government will be the restoration of full statehood for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, we have our manifestos, we will have a common program, and both the National Conference and the Indian National Congress are duty-bound to give a government, an administration that is responsible, responsive, accountable, and transparent to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I just want to say that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have defeated the mischievous designs of the BJP to engineer a majority of its own. Till yesterday, this effort was being made, but today, I think the people's verdict has come out very clearly, and the moves of the BJP and those who were managing the elections to somehow cobble up a majority has been defeated. As far as Haryana is concerned, all afternoon I have been in touch with the Election Commission. The Election Commission has replied to my complaints. I have replied to the reply. We have received very serious complaints on the process of counting, the functioning of EVMs in at least 3 districts. In at least 3 districts. There are more that are coming in. We have spoken to our senior colleagues in Haryana, and this information is being collected. We hope to present this in a consolidated form to the Election Commission tomorrow or day after. We will seek time, but I just want to reiterate that the results in Haryana are totally unexpected, completely surprising, and counterintuitive. It goes against ground reality. It goes against what the people of Haryana had made their mind up for, which was for change and transformation. I think under these circumstances, it is not possible for us to accept the results that have been announced today. Serious questions have been raised by our candidates. We will bring it to the notice of the Election Commission, And what we have seen today in Haryana is, I think, a victory for manipulation, a victory for subverting the will of the people, and it's a defeat for transparent democratic processes. So I will only say this, but the chapter on Haryana is not complete. It will continue. The chapter in Jammu and Kashmir, of course, there will be a coalition government. And as I said till yesterday, various attempts were being made to ensure that the majority will not come to the INC-NC coalition, but the people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a very clear mandate for this coalition government. Thank you.
सर मेरा सवाल सर आपको नहीं लगता कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर कोalition को मैंडेट मिला, लेकिन 38 सीटों में से कांग्रेस सिर्फ 6 जीत पाई है, 6 पे ही आगे चल रही है, आप लोगों के खाते में उतनी ही आई, वहाँ पर एज ए पार्टी आप लोगों को नुकसान हुआ है और आपके जो कोलिशन पार्टनर्स हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से जो उनकी सांसद है उन्होंने कहा जहाँ पर भी कांग्रेस की बीजेपी से सीधी लड़ाई होती है वहाँ पर कांग्रेस उनको नहीं हरा पाती, अलायंस के साथ ही हरा पाती है। और हरियाणा में आपको लगता नहीं कि इन फाइटिंग का नुकसान हुआ? 16 आपके सिटिंग विधायक जो है वो चुनाव हारे हैं, उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
हरियाणा के बारे में जो कुछ हमें विश्लेषण करना है ज़रूर हम करेंगे, पर पहली बात हमें इलेक्शन कमीशन तक जो शिकायतें आ रही हैं अलग अलग ज़िलों से वो पहुंचाना है। हमने क्या किया, क्या नहीं किया, गलती कहाँ हुई, इसका विश्लेषण ज़रूर होगा, इस पर चिंतन ज़रूर होगा, बहस ज़रूर होगी, एक समिति का भी गठन होगा, ये प्रथा रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी में, और सबसे बातचीत करके ही ये विश्लेषण होगा। पर अभी विश्लेषण का वक्त नहीं है। अभी सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि हमसे जीत छीना गया है, तंत्रों का दुरुइस्तेमाल हुआ है, दुरुपयोग हुआ है, और लोगों की जो भावना थी और सबने ये महसूस किया कि जमीनी हकीकत बदलाव के पक्ष में था, परिवर्तन के पक्ष में था, और आज वो परिणाम जो आया है उसको नहीं दर्शाता। तो प्राथमिकता हमारे लिए ये है, विश्लेषण जरूर होगा। जम्मू के बारे में जो आपने सवाल किया, मैं स्वीकारता हूं कि हमारा प्रदर्शन जम्मू में और बेहतर होना चाहिए था। इसके भी कुछ कारण हैं, उस पर भी चिंतन होगा, विचार विमर्श ज़रूर होगा। पर महाराष्ट्र में मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि लोकसभा चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी पहले स्थान पर थी, और गठबंधन का एक धर्म होता है, जो हमारे आपस की बात होती है हम एक दूसरे से बोलते हैं, मीडिया के द्वारा हम नहीं बोलते। हम गठबंधन में हैं महाराष्ट्र में, उस गठबंधन को मजबूत करना हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है। हम कुछ नहीं कहेंगे हमारे गठबंधन के साथी दलों के बारे में, पर जो चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं हरियाणा को लेकर, उस पर कई सवाल, गंभीर सवाल उठे हैं, उसको आगे ले चलना ईसी तक और इसी के साथ बात करना हमारा फर्ज बनता है। अगले 2-3 दिन में हम वो करेंगे, और जम्मू और कश्मीर में शीघ्र ही हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि एनसी और आईएनसी गठबंधन सरकार बनेगी, एक साझा कार्यक्रम तैयार किया जाएगा, और जो जनता की उम्मीदें हैं उसको पूरा करने की पूरा प्रयास करेंगे, और उसमें पहले स्थान पर जम्मू और कश्मीर को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा वापस लौटाना है। इसके लिए एनसी भी वचनबद्ध है और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस भी वचनबद्ध है।
इधर पवन ने जो कहा कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जो आपने फैक्टर्स गिनाए वो सब सही थे, उसके बावजूद एक लग रहा था कि आपकी क्लियर रोड अहेड टू विक्ट्री है जम्मू में, जहां पर बीजेपी बहुत डाउन एंड आउट थी। क्या ये सच है कि जो रिपोर्ट्स वहां से आ रही हैं कि आपका पार्टी यूनिट, आपके लीडर्स, यहां तक कि आपका जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज ऑफ जम्मू कश्मीर कंप्लीटली कॉम्प्रोमाइज थे और उन्होंने बीजेपी से सकम करके, कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके ये हार आपके हाथ में दी है? क्योंकि 6 सीट में ये अभी आगे हैं और कितना गिरेगी पता नहीं, या ऊपर होगी, पर ये जो सिचुएशन है जो आपने बीजेपी को विक्ट्री दी है जम्मू में, ये आपकी पार्टी के लोगों ने दी है, क्या इसे आप एग्री करेंगे?
जैसा कि मैंने कहा, जीतें या हारें उस पर तुरंत प्रतिक्रिया देना ना केवल गलत होता है, वो प्रतिक्रिया सही भी नहीं होती। बिना विश्लेषण के, बिना सबसे इनपुट लिए, बिना सब कार्यकर्ताओं से बैठक करके उनके विचार जाने, मैं नहीं मानता कि इस तरह की किसी प्रतिक्रिया पर हम कोई मोहर लगा सकते हैं।
सर,
अरे पूछ लीजिए।
सर ये जो 3 जिलों का आपने जिक्र किया, तो ये कौन से जिले हैं और कितनी सीटें इसमें प्रभावित हो रही हैं इन जिलों में, ये हम लोग जानना चाहेंगे। और थोड़ी अजीबोगरीब बात नहीं है कि एक तरफ आप जम्मू कश्मीर की जीत और आगे क्या प्रक्रिया रहेगी उसका जिक्र कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ कह रहे हैं वहाँ पे जनता की जीत हुई, और दूसरी तरफ कह रहे हैं हरियाणा में अंगूर खट्टे हैं, हरियाणा में हमारी जीत छीनी गई है।
तो तब
जनता को क्या मैसेज?
अजीबोगरीब तब होता कि जब हम कहते कि नहीं साहब सब जगह खराब है मशीन। हम पूरे हरियाणा के लिए भी नहीं कह रहे कि सब जगह खराब है। हम नारनौल असेंबली का ही अगर आपको उदाहरण दें तो साफ, और ये कोई कोइंसिडेंस नहीं हो सकता, साफ सामने दिखता है, आंकड़े हैं, सब मशीनें सामने रखिए। जिन मशीनों के यूनिट की बैटरी 99% है वो मशीनें हमें हरा रही हैं। जिनकी बैटरी, और स्वाभाविक रूप से बैटरी कम होती है, 60-70% पे आई है, उसमें हम जीत रहे हैं। तो ये एक संयोग नहीं हो सकता, ना केवल नारनौल में।
All right, that's the Congress alleging foul play. We'll try and decode that and the several complaints raised by the Congress in the next few minutes. But viewers, the day has been nothing short of twists and turns, and indeed has been a Super Tuesday verdict. We start with Haryana first. In politics, remember, nothing can be ascertained until the last vote is counted. But by now, the picture is more or less clear. The BJP has done what no party managed to pull off in Haryana. It has scripted history by becoming the first party in the state to have returned to power for a 3rd consecutive time, this time under the leadership of Nayab Singh Saini. Prime Minister already has congratulated Mr. Saini. In fact, the BJP, remember, has done the unimaginable, especially after all pollsters handed over Haryana to the Congress. But as we speak, the BJP is leading on 49 seats as opposed to 36 for the Congress, and by now that number has more or less firmed up. In fact, earlier today we saw the Congress raise a few complaints with the Election Commission while alleging a delay on part of EC in updating numbers on their website. And just now you heard it from the Congress once again alleging foul play. They say there were discrepancies in counting of votes and have also raised concerns over EVMs once again in at least 3 districts, and they say there are more complaints that they're yet to receive. So they want to raise all of these complaints with the Election Commission. Though the Election Commission has called all of these allegations baseless, they say this is a malicious narrative on part of the Congress party while rejecting the charge leveled by the Congress. But all in all, viewers, it's been one of its kind of an election with the BJP almost snatching victory from the jaws of the Congress party. Another very interesting comment that came in a short while ago was from Kumari Selja, who said there is a lot of introspection that the party high command must do. The workers are disappointed and we need to now go back to the drawing board. Listen in.
निराशाजनक है नतीजे। हम सुबह तक हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, हमारे सभी वर्कर बहुत निराश हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने जो 10 साल सहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, इन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया है। आज जब ऐसा नतीजा आता है तो निराश हो जाते हैं, सब निराशाजनक बात है ये। लेकिन अब हमको इन सब बातों को देखते हुए नए सिरे से आगे सोचना होगा, क्योंकि जो ये अभी चल रहा है बिजनेस एज यूजुअल, ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा। कहाँ हमारी कमियां रही हैं, क्या कमियां रही हैं, इसके बारे में देखना होगा, कौन जिम्मेवार रहे।
मैं ये विश्वास के साथ कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल।
मेरा कहीं भी आपको स्टेटमेंट, क्योंकि मैं ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट ले रहा था, मेरे पास 0 ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट थी। लोगों का जो प्यार, जो उत्साह, जो स्नेह, जो आशीर्वाद हरियाणा के लोगों का मिल रहा था, गरीब का मिल रहा था, पिछड़े का मिल रहा था, और हरियाणा के 36 बरादरी का आशीर्वाद मिल रहा था। मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं और बड़े मैंडेट के साथ जीत रहे हैं। ये मैंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था। ये आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है।
एक लंबे अरसे के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में एक जमहूरी निज़ाम कायम होगा। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने अपना फैसला सुनाया। वो फैसला हमारे सिरांखों पर अभी चंद सीटों के नतीजे आने बाकी हैं, लेकिन इस चीज़ से कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने अगर एक तंजीम को पसंद किया है वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को, और जो थोड़ी बहुत कमी रह गई थी वो हमारे अलायंस के पार्टनरों ने पूरी की। अब फिलहाल तो इस मौके पे मैं सिर्फ तमाम वोटरों का शुक्रिया करना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और उम्मीदवारों को कामयाब किया। लेकिन क्योंकि मैं गांदरबल की सरजमीन पर खड़ा हूँ, मैं यहाँ से गांदरबल के एक वोटर का शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूँ, उनका भी जिन्होंने मुझे वोट नहीं दिया, लेकिन खासकर उनका जिन्होंने मुझे कामयाब करके दोबारा यहाँ 5 साल गांदरबल के लोगों का एज MLA खिदमत करने का जो मौका दिया है। मैंने गांदरबल के लोगों को पहले ही कहा था कि इन्हें एक दिन मेहनत करनी होगी। इन्होंने मेहनत की, वोट डाले, मुझे कामयाब किया। अब इंशाल्लाह अगले 5 साल के लिए मैं मेहनत करके गांदरबल की खिदमत करूँगा। आप करेंगे बडगाम या गांदरबल, क्योंकि गांदरबल आपका बेस्टर्न रहा है यहाँ। सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में लिए हुए अभी 5 मिनट भी नहीं हुए। मुझे साथियों के साथ बैठ के थोड़ा सा इस जीत का मजा लेने दीजिए, उसके बाद हम ये जो सवाल हैं इनके जवाब बाद में देंगे ना। अभी फिलहाल इस चीज़ पे मैं बात नहीं करूँगा। हमने लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलानी है, लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी का लीडर चुनना है, उसके बाद अलायंस के साथ बैठ के अलायंस का लीडर चुनना है। अलायंस का लीडर चुनने के बाद वी हैव टू स्टेक आवर क्लेम फॉर गवर्नमेंट। सो देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग्स दैट नीड टू बी डिसाइडेड ओवर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू डेज। सो लेट अस डिसाइड दोज other things, like which seat I will continue to represent, is something I will decide in a few days.
The mandate that has been given to you by people, what is this mandate for and what is it against?
If there is one thing very clear, the people, particularly of Kashmir and the mountains of Jammu, have voted resoundingly.
You just heard the National Conference Vice President and in all likelihood soon to be Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. There most certainly is renewed josh in the National Conference. The BJP also reversing its Lok Sabha dip. We'll try and decode all of that in the next few minutes after a very short break. We'll be right back.
Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है।
हरियाणा की बात करो यार।
हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है।
लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के समाने का माइक को लगने दो, मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद, जो प्यार पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा, मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के बाद हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
खेतों हाथ अलग से करो। उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community, and now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state, and it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party who will rule for the next few years in the state of Haryana. We're going to take a very short break. The news and updates continue. Just leaving our viewers with the visuals of the Chief Minister of Haryana.
Welcome back, and well, viewers, we keep our sharp focus with the results that we're picking up both from Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And do remember that the Lok Sabha results reverses by many were predicted as the beginning of the decline of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But here comes a stunning comeback by the BJP in the state of Haryana, and celebrations of course taking place at the BJP headquarters as we speak. So I want to quickly go across to my colleagues Payal Mehta and Ananya Bhatnagar joining us on the broadcast. Payal, to you first. We've seen a turnaround in celebrations in the BJP and Congress offices earlier today and within hours. Tell us what's the mood like at the BJP headquarters. What are you witnessing?
The mood is absolutely upbeat given the fact that the Prime Minister is expected to come here in a bit from now. My video generator. But I must correct our viewers with KK Sharma. KK, आप हरियाणा में 1 महीने तक थे, लगा था 1 महीने में बीजेपी का फॉर्चून बदल जाएगा? आपको लगा था कि बीजेपी ये कर पाएगी? लोगों को लगा नहीं था कि बीजेपी जीत पाएगी, आपको लगा था?
हाँ बिल्कुल, हम पहले दिन से ही बहुत विश्वास के साथ थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार अपनी वहाँ सरकार बनाने जा रही है। देखिए, कांग्रेस का काम है इस देश में भ्रम फैलाना, भ्रांति फैलाना, झूठ बोलना, और यही भ्रम और भ्रांति उसने हरियाणा के अंदर भी पूरी तरह से फैलाने की कोशिश की थी। लेकिन हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं और हमारे जो कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता हैं और हमारा जो नेतृत्व है उसने इस भ्रम को तोड़ दिया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ने जो केंद्र के नीति अपनाई, जो डेवलपमेंट के काम किए और जो हरियाणा की हमारी सरकार ने काम किया, उसका परिणाम था कि हरियाणा में हरियाणा की जनता ने पूरा हमें जनमत दिया और हमारे विकास।
राहुल गांधी विदेश भी जाते रहे, वहाँ पे भी जाति की बात करते रहे। यहाँ तक बीच में ये भी आ गया था कि बीजेपी पहले वो हटा देगी रिजर्वेशन, इसके बाद राहुल गांधी ने भी कुछ कहा। आपको लगता है कि होशियार थी हरियाणा की जनता और समझ गई कि इनके दाव पेच क्या थे?
नहीं, देखिए, राहुल गांधी की विश्वसनीयता 0 है, लेकिन वो देश में हो या विदेश में हो, भारत को बदनाम करने से कहीं नहीं चूकते। और जिस ढंग से जाके उन्होंने वहाँ विदेश में कहा कि हम आरक्षण को समाप्त कर देंगे, दलितों का आरक्षण को, इसको भी जनता ने हाथों हाथ लिया और लोगों को पता चल गया कि एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो संविधान को लहरा के लोकसभा के चुनाव में लोगों को झूठ बोल रहा था, वास्तविक स्थिति में उसकी जो मंशा क्या है, जो उन्होंने विदेश में जाके व्यक्त की, दलितों पे अत्याचार और दलितों के हक और अधिकार को खत्म करने की बात करके राहुल गांधी ने अपनी मंशा जो जाहिर कर दी थी।
आखिरी सवाल आपका रहेगा, के आप 1 महीने वहाँ पे रहे, आपने नायब सैनी को भी देखा। जिस आदमी को 6 महीने पहले लाया जाता है उसके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी दी जाती है कि आपको जिताना। अगर आप नायब सैनी है तो आपको कैसा महसूस होता है?
देखिए, नायब सैनी जी बहुत जमीनी कार्यकर्ता है, बहुत जमीनी नेतृत्व है, जमीन से निकले हैं, जमीन से उठे हैं। वो आम जनता की भावनाओं को समझते हैं, आम जनता के दुख दर्द को समझते हैं। वो बहुत ही सहज सरल व्यक्ति हैं। वो लोगों से बहुत सामान्य रूप से मिलते हैं। जनता के अंदर में उनकी लोकप्रियता बहुत थी और इस कारण से जनता ने उन्हें हाथों हाथ लिया और लोगों को लगा कि ये वही नेतृत्व है जो हमारे जो है कामों को पूरा कर सकता है, हमारे आशाओं को पूरा कर सकता है, डेवलपमेंट कर सकता है, विकास कर सकता है, हमें हरियाणा को नई ऊंचाई तक ले जा सकता है। लोगों ने जमकर उनके नेतृत्व पर विश्वास किया और जमकर वोट करके इतनी बड़ी जीत दिला दी है।
Well, of course, Kritsvi, that was KK Sharma with us, BJP's national spokesperson. He was appointed on part of the party to be there in Haryana for a month. He oversaw the entire preparation. As far as the situation on ground is concerned, there you see BJP General Secretary Organization BL Santosh himself taking a notice of what really is the preparation going on. He, along with Sanjay Mayuk, is of the BJP's media coordinator, is also looking at the preparation, because in a bit from now, members of the parliamentary board, Prime Minister Narendra Modi amongst the others will be arriving at the party headquarters. The celebratory mood is already there for everybody to see. There is of course a band which is in place over here. Many in the BJP are laughing and saying कि किसी और का band बज गया, पर हम तो band बजाएंगे. So that's the celebratory mood. And of course, like always, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come at about 7:30 this evening at the party headquarters to congratulate the party workers and thank them for their contribution to making sure that BJP was able to see this stupendous win come across in Haryana, a chance that not many.
Oh yes, Payal, with these results, the BJP has shown why it's not a pushover. In the Hindi heartland, the results speak for themselves, but there's so much going on within the Congress, and infighting seems to be back in the picture. Before I take that across to Aman and the rest of my colleagues, Ananya also continues to join us from the BJP headquarters. Lot of energetic voices coming in from the BJP camp. Interestingly, as far as the Congress is concerned, on one hand, we just heard a host of leaders of the Congress alleged discrepancies. They were saying that there were problems in the way counting of votes took place. EVM malfunction was also spoken of by the Congress leaders. But here's a Congress leader from Haryana, Kumari Selja, who needs no introduction, who's called for greater accountability and transparency and introspection within the Congress. Listen in.
निराशाजनक है नतीजे। हम सुबह तक हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, हमारे सभी वर्कर बहुत निराश हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने जो 10 साल सहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, इन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया है। आज जब ऐसा नतीजा आता है तो निराश हो जाते हैं सब, निराशाजनक बात है ये। लेकिन अब हमको इन सब बातों को देखते हुए नए सिरे से आगे सोचना होगा, क्योंकि जो ये अभी चल रहा है बिजनेस एज यूजुअल ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा। कहाँ हमारी कमियां रही हैं, क्या कमियां रही हैं, इसके बारे में देखना होगा, कौन जिम्मेवार रहे।
I want to go across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh joining us with more. Pallavi, for now, this blame game was waiting to begin, and now it's right in the open with Kumari Selja leveling all of those serious allegations, raising some very serious questions with the party high command, and that's going to only come in as a bigger challenge for the Congress, who continue to allege all was not well as far as the voting process is concerned.
I don't think Kumari Selja is going to mince her words, and in the days to come, the knives are going to be out even further. I mean, there are many who are silent, but who have a similar grievance as her, that the Huddas were given a virtual monopoly and a free hand as far as the campaign or even as far as the ticket distribution is concerned. I mean, every time we saw that the campaigns were dominated by both the Huddas, whether it's the father and the son, there were many like a Randeep Surjewala, for example, Christine, who are unhappy. I mean, Randeep Surjewala did not step out of Ketan, which is where his son was making his debut from. But as someone who was at one point in time the blue-eyed boy of Rahul Gandhi, who again is a tall Jat leader, if I can say, he's been a part of the Hudda cabinet and very close to Tenjanpad as well as to Rahul Gandhi. He was very, very clear that, I'm not needed. So he didn't step out of Ketan. Similarly with Kumari Selja, the first time she actually stepped out was on her birthday, which is on the 26th of September. Again, sending out that message is that I'm going to take my own time in deciding when I want to campaign. I think what really upset her was a decision which was taken that last minute Ashok Tawar is going to be joining the Congress. She saw this, and her supporters certainly saw this as a message that, there are alternatives which the Congress party is looking at as far as the Dalit vote bank is concerned. She's been very vocal. She had kept quiet for a bit, but I'm sure in the days to come there will be more voices about why is it that we lost the election which we could have easily won, and why is it excessive reliance on the Huddas was a wrong strategy. So that is something which the Congress will have to rework on. The other big election which is coming up in Maharashtra, and that is going to be the other big question, Christine, is that in Maharashtra too, will the Congress end up making the same mistake? Or will the Congress learn a lesson from Haryana and decide that it's very, very important that all of them really need to get along together?
Oh yes, absolutely. Speaking of the Dalit vote as well, that's where Kumari Selja plays a very important role, and that's what she seems to be suggesting indirectly. The Dalit vote, remember, back in the BJP fold, if we talk about Haryana specifically, and Kumari Selja, as we all know, is a big Dalit face for the Congress in Haryana. That seems to have not worked for the Congress. Many thanks, Pallavi, for joining us with that detailed perspective. I want to go across to my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar as well, who's with us from the BJP headquarters. Ananya, this evening is going to be all about dhols, nagadas and sweets. What's going on there? Ananya, if you can hear me, what's going on at the BJP headquarters? A lot of celebrations taking place as I see. Ananya, can you hear me? I know there's a lot of music, lot of dhol nagadas going on right behind you. Can you hear me? Tell us what's going on, Ananya. Okay, we're going to find it a little difficult to get through, Ananya, given the manner in which celebrations are taking place at the BJP headquarters. Executive Editor Aman also continues to stay on with us here in the studios. Aman, there are several factors that need to be spoken of. There were plans that the Congress was following closely, but over-reliance on Bhupinder Singh Hooda was one such factor. It's being spoken of by the likes of Kumari Selja, but there was a lot many other factors which perhaps the Congress didn't see would turn against it, and that includes over-reliance on Jat vote, but also underestimating the non-Jat vote and the Dalit vote for that matter.
Well, Kitswin, there is a history to why this over-reliance on Hooda. If you see the last Haryana Assembly election, the Congress had won 31 seats, and that time Bhupinder Singh Hooda was given the charge of the campaign only about a month before the election in 2019, and Mr. Hooda's claim was always that if I had been given the charge much earlier, I would have won you the election. I think that narrative continued in the Congress, and then we saw Kumari Selja, who was the PCC chief in Haryana, being replaced by Uday Bahan Chaudhary, who was a key aide of Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Then we saw Bhupinder Singh Hooda also being given charge of the campaign much before this election. So in a way, Bhupinder Singh Hooda was convinced that under his leadership, the Jat factor will work. People in Haryana want a Jat CM, and he is the prime leader in that aspect.
But the others may have felt alienated because of that over-reliance.
Absolutely, and that's what happened. I think that is what has where Congress has lost Haryana, that its over-reliance on Bhupinder Hooda, the Jat factor, alienated leaders like Kumari Selja, who's the topmost woman Dalit leader of the party in Haryana, and 22.5% Dalit vote in Haryana seems to have moved firmly towards the BJP in this election because of that reason, because Congress was seen as doing excessive Jat politics. I think that is what has costed Congress Haryana. On the other hand, BJP played it very smartly. BJP already had the OBC voter in a big aspect with it. It was able to convince the audience that Congress is against Dalits.
The OBC vote with the BJP, the Dalit vote also significantly with the BJP, and an equal split in the Jat vote. That's what really led to the BJP victory in Haryana, to sum it up. Many thanks, Aman, for that quick update. Going across to my colleagues Yash and Ananya, who are joining us from the BJP headquarters. I'm sure one of them will be able to hear us. Ananya, to you first. What's going on there?
Well, definitely, it's a mood set for the celebrations. You can see people are pouring in to hear their supreme leader, to hear the Prime Minister address these workers here, these Karyakartas here. You can see the preparations are going on. The people have started to fill in the seats that have been here. If you would have spoken a little earlier, you would have seen the Dole and Nagadas being played here, the bands, performing here very well. A mood is completely set. It is a twister that has come in from Haryana for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was not expected to the people. It was not expected by the posters as well. And now finally the BJP, clinching away the Haryana, elections is something that has come as a poll twister in 2024. And very clearly, everybody here is happy. The mood for celebrations is set, and preparations are going on, and the final checks are going on, so that when the PM arrives, when in fact JP Nadda, the BJP president arrives, a warm welcome can be given to both of them, and also the celebrations can actually begin as soon as both of them arrive. But definitely the mood is all set here for in fact the big victory that the BJP has clinched in a Haryana twister.
Okay, since there's lots to cover at the BJP headquarters, Yash also stationed at the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister will be speaking later this evening. How soon can we expect him there along with the JP Nadda, the BJP National President, Yash?
Well, Christine, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister is expected to come at around 7 p.m. at the BJP headquarters and then address the workers and the Karyakartas over here, because this is a very big day for the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, JP Nadda will be also arriving very soon to take stock of the situation. In fact, a lot of leaders from the senior leadership are already here, from the state leadership to the central leadership. Leaders have started to arrive. In fact, like Ananya was also mentioning, the atmosphere over here is absolutely electrifying, because the BJP knows how to put up a show when they actually are able to clinch one of these elections like Haryana, because there was much chatter, there was much anticipation that this is going to be a tough one for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But at this juncture and at this point, one thing is clear, that BJP has been able to prove their mettle once again when we talk about Haryana. In fact, this also sets a very good tone for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the upcoming assembly elections, when we talk about be it Maharashtra, be it Jharkhand, or be it the national capital. Definitely something what was needed for the BJP cadre at this very juncture was this morale boost, which is definitely this win from the Haryana polls the BJP has been able to gather. And in fact, Prime Minister speaking in some time from now will also bolster the opposition's morale here, because the BJP is very clear that you can talk about anything, but the final result is that the BJP is able to clinch the elections and not to, it's not like they've just crossed the majority mark. They've won very comfortably.
Way past the majority mark, Yash. In fact, BJP has turned the clock back again with this Haryana triumph and set the stage for a more high-stakes battle ahead with Rahul Gandhi's Congress. So we're watching out for all of that very, very closely. We'll be right back after a very short break. Keep watching CNN News 18.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
अगर आप सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है, हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं, हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के माइक को लगने दो, मैं दिल से धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का यहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो।
उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the the Dalit community. And now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state. And it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party.
Welcome back. In this edition, let's also talk about more. We're learning as far as BJP's strategy in Haryana is concerned. Remember, the RSS support has been one of the contributing factors in BJP's Haryana win, and now we're learning in the latest that RSS held 16,000 meetings in Haryana alone. 6,000 villages in the state were covered with a door-to-door campaign. I want to go across to my colleague Madhuparna Das joining us with more details. Madhuparna, we do know that there was a little bit of a revival in the saffron cadres after the Lok Sabha dip, but tell us a little bit about RSS contribution, especially in rural areas, to win back vote for the BJP.
So the RSS in Haryana has been organizing large-scale outreach initiatives as part of its expansion and consolidation strategy post the general election result. And one such effort involves meetings held across 16,000 locations in the state aimed at strengthening their grassroots presence. These meetings likely to generally focus on ideological discussions. This is also about voters awareness campaign, and this is also about mobilization efforts and training for RSS members to further their influence in various sectors of society, particularly at the village level. And this 6,000 villages mentioned suggests that a significant part of this outreach is targeted especially at the rural areas, where the RSS has been focusing on building local networks and extending its reach. By engaging at the village level, they generally aim to create a stronger presence in Haryana's socio-political fabric, and they do it in every state. So this is possibly to bolster their influence in future elections and to counter other political or social narratives.
And Madhuparna, it seems to have worked for the BJP, isn't it? They relied on RSS support to win back rural votes in Haryana, and the RSS, just like the BJP, has managed to deliver on the same. But many thanks for joining us with that latest update. Some in the Congress, though, are in denial about results in Haryana. Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking live. Let's cut across and listen into what he has to say.
देखिए, जो रिजल्ट आए हैं उनसे अचंभित हैं हम, और हम अपनी बीजेपी अचंभित है कि उनका देखा आपने क्या माहौल था। ये जैसे पूरे प्रदेश में माहौल था उसके विपरीत ये नतीजे आए हैं। जो माहौल बना हुआ था मीडिया का भी, और जो आपके जितने भी सीनियर वो हैं एनालिस्ट हैं उनका भी ये है। तो अब लोकतंत्र है ये, और तंत्र एक अलग चीज़ होती है। तंत्र का कितना रोल है इसकी जांच करेंगे हम, क्योंकि बहुत सारी सीटें थोड़ी थोड़ी वोटों से आ रहे हैं, हम थोड़ी थोड़ी वोटों से आ रहे हैं, और कई जगह से शिकायतें भी मिली हैं। कहीं बैटरी की शिकायत मिली है, कोई मिली है, और जिस प्रकार से लोडिंग हुई है, मतलब डिले वो हुई है, उसके हिसाब से भी है। लेकिन नहीं आओ, वो हमारे जो है AICC वाले इलेक्शन कमीशन मिलेंगे, सारी बात कहेंगे, लेकिन इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, आश्चर्यचकित हुई।
क्या बड़ा कारण मानते हैं आप? क्या बड़ा?
आपने एक तंत्र की बात कही, लेकिन एक कांग्रेस के अंदर भी एक तंत्र काम कर रहा था। कोई लीडर 6 दिन के लिए प्रचार करने नहीं जाता है, कोई लीडर दिल्ली में बैठ के केवल इंटरव्यू करता है। वो उस तंत्र
नहीं, कांग्रेस एकजुट थी। ये तो आप लोगों की बात कहानी थी। अब बीजेपी का तो आप देख रहे नहीं, विद साहब कहीं घर से नहीं निकले, रामविलास जी शर्मा जी टिकट काट दी गई थी, वो तो अलग बात है। देखो, कोई भी प्रजातांत्रिक पार्टी होगी, लोकतांत्रिक पार्टी होगी, मतभेद स्वाभाविक हो सकते हैं, लेकिन मनभेद किसी का नहीं था।
साहब, कुमारी शैलजा ने आज सवाल उठाया है कि प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं था, तालमेल नहीं रखा गया था। कुमारी शैलजा ने कहा है
कोऑर्डिनेशन रखना किसका काम है? सबका काम है कोऑर्डिनेशन। कौन सा कोऑर्डिनेशन का मतलब
की बात जब आप कर रहे हैं तो क्या आप ईवीएम की ओर इशारा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपकी पार्टी ने कहा कि स्लो रिजल्ट जो है वो अनाउंस किए जा रहे थे।
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
अगर आप सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो, धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो। उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community. And now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state. And it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party who will rule for the next few years in the state of Haryana. We're going to take a very short break. The news and updates continue. Just leaving our viewers with the visuals of the Chief Minister of Haryana, who is thanking the people and the Prime Minister of India for this victory.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign.
Namaste, Jai Hind. It's the battle for the states, ladies and gentlemen. Your continuous coverage here at CNN News 18. Thank you for staying with us right through the day. It's been a day of upsets, a day of expectations being belied, and in certain cases, expectations and trends being met. If the exit polls maintained and held their trend in Jammu and Kashmir, what a turnaround that it's been of fortunes as far as Haryana is concerned. Bhupinder Hooda and the Congress party is still not willing to believe it. The exit pollsters perhaps being made to eat the humble pie once too often in these kind of two-way fights, ladies and gentlemen. And the BJP quietly confident in coming back. There are stories within the stories, and we will talk about this through the course of the next 4 hours here at CNN News 18 and in the battle for the states. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News 18 on the magic wall, and that's a different story there to talk about. We've got Zaka Jacob here on the wall, and Rahul Shivshankar, our Consulting Editor, there with his list of takeaways. And I see you've made a lot of notes, and you've been turning pages and also notes on your phone, and lots of data to be shared. Rashid Kidwai, Aarti Tikku, Nalin Mehta with us. They all have their insights. But before we get into all of that, ladies and gentlemen, before we even get into the magic wall, here are some of the big takeaways. And all these takeaways will soon become talking points. Let's try and signpost all of this. It's a historic hat-trick, ladies and gentlemen. A historic hat-trick for the BJP in the state of Haryana. It's a never before that a non-Jat has become the Chief Minister for the third time. Never before a party has continued to hold sway for the third time. It's a historic hat-trick for the BJP there. Little impact of Kisan, Pehlwan and Jawan, Agniveer, wrestlers and farmers that's been seen. Congress's quote-unquote status within the India bloc, does it find itself reduced or marginalized? A taunt from the allies that also haunts. Overconfidence has come back. Once again, what a reminder by Omar Abdullah in Jammu and Kashmir. Has that also perhaps hurt lackadaisical attitude or overconfidence in Haryana? Or did they not see what was happening in terms of the mobilization? Or is it the RSS machinery? 16,000 meetings across 6,000 villages. Amazing kind of work that's happened on ground by the RSS. So, बिना RSS के क्या BJP सक्षम है? That's the real double engine. That's the big question that will be asked. Samvidhan under attack, narrative fails. Jat anger overcome to a large extent because 50% of the Jat votes have gone. That's what the indications are to the BJP. Shot in the arm ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Look who come out and celebrates this victory in Haryana first. It's the Maharashtra Deputy CM, Devendra Fadnavis. So clearly there is going to be a knock-on effect there based on what's happened in Haryana. And of course we will talk about what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Again, a historic mandate for the BJP and never before vote share that the BJP is polled in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll talk about all of that. But first, Haryana, ladies and gentlemen. And Zaka Jacob, that wall, that color, that map, does it mirror 2019 or is it looking a little better?
It is in fact looking a little better. It's looking 8 seats better because remember last time around the BJP managed to come back to power with the help of the JJP, with the help of what is essentially a Jat party. This time there was so much talk around Jat anger. Let's take a look at how that cookie, how it crumbled, if you will. The Jat seats, again, largely around this belt, Rohtak, Hisar, Jeend, it's actually an even split. It's an even split between the BJP and the Congress, 15 to the Congress, 13 to the BJP, but the gains are exactly the same for both BJP and Congress. So 4 gains for the BJP, 4 gains for the Congress. Now, if Jat anger was so overwhelming and so all-pervasive, then this would have been much higher for the Congress. It would have been +5 or +8 for the Congress, and this again would have been a higher figure. If you go back and look at 2019, this is 15-13. Look at 2019. It was 11 to the Congress, it was 9 to the BJP. So the BJP has actually increased its performance in terms of seats from 9 to 13 now. It's the JJP that had 6 seats, but the Congress was not able to encash on the JJP, the others and the INLD. That's 10 seats. Now if there was so much overwhelming Jat anger as was being conveyed, then this 10 seats should have gone to the Congress. The Congress's tally should have been 21. But instead, what do we have? Instead, the Congress is stuck at 15, the BJP at 13. So, somewhere down the line, that Jat anger got split up. So, whatever anger the Jats had with the BJP, they managed to sort of pacify them, certainly in some pockets. This pocket here, this is around Bhiwani, Mahendragarh, that belt, and certainly in the Sonipat, Panipat, which is of course urban constituencies, they managed to sort of pacify them. These 3 seats, Uchana Kalan, which was JJP, Dushyant Chautala's seat, that seat I believe has been won by the BJP candidate by 32. Less than 100 votes.
32 votes is what the number
32
shows.
votes is what they have won by. So these 3 seats, which were again JJP seats, have gone to the BJP. So really, in that sense, what the BJP managed to do, at least as far as this big all-pervasive headline that reporters were talking about, exit pollsters were talking about, Congress party was also talking about Jat anger, Kisan, Pehlwan, Jawan, that seems to have split between the Congress and the BJP. The Congress is not the sole beneficiary. The BJP has managed to win over a large number of the Jats.
Quickly, want to look at Dalit and OBC. If that's the case, let's look at the numbers overall, how they have stacked up. These were all 3 aspects. Dalits are angry. Congress is Dalit plank. Rahul Gandhi pushing that. How did they vote?
Again, you know, there are 17 reserved constituencies in Haryana. 17 SC reserved constituencies. The Congress won 9. The BJP won 8. As far as gains, the BJP had 1 extra, 3 gains from last time. The Congress just 2 gains from last time. JJP lost 4. Again, the point I'm making is the losses of the JJP are evenly split between the Congress and the BJP. If there was, again, all-pervasive Dalit anger, the Samvidhan Bachao and all of that, if it actually translated on the ground, this number instead of +2 should have been +5. This number instead of 9 should have been in double digits. But that is not the case. That is not how the Dalit reserved constituencies in Haryana have voted. So on the 2 major voting blocks, the Jats and the Dalits seem to have split between the Congress and the BJP. The others, the non-Jat OBCs and perhaps, you know, the non-dominant Dalit caste have been with the BJP. So the Congress was not able to, you know, make inroads into those sections, whereas the sections that the Congress was depending on have not entirely gone with the Congress. They have split between the Congress and the BJP.
Well, I'm just going to request our team that when they zoom in onto the magic wall, they should keep the filter also visible. So the SC reserve right on top, the overall, when you get in onto the close-up, just make sure that is also visible to the viewer when we're seeing that. We are live, so I'm just communicating it to our team. Rahul Shivshankar, your big takeaways, and then we can take it into our guests. Yeah.
Well, very quickly, as we discussed a little earlier in the edit meeting right after the results crystallized, Moditwa's appeal is intact, just like Modi's mojo. Let's be very honest. But I'm not so sure about Rahul Gandhi's casteism. And as this result, as we deep dive it and we actually look at how solid the BJP's performance has been actually in Haryana, a large number of those narratives that was built by the Congress and its ecosystem will start looking a little hollower. So Rahul Gandhi was banking very heavily on this caste card as perhaps the guarantor of upward mobility to those most needy in our society. Has that card lost its sheen? Fundamental question. And what does that actually do now for the Congress party and its strategy team? Will they now sort of recalibrate? Will they have to then begin to go back to the drawing board and look at where perhaps they need to sharpen the focus? Maybe they over-invested in this entire enterprise of suggesting that Modi is destroying the constitution. Remember, for 10 years, Modi has been in power. He has been prime minister. And so far, no one can actually say that he has ripped apart the spirit of the constitution. And whenever some of the decisions that he has taken, the vital ones, have been challenged in the Supreme Court, more often than not, the Supreme Court has come out and suggested that Modi was working within the framework of the constitution. People can begin to see through very easily rhetoric because it is usually not based in fact. Now the Congress party will have to go back to the drawing board. Most importantly, Anand, ahead of Maharashtra and Delhi, BJP has the momentum behind it again. And the Congress is walking away feeling that once again in the Hindi belt and once again in direct fights with the BJP, it flounders.
See, what the Congress has a lot of issues right now. It's complaining quite a bit because there are a lot of tight fights and close fights. So let's just quickly take you through that. But the knock-on effect on Maharashtra, Priyanka Chaturvedi immediately trying to say it's not, Maharashtra is different. But Devendra Fadnavis out there to say, see, look what we have done in Haryana and we're going to win. We now got he's trying to energize the cadre and say we now have to go and make this point in Maharashtra.
Because perceptions
matter.
Imagine had the BJP lost
Correct. And it would have been a bummer for the BJP and it would have energized the Congress cadre.
I mean, just the fact that the BJP fell short of a majority in the Lok Sabha was enough for the Congress to say we won the election.
Koi 99 out of 543 like a jeet raha tha and koi 242 la karke haar raha tha. But that was the story then. I just want to quickly show you the close fights, and this is an interesting talking point, and then we'll open it up here. Uchanakala, by BJP defeating the Congress by a margin of just 32 votes. Okay, so the Congress is a little worried there. But in Dabwali, the INLD defeated the Congress by 610 votes. In Loharu, the Congress defeated the BJP by 792 votes. In Sadhaura, Congress defeated the BJP by 1699 votes. In Dadri, BJP defeating the Congress by 1957 votes. In Panchkula, Congress defeating the BJP by 1997 votes. So there have been other tight fights, but overall it looks like eventually the BJP will hold on or consolidate.
Can I just add to that? There are only 8 seats in all of 90, so that's less than 10% of the seats, which are margins less than 2,000. And out of those 8 seats, Congress is actually winning 5. So to say that, EVMs have been hacked or that, the margins have been cut down by vote katwas or third-party players or whatever, again does not hold true because the Congress has won a bulk of those tight fight seats. In fact, it's a gain of 1 from 2019. The BJP has not gained anything from 2019. So again, the tight fight seats have actually gone to the Congress. So this whole thing about, EVMs have been rigged or EVMs have been tuned in a way that it's only supporting the BJP in close fights, that's not true.
Let me be mischievous as only I can be. What has the Congress been calling the Prime Minister all these days? Non-biological Prime Minister. Now it appears that those words were prophetic because it would only have taken, as I said, unearthly audacity to pull off this stunt, which is to reverse the complete tide of both public perception and supposed opinion in Haryana.
But Nalin Mehta has been looking at some of the numbers. So number of seats where the Congress is just marginally ahead vis-a-vis the number of seats where the BJP is marginally ahead also is a big difference. 8 or 9 seats, you had looked at those numbers sometime back?
Yeah, so when I was looking at those ones, those were evenly split, and they were, in fact, in more of them BJP was trailing than Congress. So in that sense, if anything, BJP would gain in that comparison.
That was a 10 and 3 ratio at one time.
Yeah, 10 and 3. Yes, Rashid Kitwai?
Yeah, no, I am saying that whatever Rahul Shivshankar was saying about, Mr. Modi, regaining that kind of primacy in Indian politics, that would always be there. But Rahul, by no stretch of imagination, the Congress is not going to withdraw what it has been saying, or for that matter, India Alliance. You see, in Haryana, it was a Congress story and that flopped, I agree with you. But in Maharashtra, it is going to be India Alliance's story. And the results may be very different. The best part about Indian politics is nothing gets settled. Electoral victory here or there is not going to make a qualitative difference. Not that the Congress is going to go back to barracks or abandon its trust on consensus.
You know the Congress party better than any of us here in this panel. What are they saying? From saying we'll get 50 plus, we'll get 60 plus, even pollsters, those are the other class of people who honestly have to be asking themselves some hard questions today.
Yeah.
What are they saying? What led to this? No one predicted this. 48 for BJP, 37 for Congress will be the tally at the end of counting day.
So Zaka, what happens if your spin doctor gets it wrong, your pollster gets it wrong, your in-house surveys go wrong? There were 90 seats, 3 surveys, and all 3 surveys it predicted 60 seats. In fact, the candidate selection was also done on the basis of very, so to say, scientific matter by a big pollster who has a sort of position in Karnataka government, and it goes wrong. So
no, it's not a close fight. See, I can understand if it goes wrong. If everybody predicted, BJP has a slight edge or Congress has a slight edge. Every poll, everything that came from Haryana said, Congress is getting 50 plus or 55 plus or 60 plus. This is not that. I mean, this is not just getting the margins wrong. This is getting the overall direction itself wrong. Yeah. Absolutely. That is a problem.
Even the vote shares also, they've got the vote shares wrong. Everybody is off by at least 2.5 to 3%, and that's a lot when you're largely looking at a two-horse race, two-horse fight. Charu Pragya and Shyam Prasad Meka with us. Charu Pragya, the BJP seems to be really upping the ante on this. So we've got Prime Minister coming to the BJP headquarters at 7:30 p.m. It's been a phenomenal performance even in Jammu and Kashmir as per the BJP, because they say highest vote share. The party with the highest vote share is the BJP. That's the coinage. But the party which is going to now form government is the National Conference along with the Congress party. Here, how important is this Haryana win going to be for Maharashtra? Is this perhaps a galvanizer for the BJP cadre?
Oh, always. A good win is always a galvanizer, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. It feels great, and honestly, I have been on air since 7 a.m. this morning, Anand. I am still full of energy because we have won this election. See, at the end of the day, when you're not winning, you do feel bad. It's like we have fought every single seat, victory or loss. That's why I sometimes wonder, how does Rahul Gandhi lose election after election? At last count, this was 88 elections that Congress has lost under his leadership. How does he take it? How do the people in Congress manage? Because for us, losing a few seats here and there will also put us in a really, really sad mood. And I'm not leading a party or contesting from any seat. Also, this was an election that Congress was slated to win in a huge way, in a big way. Yet Mr. Gandhi saw it fit to travel abroad on a day which could have been a massive celebration for his entire cadre. Shouldn't he have been here? And since it's become a loss, shouldn't he have been here to pick up the pieces of their broken hearts, if any? So I really don't understand the way that political party works. But
it's just amazing to see how the BJP keeps so much more close tabs on what the Congress is doing, how many they have lost and where their leader is, rather than keeping tabs on what they did. Now in this case, would you not credit the 16,000 meetings, gram meetings that across the 6,000 villages that the RSS has done? After that Kerala meeting, Samanvay meeting, the RSS and the BJP seems to have mended, and that seems to have helped you here in the last 56-60 days.
Absolutely, Anand, and I said that on your last show this afternoon. RSS and BJP are a part of each other. If there are certain tiffs, then we have to work at them like a family and iron them out. I would like to also say something about Jammu and Kashmir. You said that BJP is talking about the vote percentage.
We'll come to Jammu and Kashmir in a bit. We're talking Haryana. Shyam Prasad Meka ji, Rahul fail ho gaye ki Bhupinder Hooda fail ho gaye?
No, no. See, first of all, we don't think we have failed. First point is we ran a very good campaign. We brought the issues out. Even by this result, Congress is in a better position than where it was in 2019. Okay. So now, there are questions on how it happened, where it happened, why it happened. Yeah, we will deal with that. So there is nothing like, okay, Charu might get back to Rahul Gandhi very quickly, and because we don't think that way. We are not one person run organization like the BJP. Now they are in a hurry to put up the posters of Prime Minister all over the place, creating him with the victory. Yes, by all means do that. But he ran away from the campaign. That was there to see for everybody. So that's not the point. Our agenda, our campaign, what we went to the election, went to the people, are the issues that are still the people's issues. We'll continue to fight
on that point about whether you're touching a chord with the people's issues, Mr. Meka, I just want to tell you that obviously that one attack that, Mr. Modi's governance has underwhelmed over the last few years, that plank now will definitely weaken, at least when it comes to perceptions. Let me just give you a statistic, and this might sort of illustrate the point that I'm making. Haryana is the 11th state where the BJP has returned to power, cementing its status as the natural party of governance. Can you believe it? In the last 10 years, the Congress has not returned even once in a state across the Indian Union. Not once. So look at the numbers. And these are not unsubstantial states. Of course, there are smaller states in the northeast. There's Goa. But we're talking about Uttar Pradesh. We're talking about some major Hindi heartland states. And I'm not even talking about the states where the BJP has now entered, where it was never a force before, which is further east and of course in the south. So look, there is a qualitative difference now. The BJP comes back into the game saying that, look, you guys are cooking up stories about joblessness, unemployment. Yes, there is stress in the economy, no doubt. But don't think that the people don't trust us to solve their problems.
I have a tactical difference between the Congress and the BJP as far as Haryana is concerned. So BJP, obviously, this is an old playbook going back to Mr. Modi's days as Chief Minister in Gujarat. They changed a large number of sitting MLAs. So BJP changed 16 out of their 40 MLAs that they had in 2019. They changed 16. 12 of them won. Wow. The changed candidates, 12 out of 16 won. 4 out of those 16 lost. The Congress, on the other hand, this is the opposite side of the strategy. The Congress, on the other hand, if you go back and look at 2019, they had 31 MLAs. Of those 31 MLAs, they repeated 26 of those MLAs. You know how many of those 26 won? Only 11. 15 of them lost. And today the difference between Congress and BJP is 11 seats. 11 seats. 15 sitting MLAs of the Congress party lost. I think that was a tactical mistake.
Yeah, not just that. Bhupinder Hooda decided 80% of the
73 out of 90 candidates
73 out of 90 candidates were decided by Bhupinder Hooda. So,
what this result
will he
shows,
be retired now?
If I can add to what Zaka and Rahul was saying, what this election shows is the BJP's ability for course correction very fast. 3 months ago, this is a state where it had lost half the seats. Right, vote share had come down significantly. By the point you made, by the way, in UP they didn't do as well as they could have because precisely because they didn't change the seats. They've done a course correction. The 3 things have changed between then and now in 3 months. What has changed in Haryana in 3 months? One, that they went back to the ground basic and they learned the lessons. They took the lessons from this, right? Second, they made a lot of changes on the ground level in terms of promises and so on with the Kisans, with the Agniveers. The Agniveer was a real issue in Haryana. Third, they've managed to restore their social coalition. So there was an erosion of OBCs, there was an erosion of Dalits in particular, which hurt BJP also in UP and other parts of Hindi heartland. And there was a question mark over the Jat vote. So what the result is showing us is that in the reserved constituencies, if you can drop the filters, Zaka, the BJP has won a large number of the reserved seats. Yeah. So the Dalit vote, which was deserting the BJP because of fears of the constitution being changed, a lot of it is managed to recover.
Let Shyam Prasad make a weigh in on this as Zaka calls this up. Shyam Prasad Meka, Kisan, Jawan, Pahalwan, all 3 have fizzled out. Has the Agniveer bogey now been negated by the BJP in Haryana? If they've negated it in Haryana, then nowhere else should it work. And also with the Kisan. the MSP being announced has worked for them. Naib Singh Saini in 56 days post the model code of conduct was removed, post the results being declared. Then immediately after that they've gotten down to work. Isn't that manifest here, sir?
I don't think so. See, the Kisan, the Jawan and the Pahalwan, all of them were ill-treated. They were unhappy. That is still an issue. If just by getting an election result, the BJP can't do that mistake of taking everybody for granted. No. These are still the issues on the ground, and we will continue to fight for those people. We are not going to back off.
See, because if the anti-incumbency, you would also appreciate that if there was anti-incumbency and there was huge dissonance, like it was perceived around the time Lok Sabha elections happened, then the BJP should not have got similar vote share as the Congress. 80% of the votes is between these two parties, Congress and the BJP. So the BJP should not have got 40% of the votes in this election if it was huge anti-incumbency. And the Congress should have got at least 50% of the votes if it was huge pro-incumbency, pro the challenger, pro-Congress wave.
See, that's the way politics is to be practiced.
You will admit that the Congress got something wrong, right? You will admit that the Congress got. What do you think the Congress got wrong? In your own wisdom, I am asking. Where do you think?
I will come to that, but not at this moment. So okay, so we will come to that. Okay,
no, why not this moment?
I have my.
You can give us one insight into where do you think one particular point where perhaps had they done this, the result could have been different.
No, not at this point. We all gave our inputs. The party will come out, and then we will come out with that. So now the simple thing is the art of politics is you will always be in a minority with your ideas. Then you build majority around your ideas. That's the long term.
I agree, but here it was you would also agree that this was a state which the Congress thought it had in its kitty. This was Congress's election to lose, because everybody, even the common person walking around in Noida would say Haryana to 70 seat Congress leke ja rahi hai. This was in June, July. This was the conversation.
Let me tell you,
so what changed?
Someone from very high up in government has sent a bunch of photographs of the Prime Minister L.K. Advani, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the Prime Minister, and of course the three Lals, emphasizing the point that the Jat vote was never really alienated from the BJP. That this was a chimera. The text reads, from Devilal ji to Bhajanlal ji to Bansilal ji, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has worked alongside all three Lals, the stalwarts of Haryana politics. This is to rub in the point that you people believed that the Jats were alienated from the Bharatiya Janata Party. But this is not quite the case. We have had a historic relationship with the Jat community.
Correct. But you would also say that we should turn around and tell the BJP, you still don't have 50%. You still don't have 50% of the voters' confidence. The BJP has still got 3% less than the Lok Sabha vote share. And if you have turned around things, it should have been more than the Lok Sabha vote share. That's not. In a two-horse race, you should have got at least 45 to 50%, because that should have said that, oh, it's a massive pro-incumbency wave and there is no anti-incumbency at all. 50% of the Jats have still not voted for you, Charu Pragya. When I say you, the BJP.
Anand, I wanted to say this. Yes, as Mr. Meka says, there were issues which were very important in this election. But what have the people
Charu Pragya, interrupting you. Sorry, we got the MOSPMO, Dr. Jitendra Singh joining us. Dr. Jitendra Singh, he's got a flight to catch, so just quickly going across. Jammu and Kashmir, 49, 29, 9 and 3, sir. How would you look at this? BJP has done better than before in Jammu, best ever in Jammu. Overall, they say the vote share is fantastic.
Yes.
But you are not forming government. The BJP will sit in opposition.
At the outset, thank you, Anand, for having me over here. I would use this opportunity to thank the voters for having reposed such a tremendous confidence in BJP, and also wish all the winners a very good tenure to serve the nation and serve the cause of Jammu and Kashmir. Having said that, as you rightly said, this is possibly the best ever performance of BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. We already 29, it might go further also. We have also increased our vote share. In fact, our vote share is possibly the largest. We have a significant vote share in Jammu region, also in the Kashmir Valley, which is quite a departure from the past when carrying a BJP flag in Kashmir Valley was itself a taboo. You can remember all those stories and anecdotes against those Tiranga Yatras being carried out by Modi ji and Murli Manohar Joshi. This is no longer so. So you have a BJP flag and a Tiranga flag flying aloft every third building in Srinagar today. And the electioneering and the campaign in the valley was carried in the same format, in the same way, with the same festivity as it is done in the rest of the country anywhere else. And I think this is also a huge, huge acknowledgement and recognition of a new kind of a political culture which has been sought to be introduced in the last 10 years.
Out of 47 seats, sir, in Kashmir, the BJP contested 17. आपको लगता है आपको और मेहनत करनी चाहिए because in those 17, in 5 you are second, in 5 you are third. So 10 में आप podium finish कर रहे हैं, second, third का कुछ count नहीं था, but the BJP has got some votes there. Do you think you should have put in some more heart and effort?
Yes, absolutely.
In fighting directly in Kashmir?
There is. No, I agree with you. There is always scope to work harder. But having said that, let's also appreciate the fact, and I think I hats off to all our Karyakartas. It's been such a tremendous journey from where we were and from where BJP was. And I think this is also to a great extent a credit to the kind of culture that has been sought to be introduced in the last 10 years under Prime Minister Modi, because here we always had the grievance of one region being discriminated against the other, one section of society being discriminated against the other, कि वहाँ सारी नौकरियाँ चली गई, यहाँ नहीं आए, यहाँ project लगा, यहाँ नहीं आया. In the last 10 years, under Prime Minister Modi, we have succeeded in giving a very equitable share to each region.
पर वोट ऐसे नहीं पड़े सर. Rahul Shankar and Zaka Jacob with me.
Sought to be, which
Dr. Jitendra Singh, this is Rahul Shankar.
Just 1 second. Yeah. I said all those misgivings and misconceptions which are sought to be spread or perpetuated by the Congress party about BJP seem to be weaning away as it happened in the Northeast.
Right.
So I think that's a healthy departure.
So that of course is one way to look at it. But Dr. Singh, there has been evidence of a lot of work in Kashmir, that side of the Pir Panjal. Yet you haven't sort of opened your account there. No seats, so to speak. Does this rankle, and why is it that you haven't been able to win over the people of the valley?
No, that's precisely what I was trying to say when I had to cut short. Actually, see, it's all has to be seen in the perspective. If you compare it with what it was, it was BJP flag was a taboo in Kashmir Valley. Today we have a whole voter turnout in favor of BJP. So, and this is precisely the story that happened in Northeast. Before 2014, there was so much misgivings about Northeast. कि बीजेपी आएगी, हमारा खान पान बंद करा देंगे, हमारी पूजा में दखल देंगे, ये है देखो. This is all because this kind of a false propaganda was sought to be spread in a section of society to keep away BJP. Now that they have realized that this is a party which ensures justice to the last man in the last queue, and therefore there's a change of heart towards BJP as well. And I'm sure, I agree with you, there's always a room to work harder, and we would always move in that direction. But we have started making a headway. I think that's something which is quite encouraging.
Zaka here, 10 years ago in 2014, when the last assembly election happened, obviously the PDP won 28 seats, the BJP won 26, PDP won all of its seats in the Kashmir Valley, BJP won all of its seats in Jammu. And now 10 years on, after 370 has gone and after all the politics of the place has changed, one Kashmir party has replaced another. Today the NC has won a bulk of its seats in the Kashmir Valley. The BJP still retains a bulk of its seats in Jammu. It's almost like it's two different states and they're voting in two different ways. When will this schism be bridged between Jammu and Kashmir?
I think gradually that, of course, statistically what you're saying is right, but gradually the change is happening. And if you see from the point of view that these Kashmir-centric political parties and the Congress sought to make 370 an issue, which did not happen. For the first time, we had an election where there was no separatist slogan. Otherwise, what was the scenario earlier? There would be a hartal call from Islamabad, Pakistan, a boycott call from some of the separatist groups, and the shutters would be shut down in Lal Chowk, and you would have a voter turnout of 8 to 10%. Nothing of that sort has happened, which means that the common man across the Jammu and Kashmir, including in the lanes and streets of Kashmir Valley and Srinagar, is quite happy with the abrogation of Article 370. Particularly in the last 10 years, the youth of Kashmir is very aspirational. When he sees all these umpteen number of opportunities, avenues being unleashed by Prime Minister Modi across the country, he does not wish to miss the bus. And they've already seen 3 generations being sacrificed at the altar of this so-called freedom, etc., etc. So the youth is now undergoing a change of mindset. So I think that's a healthy sign.
We've been having a conversation within our studios, and I think Mr. Mattu also has raised that point. Of course, he's here with us in our studios, Amitabh Mattu that is. And Dr. Saab, the conversation always veers around to the fact that the BJP was hoping that the vote in Kashmir, in the valley, would split because new political entrepreneurs had entered the space. Some of them, like Rashid, engineer, etc., created a bit of a splash in the Lok Sabha elections, but then found themselves out of favor in this round. Altaf Bukhari, Mr. Lone, several other individual independent candidates from the Jamaat-e Islami, etc., none of them seem to really have captured the mind space. Why do you think that is? And was the BJP sort of in some ways banking on them? Maybe you could have just entered the fray yourself directly. Maybe that would have helped.
No, what I would say in response to that is that BJP was never in a manipulative or a conniving mode. We went to election in a very fair manner. I think this kind of perception has been got created because of the number of independent candidates being more than what is usually expected. But those who know Jammu and Kashmir would bear me out that there has always been a trend of having a very large number of independent candidates in any Jammu and Kashmir election. Now, this is only 346. In this election, we had only 346 independent candidates, which is nothing in comparison to 468, which we had in 2008. So in 2008, we had as many as 468 independent candidates in the Jammu Kashmir Assembly election. Again, in 2014, we had 274. So there's always been a trend of large number of independent candidates trying to seeking to try their fortune. So it's not that all of them are planted by BJP or then sought to be manipulated by BJP. I think it's like that. So we should look at it in that perspective. BJP went to the people on the basis of the development, the development work and the record of the last 10 years and sought another chance or opportunity to serve the people, and people have bestowed that trust.
Your thoughts on the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir? Omar Abdullah was also a little upset that Congress Jammu mein zyada shirkat nahi kar rahi thi. That's one question. The other part is now it's going to be a NC-led government in the Omar Abdullah could be the chief minister. How is that going to work? So two-part question.
I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. And on a day when we are seeing a Congress Mukt Haryana. So you can, other words, you can say that Jammu Kashmir has also joined that Congress Mukt movement, which is sweeping the entire country today. And this is precisely, I mean, this is also has a bearing on what I was saying a few moments earlier. It was the Congress party which was responsible of spreading all kinds of falsehood, myths and misgivings about BJP. And now as people have started realizing that, today also I think of all the seats that they were contesting, there are hardly 5 or 6 where they seem to be winning. So virtually people have rejected the politics of dynasty, the politics of entitlement, the politics of corruption, politics of scam, which was sought to be perpetuated by the Congress party. So I think, and none less than their own ally, as you rightly said, National Conference and its leader Omar Abdullah have also pointed out to that.
But they voted for National Conference, and National Conference is going to form the government. Omar Abdullah is the next Chief Minister. Amitabh Mattu ji also has a question. Yes.
Dr. Saab, this is Amitabh Mattu. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Professor Mattu. Nice seeing you at least on screen, because we haven't met for quite some time.
Dr. Saab, the Prime Minister's vision of Naya Kashmir is built on several planks, but one of them, of course, is a return of statehood, but also trying to empower the young men and women of Jammu and Kashmir, and many congratulations on the victory in Jammu. But do you think now that you have National Conference with this majority in, with the help of the Congress with the majority in the valley, that there will be more conflict than collaboration? Because the hope of an ordinary resident like me would be that there would be cooperative federalism where the government in this union territory and if possible a state would work closely with you and the central leadership in taking forward the aspirations and building on the vision of the Prime Minister for the union territory and the state.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Muthu. Now, as far as the first part of your question is concerned, the statehood, it has been reiterated more than once by Prime Minister himself. He spoke about it in the public rally held at Bakshi Stadium in Srinagar earlier this year. Then he spoke about it in the public rally at Doda. Then he spoke about it in the public rally at Jammu. Each time he's been announcing that statehood would return. So also the Home Minister has been reiterating it on the floor of the Parliament. But why I believe the Congress and the other parties keep saying so is again a trick of the past, because as he said a few days back that some of our politicians still trying the tricks of the last election while the voter has moved on, the media also has moved on. They think if they keep manufacturing this narrative that we are asking for statehood, so that when actually the statehood happens, they would try to take the claim that, okay, it was we who put pressure on that. So I think that doesn't work anymore, and people can make out that it's already been announced by the Prime Minister. Now, as far as the second part is concerned, who's going to form the government, how is going to be formed, being a disciplined Karyakarta, I won't like to speak out of turn because I'm not authorized to do so, because as far as we are concerned, the decisions are taken collectively, democratically. But yes, whichever the government, Prime Minister Modi has always been very vociferously talking about cooperative federalism, as you mentioned. And it was soon after he took over as Prime Minister in 2014, he increased the state share. Right. And because he had also gone through much of the injustice or the raw deal being meted out to him when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat by the then UPA government. And he made sure that nothing of that sort happens. So I think as far as Prime Minister Modi and his government is concerned, they've always worked in the spirit of cooperative federalism. I think one of the very recent examples is that in the parliament you have that Songal, that in the new parliament, which is a legacy of the Tamil culture, though we don't have a government over there.
Right. But Dr. Saab, I don't think that is beyond the optics. Final question to you. It's about many people feel that with the national conference coming in, central administration via LG, is it back to square one in J&K? 5 saal jo kuch kaam kiya, is it back to square one? Final question. Or are things going to move forward?
No, I wish, Anand, I could answer that. But being a member of a disciplined party, I will not speak out of turn and not also like to be hypothetical in my response. When a situation like this arises, we will again engage in a discussion.
Sure. All the best. Have a safe flight, safe travels. Thank you for making the time just ahead of your tight schedule. Thank you very much, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We've just got another update. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just tweeted, हरियाणा का हृदय से आभार. He says, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक बार फिर स्पष्ट बहुमत देने के लिए मैं हरियाणा की जनशक्ति को नमन करता हूं. ये विकास और सुशासन की राजनीति की जीत है. मैं यहां के लोगों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि उनकी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए हम कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे. And then further on he says, इस महाविजय के लिए अथक परिश्रम और पूरे समर्पण भाव से काम करने वाले अपने सभी कार्यकर्ता साथियों को भी मेरी बहुत बहुत बधाई. आपने न केवल राज्य की जनता जनार्दन की भरपूर सेवा की है, बल्कि विकास के हमारे एजेंडे को भी उन तक पहुंचाया है. इसी का नतीजा है कि भाजपा को हरियाणा में यह ऐतिहासिक जीत हासिल हुई है. That's the Prime Minister's swearing. What does he say about Jammu and Kashmir? We'll tell you soon after a short break. Stay with us.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है. हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं. हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है.
हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा लाडवा की जनता का लाडवा की सामान्य माइक को लगने दो मैं दिल से धन्यवाद क्यों उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद जो पीछे रहेगा मुंह से पीछे रहेगा मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
ये तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो पंकज उतर के तो आओ यार, उतर के आओ यार 1 मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community, and now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state, and it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party who will rule for the next few years in the state of Haryana. We're going to take a very short break. The news and updates continue. Just leaving our viewers with the visuals of the Chief Minister of Haryana, who is thanking the people and the Prime Minister of India for this victory.
Back live here on the Battle for the States, and as promised, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tweet on or post on X on Jammu and Kashmir, and he says, I'm proud of the BJP's performance in Jammu and Kashmir. I thank all those who have voted for our party and placed their trust in us. I assure the people that we will keep working for the welfare of Jammu and Kashmir. I also appreciate the industrious efforts of our Karyakartas. These elections in Jammu and Kashmir have been very special. They were held for the first time after the removal of Articles 370 and 35A and witnessed a high turnout, thus showing the people's belief in democracy. I compliment each and every person of Jammu and Kashmir for this. And finally, he says, I would like to compliment Jammu Kashmir National Conference for their commendable performance in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. So magnanimous in complimenting the victor, that is National Conference, with the maximum number of seats there in Jammu and Kashmir. But the pitch for democracy, Rahul Shivshankar, that's important, because that's the global narrative that he's setting.
Yeah,
that
of
ballot
course.
over bullet
Look,
has been
credit
chosen.
has to be given where it's due. He has created the environment to hold peaceful elections, but a lot of people will still quibble about the powers that the elected government might have in the long run. And we do know that the Lieutenant Governor there will enjoy significantly more powers than even the LG here in Delhi does. So
but this also means that Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister, who most likely will be the next Chief Minister, cannot afford to be completely antagonistic towards the central government.
You can't have a situation
he'll have to work
that
with
has played out in Delhi or, over the last 15 years.
It takes two to tango.
Yeah.
The BJP and the central leadership and the government of India, as Professor Mattu was saying, also has to have this, feeling of this, cooperative federalism. And the one pointer in that direction would be restoration of full statehood.
I think before that, who are the 5 nominees, and are they going to actually come from suggestions made by Omar Abdullah, or will the government try to sort of foist its own?
The fitness of things demand that it should be a democratically elected government that should have a say.
But sir, it was the Congress party that actually brought in this 239A amendment way back in the 60s, which said that the nomination will be done by the LG.
Congress has a history of doing
this is
wrongs.
something which is enshrined in the bylaws. So that's what, it's not something that's going to be a call that
but whoever it is, whether the LG makes that determination, it should be non-partisan, distinguished figures who have
but that rule, was that rule applied in the past in the same way, in a non-partisan manner, by the JKNC, by the PDP and the Congress?
In the early days, it used to be.
I think everybody needs to work, but looks like there will be some sense, and
I do want to get one word in. I mean, even from the BJP's point of view, Professor Mattu, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, they would rather want to do business with the NC than the PDP. When the PDP and the BJP came together, it was like almost two polar opposites, coming to the same page and working out a common minimum program. So from the BJP's point of view, and anyway they've not won any seats in the valley, their vote share is less than 10% in the valley out of the total 29% that they've got. Would they rather not work or have to do business with Omar than Mehbooba Mufti?
See, the greatest asset of the National Conference is Farooq Abdullah. Because Farooq Abdullah has the ability to reach out, work with everyone. I remember when Umar Abdullah was first nominated as Chief Minister, I actually asked Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, why did they choose Umar Abdullah? He said it's a family decision of the Abdullahs and the Gandhis. The system within inverted commas is much more comfortable with Farooq Abdullah, because in some ways they know who he is, they know that beyond a certain point they can trust him completely. And Umar, of course, there's no question of not trusting him, it's just that Farooq is someone who still has a measure of...
But when was this?
This was about a decade ago, more than a decade ago.
2008. We are in
2024.
2024, and today it looks like Mr. Omar Abdullah is far much more in control of the proceedings of the National Conference than Mr. Farooq Abdullah. With due respect to both of them, but somewhere Mr. Omar Abdullah seemed to have far much more clarity, and he was even telling of his own dad, saying, why are you jumping the gun and trying to say I'll take support from this person and that person? And somewhere he seems to be far more measured and in control and wanting to take the initiative this time around. Although within them they have very clearly said, I just hope that Farooq Abdullah ji earlier in the day said, will Omar Abdullah be the next Chief Minister? He said, Inshallah.
Let me also bring in Shaila on this. Can I ask you, Mr. Mattu, do you believe that Omar is more of an integrationist, more of a unionist than even his father?
I think on that question, the NC has taken that call a long time ago. They all believe in India. They also often believe that it gives them greater leverage to demonstrate their distinct identity. But what I am suggesting is not that Umar Abdullah or anyone that in any way Umar Abdullah would not be the next chief minister. I think the presence of Farooq Abdullah and his ability to reach out across ideological frontiers is greater. In some ways, people see Farooq Abdullah as a natural South Asian politician, while Umar Abdullah, given that half his parentage is English, there's a certain clinical reserve. He's more, someone described him as the last gentleman in Kashmiri politics. That's probably true. But there's a certain reserve, a certain clinicalness, which doesn't draw out the immediate warmth and response.
Luckily, you didn't call him the last wog. let me bring in Shaila Rashid. Shaila Rashid, this is
I think Shaila was the one who described him as the last gentleman.
Oh, okay.
I was the one, yeah.
Go ahead. Shaila Rashid, go ahead. Go ahead.
So first of all, I would begin by congratulating the National Conference on their very good performance in the election. It's a good verdict because National Conference is a secular and responsible and nationalist party. Now, all said and done here, however much Rahul might want to grudge the voters for this, it is because of National Conference, we should remember this, that Kashmir is with India. So I would say it is a nationalist party and it is a secular party. It is better than Jamaatis and PDP and all of those coming to power. However, having said that, this will be the first time, if I'm not mistaken, this will be the first time that an opposition government will be in power in J&K, because from my lifetime, whatever I remember, it's always been NC, Congress, PDP, Congress, whatever, or PDP, BJP when BJP was in power at the center. So this will be for the first time an opposition government. So the question is, what now? From now, where do we go? So one crucial thing that I want to mention is that we should, continue to have the law and order under the Honorable LG administration, because the local parties, due to electoral compulsions, because they are so intertwined in the local equations, in the social dynamics, they have a demonstrated inability to rein in, to control the law and order situation, to rein in separatism and Islamism. So the law and order should continue to be under the LG administration. So that's an important thing.
Well, that seems to be the order of the place, because I think the administrative control remains, the police and the bureaucracy at this point continues to remain under the LG's office, and that's the correct. Till the time there is a certain level of maturity that is shown, perhaps that all sides are ready and it's ready for full statehood.
Maturity of the voters.
But I think there's an interesting point that she made about how since the late 90s, whenever NC was in power, they were in alliance with the BJP at the centre or with the Congress when the UPA was in power. And similarly, when the BJP and PDP joined hands, the BJP was in power at the centre. This is the first time that an opposition party or an opposition alliance is going to be ruling in Kashmir while the BJP is in power here. I guess we'll have to take
the big ticket and the big thumbs up to democracy there. Yeah. And nobody can then challenge the way the ballot has turned and how the voter has voted. You cannot doubt that at all. But one thing we must all remember, that this election right now has happened because of the Supreme Court mandate. Was Jammu Kashmir really ready for the election right now? Many believe no. Should they have waited for another year? Many believe yes. Is it ready for statehood? Many believe it all depends upon how the netas behave once this whole thing pans out. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
At L'Oréal Group,
Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का लाडवा के सामान्य माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। मैं हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
ये तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो पंकज उतर के तो आओ यार, उतर के आओ यार एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment, after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community, and now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state, and it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30 and
हरियाणा की जनता का जहां दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको प्रणाम करता हूं। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं।
जो एक माहौल बनाया राहुल जी ने, वो उस माहौल को एकदम निगेट कर दिया, खत्म कर दिया। इसके लिए क्या कारण हुए, ये सब बातें देखनी पड़ेंगी।
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया है। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दाम 5 अगस्त को किए थे, वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बधाई देनी है और हमारे जितने भी वोटर हैं उनको भी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अब तक की लगता है कि सबसे बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस रही है।
महाराष्ट्र विल वोट ऑन द बेस ऑफ इमोशंस एंड क्या ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति के अनुसार काम हुआ है या कि उसके विपरीत हुआ है, ये लड़ाई वो होगी। तो हम अभी भी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं हैं।
Back live with these pictures of the BJP spokespersons, Karyakartas all assembling at the BJP headquarters in the national capital as the BJP national president JP Nadda makes his entry. You can see Sanjay Mayuk, Shehzad Poonawalla and many of the other members of the BJP present there, part of the media cell, communications. There's Mr. Baluni also. And there is JP Nadda who's walking in and congratulations are in order. The mood far more celebratory than the 4th of June. That's what you're seeing. It tends to feel far more celebratory than the 4th of June. Yes, true or false? You're live with us from the BJP headquarters.
Well, absolutely, Anand. The atmosphere at the BJP headquarters is absolutely electrifying. On my right-hand side, you can see all the leaders arriving, like you mentioned, Mr. Nadda, the likes of Anil Baluni, and all the senior leadership has arrived. In fact, now, in some time, Amit Shah will be also arriving at this very point, and also then the Prime Minister will be coming to the BJP headquarters to actually do which the BJP does every time when they actually win some elections or something big is achieved by the BJP, because Prime Minister makes sure to actually put in that very word to all the Karyakartas to motivate them to actually do better work. In fact, you can see whole Nagadas also being played at the loudest of the volumes over here, because the BJP is in an absolutely celebratory mode, because earlier in the morning this was actually a deserted area, and in fact how how there is a tale of two offices where things have actually turned upside down. Like there in the Congress office there were celebrations in the morning, and now the BJP headquarters is absolutely decked up, and in fact in some time from now Prime Minister...
Is this only me? Is this only me, or do you also feel that the energy this time is far more positive, or perhaps this is inflating those people who were looking a little deflated on the 4th of June 2024? Nalin Mehta.
So, look, there is no question that this has re-energized the BJP's base. It has also restored faith in the leadership for those who had begun doubting it, because there was a real concern and there was certainly a belief among many of those who opposed the BJP that the results of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections were the beginning of the decline of the Modi magic, if you like. Now, this result shows that that was probably a bit too premature, that kind of exaltation, because the BJP has shown the ability to course correct and to bounce back, not just in Haryana but also in Jammu.
Yeah. Naib Saini has just tweeted, just reading out his tweet, and then Rahul Shivshankar. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हरियाणा के प्रति विशेष स्नेह व्यक्त करने के लिए आपका हृदय से आभार। जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के आपके संकल्प को हरियाणा की देवतुल्य जनता ने सुशासन की गारंटी माना है और तीसरी बार पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाई है। आपके नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में हरियाणा निरंतर तरक्की कर रहा है और हमारा हर क्षण हरियाणा की उन्नति के लिए समर्पित होगा। आपको ये मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं। That means he is going to come back as chief minister. That's what the assumption is. Yes.
I think they actually did project him as the face, so the whole campaign was really built around him. But you know, just to pick up from where you left off and where Nalin left off, actually absolutely right. I mean, BJP was metaphorically on the ropes really after this 2024 election, and in the first 100 days in office, they were marked by an uncharacteristic administerial sort of tentativeness, if you noticed. And there were a few rollbacks, there was ideological equivocation. So all that sort of, you know, feeling around for what the pulse is, I think will end, and you might even see now a more purposeful... You don't agree?
No,
okay.
I think, Rahul, it's not going to settle. You see, in any case, if you look at it, is, you know, one each. I mean, there are two states, one has gone to India Alliance and another to the BJP. Now, you will have a next round, which is Maharashtra, far more crucial, far more bigger, and that is where there is an alliance thing, that the three parties that, you know, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and the Congress combined would be there. So, that would change again.
No, but
most part of Indian politics, nothing gets settled.
I'll tell you what the difference is. Had Congress won Haryana, which was the perhaps the only state in North India where it had a clear, chance of winning in a direct fight against the BJP, and it lost. If the Congress had won Haryana, it would be the Congress and the Aghadi that would have momentum behind it going into Maharashtra.
Yeah.
Now the BJP has momentum behind it, and as you know, in politics, momentum is everything.
Not just that, even within the Aghadi, the Congress would have had the momentum.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now within the Aghadi, it's the regional
just to come back to your point,
and Sharad Pawar who will
because I got cut off, just wanted to finish my point. I think what this will sort of reassure the BJP about is that, okay, we still quite know what the voter is thinking. It's not as if we have lost complete connect with the voter.
No, that's correct. See, the two things. One is the point that Zaka was making about momentum. Momentum matters a lot because now Maharashtra election is a different election. Yeah. Right?
This is going to energize the cadre
Absolutely.
big time.
Absolutely.
Within the BJP.
It's got the RSS out as well. The other point I do want to make is that see, for Rahul, we talked about brand Modi, let's talk about brand Rahul a little bit. Rahul Gandhi had emerged as a leader. There was a revival of the Congress which was happening with this Lok Sabha result and so on and so forth. But at the state level, so far, the state elections that Congress has won in the last couple of years, Karnataka, the credit really went to the satraps, not to Rahul. This was the first election where the credit would have gone to Rahul because it was in the back of the Lok Sabha revival.
And
so now that has not happened,
he did a Vijay Sankalp Yatra in Haryana also.
So is that a flash in the pan? That's what
so
the question
it's going to raise those questions all over again.
But coming back to the Modi question, we do forget, sir, that Mr. Modi was being targeted as having become a lame duck, purposeless personality who had shrunk in stature. I think that whether that was true or not, of course, that clearly doesn't seem to be the case if you look at the reaffirmation of Mr. Modi. Remember, he put himself front and center in Haryana. It's not as if he was running away from the election there. He campaigned 17 rallies between him and Mr. Amit Shah.
But there are a lot of people who would say that his poster was, or his face was not the largest. He was there, but it was a little slightly diminished and all of that.
May I say that one of the things that this election shows is that the BJP, it can make mistakes, it can falter, it can misread things for sure, like anybody else. But it's not a pushover, and its roots are much more deeper than one necessarily thinks. So, in the sense that it's got enough critical mass in North India, at least, where given the right conditions, it can bounce back very quickly.
I think one of the biggest factors that they're willing to learn. They're willing to accept mistakes and course correct and just
why don't you agree?
RSS
Why don't you agree with the fact that Mr. Modi will certainly, even entering Parliament now, you see this new session. When the NDA walks in, it's going to be slightly more. It would have been circumspect, but now it's going to be a little more assertive.
This is exactly what I wanted to ask Sardar RPC.
He brings lot to the table to NDA. What I'm saying is the Congress story has suffered a setback from Haryana, but the India story continues because there are several.
Here's the thing. We'll try and do this exercise. The pictures of the BJP headquarters on the 4th of June 2024 evening, and the pictures coming from the BJP headquarters now. We will not say anything, there will be no audio. Just the picture speaking 1,000 words. Is there not a palpable energy difference? Is there not? And Sardar RP Singh, please touch your heart and tell us, aren't you feeling far more happy today than on 4th of June 2024?
Well, there's no doubt in that, Anand, but where Mr. Mehta left, I'll like to pick up speak from there. Mr. Mehta, you rightly said, BJP is a different party, and then with Amit Shah's presidentship, the party has built up a new structure, which is called Panna Pramukh, which is called Tridev, which is called polling booth in charge, which is called Shakti Kendra, and which is called Mandal, then district, and then the state. So this complete machinery works around the year. It's not that they work during election. Every month we must go for a Man Ki Baat. So each Panna Pramukh means at a polling station minimum 6 or 8 Panna Pramukh will hold Man Ki Baat in their pockets with 10 to 12 people or 15 people minimum at the races or the conduct a program different races, and then put that on a Saral app as a program done. This is just one. There are minimum 4 to 5 programs which every Panna Pramukh does every month, and I am part of it myself. Although being a spokesperson, I conduct the same activity at polling booth number 17 in Rajendra Nagar. So this machinery is
undoubtedly a machinery which no one can beat.
But
Give me a second. Allow me to complete and then you come to your question. And also the narrative part and also the leadership part. I mean, all this add up to that Panna Pramukh, that machinery that gives special push to that machinery.
So would you also agree, sir, I'm interrupting you, 400 par mein overconfidence tha, 46 par mein humility thi.
And
that's where the effort made a difference.
No. 400 पार में ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था. पन्ना प्रमुख ने तब भी काम किया है. 400 पार में नैरेटिव गड़बड़ा गया. वो नैरेटिव को इनकैश कर लिया कांग्रेस ने. ये क्या करके 400 पार करेंगे, संविधान बदलेंगे और एक सर्टेन वोट बैंक को टच कर लिया. They could manage certain vote bank and they could touch the core of certain vote bank.
No, but what change? RP Singh साहब, directionally in politics, अगर हवा एक तरफ जा रही है, the hawa tends to go more in that direction. When the hawa changes, something substantial has to have happened between the last 3 months. What happened in June which did not happen now, or what happened now which could not happen in June? Kuch to hua hoga.
No, as I was telling, June was also good. Our cadre was also well geared up. Everything was well in system. Only thing is that narrative of 400 par turned into a negative narrative for us. As if we are going to change the constitution. And that led to touch the core of certain vote bank which voted against us, keeping in mind that if they come to power with 400 member parliament, they'll change the constitution. So we are accepting that. But the cadre is charged. I'll appreciate. Do a story on this. Sometime that how do the BJP cadre works on ground day after day, and how do that. Please go to the cadre works when they work together with the RSS, sir. 16,000 village sabhas over 6,000 villages in Haryana. That perhaps is the difference. Yeah, ye bhi aap manenge. You have also been very closely working with the RSS to Lokesh Jindal coming to you after this. Good evening. Give me a second. Anand, give me a second. I am the same man who goes to Shakha in the morning. Recite my morning prayer, do my activity there, say Namaste Sada Vaste Mathrubhumi. In daytime I work for BJP, and in evening I work for one more section of the RSS which is related to Sikh organization system. So it's the same man, same cadre. There's no difference between. I mean, don't distinguish between that. There's a different cadre who works for RSS. There's a different cadre who works for BJP. The cadre is same.
तो फिर नड्डा जी ने क्यों कहा कि बिना RSS के सक्षम है?
I don't know how it was manipulated or how it turned out. I read the interview. I mean, that was a twist of a tongue or a turn of a page or a turn of a narrative. But fact is that there is no difference between RSS and BJP at all. I mean,
I just want to sort of take this forward. The two states. Clearly, I think the reason why there's an energy change is the BJP also privately. You will say this. That you're not expecting to win Haryana, and on the other side the Congress was saying 50 ho jayega, 55 ho jayega, 60 ho jayega. Clearly that is not what the people of Haryana were thinking. So the energy change is because of the sudden nature of this result. The people have said that look, you can't take us for granted. But I want to take it forward, and I want to ask our panelists here as well as Lokesh Jindal and the political guests who are joining us. What does this mean going forward? What does this mean going into Maharashtra? What does this mean going into Jharkhand? And possibly even what does this mean going into the Delhi election early next year? So let's start with Rashid Kidwai.
Yeah, so I think this Panna Pramukhs and that kind of thing has always been there. It was there in 2013 elections of Delhi, 2020 elections, 15 election, 20 elections. So it happens. Panna Pramukhs do their job. All political parties, political activists do their job. It is that outcome that determines everything. I think the Congress story has gone horribly wrong in Haryana, but that doesn't mean that it will be a repetition in Maharashtra and in Delhi and in Bihar, etc. There is a saying that if you have a hot plate of khichdi and if you put your hand in the middle, it's going to burn. So you have to eat it from the side. So the Congress has to have help of NCP, as in Uttar Pradesh Lok Sabha elections we saw Samajwadi Party, Mamata Banerjee. The Congress has to take this India story, India alliance story forward rather than the Congress story.
No, but Haryana was a straight fight. Here the Congress was the lead party and the face was this one. Now, Lokesh Jindal, how would you look at it? Do you think that if the overconfidence hurt the BJP in Lok Sabha elections, it's hurt the Congress party in Haryana?
Well, in Haryana, if we look at the outcome, we see in rural areas Congress performed well.
Yes.
In urban areas, it is BJP which was able to perform well. If you talk about southern Haryana region like the Rewari and the Nu area, and then further on the Jhajjar side as well as Kaithal, and the central of Haryana area, which is more rural and agricultural based, over there Congress gained subsequent gains over there. But then with respect to the rural areas, in fact Panchkula was a major disappointment for BJP, where Gyan Chand Gupta lost and the Congress candidate won, but rest other places BJP won on the urban area. So I see that Congress could have done better if it would have had some form of planning and reach to the urban areas as well. So
Mr. Jindal, I'm not sure that what you say adds up, because on the magic wall I'm just showing this 37 rural constituencies in Haryana. Congress won in 19, BJP won in 16. Okay, Mr. Amit Shah is there.
Well, just going through this, we'll come back to the magic wall just with these pictures for 30 seconds. After JP Nadda, it's the Home Minister Amit Shah who's come in. You can see the mood, the body language, far more positive today. When they won an election, they thought they were going to lose. Come from behind victory, has a different energy than a 242 when a 400 par was the slogan. And that energy, is it going to rejuvenate the BJP and change the whole narrative going forward? We'll have to wait and watch. A lot of the spokespersons, members of the media cell present there as Amit Shah walks in, the Union Home Minister. Soon after him, it will be the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and thereafter it will be the Prime Minister who will be walking in. Around 7:30 the Prime Minister is expected. Let's pull away from those pictures and back to the wall. Lokesh Jindal, rural scenario, Haryana,
So
and urban.
We'll
see both.
The rural scenario, again, it's even Stevens really. I mean, in fact, the Congress had 19, the BJP had 16. But I always pay attention to the gains. The gains for the Congress were merely 3 seats compared to 2019, where they got only 31, whereas the gains for the BJP was +5. Where this election really turned in favor of the BJP was actually in the urban and semi-urban seats. That is where the big difference happened, because the BJP won 32 and the Congress only 18. It's almost twice the number of seats that the BJP won compared to the Congress. And I think, this is again, it's not just Haryana, right? Haryana is also becoming a very highly urbanized state. You're seeing this in Tamil Nadu, you're seeing this in Maharashtra, you're seeing this in Karnataka. India, as it progresses, as it develops economically, it's getting more and more urbanized. And unfortunately, in the almost two-party system that we have, it is the BJP that is taking a bulk of not just the urban vote, which has always been traditionally its stronghold, but the semi-urban vote, the tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Unfortunately, coincidentally.
It is the
unfortunately
BJP
for the Congress
that is taking the semi-urban areas much more than the Congress. This was not the case 10 years ago. I mean, this aspirational middle class, the UPA, sort of that's what they rode on in the semi-urban pockets to win power in 2004 and then retain in 2009. The Congress seems to be missing that. It's missing the semi-urban constituency and the ability to speak to voters in tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Is that also because, Nalin Mehta, you've tried to capture that in your book also, the fact that the delivery is more seen and palpable when you see your standard of life living going up, and from a urban you become a semi-urban. So when that shift happens, you realize that this is happening because of the governance and because of BJP, or is there another factor there?
So I think one of the things you can see in Haryana very clearly, and Zaka has the filters up on the magic wall. If you look at urban areas and look at rural areas, BJP has done very well in those. It's done relatively is done relatively worse in the rural areas, but semi-urban is a really important part where the BJP see. BJP's 15-11, which was different. This was not the case 3 or 4 months back. So one thing is this: see, what had happened with the BJP was, in my view, it had created a new vote bank among the poor and in rural India in the heartland. Some of that vote bank frittered away 3 months ago, partly because how many times will you win election? The same thing, right? There was also a law of diminishing returns after a point of time. What's happening now is that a lot of voters seem to be saying, well, there seems to be a reluctance to accept the other side as the successor. One thing is to give the BJP a jolt, another thing is to uproot it altogether. So there's something of that playing in the social dynamic.
How much of this will affect the BJP's prospects in the national scenario, especially Maharashtra coming up next and thereafter Delhi? Lokesh Jindal after RP Singh. Ji. Yes, RP Singh.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just need to show you a picture
This is firework happening in Valley. A firework of celebration. And we all should rejoice this, that after 30 years, this firework happening at large show, rejoicing the democracy. So the change has happened, and we must all appreciate this, that it's because of Amit Shah ji and Prime Minister Modi ji that this is happening today, that Valley is celebrating. And I've been active in Valley since 1992. I've seen that firework also. But I've never seen such celebration in Valley.
That's a change, atmospheric change.
Absolutely, there is atmospheric change. I think I would really agree with Anand that it actually gives impetus to the BJP, which was disappointed with its 2024 parliamentary election results. I think also in J&K, if you really look at the results of Lok Sabha elections in 2024, BJP has replicated the same scenario. National Conference has replicated the same scenario. And in J&K, actually, Congress hasn't performed at all. I mean, Haryana is a different story, but J&K, they have made no effort whatsoever to regain or recover any ground, either in Kashmir or Jammu. Also, I really wanted to say that, look, in the last 5 years, Kashmir has radically changed. Kashmir has been transformed in ways that we never anticipated for 35 years. Prime Minister Modi has actually handed over a transformed Kashmir, a Naya Kashmir. He's handed over on a silver platter to National Conference and Congress. And it is really up to these two parties now whether they are going to maintain the peace that Kashmir has witnessed in the last 5 years, or they're going to squander away every single gain of, I would say, the country that we have made in the last 5 years. Also, I think, given the fact that National Conference, as Professor Mattu was saying, that Dr. Abdullah is someone who reaches out to everybody, and he has shown that kind of malleability, that kind of flexibility in his politics, even as recent as, just a few days ago when he was talking about...
But is it Dr. Abdullah or Omar Abdullah this time around? I'll just leave that hanging. We've got Naib Singh Saini, who's spoken with News 18. Arun Dhanta has had a conversation, and we are counting down to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who should reach there. Piyush Goyal has air-dashed back from US and seems to have come straight into the BJP headquarters. And we should also have the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh coming through. Just enough time for us to take a very short break. Just stay with us right here. We'll be right back.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के सामान्य माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो। उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who is extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community, and now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state, and it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in, but it is now almost 3:30.
Back live, ladies and gentlemen, and going straight across to the BJP headquarters. Yash Goyal should join us in a bit. These are pictures from just a short while ago when the Union Home Minister Amit Shah had arrived. There is full readiness for the arrival of the Raksha Mantri, and thereafter Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 7:30 was expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters. Let's go across to Yash Goyal joining us live. Yes, Yash, what's the scenario? Has the Raksha Mantri also arrived? Okay, we'll go across to Yash in just a bit. In the bit just before that, before the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters, News 18 spoke with Naib Singh Saini.
की नीतियों पर मोहर लगाई के दिन मैंने कहा था आपकी परीक्षा है, रिजल्ट के दिन आज सुबह आपसे बात हुई थी कि हम बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आ रहे हैं। जो ये एक नैरेटिव चला था कि कोई ये कांग्रेस को लेकर उसको लेकर रेसलर प्रोटेस्ट, कांग्रेस नैरेटिव चलाती थी, परंतु उसका झूठ बिका नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, मैंने कहा था कि बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आएगी और आई है। आप लोगों के लिए क्या यहाँ पर मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे? आप तो 6 महीने अभी मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, आगे क्या आपके प्लान हैं? आपको बताऊंगा, बिल्कुल। एक चीज ये बताइए कि जिस तरह से लोकसभा में आपकी 5 सीटें आई थी, तो ऐसा क्या मैजिक चल पड़ा इस बार असेंबली में? देखिए, लोकसभा मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है। मोदी जी ने जो काम किए हैं, हमारी डबल इंजन सरकार ने जो काम किए हैं, मनोहर लाल जी ने ऐतिहासिक काम किए हैं हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर, ये उन सब नीतियों का परिणाम है।
हरियाणा के लोगों ने उसको
कांग्रेस के लोग तो ईवीएम को लेकर चले गए थे, इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी लिखा उन्होंने।
वो उनके पास कुछ मुद्दा तो है नहीं, वो कभी इलेक्शन कमीशन पे जाएंगे। पहले युवाओं के मुद्दे को लेकर के चले गए थे, वो जिनका रिजल्ट निकाल रहे हैं। वो ऐसा काम करते हैं जो देश के विरोध में होता है।
Well, that was Naib Singh Saini on that victory yatra going to the temple offering prayers, and then on the way back speaking with Arun Dhata. These are live pictures from the BJP headquarters. National picture. Is there going to be a messaging that will come from the Prime Minister? What can we expect? Sardar RP Singh, what's the chatter within the BJP? How is this going to change the BJP's momentum and mood, especially with Maharashtra and Delhi?
Well, obviously, it's going to affect the momentum in Maharashtra and Jharkhand and Delhi, all the three states, because any good result, any positive result leads to the mood in other states also, in other contests also. We are not denying this. But again, I reiterate, I mean, it's a big game. I mean, it's just not merely the narrative, merely not the cadre.
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has arrived. Ji, please continue. Ji.
Yeah, so all put together, it works. So, and then it gets you results. And sometimes, I mean, the cadre keep working, the narrative affects the results. And then that happened in the parliament election, except that the narrative was built in such a fashion which affected the results. But this time, the narrative worked other way around. That narrative which hurt us in the parliamentary election has hurt Congress this time in the Haryana assembly.
So overconfidence does not work. Lokesh Jindal, you want to respond to that, even as Rajnath Singh enters the BJP headquarters?
The bluff that you were faking
it.
Yes, PM should be arriving any moment now. Yes,
if you look at the electoral verdict, the Ahirwal area where the BJP gained immensely was somewhere Congress lagged behind, because it failed to reach out to the Ahirwal area. In fact, that was the strong area for BJP even in 2024 parliamentary elections. So I would say that this was
urban belt and GT में भी आप नहीं तोड़ पाया ज़्यादा. If you see, if you look at the map,
but Ahirwal area was a major.
But he's saying something very interesting, sir. Can I ask you, because you're saying that they failed to reach out. Now, I thought that the Congress is the catch-all party of this country, that everyone aligns with the Congress.
Yes, see, if you talk about the Ahirwal area, that is not a canal area like that of the Deswal, the Bangad area, the Bagdi area, as well as the northeastern area. And the problem of the Ahirwal area is very different from that of the other areas. And that did not find mention in the election manifesto, because you look at the Ahirwal area, you have the farmers growing bajra, jawar, and they are not as prosperous farmers as that of the Sirsa as well as the Hisar belt, or the Yamuna Nagar as well as the canal area belt. And that was one of the reasons that I see that too much emphasis upon the caste, it led to a dilution in reaching out to the Ahir area, and that could have proved, that would have given 5 to 6 seats lead to the Congress.
No, I think he's got an interesting point. If you look at the BJP's, I'm just going to highlight the BJP seats. I think what he's talking about is if you drive down from Gurgaon and move all the way up to, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh, so you have places like Charki Dadri and all that, where, look, it's not like Congress's stronghold. This has always been the BJP stronghold. It's just that they've consolidated further more. So basically, they've moved from this Bhiwani Mahendragarh belt further up north. So one person who has made a difference, I think, is Kiran Chaudhary and her daughter coming into the BJP. That seat and a couple of seats in the adjoining areas, that has come to the BJP. Similarly, even in the Jatland, the Uchanakalan seat, for example, has been won by a BJP candidate, which is Dushyant Chautala's seat. So if you look at this map, if you were to go and look at how this map was in 2019, you will see a lot more yellows. Look at the yellows here. Look at the blues here. This is not how the map is now looking in 2024. In 2024, there's a lot more saffron here in the southern part of Haryana, and there's a lot more saffron here as well. The point I'm trying to make is that I think Lokesh Jindal is getting to a point, which is that because the Congress had sort of literally given Mr. Hooda a free hand, and Mr. Hooda had made this entire campaign around Jat pride and the Jats being aggrieved and angry and so on, the other non-Jat OBC agrarian castes found a reason to rally around the BJP.
But let me ask you this, within Maharashtra, let's look at the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Agadi. Does the Congress's currency within the Agadi now come down? Will the likes of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena and also Sharad Pawar call the shots with respect to Maharashtra?
That's a very good point, Anand, because look, in hindsight, Omar Abdullah must also be thinking that, why did I even bother with the India alliance? I could have, had greater play. So I boxed myself in, so to speak. There on the other side, you're obviously seeing that the Congress, whenever it's partnered with various other regional allies, has actually pulled them down. The only exception was Uttar Pradesh and Samajwadi Party, to be realistic. So you have a fundamental now issue going forward, because there are two very critical elections. The AAP is going to say, thank you very much, we're on our own, nothing doing. And in Maharashtra, obviously, if the Congress was even aspiring to, because it did fairly well in the Lok Sabha elections in comparison, if it was aspiring for the Chief Minister's chair and perhaps a larger kitty
share of the seats, they were angling for at least 70 seats out of 288.
I think they will have to be a little more realistic, or there will be pressure brought to bear on them to sort of, lower their expectations.
Does this also now start the dissipation of the India alliance?
Well, what it'll do, I don't know about that. What it'll do will certainly make the opposition a little more attentive in the House rather than disruptive. We saw the first session, Rahul Gandhi would almost signal to the entire quorum there of the opposition benches to really, at some level or the other, corner the treasury benches. We would even urge them into the well of the House. I think there will be a little bit of a drawback, and I think Zaka was talking about a person who looks at the opposition space very closely, an academic who is saying in his headline piece that, look, fundamentally, I don't think we can write off the BJP. It was premature after the Lok Sabha elections to begin to think that this was the beginning of the end of the BJP, and that Mr. Modi specifically, that his lot was actually shrinking, the ground beneath his feet was shrinking. I think that was too premature.
Was it Twain who said the reports of my death are greatly exaggerated?
Right.
I think it's a bit like that.
Exactly. No, not just that. This also comes at the back of what the likes of Gaurav Gogoi said. There were other leaders who said that the BJP gets 20 seats, we will change names.
Rahul Gandhi said it.
No, they'll change their names. They went out and said that
the Prime Minister is not walking tall anymore, his shoulders are hunched over, he sort of walks like an older person, this, that, the other.
Let the opposition take their pot shots, let them make their claims. I'm just going to ask you, what does this do to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, not just within the BJP, within the country, but also those who are looking at it outside in his global stature? Do you see a different person walking in today? Will this be palpable in his body language?
Within the NDA itself, if there was any doubt amongst the Nitishes or Chandrababu Naidus or even the others who are sort of extended support, I think they'll be a little more now, slightly more reserved in trying to sort of contradict, etc., etc. It might be more sort of behind the scenes. I don't think it'll be as overt. And fundamentally, if the BJP takes this momentum forward and Maharashtra falls into their kitty willy-nilly, and remember there, they have the advantage of a Maratha chief minister. So there is a direct line there already to the majority community, or to the most influential
whatever
community.
he's saying, and today the Sena UBT was one of the first parties in the India Alliance to come out and say Congress needs to introspect, etc., is I think he wants the India Alliance to name him as the chief ministerial face. For some reason, neither Mr. Pawar nor the Congress has been particularly keen on doing that. They want to go into the election without naming a chief ministerial face and then hope that whoever is the single biggest party in the alliance gets the chief minister's chair. But what today's result will do is put more pressure on the Congress to name Uddhav Thackeray as the chief ministerial face.
And what does this do to Ajit Pawar now? He's in the horns of a dilemma.
No, Ajit Pawar has already congratulated Naib Singh and he's congratulated PM Modi.
He was, if everyone thought that he was looking at the exit door or was opening a line, etc., etc.
I think they've decided the classic good cop, bad cop, and even as the Ajit Pawar faction starts aligning itself. Let's look at Jammu and Kashmir. We've got Sameer Kaulji joining us. Congratulations, phenomenal performance by the National Conference. What's the thought process going forward, taking the story forward? Because is it going to be acrimonious, or is there going to be a sense of working with the central administration via the LG's office? Calls up.
very, very humbly on behalf of the people of Jammu and Kashmir accept your congratulations. But these congratulations are due to the people, extremely intelligent people of Jammu and Kashmir state, that they responded to whatever has happened with them in a democratic process by voting in the manner that they did. But with that, we realized comes an onerous responsibility towards so many things that need to be done for the people here, across the state, across the board, across all ethnicities. And of course, nothing can be done in isolation. Whatever good needs to be done in collaboration with the central government, and we looking forward to a very happy and friendly relationship with whoever we work with.
Dr. Kaul, of course, congratulations to you, our favorite oncologist. But look, let me just quickly ask you this. There is already talk that the government feels that it doesn't have a full mandate really. That yes, it has one power, but it doesn't have the mandate to govern because there is an overbearing LG in the House. Now, is that going to become an obstacle? And what about the promises that you have made to the voters about restoring statehood, on which of course they have voted you, and releasing political prisoners, or what other people sort of categorize as separatists, etc. How does that now fit into the equation?
Well, I do understand that what you're saying right now is understood by a lot of people across the board in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, as well as the people. I told you earlier that we have a very, very politically conscious and intelligent set of people living in this state, in Jammu and in Kashmir and other parts. So yes, what you're saying is potentially a possibility, but I hope that good sense and maturity will be exercised on both sides, because it's the people who are important. This whole thing is about them. And if their work has to be done, we will spare absolutely no stone, and we leave no stone unturned to try and live up to the promises that we have made. We just hope that there is cooperation and collaboration, and it doesn't work like it works in Delhi. And of course, we know that the topmost politicians of the central government and the functionaries, which means the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, Honorable, they have time and again assured us that the statehood, and not just an ordinary statehood, a full, not a truncated one, a proper statehood will be given back to the people, has been promised a number of times. Now, if they want to belie the promises, they made these promises to the people.
But you would also appreciate, sir, that there's got to be, the timing has to be right, because there has to be a process of catharsis, getting a system in place, and this election, many on ground also felt was a little hasty because of how the Supreme Court ordered for it to be conducted before 30th of September. But would you appreciate that there has to be the timing being right of return to statehood? How it will be done, and the modus in which it would be done? Because
I think it is post-mature. See, I am of the view that removal of statehood was something unconstitutional, and so do the people here, and they've spoken. The way they voted was a clear, a lucid message. There can't be a clearer message that whatever has been done was done against their will and sentiment, and therefore taking away statehood has been terribly.
But you will also appreciate that both parties,
not only Kashmir, even Jammu,
the responsibility of both parties, the BJP and the National Conference, is to cross the Jawahar Tunnel, is to try and win votes and also purchase on both sides. It's that responsibility lies for both parties, National Conference and the BJP. For you in Jammu and for them in Kashmir.
Well, I think not only them, all the parties across the board who have democratically participated in these elections have done it with the intention of doing what this state wants, needs, and it's for the people of this state. They are everything. They decide. These results are because of them. They have spoken now, and it is now BJP's turn to listen to this voice.
I do have a question
clearly
in two
across.
parts,
Yeah.
Dr. Kaul. One is that obviously, even Omar Abdullah had mentioned this during the campaign, that he's a little concerned why the Congress is not concentrating, your alliance partner is not concentrating in Jammu. The Congress today has won just one seat in Jammu. Out of the 32 that they fought in the state, they've won just one seat in Jammu. Is that A, concerning? And B, again, this is very similar to the 2014 assembly election result. Yeah. BJP has gone, the people of Jammu have gone all in with BJP, and in the valley, now in 2024, the people have gone all in with your party. 10 years ago, they had gone all in with the other Kashmir party, which is the PDP. So effectively, this is still two states. This is like two people of two different states voting.
Well, it's unfortunate because I do believe and we feel that whatever you do, for instance, polarizing along religious lines across the country, and you benefit from it politically, it will come back to bite you, and that is what has happened.
Well, but that applies to the national conference in Kashmir then,
Well,
because
I
I just want to put these numbers out. Just give me 30 seconds and have a look at these numbers. In 13 out of the 19 seats that the BJP has contested in Jammu and Kashmir, in the Kashmir Valley especially, it has turned number 2. It's actually come number 2. It has had 10 podium finishes out of 17 seats. But look at this. The vote share that it has returned is greater than the Hindu and Sikh population put together. That means there are Muslims voting for the BJP. Like, look at Gurez, 40.34%. 98% Muslim population is voted, and the margin of defeat is 1132 votes compared to, for Mohammad Fakir, compared to Nazir Khan. Then in case of Habba Kadal, it's again a 15% vote share, whereas the Hindu plus Sikh base is 4.4%. Let's look at Shopaya. Shopaya is 11.6%, where the Hindu plus Sikh population is 1.24%. Anantnag West, 1.79%, and vote share is 11%. Look at this place, Rajpura. Rajpura is 11%, 10.44%. Lal Chowk, again 9%. And Kokarnag, less than 2% Hindu plus Sikh population, they've got nearly 7.26% vote. So to say that the Muslims are not voting for the BJP, is that fair? Now look at Kama, 7.2, 5%, less than 5% vote share. Bijbihara, 6% vote share. Anantnag, 5.5% vote share. Again, Anantnag East, again more than the Hindu plus Sikh population. That means there are Muslims who have voted for the BJP. In
Look
Kashmir.
at these numbers and we can sort of extrapolate and all that, but at the end of the day, if you really look at the math, in Kashmir of all the voters, if you add up all of this, it's only about 2% of Muslims have voted. Now, nationally, we have seen in certain states that the BJP is getting 6 to 7% of the Muslim vote.
The fact is that the BJP is contested not all 47 seats. 17 to 19 seats.
I understand.
And they still have turned at least second or third in 10 seats. That's what I'm trying to say.
My question for Dr. Kaul is this, sir. Does it not concern you that the government of the day represents overwhelmingly voters only in Srinagar, and very few, except for one seat that the National Conference I think is one, or perhaps two, I think it's one really, in Jammu? I mean, there's a definitive break here.
Government, if you finished with your question,
yes, sir.
It is disconcerting that despite the potholes, the lack of electricity supply, the lack of employment and disempowerment of Jammu, and no train stopping there, they're suffering in every possible way. They still voted more or less along religious lines. That is disconcerting, really, to me, to be very frank with you, and it should be disconcerting to you also. But at the same time, what is important is that it is a matter of concern that the Congress party should have got their share in Jammu, which I do not know, maybe because of their lack of application probably, they were not able to plug in. And it is the people, they delivered a verdict, and it is not we, it isn't the National Conference, any particular party. And the fact that even in the BCD teams, there were Muslims who voted for the BJP, because the BCD teams and these independents that were floated as a matter of political strategy, it didn't work, that's another thing, but they did vote. So I'm not just saying that all Muslims voted for NC and all Hindus voted for. Yes, it was more or less along those lines, but which is unfortunate because this shows that J&K is actually a part of India. Because the socio-political change that occurred in this country has, you see the same kind of
the labeling, the subtle labeling, it's unfortunate. The subtle labeling, Anand, of voters in Jammu is communal.
No. You may take that point of the Jammu voter, then what of the Kashmir voter who after 37 years the Shias got to celebrate the Tazia and Muharram there? Did they vote for the BJP in overwhelming numbers?
Muslim candidates.
The connection that's happened, all the projects that have been done in the last 5 years, electricity, disbursement of funds into the village, creation of the Gram Panchayats, connectivity, roads, everything, lot of questions can be asked, but the votes happened in one manner. So you can't say that one region is communal and the other one is not polarized or communal in its thinking. Either both are communal or both are not. Right now the trends show that each one is picking one side.
24 BJP candidates were Muslims, none of them won. None of them.
No. So if you, but they finished second or third. I'm just, with your permission, Dr. Kaul, we also have Shaila Rashid with us. Just would like to open up with your permission just for 5 minutes. Shaila Rashid, you heard Dr. Kaul. What would you say? Lokesh Jindal, Dr. Kaul has...
Actually, strangely, I agree with him when he says that this is the pattern throughout our country. Our country votes on caste, communal lines, etc., etc. So all of that, I don't think we should fixate on that. This is a very vibrant, this has been a really vibrant election, and we've seen some very unexpected results. So people like, for example, from my constituency, let me give you an example, Mr. Altaf Bukhari. He was seen as the, done and dusted final candidate. There were no doubts about his sort of win because he was seen as a strong candidate. And he was defeated by a first-timer from National Conference, Mushtaq Guru. So same Khan Sahib constituency. Traditionally, it goes to PDF, Hakeem Yasin.
Right.
And this time it has gone to NC. So what we should emphasize is not this despondent aspects of this election, but the vibrancy of this election, the vibrancy of the democracy. Certainly what will be a challenge going forward is how the two governments, the government at the union territory level and at the center, how they liaise, how they work together, how they actually work to continue to deliver benefits to the people. That is something that will remain to be seen. I'm just worried we don't have a Delhi government kind of situation where nothing gets done. I mean, I'm partly a Srinagar resident and partly a Delhi resident, and this summer we had the worst of the heat wave and we had water crisis, and all we had was, AAP and BJP trading charges at one another. So rather than that, I hope that we can have some kind of, as people earlier on the show said, cooperative federalism, some kind of understanding where at least on certain issues, at least on national security, at least on internal security, we are on the same page at the very least. Because today what I see on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir, it makes me smile, it gives me a very wide grin, it doesn't give me the kind of disappointment that
to see fireworks at Lal Chowk because of the elections and the results is really heartening, and let's hope that spirit is taken forward. The amount of people who came out and voted and participated in the ballot process, that's also very, very encouraging, and let's hope that everybody in political maturity takes that. Ideological differences, political differences set aside, but the common cause should be that more people should participate in this movement that is democracy and the process of the ballot. But Lokesh Jindal, this point that was made about the Congress not pulling its weight in Jammu, your response on that, what Dr. Kaul said?
Yes, I would agree with Dr. Kaul on certain points. The first is, yes, depriving Jammu and Kashmir region of its statehood, and now the process has just begun. So I won't say that the democracy has matured in the state and coming to any form of inference would be right at this point of time. So Congress, yes, it could have performed better in Jammu area, which I see as an introspection why we couldn't perform so well. But overall, we'll see that it's not an unhealthy sign. I mean, what we see is over a period of time, it will give an opportunity to the alliance to prove their promises, and as the statehood realizes, the cadre will become stronger and it will be more effective in time to come.
Again, I want to ask Professor Mattu this. 2 months ago, just as this election was being declared, The narrative in Jammu was, oh, it's not going to be a clean sweep for BJP. In fact, a lot of their candidates, I think the old timers, were denied tickets, and therefore there was a lot of rebellion. I think there was a gerao of the party office in Jammu city, and the prevailing feeling was, oh, Congress will do better in Jammu. Certainly, the BJP will not sweep Jammu like it did in 2014. But now what we're seeing is virtually a repeat of what happened. So clearly, tactically also, something's gone wrong.
I think it's clear that the Hindu voter in the Hindu-dominated districts of Jammu has voted, as in the past couple of elections, firmly with the BJP. But if you look at Jammu division, Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, you see a mixed picture. And there the NC has made inroads. Naushera, where the Ravindra Raina, the BJP president, was fighting, Surinder Chaudhary from the National Conference has beaten him. But as a kind of generalized statement, I think the BJP has strengthened its core base. Remember that if the BJP depends on the RSS and the Sangh Parivar more than anywhere else in the country, it's in the Jammu province. The Sangh has worked systematically over such a long time. The other factor is that, Anand, no matter what you show by way of statistics, I really don't think that the BJP has made inroads in the valley.
Okay.
Perhaps in some of the constituencies, I'm not even sure whether you've counted the migrant votes, because Habba Kadal was one constituency where there was always a significant number of Kashmiri Pandit votes. So if there is BJP shown as having got more than 10%, it might be the migrant votes of the Pandits which have helped it. But otherwise, I think the BJP was depending on a fragmented Muslim vote, together with the fact that the Gujars, the Bakarwals and the Pahadis had been empowered. There was reservation for Pahadis, particularly Shopian, for instance, is a Pahadi constituency.
I think the PM is just...
So we see the Amit Shah taking his place and JP Nadda walking out to receive the Prime Minister. Dr. Sameer Kaul, thank you for your time. We're going to cut back to the national BJP headquarters and the live visuals from there. And stay on these, because any moment now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will be there on the dais with him, with the Union Home Minister, along with, there he is. And there is also JP Nadda, who will wait to usher in and bring in as a national BJP president. He will be BJP national president. He will be the one who will play host and welcome the Prime Minister and bring him on to this dais. Now, one by one, they will all be addressing the gathering. The mood far more relaxed, far more happier, and the pictures themselves bring out that energy compared to the 4th of June. This victory seems to be sweeter, because there the expectation was 400 par and they got 242. Now here it was Hogi Har, and they've got come back, Tisri bar BJP Sarkar. So the whole narrative and the whole story, the mood itself is different. Vinod Tavade there standing. What are the announcements they'll make, and will he call out the moment the Prime Minister comes in? Yeah.
Post in our own groups where someone has drawn attention to the fact that one of the big faces of the farmers' agitation, Mr. Charuni, he himself has not just lost but been completely vanquished in one of the seats that he was contesting. So
altogether.
You can even see that this whole talk about the Kisan, now of course the Jawan and the Pahalwan, all of them having sort of got problems with the BJP, deep-seated ones, etc. Even those haven't really at any level registered themselves on the wall, so to speak. The results.
No, simply, I'll tell you what, look at the national conference, its cadre works in Jammu and Kashmir. The cadre comes together, nobody can match the cadre base that the national conference has in Jammu and Kashmir. And when the cadre works together, you see the results tell. Same thing for the BJP. The moment their cadre is energized, the cadre is activated, and it works in tune with the RSS, that's what works. This is the real double engine. The RSS BJP, is that the real double engine?
You can today rationalize all of this, but unfortunately, demographics has turned into destiny in Jammu and Kashmir. I still hold on to my point of view. In fact, if you even looked at those numbers, the support from the Muslim community to the BJP in Kashmir isn't in any way sufficient. In fact, if anything, it might even be a protest vote. Now, I don't know why the BJP has not in the last 5 years been able to win over the people of Kashmir Valley.
You ask her, have they really worked? Have they really worked in the Kashmir Valley? Has the BJP really worked? Or have they said we are not yet ready? And this election has been forced upon them.
When did anyone in the Kashmir Valley get a better deal?
The election has been forced upon them. They were not
Your
really
children are going to
conducted by
school.
30th of
Your
September
children are
2020.
going to school. You're going to the movies. You're getting, fixed money coming in. You're getting benefits of reservations. You're getting quotas. You're getting peace. You're getting tourism money.
Like I said, cadre, sangathan, base is the BJP present in Kashmir. Yeah.
Anand, the thing is that I have repeated, I'm going to repeat myself. I said it earlier also. The BJP actually made zero political investment in Kashmir Valley. Anyone who is saying that they had 5 years, they actually wasted those 5 years politically in Kashmir Valley because they did not pick candidates or they did not even mobilize or appoint or recruit cadre in Kashmir Valley. They did not even have any Kashmiri Pandit faces who had the mass appeal. They did not cultivate any leadership either among Kashmiri Muslims or Kashmiri Pandits in the valley.
Well, the Prime Minister's cavalcade has arrived and that's the Prime Minister. So the lights inside the cabin in the car that is carrying the Prime Minister turned on. Reminds me of J. Jayalalitha, who started this practice, and now it's there carried on by all the netas in the evenings, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi there on the spotlight. The spotlight will be on him.
The confetti has come.
Yeah.
The confetti is
The confetti has come. Clearly the mood is very, very different. The energy itself and the pictures very different compared to the 4th of June. Although the Prime Minister at that time said we have actually won, nobody felt like they won, and he even joked. He said जो हार गए वो जीत का जश्न मना रहे हैं, हम जीत के भी ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है, हमें दिखाया जा रहा है कि हम हार गए हैं. But here it is, Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming out equipoised as always, the same demeanor, and this time being welcomed.
स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है, स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है, स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है. मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम. स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है, स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है. कुछ ही क्षणों में आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आ जाएंगे. हम सब नारा दे रहे, अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाए. हम नारा दे रहे हैं, हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. उसके साथ साथ नारा देना है, हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है, महाराष्ट्र झारखंड की भी बारी है, महाराष्ट्र झारखंड की बारी है. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. एक बार महाराष्ट्र की बारी, एक बार झारखंड की बारी, एक बार दिल्ली की बारी, ऐसा करेंगे. ठीक है, शुरुआत दिल्ली से. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. अब झारखंड. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. अब हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. बोलो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की, भारत माता की. पहले दिल्ली, बाद में झारखंड, फिर महाराष्ट्र. तैयार है? हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. एक बार दिल्ली बोलना है, एक बार झारखंड, एक बार महाराष्ट्र. जो दिल्ली बोलेगा उसको टिकट नहीं मिलेगा. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है. भारत माता की,
भारत माता की। मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो, देश तुम्हारे साथ है। मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम। भाजपा जिंदाबाद, भाजपा जिंदाबाद, भाजपा जिंदाबाद। हमारे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी और आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी हम सबको मिलने के लिए अभी यहाँ सामने आकर आप सबके अभिनंदन का स्वीकार करेंगे। मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम। मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो। हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है, हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है, हरियाणा की जीत हमारी है। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, नड्डा जी को जय श्री राम। मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो। दुनिया के लोकप्रिय राजनेता हमारे देश के लाडले प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी का मंच पर आगमन हो रहा है। मैं आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से नम्र अनुरोध करता हूं कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का पटका पहनाकर स्वागत करें। और इस स्वागत के बाद पूरे देश की जनता की ओर से आदरणीय नड्डा जी, आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री और आदरणीय गृह मंत्री एक पुष्पमाला पहनाकर इस जीत पर, जिनके नेतृत्व में ये जीत हमने हासिल की, उनका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करेंगे। मोदी जी को जय श्री राम, मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो, मोदी जी विकास करो। आज के हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर के चुनाव में भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। सब अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करेंगे। आज जो एक बढ़िया जीत हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर में जिनके नेतृत्व में हमने प्राप्त की है, वो आज यहाँ मौजूद है और जिनके मार्गदर्शन में हमने ये चुनाव लड़ा, ऐसे आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से मैं नम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वो हम सबको आकर यहां संबोधित करें। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज के इस आभार कार्यक्रम में हम सबके बीच में उपस्थित हम सबके यशस्वी नेता, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, भारत के रक्षा मंत्री आदरणीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, भारत के गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित भाई शाह जी, यहां उपस्थित हमारे मंत्रिमंडल के सभी वरिष्ठ सदस्यगण, पदाधिकारी और इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए देवी और सज्जनों, मीडिया के मेरे साथी, आज यह हम सब के लिए बहुत ही हर्ष उल्लास का विषय है कि हम हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर के चुनाव के पश्चात, नतीजों के पश्चात आज यहां प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो जीत हासिल हुई है, उसके आभार कार्यक्रम में जनता को आभार देने के लिए हम सब लोग यहां उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं सबसे पहले तो अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और करोड़ों लोग जो मीडिया के माध्यम से इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए हैं, उनकी ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस कार्यक्रम में आने के लिए उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, यह जो जीत हरियाणा में हमने हासिल की और जो जम्मू कश्मीर में भी हमने अपना वोट शेयर बढ़ाया, यह सब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो जनता ने विश्वास व्यक्त किया, मत व्यक्त किया, ये उसका परिणाम है कि आज जब कांग्रेस के लोग हर तरीके से झूठ फैलाने में लगे थे, उस समय जनता ने उनकी एक नहीं सुनी और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनाई। ये हम सबको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। आपका अथक परिश्रम, आपका अथक प्रयास और आपने जिस तरीके से भारत की जनता को एक ताकत देने का काम किया, जिस तरीके से आपने देश की परिस्थितियों को बदलने का प्रयास किया, उन सब के ऊपर ये हरियाणा की जनता ने फिर से मुहर लगा करके बता दिया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ आपके नेतृत्व में सारी जनता खड़ी है। कल आपने अपने जीवन के 23 वर्ष प्रधान प्रशासक के रूप में अविरल, लगातार, बिना किसी ब्रेक के 23 वर्षों से 13 वर्ष पर मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में और 10 वर्ष पूरे करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में प्रथम प्रधान सेवक के रूप में आपने सेवा की और आज हरियाणा के नतीजों ने बता दिया कि आपके अथक प्रयास, आपका परिश्रम, आपने बिना रुके हुए, बिना ब्रेक लगाए जो भारत की जनता की सेवा की है और जो भारत के मिजाज बना है, वह मिजाज हरियाणा ने उसको पूरा किया है और वह मिजाज को दर्शाता है। आपने पिछले 23 सालों में जिस कार्यकर्ता भाव से, जिस समर्पण भाव से देश की तस्वीर को बदलने के लिए अथक प्रयास किया है, यह उसका नतीजा है कि आज हम हरियाणा हो, चाहे देश का मिजाज हो, वह हम देखते हैं वो मोदीमय है। और यह बात फिर से साबित होती है कि मोदी है तो और ये मोदी की गारंटी है, इसको भी हमको समझना चाहिए। मित्रों, हम सबको जानना चाहिए कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की राजनीति की रिवायत को बदल डाला है। हमने देश में राजनीति देखी है, 10 साल पहले हम देखते रहे हैं। कांग्रेस जातिवाद को आगे बढ़ाती रही है, कांग्रेस भाई भतीजावाद को आगे बढ़ाती रही है, और आज भी जातिवाद में लोगों को बांटने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ रही है। हमने देखा है किस तरीके से परिवारवाद को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बढ़ाया, किस तरीके से भ्रष्टाचार पनपा। जहां कांग्रेस है वहां करप्शन है, जहां कांग्रेस है वहां कमीशन है, जहां कांग्रेस है वहां क्रिमिनलाइजेशन है। ये तीनों सी कांग्रेस के साथ जुड़ते हैं, ये हमको समझना चाहिए। लेकिन आपने इस रिवायत को बदला, भ्रष्टाचार को जड़मूल से समाप्त करने का किया। वहीं भाई भतीजावाद, वहीं परिवारवाद, और इन सबको धत्ता दिखाते हुए आपने विकासवाद को आगे बढ़ाया और विकासवाद के साथ आपने देश को जोड़ा है। यह सरकार, यह प्रोएक्टिव सरकार है, आपके नेतृत्व में चलने वाली सरकार। यह प्रो रिस्पॉन्सिव सरकार है, यह अकाउंटेबल सरकार है। यह सरकार अपने से आगे बढ़ करके जनता की सेवा के लिए लगी रहती है, और ये उत्तरदायी दायित्व के बोझ से पूरी जिम्मेवारी को निभाने वाली सरकार है। इसलिए अकाउंटेबल सरकार, रिपोर्ट कार्ड की सरकार है और विकासवाद को आगे बढ़ाने वाली सरकार है। और इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए कांग्रेस ने जितना भी झूठ बोलना था बोला, लेकिन एक नहीं सुनी, और हरियाणा में आपको सबक सिखा दिया और जनता ने बीजेपी को मोहर लगा दिया। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना। हमें खुशी है आपके नेतृत्व में एक से एक रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। अगर उत्तराखंड में हमने दूसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, गोवा में तीसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, तो आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा में भी जब से प्रदेश बना है पहली बार लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बनी। मुझे याद है आप हरियाणा के प्रभारी होते थे, हरियाणा के साथ साथ आप हिमाचल के प्रभारी होते थे। हिमाचल के, हरियाणा के आपने जिला जिला, कस्बा कस्बा घूमा। कोई ऐसा कार्यकर्ता नहीं है जिसको आप नाम से नहीं जानते। और आपने वहां पर हरियाणा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सशक्त करने की नींव रखी थी। मुझे याद है कि आपने एक विचार बैठक सोलन में बुलाई थी, हरियाणा के सभी पदाधिकारियों को आपने वहां बुलाया था। 3 दिन बैठ करके आपने योजना बनाई थी। उस योजना पर हरियाणा में हम आगे बढ़े और आज आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गढ़ बन गया है और बेरोक-टोक तीसरी बार लगातार सरकार बन रही है। मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा में हमारा सीट शेयर भी बढ़ा है और हमारा वोट शेयर भी बढ़ा है। ये जो बोलते थे, जिनके मन में लड्डू फूट रहे थे, उनको घर पे बैठा दिया और बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा, ये जो जलेबी का अंदाज लेकर के बैठे थे वो उनको खाने को नसीब नहीं हुई।
ये हमारा वोट शेयर भी बढ़ा, हमारे सीट शेयर भी बढ़ा, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि दलित भाइयों में हमारी सीटों में भी इजाफा हुआ और उसमें भी हम आगे बढ़े। हरियाणा आज युवाओं के लिए, किसानों के लिए, दलित भाइयों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए सबसे पसंदीदा पार्टी है तो वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है और कमल का निशान है। ये नॉन स्टॉप हरियाणा, ये आगे बढ़ेगा। यह जीत विकसित भारत के कम संकल्प की जीत है और उसके प्रति हमारे समर्पण की जीत है। यह जीत जहां वो समाज को विघटन में डाल करके समुदाय को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, वहां सभी को साथ लेकर के चलने का काम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसको आगे बढ़ाया है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने झूठ फैलाने में कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी, कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी, लेकिन हरियाणा की जनता ने एक भी नहीं सुनी, एक भी नहीं सुनी। मैं हरियाणा के बारे में एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं। एक हमारी यहां की कट्टर बेईमान पार्टी भी है। कट्टर बेईमान पार्टी, ये 90 की 90 सीटों पर लड़े थे और 90 की 90 सीटों पर जमानत जब्त करा ली। यह परिस्थिति होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर में भी हमारी पिछली बार से सीटें अधिक आई हैं और हमारा वोट शेयर भी बढ़ा है और समय दूर नहीं है कि वहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी है तो धारा 370 वापस हुई है और हमेशा वापस रहेगी, इस बात का पूरा विश्वास है। इसलिए मैं आप सबको आपके माध्यम से सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आप सबके माध्यम से हरियाणा की जनता, जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं और पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से आह्वान करता हूं कि आप पूरी ताकत के साथ जुड़ जाइए। आगे हमने महाराष्ट्र भी जीतना है, आगे हमने झारखंड भी जीतना है और हमने दिल्ली में भी कमल खिलाना है। और इसलिए आप सब लोगों से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का पुनः उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं और उनको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने में आपके नेतृत्व में हम सब कार्यकर्ता मिलकर के कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे और आगे बढ़ाएंगे और आपके नेतृत्व में एक पर एक जीत हासिल करते चले जाएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आपके और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच में ज्यादा समय न लेता हुआ पुनः आपके आने पर आपका अभिनंदन और आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
में विकसित भारत जो देखना चाहते हैं, ऐसे सब लोगों के ऊर्जा स्रोत हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी से मैं नम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वो पूरी देश की जनता को संबोधित करें।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। हम सबने सुना है हम सब ने सुना है, जहां दूध दही का खाना, वैसा है अपना हरियाणा। हरियाणा के लोगों ने फिर कमाल कर दिया है और कमल कमल कर दिया है। साथियों, आज नवरात्रि का छठा दिन है। मां कात्यायनी की आराधना का दिन है। मां कात्यायनी शेर पर विराजमान होकर हाथ में कमल को धारण किए हुए हैं। हम सभी को आशीर्वाद दे रही है। ऐसे पावन दिन हरियाणा में तीसरी बार लगातार कमल खिला है। गीता की धरती पर सत्य की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर विकास की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर सुशासन की जीत हुई है। हर जाति, हर वर्ग के लोगों ने हमें वोट दिया है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में दशकों के इंतजार के बाद आखिरकार शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हुए। वोटों की गिनती हुई, नतीजे आए। ये भारत के संविधान की जीत है, भारत के लोकतंत्र की जीत है। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और उनके गठबंधन को ज्यादा सीटें दी है। मैं उन्हें भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। वोट प्रतिशत के हिसाब से देखें तो जम्मू कश्मीर में जितनी भी पार्टियां चुनाव लड़ रही थी, उसमें वोट शेयर के हिसाब से भाजपा सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनकर के उभरी है। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर में जीत हासिल करने वाले सभी उम्मीदवारों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को उनके तप और तपस्या के लिए नमन करता हूं। हरियाणा की ये जीत कार्यकर्ताओं के अथाग परिश्रम का परिणाम है। हरियाणा की ये जीत नड्डा जी और हरियाणा की टीम के प्रयासों की जीत है। हरियाणा की ये जीत अतिशय नम्र विनम्र ऐसे हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के कर्तव्यों की भी जीत है। साथियों, आज हरियाणा में झूठ की गुट्टी पर विकास की गारंटी भारी पड़ी है। हरियाणा की जनता ने नया इतिहास रच दिया है। शायद आप लोगों को पूरी जानकारी नहीं होगी, हरियाणा का गठन 1966 में हुआ था। इतने वर्षों में बड़े बड़े दिग्गजों ने इस राज्य का नेतृत्व किया। शायद हिंदुस्तान में बहुत कम राज्य के नेता ऐसे होते हैं जिनको पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है। एक जमाना था हरियाणा के इन दिग्गज नेताओं का नाम पूरे देश में चर्चा में रहता था। हरियाणा में अब तक 13 चुनाव हुए। 13 चुनावों में से 10 चुनावों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने हर 5 साल के बाद सरकार बदली, लेकिन इस बार हरियाणा के लोगों ने जो किया है वो अभूतपूर्व है। वो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है जब 2 कार्यकाल, पूरे 5-5 साल के 2 कार्यकाल पूरा करने वाली किसी सरकार को हरियाणा में फिर से मौका मिला हो। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को तीसरी बार मौका मिला है। यहां के लोगों ने सिर्फ तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार नहीं बनाई, बल्कि हमें सीटें भी ज्यादा दी हैं और वोट शेयर भी ज्यादा दिया है। ऐसा लगता है हरियाणा के लोगों ने छप्पर फाड़ कर वोट दिया है। इस जनादेश की गूंज दूर दूर तक जाएगी। साथियों, भाजपा दुनिया का सिर्फ सबसे बड़ा दल ही नहीं है, भाजपा सबसे ज्यादा दिलों में भी बसी हुई है। हरियाणा में जनता ने विकास के मुद्दे पर भाजपा की हैट्रिक लगाई। भाजपा ने कांग्रेस के कुशासन से मुक्ति दिलाई, इसलिए गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता 2 दशक से भी ज्यादा समय से वहां अपना आशीर्वाद बनाए हुए है। अरुणाचल प्रदेश और गोवा में तीसरी बार भाजपा ने सरकार बनाई है। यूपी और बिहार में कानून का राज स्थापित करने वाली भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार को लोग बार बार मौका दे रहे हैं। असम, त्रिपुरा और उत्तराखंड में लगातार 2 टर्म से भाजपा की सरकार है। जहां जहां भाजपा सरकार बनाती है, वहां की जनता लंबे समय तक भाजपा को समर्थन देती है। और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस की हालत कैसी है? पिछली बार कब कांग्रेस की किसी सरकार की वापसी हुई है? यानी जो सरकार में थे, कितने साल पहले वो दोबारा आए थे? करीब 13 साल पहले 2011 में असम में उनकी सरकार लौटी थी, बाकी एक भी नहीं लौटी। उसके बाद भी जितने चुनाव हुए, लोगों ने कहीं भी कांग्रेस को सेकंड टर्म नहीं दिया है। आपको जानकर के हैरानी हो जाएगी दोस्तों, देश में कितने ही राज्य हैं जहां कांग्रेस कभी 60 साल पहले वहां थी, कहीं पर 50 साल पहले थी, कहीं पर 40 साल पहले थी, 50-60 साल से वो सत्ता में आई ही नहीं है। एक बार लोगों ने निकाल दिया, कांग्रेस को घुसने नहीं दिया है। देश के ज्यादातर राज्य के लोगों ने कांग्रेस के लिए नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा दिया है। पहले कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि वो चाहे काम करे या न करे, लोग तो उसको वोट देंगे ही। लेकिन अब कांग्रेस की पोल खुल चुकी है, उसका डिब्बा गोल हो चुका है। साथियों, कांग्रेस सत्ता को अपना जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार मानती है। सरकार में ना रहने पर कांग्रेस की हालत जल बिन मछली जैसी हो जाती है। इसलिए वो सरकार में आने के बाद देश को, समाज को भी दांव पर लगाने से नहीं हिचकती। आज पूरा देश देख रहा है कि कैसे कांग्रेस हमारे समाज में जाति का जहर फैलाने पर उतर आई है। जो लोग चांदी नहीं, सोने का चम्मच मुंह में लेकर पैदा हुए, जो लोग पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी 5 स्टार लाइफ जीते आ रहे हैं, वो गरीब को जाति के नाम पर लड़वाना चाहते हैं। हमारे दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी समाज को भूलना नहीं है। ये कांग्रेस है जिसने दलितों, पिछड़ों पर सबसे ज्यादा अत्याचार किया है। ये कांग्रेस है जिसने उन्हें इतने दशकों तक रोटी, पानी, मकान से वंचित रखा। ये वो लोग हैं जो 100 साल बाद भी सत्ता मिलने पर कभी किसी दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी को प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने देंगे। सच्चाई ये है कि कांग्रेस का परिवार दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, इनसे नफरत करता है, उनसे चिढ़ता है। इसलिए आज जब दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी शीर्ष स्थान पर जा रहे हैं, तो इनके पेट में चूहे दौड़ने लग जाते हैं। हरियाणा भी इन्होंने दलितों को, ओबीसी को भागीदारी देने से साफ इनकार कर दिया था। उन्होंने दलितों और पिछड़ों को भी अपमानित किया। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार ने तो डंके की चोट पर कहा कि वो आरक्षण खत्म कर देंगे। दलित और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण छीनकर कांग्रेस अपने वोट बैंक में देना चाहती थी। हरियाणा भी वो यही करने जा रही थी। साथियों, कांग्रेस भारत के समाज को कमजोर करके, भारत में अराजकता फैलाकर देश को कमजोर करना चाहती है। इसलिए वो अलग अलग वर्गों को भड़का ही रहे हैं, लगातार आग लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देश ने देखा कि कैसे किसानों को भड़काने का प्रयास हुए, लेकिन हरियाणा के किसानों ने उन्हें करारा जवाब दिया कि वो देश के साथ है, वो भाजपा के साथ है। हमारे दलित ओबीसी साथियों को भड़काने की कितनी ही कोशिशें हुई, क्या क्या प्रपंच नहीं किए गए, लेकिन इस समाज ने भी इस षड्यंत्र को पहचाना और कहा कि वो देश के साथ है, भाजपा के साथ है। इन लोगों ने हमारी सेना को लेकर भी अपप्रचार किए, हमारे नौजवानों को भड़काया। इस साजिश को भी हरियाणा के नौजवानों ने नाकाम कर दिया। आज हरियाणा ने कांग्रेस को दो टूक संदेश दे दिया है। ये देश विरोधी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं चलेगी। हरियाणा की हर बिरादरी, हर परिवार ने एकजुट होकर वोट दिया, देशभक्ति से ओतप्रोत होकर वोट दिया। देशभक्तों को बांटने की साजिश को हरियाणा ने फेल कर दिया। साथियों, बीते कुछ समय से भारत के विरुद्ध भांति भांति के षड्यंत्र चल रहे हैं। भारत के लोकतंत्र को, भारत के अर्थतंत्र को, भारत के सामाजिक ताने बाने को कमजोर करने के लिए भांति भांति की साजिशें हो रही है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साजिशें हो रही है। आज मैं बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों से कह रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस जैसी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी और उनके चट्टे बट्टे इस खेमे में शामिल है, इस खेल में शामिल है। देशभक्त हरियाणा ने आज ऐसी हर साजिश को भी मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। भारत और हर भारतीय को संकल्प लेना है कि हम ऐसी किसी साजिश को सफल नहीं होने देंगे। भारत विकास के रास्ते से नहीं भटकेगा। साथियों, आज के चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। कांग्रेस आज पूरी तरह परजीवी पार्टी बन गई है। यहां हरियाणा में कांग्रेस परजीवी बनकर किसी के साथ नहीं थी, अकेली थी, तो उसे करारी हार मिली। जम्मू कश्मीर में उसकी सहयोगी पार्टी डर के मारे पहले से कई कह रही थी कि कांग्रेस की वजह से उसे नुकसान हो रहा है, और आज के नतीजों में भी वही दिखा है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने भी हमने यही देखा था। लोकसभा में कांग्रेस जितनी सीटें जीती, उनमें आधी से ज्यादा सीटें वो अपने सहयोगियों की वजह से जीती है। इसके अलावा जहां सहयोगियों ने कांग्रेस पर भरोसा किया, वहां उन सहयोगियों की ही नैया डूब गई। कई राज्यों में कांग्रेस के खराब प्रदर्शन का खामियाजा उसकी सहयोगी पार्टियों को उठाना पड़ा। कांग्रेस ऐसी परजीवी पार्टी है जो अपने सहयोगियों को ही निगल जाती है। साथियों, कांग्रेस एक ऐसा देश बनाना चाहती है जहां लोग अपनी ही विरासत से नफरत करते हो, अपनी राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं पर शंका करते हो, जिस पर देशवासी गर्व करते हैं, कांग्रेस उस हर चीज की छवि को धूमिल करना चाहती है। देश का चुनाव आयोग हो, देश की सेना हो, हमारी पुलिस हो, देश की न्यायपालिका हो, कांग्रेस हर संस्था पर दाग लगाना चाहती है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव का परिणाम आने के पहले इन्होंने किस तरह का कोहराम मचाया था। चुनाव के दौरान भी ये लोग, इनको सहयोगी दल, इनके अर्बन नक्सल साथी कितनी बार कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए, और किस लिए? ताकि ये लोग चुनाव आयोग की संवैधानिक निष्पक्षता पर बट्टा लगा सके। आज भी उन्होंने ऐसा ही काम किया है। आज भी कांग्रेस ने देश की जनता को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की है। कांग्रेस हर बार यही कोशिश करती है कि हमारी संस्थाओं की निष्पक्षता पर सवाल उठाए, उसकी प्रतिष्ठा पर आघात करे। कांग्रेस की यही आदत रही है। कांग्रेस बड़ी बेशर्मी से ऐसी करतूतें करती आ रही है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में इस बार हुआ चुनाव कई मायनों में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। वहां भारत का संविधान पूरी तरह से लागू होने के बाद ये पहला चुनाव था। आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी अनेक लोगों को वोट डालने का हक नहीं था। उन्होंने भी पहली बार इस चुनाव में अपना वोट डाला है। कुछ लोग कहते थे कि आर्टिकल 370 हटा तो कश्मीर जल जाएगा, लेकिन कश्मीर जला नहीं, कश्मीर और खूबसूरती से खिला है, खिलखिलाया है। जिस तरह लोगों ने बाहर आकर रिकॉर्ड नंबर में वोट डाले, वो हर हिंदुस्तानी के दिल को खुश करने वाला है। हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर कर्फ्यू और अलगाववाद के कालखंड से बाहर निकल रहा है। 1947 के बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने जम्मू कश्मीर में बीडीसी के चुनाव कराए। आज पहली बार प्रशासन के हर स्तर पर, फिर चाहे वो विधायक हो, बीडीसी हो, डीडीसी हो, हर स्तर पर अब जनता द्वारा चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि काम करेंगे। हमने जम्मू कश्मीर में संविधान की स्पिरिट और उसकी मर्यादा की पुनः प्रतिष्ठा की है। बाबा साहब आंबेडकर को इससे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि क्या होगी। साथियों, मैंने विकसित भारत के लिए 4 स्तंभों की चर्चा बार बार उस चर्चा को आपके सामने रखा है। ये 4 स्तंभ किसान, युवा, महिलाएं और गरीब, जम्मू कश्मीर हो या हरियाणा, हम विकास को इन्हीं 4 धाराओं के, 4 स्तंभों के बलबूते पर देश को विकसित भारत बनाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इनको सशक्त करना ही भाजपा की प्राथमिकता है। हरियाणा के गरीब तो पिछले 10 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम देख रहे हैं। मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा से लेकर नल से जल और पक्के घर तक हरियाणा के गरीब परिवारों को अनेक सुविधाएं मिली है। अब हरियाणा की भाजपा सरकार गरीब कल्याण के काम को और अधिक गति देगी। साथियों, हरियाणा तो कृषि के मामले में देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में शामिल है। हरियाणा की इस ताकत को भाजपा और मजबूती देने वाली है। हमारा लक्ष्य एकदम साफ है। भाजपा सरकार हरियाणा के किसानों की उपज को दुनिया के बाजारों तक पहुंचाना चाहती है। बाजरा जैसा यहां का मोटा अनाज श्री अन्न के रूप में दुनिया भर के डाइनिंग टेबल पर पहुंचे, ये हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। हरियाणा खाने के तेल में आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को भी शक्ति देने वाला है। इससे हरियाणा के तिलहन किसानों को भी ज्यादा लाभ होगा। साथियों, हरियाणा के युवाओं ने दुनिया भर में अपना लोहा मनवाया है। चाहे मानेसर में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो, गुरुग्राम के स्टार्टअप्स हो या फिर खेल की दुनिया, हरियाणा के छोरा छोरी खूब धूम मचा रहे हैं। भाजपा सरकार इन सभी क्षेत्रों में और अधिक निवेश को बढ़ावा देने वाली है। आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया में खेलों की एक महाशक्ति बनने जा रहा है और इसमें हरियाणा के नौजवानों की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी रहने वाली है। इसलिए हरियाणा में स्पोर्ट्स, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक आधुनिक रोड मैप भाजपा ने रखा है। साथियों, जब महिलाओं की बात आती है तो विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट आज देश का मिजाज बनता जा रहा है। हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सशक्तिकरण से जुड़े हर पहलू पर भाजपा फोकस कर रही है। हरियाणा वो राज्य है जिसने बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ के रूप में देश को नेतृत्व दिया है। अब हरियाणा में हजारों लखपति दीदी और ड्रोन दीदी बनाने वाले हैं। लाडो लक्ष्मी योजना से भी हरियाणा की बहनों को मुफ्त बहुत लाभ होने वाला है। जब माताएं बहनें आर्थिक रूप से समृद्ध होगी, समर्थ होगी, तो इसका लाभ पूरे परिवार को होगा। परिवार समर्थ होगा तो हरियाणा समर्थ होगा, देश समर्थ होगा। साथियों, भाजपा की सरकार राष्ट्र को सर्वोपरि रखती है। नेशन फर्स्ट। भाजपा की सरकार गरीबों की सेवा के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। केंद्र हो या फिर हरियाणा, इन 10 सालों में भाजपा की सरकार पर भ्रष्टाचार का एक दाग नहीं लगा है। केंद्र सरकार पर जैसे दाग नहीं लगा है, वैसे ही हरियाणा सरकार 10 साल चलाई हमने, भ्रष्टाचार का कोई दाग नहीं है। हमने सिर्फ और सिर्फ समर्पण भाव से जनता के विकास के लिए काम किया है। और मैं इसके लिए हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री भाई नायब सैनी जी और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान मनोहर लाल जी की भरपूर तारीफ करता हूं, भरपूर प्रशंसा करता हूं। उन्होंने हरियाणा के विकास के लिए बहुत मेहनत की है। साथियों, जब जनता ऐसे काम को प्रोत्साहित करती है, नेक नियत और अच्छी नीति को सराहती है, तब काम करने की ऊर्जा भी दोगुनी होती है। हरियाणा ने भाजपा सरकार को प्रोत्साहित किया है। जम्मू कश्मीर ने भी भाजपा को प्रोत्साहित किया है। यह आशीर्वाद हमें और भी अधिक मेहनत करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। और मैं इसके लिए जम्मू कश्मीर और हरियाणा की जनता को भी फिर एक बार हृदय से बहुत बहुत साधुवाद करता हूं। आज के जनादेश से भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने का संकल्प और मजबूत हुआ है। इस जनादेश ने भारत को दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल बनाने के संकल्प को भी मजबूती दी है। आपने हर उस प्रेरणा को सशक्त किया है जिसका मकसद करोड़ों लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकालना है। ये जनादेश भारत को और अधिक सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए कठिन से कठिन फैसले लेने के लिए भी नया हौसला देगा। मैं आप सभी को, पूरे देश को फिर ये भरोसा देता हूं कि आने वाले 5 साल और तेज विकास के होंगे। हरियाणा विकसित होगा, जम्मू कश्मीर विकसित होगा, भारत विकसित होगा और ये हम करके दिखाएंगे। मैं एक बार फिर हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं का जितना अभिनंदन करूं उतना कम है। देश के कोने कोने में आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो कुछ भी है, हर संघर्ष को पार करते हुए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जनता के दिलों में जो जगह बनी है, उसके मूल में भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम है, भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की त्याग तपस्या है। और इसलिए विजय के उस उत्सव में मुझे बार बार मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। उनके प्रति अहोभाव व्यक्त करना मेरा स्वाभाविक मन करता है। और इसलिए टीम स्पिरिट के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर, कदम से कदम मिलाकर लक्ष्य की ओर बढ़ते जाने वाले भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता न रखने वाले हैं न थकने वाले हैं, और झुकने का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। देशवासियों को भी मैं उनके आशीर्वाद के लिए प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, 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 भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं सब आपकी ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी और बाकी सभी नेताओं का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को नम्र निवेदन है कि यहां से अभी लौटते समय आपके लिए
Prime Minister Narendra Modi ending a very stirring speech where he was unsparing on the Congress party. A few takeaways there where he thanks the Karyakartas, thanks the teamwork and thanks the people of Haryana and Jammu Kashmir for the mandate, a historic mandate, a hat-trick in Haryana. But he also said that the Congress party is in cahoots with those, along with some in that ecosystem, that are working to destabilize Bharat. He talked about an international conspiracy to try and destabilize and thwart Bharat's progress. He also spoke about the fact that the lies or the narrative that was peddled by the opposition during the Lok Sabha elections, the jhoot, has been rejected by the Haryana mandate and the Haryana voter. He said that the 4 planks of development continue to remain: the Kisan, the youth, the Jawan and the Mahila and the Garib. And he will continue to work on that. More importantly, Haryana rejecting that narrative. The Kisan of Haryana voting for the BJP. The mandate is for the BJP. The mandate is for Vikas and not for the jhoot ka prayas that the opposition had tried to mount. So that was what the Prime Minister tried to encapsulate in that speech. But ladies and gentlemen, the tone, the body language, the pitch, very, very different from the 4th of June 2024, where the shoulders were a little slouched and it was the Prime Minister trying to lift up the spirits. Here the cadre seemed energized and he said that we've got to carry on. And he did make that reference that there will be an impact or a knock-on effect into Maharashtra too and to some of the other states. Is the BJP's electoral bandwagon and that entire mojo back? Is Prime Minister Narendra Modi still back there as one of the most influential faces of the BJP? Is that entire mojo khatam ho gaya of PM Modi? Is that entire story gone? Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob with us, Nalin Mehta and Rashid Kitwai with us in the studio. How do you assess this, Rahul?
Well, I think the Prime Minister was very clear today. This was about a speech where he was going to give back to the Congress as he has got from the Congress over the last 3 months, especially after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where the Congress came out and positioned himself as an individual who was not in favor of backward castes or Dalits. And therefore, he came out and said that the Congress hates Dalits, backward castes as well as tribals. And he says that the people of Haryana have seen through their ruse, their propaganda, their lies. Why has he actually picked on this? If you just heard a few days back, the Prime Minister was talking about, and borrowing a little bit from the lexicon of Mr. Yogi, and then of course Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, also sort of took that thread forward. The BJP has realized that the Congress wants, and the only way that the Congress can actually overcome the BJP is by breaking this overarching rainbow coalition that it has put into place. And Nalin has of course written about it in his book, how the BJP actually developed this rainbow caste coalition. He has realized that through the agency of spreading all sorts of misinformation, suggesting that Modi, when he would, or if he were to get 400 seats or a full majority, would change the constitution to the detriment of these backward castes, etc., was trying to break this caste coalition. It already had a minority vote in the back to sort of prop it up and use this as leverage. So fundamentally, he is going back and telling the people that it serves our interests the best if we choose to ignore, overlook this particular propaganda. We must reject it because I give all of you, without any discrimination, the benefits of your hard work. That's fundamentally the message.
The Rainbow Coalition you talk about, Zaka Jacob, Haryana की सभी बिरादरियों ने हमारा समर्थन किया है, and he talks about the Bajra growers, the Ahirwal belt.
Yeah, so clearly, I mean, this is a stronghold for the BJP. You go back and check 5 years prior to this, again, you'll see the southern belt. This is basically all the way from, Gurgaon, Faridabad, and if you drive westwards, Charki Dadri, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh, that entire belt has always been a sort of a playground for the BJP. Southern Haryana has always felt like a poorer cousin when it compares to the Jatland. But I think really, to my mind, what decided this election in favor of the BJP is there's been massive anti-Jat consolidation amongst the other OBCs. So if you look at the OBC filter, which is the only filter, we've talked about Jats, we've talked about Dalits, yes, those votes are more or less evenly split between Congress and BJP. Where the BJP really ran away with it was in this. 25 OBC dominated seats, 20 of those the BJP won. 6 of those were gains from last time, 5 of those were losses for the Congress. So the Congress had 9 of these seats out of 25 last time around. They've been down to just 4. Where have they come from? A good number of them are from this belt, the Ahirwal belt. So if you look at the Ahir candidates who've been given of the BJP who won, if you look at, for example, the Yadav candidates of the BJP who won, remember Akhilesh Yadav was asking for a couple of seats in exactly this belt, but the Congress did not give Akhilesh Yadav too much room to play. And then, of course, this belt, which is the GT corridor belt. So if it's not just the urban pockets like Karnal and Kurukshetra, but also the rural pockets in this belt were won by the BJP. So to my mind, really, the big difference, yes, the Jat vote split evenly, the Dalit vote split almost evenly between Congress and BJP. The big difference was this. And the reason this happened, again, this is a guesstimate, is that much like what happened in 2022 UP, BJP did a very successful campaign reminding non-Yadav voters that, look, if Akhilesh comes back, it's going to be a Yadavon ka Raj. It's going to be almost like a Gunda Raj. Here again, they were able to convince substantial number of non-Jat OBC voters that if Huda comes, the Jats, and remember, Huda's tenure of 9 years was marked by a lot of Jat versus non-Jat violence, particularly Jat versus Dalit violence that happened for the 9 years that he was Chief Minister. They were able to convince a large number of non-Jat OBCs that it would be a return to the days of 2005, 2009, etc. I think that played a critical factor.
Fundamentally, this is very interesting because the Prime Minister, apart from talking about this grand conspiracy that the Congress has embarked on, linked the genesis of this to international actors.
Yes.
So I think, this message is very important because what is Mr. Modi doing here? He's positioning himself as the defender of the national interest. And it's very interesting, but we're getting a lot of information now coming through in our groups of how Mr. Modi made a similar speech back in the day in 1999 when he was actually in charge of Haryana.
Yeah.
And he actually told people that they need to ignore caste not as a reality but as a instrumentality for their upward mobility, that they must develop a national consciousness. And this is what he is bringing back. And there is also talk, of course, that when the BJP began to win in Haryana, it was under the Prime Minister who was at that time
1999.
Exactly.
All 10 seats of the Lok Sabha were when he was the
Yes.
Prabhari or he was in charge.
Yeah.
Interestingly, he's made a comment. Many conspiracies are being hatched against India. Many conspiracies are being hatched to weaken Bharat's democracy and social fabric. International conspiracies are being hatched. National parties like the Congress and their allies are involved in this game. And he says कि इनके साथ ecosystem के कुछ लोग भी लगे हुए हैं. Now this is the first big unsparing attack at the Congress party that he's made, along with the fact that they are trying to mislead. Jhoot ki rajniti. Nalin and then Rashid Kidwai. Yeah.
So a couple of points on this foreign hand idea. This has been very much at the center of the BJP discourse for a few months now, especially since the reverses or the setbacks, let's put it that way, in the June election results. Because there is a strong belief in this conspiracy idea, and if the BJP had lost, that idea would have intensified. I think it's interesting the PM has chosen to spoke about it even though the BJP has won this time as Haryana. There are two things which stood out for me in the speech. One is the diatribe on the Congress.
Yeah.
So see, for the last 10 years, the BJP's discourse under Mr. Modi has been about the Congress not being, about denigrating the Congress and Rahul Gandhi. Now that was looking, the shine of that was wearing off the last 2-3 months. This result allows the BJP to kind of double down
Refresh
on that
even
more, right?
Yeah.
The other point I want to make, to add to what Rahul and Zaka was saying, Zaka, I think when you filters, it's very clear it seems to me that the BJP has won this election as this is a textbook case of a tactical election they fought on the craft of electioneering.
Yeah.
So, see, if you look at the vote share, its vote share has actually come down by 3% from 3 months ago, from 43% to about 39 point something percent for BJP now. How has it still turned the tables around the Congress? One is what Zaka pointed out, that the OBC consolidation against the Jats within all of that.
Yeah.
Second is that the BJP managed to in the Jat belt, about 25 odd seats, it's even Steven between Congress and the BJP. So, right, so it's held up there. The Jats didn't turn against the BJP. The second is third is they've recovered Dalit support. And the fourth filter, I think Zaka has mentioned this earlier in the evening, the number of existing candidates of BJP replaced, which is something it failed to do in UP 3 or 4 months ago. And so tactically they've fought out, they've learned their lessons and they've really course corrected, and that's what has led to this victory.
Right. Rashid Kidwai?
I think Prime Minister spoke as a BJP leader. This was his day, and he was entitled to say whatever he wished. But some of the comments I would say about international conspiracy, etc., were probably uncalled for, because as a Prime Minister, if there is such conspiracies going on, and there are people who are political players in India having roots in society are doing detrimental things, then obviously it is his duty bound by constitution to act against it. He is talking about a Congress that fought not only the freedom struggle, as it has roots in society, won 3 decisive wars against our enemies of the nation, and of course the prime ministers and former prime ministers were assassinated, all kind of legacy. You may criticize. Please let me conclude. Look, you may have political differences. You criticize them by all means, but to doubt their sort of sense of patriotism and nationalism I think is a little unfortunate and uncalled for.
Right. Look, I'm not going to comment on that part, but I'm just going to say, you said that the Congress has a legacy, this, that, the other, but the Congress also had a legacy which it really firmly stood by, which was anti-reservation, anti-quota, anti-caste census.
All political parties have
one second.
Rahul, since you have made this formulation,
let me finish the point.
Since you have made this formulation, let me say, what was BJP in support of Mandal Commission?
1 second, sir. Let me just finish the point. Please allow me, sir. I request you. 30 seconds. Why were they against it? That reason cannot change, sir. I can understand that the circumstances have changed, but they were against it because they themselves said it was divisive. That is all that the Prime Minister is saying. Now, yes, he's added, the external factor and all of that. Of course, that is for him and the BJP to come clean, and we can always ask the BJP national.
The Prime Minister qualified.
In fact, when we had an off-the-record meeting with a very top functionary of the government, he said there will be a column added. We will go in for that. Because they have continuously espoused the cause of reservation.
That part is still under consideration, but more importantly, he qualified by saying, I'm saying it with utmost responsibility on this stage, and I'm using this occasion to highlight this, and we need to be aware. Every Indian citizen needs to be aware that there is a conspiracy, and we've got to work to thwart it. But that aside, GVL Narasimha Rao, national spokesperson of the BJP with us, Suman Siraman, author with us. We have Mahesh Tapase, national spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, and Advaita Kala, author and columnist, along with Rashid Kidwai and Nalin Mehta. But first to Tehseen Poonawalla.
Who has a CID.
I'm going to Tehseen Poonawalla. I'm wanting to know who's that CID officer, sir.
Which CID officer? Sorry, no, which CID officer?
We just need to dial back and bring you flashback. CID officer who told you 63 seats to the Congress party.
61.
60. So then you know.
Yeah, I guess everyone got that wrong. But listen, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate GVL Narasimha Rao ji and the entire BJP leadership, the Election Commission for peaceful elections in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And well, we all read it wrong, so best of luck and may the BJP fulfill the aspirations.
No,
of the
more
people
importantly
of,
with the
Haryana.
Congress party, is it the Pichhadi in the Aghadi? And will it then have to play third fiddle within the Aghadi in Maharashtra? It cannot call the shots. Is it the Parjivi or the parasitic party because it cannot stand on its own? And it can't even help its own partners like it couldn't in Jammu and Kashmir. Those are the allegations or the swipes the PM has taken against the Congress party.
No. Yeah, but in Jammu and Kashmir, obviously NC was the bigger party. In Maharashtra, Congress is the biggest
party. In Jammu, the BJP, the Congress could manage only one seat in Jammu.
But just to tell you that in Maharashtra, the Congress is the biggest party. The NCP is restricted to Western Maharashtra, Shiv Sena to Mumbai, Thane, that area. The Congress is the biggest party in Vidarbha, even today. It is a big party in Marathwada, Western Maharashtra. So, Konkan area. So, the Congress is the biggest party in Maharashtra, even with the alliance. I mean, they will fight more
as we speak. Thank you very much for your message of congratulations, Narendra Modi Sahib. We look forward to a constructive relationship in the true spirit of federalism so that the people of Jammu and Kashmir may benefit from continued development and good governance. Vikas and good governance, unity for Vikas.
I just want to come back to I just want to go across to Tehseen Punala. Just 30 seconds. I just want to ask him a counter question. Tehseen Punala, forget about what the Prime Minister said for a moment. Let's focus on what Selja said. Selja has come out today, Kumari Selja that is, and she has said that this was a terrible campaign run by a coterie of strategists who didn't know what they were doing. They even prevented a Dalit from going out there and campaigning. The Prime Minister today then says that the Congress is actually the party that hates Dalits, quote, I'm quoting him, hates Dalits, backwards and tribals. And if you look at the votes today from Haryana, the tribals, the Dalits and the backwards have all literally deserted the Congress in favor, fine. In favor of the Congress. Well, in backwards, yes. Out of 24, 21 out of 24. 21 out of 20. I'm not talking about tribes, sir. I'm just saying.
Let me just answer your question.
And when it comes to Dalit votes, there is a 60-40 split between Dalits and between the BJP and the Congress. So let's not paper over all of this, sir. In 3 months, there has been a reversal.
No, we cannot. Rahul, I understand your question. Please, if I may answer. You can't paper over it. Rahul Gandhi ji had created fertile grounds for the Congress to win. There was definitely sympathy for the Congress, if not a vote. There was definitely anger against the BJP. We all saw it on the ground. Even your ground reporters saw that on the ground. Why then has the Congress lost must be introspected. There are two reasons that I want to take, and I will take what Kumari Selja ji said a little further. Please understand the Congress's core voters are Dalits and Muslims. Dalits and Muslims. You cannot win, the Congress cannot win ignoring Dalits and Muslims. Point number one. Point number two, and very, very important. The same people who are responsible for reducing the Congress to zero in Delhi, in Punjab, were in charge in Haryana. What was their duty as backroom boys except for giving data, and data can be read anywhere. We read the CID data on your show and it can be read anywhere. Tell me the BJP also had rebels. The BJP was successful, Dharmendra Pradhan ji was successful in making the rebels sit down. What happened in Congress? The rebels didn't sit down. You've lost about 3 or 4% vote day. Had you done the tie-up with the Aam Aadmi Party, another 2%, 6% may you would have, the Congress would have been in government. What were these backroom boys doing? They can't win a Rajya Sabha election. They want to win Haryana. Now the third and most important point, which I will leave for the Congress and should introspect. I want the Congress to win. What benefit did you get getting Ashok Tawar back? Ashok Tawar, when he left in 2019, had used unparliamentary language.
So many mistakes. 73 out of 90 candidates were chosen by Mr. Hooda. And you're blaming a Tawar who came 24 hours before the vote. Come on, this is exactly the problem.
No, I'm not blaming a Tawar.
Address the nub of the problem.
I am not. Can I make a point if you can allow me to make the point? If you can allow me to make the point.
10 seconds.
If you allow me to make,
I hardly ever intervene.
Just 10 seconds. Don't interrupt me.
I hardly ever intervene. The point is, you are best exemplifying everything that is wrong with the Congress's introspection. The nub of the problem is 73 out of 90 tickets were given by
Buddy,
Mr. Huda.
let me
and you
make
haven't
my
mentioned
point.
Mr. Huda even
You
once.
completely lost my chain of thoughts.
No, this is the problem.
See,
that you're completely missing the tree for the woods.
No, it's not the problem. I would like... You finish, then I can speak. We can't have it. Just allow me to finish my... It's very rude you interrupt me. I would have finished. If you had heard my point, it was exactly the point you were making.
Okay, go ahead.
But you decided to interrupt me.
Go ahead.
So please allow me to finish. I just request you. Just... The point is, you cannot win an election ignoring Dalits and Muslims. I've made that point. It was the first point I made. Have you heard it? Point number 2.
I'm not even saying that. Are you even listening to what I'm saying?
Or by getting
Are you even listening to what the voters of Haryana are saying? Mr. Huda, you gave him a free hand. 73 out of the 90 tickets of the Congress gave were decided by Mr. Huda. You know how many of them lost? 50 of them lost.
And therefore, the seats should be introspected. Those rebels who stood up, those who lost. Why was the ticket distribution done in such a way?
One second, Tehseen.
I'm exactly asking you to introspect. I'm saying the same thing as in your
This is what Kumari said.
You shouldn't respect.
Kumari, this is what, before we bring in GVL Narasimha, Kumari said, I'm just quoting her.
It's not even this, because the data also tells you that the Congress was backing the wrong issues.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chaduni loses.
Yeah.
The GT trunk road seats.
Those are exactly the points I wanted to make, but thank you.
If you saw so much, you would have made it.
Yeah, then you shouldn't have said 63. You should have said 63. You shouldn't have said 63 when we spoke.
Made it 3 days ago. But today, hindsight is 2020, my dear friend. Ye kaise ho gaya?
Okay, now the state unit of the party failed to, like, hear this out. The state unit of the party failed to capitalize on the ground created by Rahul Gandhi ji. It is unbelievable how badly we lost.
Correct.
Then hear me out. I'm just quoting somebody's interview. Then why did they not let me campaign? Why did the state unit monopolize ticket distribution? Shelja only kept quiet. What else could I have done? Or should I have laughed out then and there? The entire team of so-called strategists kept everything in their own hands. We, Shelja, Randeep Surjewala and earlier Kiran Chaudhary, before she quit the Congress and joined the BJP, kept saying that the party workers were being ignored, but nothing happened. They, the party high command, called us, they heard us, we gave our choice of candidates, but they didn't do anything. The result is here in front of everybody. It was an open thing that they don't speak to me. He, Babaria, had been openly saying he did not speak to me. He was also on their side. And the great Dalit leader Bhan, who was also on their side, also lost today. We failed to see what people were showing us. We only saw that what a particular set of people were showing. If we had taken this seriously, if we had worked things properly, the results would have been different today. Several party workers were propped up by the Hudas, by them, and assured party tickets. They all turned rebels during the polling.
They say that
all
they respect
of this is said out today.
And Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla says that they respect Dalits. It sums it up.
So that's exactly what the Prime Minister said. They don't respect Dalits. GVL Narasimha Rao.
Anand, the people of Haryana have given a resounding victory to the BJP for the third time, a historic win. So first of all, thank you to the people of Haryana and all those who, after 2024 election results, even this morning I heard many Congress members say that today's results will actually see a shift in Indian political scenario. The national mood will change.
Yes.
On the contrary, people of Haryana and even people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a big tally. In Jammu Kashmir also, we are the single largest party in terms of votes, 28%, much more than 4 percentage points more than what National Conference has got. So, and Haryana, a third time victory. So it's a historic win, and the Indy Alliance's divisions only get highlighted with today's defeat.
I'm interrupting you because I agree with Rashid Kidwai when he says that vote share is something that the losers take into consideration. It's only seat share that counts. First, past the post. That's one. Secondly, sir, had Haryana gone the Congress's way, then all of North India, barring Uttarakhand, would have been with the opposition. If you look at it, Jammu and Kashmir downwards, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, except Uttarakhand, everything would have gone. So clearly the national discourse would have changed. Obviously, it would have had a knock-on effect, like the BJP cadre seems energized far more than 4th of June 2024 today. The Congress would have been far more rejuvenated and there would have been a knock-on effect in Maharashtra. You agree there?
Yeah, certainly. Any election victory certainly enthuses cadres. For the BJP, this will actually pump adrenaline in before the Maharashtra and the Jharkhand elections. We certainly, Haryana, everybody has written us off. And Maharashtra is a state which matters much more in terms of national sweepstakes, and we are confident of romping home victorious even in Maharashtra.
Okay.
Today's results certainly will energize our
That's a very
ardors.
important point that Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao is making, because if you're going to keep this national, let me go across to Dr. Raman for 30 seconds.
And Mahesh Tapase is also there of the Sharad Pawar NCP. Maharashtra will take into consideration.
Let me first bring in Dr. Raman. Dr. Raman, look, the Congress has not returned to power in any state since
2011.
Yes, exactly. The BJP has returned to power in 10 states. I can list them for you, you know them. Is now this entire plank that the BJP's governance record is poor, completely shattered because of what the Congress went out and campaigned on, saying that this party is not the party of governance, we are the party of governance, we are the party of inclusion, we are the party, most importantly, of everyone.
Okay. Rahul, first of all, congratulations to the BJP. The Congress significantly underperformed in Haryana. There is no doubt about it. But you have to look at the numbers. In 2019, the Congress had a vote share which was 8% lower than that of the BJP. They had about 28 point something percent, and the BJP had 36 point something percent, and they won 9 seats less. This time, they've increased their vote share by 11%, neck and neck with the BJP, same vote share, and they are getting 11 seats.
10 years of anti-incumbency. Are you saying this is a moral victory for the Congress party, sir?
I'm not saying it's a moral victory.
10 years
I'm saying that it is the BJP's election machinery and micromanagement that has won them the day.
Oh, just micromanagement. I see.
Absolutely, absolutely, because they've got the same vote share, yet they get 11 seats
we
and an
are 1%
majority.
ahead.
They're 1% ahead. Actually, for the final number.
After 10 years of anti-incumbency, they are 1% ahead.
The fact of the matter is, they are 9 seats ahead, Sumansi Raman. I'm just going to take this forward. 11 seats, beg your pardon. Let's take the conversation forward. Let's take the conversation forward. Mahesh Tapase is also with us. Advaita Kala is with us. Sumansi Raman, what happens now in Maharashtra? Does the Congress now become the third in the Aghadi also? Can it continue to ask for an equal share despite being the third? Because post Lok Sabha they said we are the biggest gainer, we are the strongest party. Now will the regional chatraps in Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena and Sharad Pawarji's NCP, will they turn around and say tumse nahi hoga bhai, we'll do it?
I don't know whether you have seen what Uddhav Thackeray said today. I think you guys have missed it possibly. He has said, I am ready to accept whoever the Congress and the NCP nominate as a chief ministerial candidate. Which world are you people living in? Please put that out.
That is clearly him projecting that nominate me. Please. Which world are you in?
By the way, Dr. Raman, he said the same thing. No, one second. Come on. We're in the news business. I mean, we know a thing or two about what happens in the news. He said the exact same thing back in August. And the reason he's saying this is because he wants the Aghadi to name him.
Correct.
Because he knows he is
They are.
How do you know that? They so far haven't. And in fact, the word in Mumbai, we were there 2 weeks ago, the word in Mumbai was, they don't want to name anybody going into the election. I don't know how Haryana will change that. Maybe it will. I don't know.
This result will make Maharashtra even more crucial for the Congress party. It becomes imperative on them not to rock the boat in Maharashtra.
Correct.
And therefore, they will be more than willing, as it stands today.
Okay, Sumansi Raman, let me just tell you, sir. Both me and Zaka.
Nobody in the Congress is saying this, by the way.
Both me and Zaka. Yeah, both me and Zaka.
They will do it.
Hear me out, sir. Both me and Zaka, just about a week ago, were in Mumbai for the CNN News 18 town hall, where the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena was there, the Sharad Pawar NCP was there, and the Congress was there. The tone of the Congress was very different compared to what it will be now after Haryana. So, Mahesh Tapase, agree, disagree. Will this have an impact in the strategy of Maharashtra, sir, or not? Please, Mahesh Tapase.
Well, good evening all panelists, and let me congratulate the BJP and the National Conference for the respective states. Well, in Maharashtra, we are confident that the Mahavikas Aghadi will definitely form the next government. Now it's up to the Congress to accept the fact that what has happened in Haryana may also be a troublemaker in the other states also. So when we are discussing seats, we have to discuss on merit. And like Tessin said, that NCP, despite being a smaller party, made a higher comeback. NCP leader Sharad Pawar still calls the shots. Whether it was 2019 or 2024, we have seen large number of leaders from various parties coming into the NCP Sharad Pawar fold. And now we are also expecting to do very, very good in the state of Maharashtra, provided there is no miscommunication and the grassroots management on the election day and the coordination between the Mahavikas Agadi alliance is intact, and there is no.
So for you to say this, yani everything is not good. The other thing is, ये Agadi की गाड़ी में stepney कौन है?
आगाड़ी की बिगाड़ी में कोई स्टेपनी नहीं है, सब लोग स्टेपनी और सब लोग मेन टायर्स भी हैं।
ना आज के चुनाव के बाद something has changed. No, by Istapase, like you said, Pawar Sahib will only call the shots. It will not be Nana Patole. It will not be Nana Patole, or it will not be any other Congress leader. It will be Pawar Sahib who will call the shots.
Yeah, my party didn't have much stake in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
No, I'm saying in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, between the three, it will be
Maharashtra
Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, and then a Nana Patole or anybody else from the Congress. Agree, disagree?
No. In Maharashtra, Pawar Sahib is the engine. He was the engine in 2019. He was the architect of the Mahavikas Agadi, and he continues to be the architect of Maharashtra Mahavikas Agadi.
You know, as
NCP are hopeful to do to get the same success ratio what we got in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, look, as far as projecting into the future and all that, we'll be talking in hypotheticals. Let's just bring it back to the Prime Minister's speech, the reasons that he outlines, and what the reaction is from the opposition. So let's just go straight back to Tessin or Dr. Raman once again. Dr. Raman, you didn't answer my question. There was a lot of hot air, but you didn't answer my question. If a party is constantly voted back, if the party is constantly voted back by the voters across 10 states, not once but multiple times, in this case, third time over, it is expanding its footprint to other states. It is also wresting back Congress-ruled states. It is quite clear that the people have greater faith in the BJP to deliver on the ground for them than they have the Congress, which after 10 years of being steamrolled by the BJP is a rap on the knuckles on the new LOP, who was supposed to begin his new term as this great agglomerator of the opposition. Where does it leave him, sir? I'm asking you this question and answering this question.
Okay, let me look at it from a geographical distribution. Look, today, if the BJP loses Maharashtra, then effectively, barring Mr. Chandrababu Naidu's, TDP, they are completely not in power in any state in the south. There is a problem there, and if they lose Maharashtra as well, that means there will be yet another big state which is slipping out of their grasp. My point is very simple. Elections are fought on multiple issues. The Congress has passed through one of its worst phases over the last 10 years, and it has started to rebuild.
Do you know in how many states the NDA is present in Bharat today?
Dr. Raman,
do you know in how many states the NDA is present in India today?
No, what are these multiple issues? Let's discuss them. Let's discuss them. No, hang on. Let's talk about multiple issues. No, one second. The three multiple issues the 3 or 4 issues that the Congress has raised in Haryana. Let's talk about them. Number one, that the BJP is not interested in addressing the interests of the Jats, of women, of Jawans and Kisans, right? 4 categories of people. Then went on to say that the BJP is also doing a disservice to Dalits and other voters like OBCs by even not making their stand clear on things like caste status, etc. On all these metrics, there is now measurable data, sir, to show that the voters rejected the Congress argument. When it came to the Kisan anger, the seats that passed through the road, the GT highway, which has been blocked by the Kisan, each of those seats has voted for the BJP.
66%.
66%. You have, let me finish, I'm implying that each one of those issues that were raised, those multiple issues, each one of them have been rejected.
In every election, 1 minute. As a political journalist, let me answer. See, on every election, political parties, raise issues, and they get rejected or they get accepted.
So it doesn't matter.
Yes, obviously,
it doesn't matter.
Yes,
so
the BJP wasn't out of power for decades.
So you raised the issue. You raised the issue of governance, and when the BJP fell short, you said it's fair people.
This whole business of farmers. This is the belt, right? I just want to zoom in on the belt. So you have Chandigarh, further down Ambala. From Ambala, you come down to Karnal, Kurukshetra. Further down, you come to Panipat, Sonipat. This belt, and this is how you come into the National Capital Region, right? This entire belt, what do you see? You see saffron. You don't see any blues here. You don't see even the other, non-Congress, non-BJP parties here. What this means is, again, I keep going back to this. The people whose lives were affected, the people who were living here, whether it's urban middle class, traders, etc., they seem to have consolidated with the BJP and against those parties that backed the farmers' protest because they feel that their lives were disrupted. They feel like their business was disrupted. So this entire belt where, the farmers came from Punjab, crossed over Singhu border, Shambhu border, all the way from Ambala down to Panipat, Sonipat, has gone with the BJP. But I think, for me, the fascinating thing about this Haryana result, and this is where, people like Dr. Raman, Tehseen Poonawala are getting it wrong. Advaita is also there. She's from Haryana, so she knows a thing or two about this. The reason why this is such a dramatic turn of fortunes for the BJP is, just 3 months back, go back and see the seats where the BJP was leading in. If you were to take 2024 Lok Sabha leads, the BJP was leading only in 38. So in 3 months, the BJP has made a gain of 10 seats. That is a make or break in a small state like Haryana. That's more than 10%. What have they done in these last 3 months to make those gains of 10 seats? I think that's the turnaround story, and that's what the Congress is refusing to introspect and find out. What did they do to go from 38 seats to 48 seats? Something dramatic has happened.
Advaita Kala?
There's been a jump of 4%.
Yeah.
Zach, I just start with something anecdotal. I actually drove down that belt that you're talking about just purely by chance in the month of February when the farmers from Punjab were heading towards Delhi and they were blocking all these roads. And it was predominantly the farmers from Punjab. It was not the farmers from Haryana who were equally, like you said, inconvenienced. And this is when I speak of what's the pulse, what is going on the ground. It's all very good to have a narrative. And since the election results in the middle of, right now in 2024 in the mid-year, there has been this narrative that has been building that and Rahul Gandhi has been leading that charge. Oh, look at Modi, 56 inch ki chhati, dar gaya hai. Comments like that were coming out from him at every given opportunity. So there was this sense that Modi's finished and this is the start of the decline. I think what has happened in Haryana is that it has been a rebuke from the voter, and it is a voter revival. I think that's the real story here. It is the voter who stepped out and voted across caste, across these demographics of Jats and Dalits and all those.
Advaita Kala has hit the nail on the head. Let me also tell you, Mr. Kejriwal, Advaita Kala, bear me out on this. What did Mr. Kejriwal say? That no government in Haryana can be formed without the AAP. Today, the AAP has lost even the seat where Mr. Kejriwal hails from. What does that tell you? That this is a pro-incumbency vote. It's not about even the issues the Congress was raising. Yes, Advaita Kala.
AAP was a non-entity in these elections in Haryana. They just did not matter, except for Arvind Kejriwal, who made it a point of introducing himself into the election. They didn't matter. So I think, the bottom line was that there was this narrative that was being built. There was this sense that not having been complacent as voters during the general election, you came back with a government, yes, in majority, but definitely not with the numbers that it had in its first and second term. So I think there has been a voter revival. People have understood this. People have been listening to the narrative that was set. And, Nalin earlier said these conspiracies of international. I mean, look what's happening in the world today. Look what happened in Bangladesh. Are you trying to tell me that there is not meddling that's going on? And when the Prime Minister says of that sort. No, when my Prime Minister says things of that sort,
that's true.
from the highest office in the land,
he has also for the first time actually said this, taking into consideration who the LOP met on foreign soil. But GVL Narasimha Rao, coming back to the PM speech today, conspiracies, he said one thing, and the other thing, he called the Congress a Parjivi again. Why did he do that? Why is he called the Congress a parasitic party?
No, he said without any prop, without any major alliance partner, the Congress is actually a both. Congress is a burden to its alliance partners. Look at the manner in which Congress underperformed in Jammu and Kashmir. I think it's mainly, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know, because the channels have been showing since morning National Conference plus Congress. So people generally believe that Congress has a major contribution to make there. Exactly. But the reality is Congress is actually a drainer. Congress pulls other parties down. So when the reality, so obviously this is sinking into the alliance partners. In Maharashtra, the real impact of this is going to be felt both in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, where JMM has already been complaining that the Congress is asking too many seats or not giving enough seats to JMM. The same story will repeat in Maharashtra. Congress, which felt a sort of a revival with a few seats increase in Lok Sabha elections, and all the bravado of the Rahul Gandhi has suffered a serious setback today.
You know, we have panelists who are saying that this is a tactical victory. I would have accepted it.
No, it's not.
But what about Mr. Dr. Raman is saying tactical? You know,
on the point that GVL was making.
1 minute, please. 1 second. Dr. Raman, don't forget what happened in Jammu also, where the Congress was supposed to be doing fantastically well.
And
Ms. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra pulled out.
There on the map.
Yes.
So let's have a look at it. What GVL was
has underperformed in Jammu. There is no doubt about it.
So they underperform in Jammu, don't perform in Haryana, but these are just issues.
And yet it's a revival.
Haryana, it is an equal vote share contest, where they've lost 11
less.
by 11
Don't
seats.
forget 1%.
No, sir, it's 3.4%.
You still haven't answered.
3.4% less.
You still haven't answered my question. How they changed, how they gained 10 seats. How they gained 10 seats between the June election and now. In 3 months, there's been a gain of 10 seats in Haryana. But anyway, that's besides the point. On Jammu and Kashmir, I think, one second. On Jammu and Kashmir, let me just show this on the map. I think GVL is right. Congress contested 32 seats across Kashmir and in Jammu. A bulk of it was in Jammu. I think 25 or 26 was in Jammu. They have won just 1 seat in Jammu. They won 6 seats statewide, 5 in the Kashmir Valley, 1 seat in Jammu, which is the seat of Rajouri, which is an ST reserve seat. Other 5 seats have been won in the Kashmir Valley. Now, the point is 6 out of 32, whereas the NC has won 42 out of the 52 seats it contested. Yes. Look at the NC strike rate, is almost 80%. Congress's strike
15%.
rate would be 15%. This is the liability that people are talking about.
This is nothing unusual. This was a difficult election. Congress was fighting in Jammu region. No, please hear me out. See, fighting election in Jammu region with the formidable BJP, and we know the demography. We know the kind of challenges. We know the division, sharp polarization that exists between Valley and Jammu region.
This was a difficult election, right?
Obviously.
How many rallies did Rahul Gandhi do in Jammu? How many rallies did Priyanka Vadra do in Jammu? If it was a difficult election, would you put more effort there or would you put less effort there? Why did Omar Abdullah say, where is Rahul Gandhi, and why aren't they putting effort in Jammu? The other thing is, there was this whole talk about anti-incumbency against the BJP. Did the Congress
I have another interesting.
The phrase that is being used is nothing unusual. Would they have said that this is nothing unusual had the BJP lost
both these? I have another interesting map to show Rashid Kidwai, since he asked about, this is how the demographics are and so on. There are 33 seats where there were straight fights between either BJP or Congress or BJP versus NC. And you want to see how it broke out? 8 seats the BJP won. The NC, where it was direct fights between NC and BJP, because BJP fielded I think 17 or 18 candidates in the Kashmir Valley, the NC won 22 in those straight fights.
In Jammu.
So my point is that again, the liability is the Congress
Is the
party
Congress-
because
yes, Nalit.
the entire Jammu belt where they were taking on, they were supposed to defeat the BJP in Jammu. They have not.
They have not.
There are three quick points to make, Zaka, on this. One, absolutely yes, this is the single best performance of the BJP in its history in Jammu.
Yes.
So after 10 years, so I mean the fact that the Congress didn't perform here tells us something. The second point is that while the BJP was always the party of Jammu, in the valley where nobody expected the BJP to do anything and it hasn't won, it is lost out in Gurez just by 1100 votes.
Yeah, 1132
and
votes.
in about 6 or 7 other seats.
And that too against a sitting MLA
It's
there.
in close
Can I just
margins.
make 3 points?
So that tells you something quite interesting about what's happening.
Can I just make 3
Now,
points?
BJP is now
Yes.
the biggest national party in Jammu and Kashmir in an election that's been watched all around the world, the first election after Article 370. So I think that tells us something.
Just 3 points.
A party with the largest
on
vote
the
share,
Congress.
biggest national party.
Yeah, just 3 points on the
BJP.
Congress. Number one, and Tehseen Poonawalla tried to respond to this. Rahul Gandhi's debut as LOP has begun on a false note, no doubt about that. He'll have to go back to the drawing board and ask himself whether he was barking up the wrong tree. The Prime Minister assumes and has actually come out and said that it was a deliberate ploy to divide India that has been rejected. So number one. Number two, Congress isn't the viable alternative that it thought it was against the BJP. Again, if anyone that is retarded the BJP, it is the National Conference, a third party. When you took on the BJP, either in Haryana or in Jammu, you couldn't dent it. Number three, most importantly, if you were thinking of coming back into the Hindi belt, that dream has not fructified, my dear. So you have a massive hole still to fill in the Hindi belt, right or wrong?
Depends on how you see it, but yes, this was an election that the Congress party should have won. It's an election the Congress party has won a snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, and I think they should introspect. But I still will say one thing very, very categorically: the Congress's core voters are Dalit and Muslims, and you cannot win an election without Dalits and Muslims. I'm very clear about this.
So clearly they have not been able to win, and look how they treated their tall Dalit leader in Kumari Shalja. Did that have an effect? GVL Narasimha Rao, why that smile?
You see, the Congress party has to understand that you cannot be a party by building fake narratives. You cannot win elections. You cannot simply abuse the Prime Minister or attach or make some rash comments and then attribute or impugn any motives or link up with industrialists, make fake commentary, use political toolkits and then win elections. So you have to win the trust of the people, not simply gain some television mileage. Number one. Number two, the Congress party also, we have the victory of this election, whether you have understood or not, is because of the BJP's principle of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas. Modi ji's, you see, obviously caste and other factors do matter in elections. When you pick up candidates, when you certainly you will take these considerations, you will take these factors into consideration, but you cannot win elections unless you are a party that really delivers development or delivers governance to all the people. And Modi ji's concept of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas has therefore won the trust of the people. Dalits, backwards, all castes, the poor. So we have really not used slogans for this. We have delivered. Even I think a large number of Muslims are beneficiaries of various developmental schemes of the Modi government.
That's there, but the Muslims are not voting for the BJP.
That
is currently very clear. You have not been able to win the Muslim vote. You may be working. You are as a person in governance or somebody who's got the mandate. It's your job to deliver welfare to all. But GVL Narasimha Rao, you have to accept, even as we get pictures of the Prime Minister leaving the BJP headquarters after a meeting, you have to accept that the Muslims are not voting for the BJP. That's one part. But
you will see a day, certainly a sizable section of Muslim women have turned positive towards the BJP.
वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी,
and
that's all right. Whenever that day happens, but as of now, it's not happening. GVL Narsa, let's just take this forward. We got 5 minutes. Let's just take this conversation forward.
No, this is unfair. Please don't link it, a political behavior, voting pattern, with governance. Governance, all governments are constitutionally bound to look after
that's
all
exactly
citizens.
that's exactly what I said right now, Rashid Kitwai. But all those people, all those people,
it takes two
you should also question the mindset of those people who want to take on the government and say, I will not vote for I will not vote for BJP.
Let's take it forward. What does this mean for the rest of the
not just that. What does this mean for Prime Minister Narendra Modi is that mojo, that shine back, and more importantly, what happens in Maharashtra next. Let's start from outside and then bring it back. Advaita Kala, Tehseen Poonawala, GVL Narasimha Rao, and then we'll wind it up with the final words in the studio. Yes, Advaita Kala.
See, Modi wasn't going anywhere. He isn't going anywhere. It was a narrative that was built, and it was built successfully, I would say, to a certain extent, at least in our TV studios.
Did she just freeze there? Oh, yeah, she's back. Okay, we'll
Definitely discussed it.
Okay,
but again, I reiterate.
Go ahead.
Yeah, am I back? Okay, the equity he has with the ordinary voter is something that is unmatched in today's Indian polity. And that's something that is a reality. And that's something that has been established with this election. And absolutely, these fake narratives can only go this far. And I'm glad it got people going. It got democracy thriving again, because there was a time when we were saying, where is the opposition? So I'm happy that the opposition did have a swagger about it. But let's get real now. Modi's here and he's ready to fight. And like he said, it's on. Basically, that's what he said.
Modi is here at the BJP national headquarters. Where is Rahul Gandhi? What happens next? Tehseen Poonawala.
Real elections are not fought on social media. They're not fought on YouTube and YouTubers masquerading as journalists and setting up a narrative. Real elections are fought on the ground. Those from Delhi who were sent to Haryana, who have reduced Congress to a zero in Delhi and were responsible for the defeat in Punjab, are the same people who have made responsible for his defeat in Haryana. Introspection is one thing. The second thing is the Congress must have a positive agenda. One is you can attack the BJP. Second is we must have our own model as an opposition. I'm anti-BJP on what we give to the people of India as to why they should select us over the BJP. Negative politics will take you only this far. Beyond that must be positive politics. And last but not the least, you cannot win an election ignoring Dalits and Muslims. The Congress cannot. Any group that you thought is voting for you led to a counter polarization that was silent and that took away your core voter or a split in your core voter. You must think about that. One last thing. Reflect upon what benefit the Congress got getting an Ashok Tawar or a Lal Singh. Lal Singh didn't win his Lok Sabha, he didn't win his assembly election. He took out a rally in support of rapists of a 6-year-old girl, even though he was in the BJP. What did the Congress gain getting him? Ashok Tawar was aggressive towards Mrs. Gandhi when he quit, not towards Rahulji, towards Gandhi. Why was Ashok Tawar gotten? These are questions you should reflect upon.
Amazing, he hasn't even once mentioned Hooda. I'm just befuddled by the fact that Mr. Poonawala
Baba, when I want to say something, I'll tell. No?
Okay.
If I'm saying Dalits, what am I saying?
No, clearly, I said Bhupinder Hooda's politics did not work in Haryana is what he is very clearly saying. Without taking Hooda's name, he said everything. But yes, GVL Narasimha Rao.
Yeah, Anand, all those who fancied post-2024 elections, all those who imagined some kind of a negative vote against the BJP, those who already started believing that they are going to win 2029 elections, I think their hopes have been set back by at least a decade with the results of today. Because what matters today, why today's results were important is because this was a BJP versus Congress contest direct contest in Haryana and also in the Jammu region. And the Congress, which was flying very high after Lok Sabha polls, today is grounded. And next election, Maharashtra, the Congress has already been talking about having its own chief ministerial candidate. And if it continues to be arrogant as it was in the last few months, I think the Congress will certainly wind up very soon.
In 3 months, the BJP learnt its lesson. Arrogance does not deliver. how long will the Congress take? Because again, arrogance has not delivered for parties. BJP faced it in the Lok Sabha, Congress has faced it in Haryana.
I think it's
now,
very,
what happens?
Anand, I think it's very fashionable to run down and criticize Congress. Of course, 8th of October, the verdict has not gone Congress way, but we have seen that the Congress was number 3 in Telangana and came up and became number 1 political party and ruling party there. So there is political parties do stage a comeback. In Indian politics, 4th June was different, 8th October is different, and maybe 24th of November or whenever Maharashtra elections are held, you will see a different kind of template. A new politics is very dynamic in the country.
So as long as the Congress works as a partner, as a third partner or this one, and not as a dominant one, will it benefit? Arrogance, has it hurt the Congress party in Haryana?
The big challenge for the Congress, Anand, is that, look, there is a strong anti-BJP constituency in this country.
Yes.
The problem for the Congress is that the Congress seems to do all right when it's in alliance with other people on the back of other alliance partners. It's not being able to beat the BJP in direct contest. Yes. In Haryana also today, if you see the strike rate, the BJP strike rate is somewhere around 57 to 58%, maybe higher. The Congress strike rate is somewhere in the early 30s, 32, 33%. That is the challenge for the Congress in head-to-head contest with the BJP. And the second one is something that Rahul has pointed out earlier today, that the Congress in the last 10 years, the states it's won in the Hindi heartland, is not been able to retain them. After being in power. The BJP has shown the capacity to learn very quickly and also to overcome anti-incumbency.
Yeah, 30 seconds between Rahul and Zaka, then we'll wind up.
Moditwa's appeal is intact, just like Modi's mojo, but can't say the same about Rahul Gandhi's casteism. Is the party of all for all. Simple.
I think I'd go by what you said. I think the 2024 Lok Sabha result was a message to people who said 400 par and 370 par that look, Indian voters don't like hubris. They knocked down the BJP a notch or two. The BJP seems to have learnt its lesson. Today's lesson is to the Congress party. The people who are actually in opposition after 2024 Lok Sabha were behaving like they were already in government. It's a message to them that look, you have to put in the hard yards. You need to go out there and convince the voter why you're better than the other choice. Only then. The vote has to be earned. It is not going to come to you by default just because you happen to be the anti-BJP party.
And as we wind up, ladies and gentlemen, the message is loud and clear from the voter. Sangathan hi Shakti hai. You cannot be divided and you cannot have antarkalay or internecine fights and hope to win. Secondly, you cannot be arrogant. You have to be in all humility, accept the mandate and understand the pulse of the voter. And thirdly, you have to go down with an agenda and with clear intent, and that gets rewarded by the voter. All the best to all the winners, and let's hope that we have proper governance. Hope you enjoyed this coverage here at CNN News 18, the battle for the states. Thank you to the entire team here at CNN News 18, our guests, panelists, Rahul, Zaka, and of course, the team at the back end that's been working continuously all through the day. Wonderful coverage here. Loved bringing it to you. Hope you enjoyed watching it too. Bye for now.
Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
अगर आप सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है, हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं, हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। मेरे हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के सामान्य माइक को लगने दो, मैं दिल से धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे बस पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का यहाँ दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
ये तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो। मैडम पंकज उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling...
मेरे पास जीरो ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट थी। लोगों का जो प्यार, जो उत्साह, जो स्नेह, जो आशीर्वाद हरियाणा के लोगों का मिल रहा था, गरीब का मिल रहा था, 36 बरादरी का आशीर्वाद मिल रहा था। मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं और बड़े मैंडेट के साथ जीत रहे हैं। ये मैंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था। ये आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है।
कहाँ हमारी कमियां रही हैं, क्या कमियां रही हैं, इसके बारे में देखना होगा। कौन जिम्मेवार रहे, पार्टी को किस तरह से स्टेट में सींचा नहीं गया, तालमेल नहीं रखा गया।
Namaste, Jai Hind. It's the battle for the states, ladies and gentlemen. Your continuous coverage here at CNN News 18. Thank you for staying with us right through the day. The tone, the body language, the pitch, very, very different from the 4th of June 2024, where the shoulders were a little slouched and it was the Prime Minister trying to lift up the spirits. Here the cadre seemed energized and he said that we've got to carry on. And he did make that reference that there will be an impact or a knock-on effect into Maharashtra too and to some of the other states. Is the BJP's electoral bandwagon and that entire mojo back? Is Prime Minister Narendra Modi still back there as one of the most influential faces of the BJP? Is that entire mojo khatam ho gaya of PM Modi? Is that entire story gone? Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob with us, Nalin Mehta and Rashid Kitwai with us in the studio. How would you assess this, Rahul?
Well, I think the Prime Minister was very clear today. This was about a speech where he was going to give back to the Congress as he has got from the Congress over the last 3 months, especially after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where the Congress came out and positioned himself as an individual who was not in favor of backward castes or Dalits. And therefore, he came out and said that the Congress hates Dalits, backward castes, as well as tribals. And he says that the people of Haryana have seen through their ruse, their propaganda, their lies. Why has he actually picked on this? If you just heard a few days back, the Prime Minister was talking about, and borrowing a little bit from the lexicon of Mr. Yogi, and then of course Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, also sort of took that thread forward. The BJP has realized that the Congress wants, and the only way that the Congress can actually overcome the BJP is by breaking this overarching rainbow coalition that it has put into place. And Nalin has of course written about it in his book, how the BJP actually developed this rainbow caste coalition. He has realized that through the agency of spreading all sorts of misinformation, suggesting that Modi, when he would, or if he were to get 400 seats or a full majority, would change the constitution to the detriment of these backward castes, etc., was trying to break this caste coalition. It already had a minority vote in the back to sort of prop it up and use this as leverage. So fundamentally, he is going back and telling the people that it serves our interests the best if we choose to ignore, overlook this particular propaganda. We must reject it, because I give all of you, without any discrimination, the benefits of your hard work. That's fundamentally the message.
The Rainbow Coalition you talk about, Zaka Jacob, Haryana की सभी बिरादरियों ने हमारा समर्थन किया है, and he talks about the Bajra growers, the Ahirwal belt.
Yeah, so clearly, I mean, this is a stronghold for the BJP. You go back and check 5 years prior to this, again, you'll see the southern belt. This is basically all the way from, Gurgaon, Faridabad, and if you drive westwards, Charki Dadri, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh, that entire belt has always been a sort of a playground for the BJP. Southern Haryana has always felt like a poorer cousin when it compares to the Jatland. But I think really, to my mind, what decided this election in favor of the BJP is there's been massive anti-Jat consolidation amongst the other OBCs. So if you look at the OBC filter, which is the only filter, we've talked about Jats, we've talked about Dalits, yes, those votes are more or less evenly split between Congress and BJP. Where the BJP really ran away with it was in this. 25 OBC dominated seats, 20 of those the BJP won. 6 of those were gains from last time, 5 of those were losses for the Congress. So the Congress had 9 of these seats out of 25 last time around. They've been down to just 4. Where have they come from? A good number of them are from this belt, the Ahirwal belt. So if you look at the Ahir candidates who've been given of the BJP who won, if you look at, for example, the Yadav candidates of the BJP who won, remember Akhilesh Yadav was asking for a couple of seats in exactly this belt, but the Congress did not give Akhilesh Yadav too much room to play. And then, of course, this belt, which is the GT corridor belt. So if it's not just the urban pockets like Karnal and Kurukshetra, but also the rural pockets in this belt were won by the BJP. So to my mind, really, the big difference, yes, the Jat vote split evenly, the Dalit vote split almost evenly between Congress and BJP. The big difference was this. And the reason this happened, again, this is a guesstimate, is that much like what happened in 2022 UP, BJP did a very successful campaign reminding non-Yadav voters that, look, if Akhilesh comes back, it's going to be a Yadavon ka Raj. It's going to be almost like a Gunda Raj. Here again, they were able to convince substantial number of non-Jat OBC voters that if Huda comes, the Jats, and remember, Huda's tenure of 9 years was marked by a lot of Jat versus non-Jat violence, particularly Jat versus Dalit violence that happened for the 9 years that he was Chief Minister. They were able to convince a large number of non-Jat OBCs that it would be a return to the days of 2005, 2009, etc. I think that played a critical factor.
Fundamentally, this is very interesting because the Prime Minister, apart from talking about this grand conspiracy that the Congress has embarked on, linked the genesis of this to international actors.
Yes.
So I think, this message is very important because what is Mr. Modi doing here? He's positioning himself as the defender of the national interest. And it's very interesting, but we're getting a lot of information now coming through in our groups of how Mr. Modi made a similar speech back in the day in 1999 when he was actually in charge of Haryana.
Yeah.
And he actually told people that they need to ignore caste not as a reality but as a instrumentality for their upward mobility, that they must develop a national consciousness. And this is what he is bringing back. And there is also talk, of course, that when the BJP began to win in Haryana, it was under the Prime Minister who was at that time
1999.
Exactly.
All 10 seats of the Lok Sabha were when he was the Prabhari or he was in charge. Interestingly, he's made a comment. Many conspiracies are being hatched against India. Many conspiracies are being hatched to weaken Bharat's democracy and social fabric. International conspiracies are being hatched. National parties like the Congress and their allies are involved in this game. And he says कि इनके साथ ecosystem के कुछ लोग भी लगे हुए हैं. Now this is the first big unsparing attack at the Congress party that he's made, along with the fact that they are trying to mislead. Jhoot ki rajniti. Nalin and then Rashid Kidwai. Yeah.
So a couple of points on the on this foreign hand idea. This has been very much at the center of the BJP discourse for a few months now, especially since the reverses or the setbacks, let's put it that way, in the June election results. Because there is a strong belief in this conspiracy idea, and if the BJP had lost, that idea would have intensified. I think it's interesting the PM has chosen to spoke about it, even though the BJP has won this time as Haryana. There are two things which stood out for me in the speech. One is the diatribe on the Congress.
Yeah.
So see, for the last 10 years, the BJP's discourse under Mr. Modi has been about the Congress not being, about denigrating the Congress and Rahul Gandhi. Now that was looking, the shine of that was wearing off for the last 2-3 months. This result allows the BJP to kind of double down on that even more, right? Yeah. The other point I want to make, to add to what Rahul and Zaka was saying, Zaka, I think when you filters, it's very clear it seems to me that the BJP has won this election as this is a textbook case of a tactical election they fought on the craft of electioneering.
Yeah.
So, see, if you look at the vote share, its vote share has actually come down by 3% from 3 months ago, from 43% to about 39 point something percent for BJP now. How has it still turned the tables around the Congress? One is what Zaka pointed out, that the OBC consolidation against the Jats within all of that.
Yeah.
Second is that the BJP managed to in the Jat belt about 25 odd seats. It's even Steven between Congress and the BJP.
Steven,
So right, so it's held up there. The Jats didn't turn against the BJP. The second is they've recovered Dalit support.
Yeah.
And the fourth filter, I think Zaka has mentioned this earlier in the evening, the number of existing candidates of BJP replaced, which is something it failed to do in UP 3 or 4 months ago. And so tactically they've fought out, they've learned their lessons and they've really course corrected, and that's what has led to this victory.
Right. Rashid Kidwai?
I think the Prime Minister spoke as a BJP leader. This was his day, and he was entitled to say whatever he wished. But some of the comments I would say about international conspiracy, etc., were probably uncalled for, because as a Prime Minister, if there is such conspiracies going on, and there are people who are political players in India having roots in society are doing detrimental things, then obviously it is his duty bound by constitution to act against it. He is talking about a Congress that fought not only the freedom struggle, as it has roots in society, won 3 decisive wars against our enemies of the nation, and of course the prime ministers and former prime ministers were assassinated, all kind of legacy. You may criticize please let me conclude. Look, you may have political differences, you criticize them by all means, but to doubt their sort of sense of patriotism and nationalism I think is a little unfortunate and uncalled for.
Right. I'm not going to comment on that part, but I'm just going to say, you said that the Congress has a legacy, this, that, the other, but the Congress also had a legacy which it really firmly stood by, which was anti-reservation, anti-quota, anti-caste census.
All political parties have won. Rahul, since you have made this formulation,
let me finish the point.
Since you have made this formulation, let me say, was BJP in support of Mandal Commission?
1 second, sir. Let me just finish the point. Please allow me, sir. I request you. 30 seconds. Why were they against it? That reason cannot change, sir. I can understand that the circumstances have changed. but they were against it because they themselves said it was divisive. That is all that the Prime Minister is saying. Now, yes, he's added, the external factor and all of that. Of course, that is for him and the BJP to conclude, and we can always ask the BJP national.
The Prime Minister qualified.
In fact, when we had an off-the-record meeting with a very top functionary of the government, he said there will be a column added. We will go in for that. Because they have continuously espoused the cause of reservation.
That part is still under consideration, but more importantly, he qualified by saying, I'm saying it with the utmost responsibility on this stage, and I'm using this occasion to highlight this, and we need to be aware. Every Indian citizen needs to be aware that there is a conspiracy, and we got to work to thwart it. But that aside, GVL Narasimha Rao, national spokesperson of the BJP with us, Suman Chiraman, author with us. We have Mahesh Tapase, national spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, and Advaita Kala, author and columnist, along with Rashid Kitwai and Nalin Mehta. But first to Tehseen Poonawala.
Tehseen Poonawala, who has a CID.
I'm going to Tehseen Poonawala. I'm wanting to know who's that CID officer, sir.
Which CID officer? Sorry, no, which CID officer?
We just need to dial back and bring you flashback. CID officer who told you 63 seats to the Congress party.
61.
60. So then you know.
Yeah, I guess everyone got that wrong. But listen, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate GVL Narasimha Rao ji and the entire BJP leadership, the Election Commission for peaceful elections in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And well, we all read it long, so best of luck, and may the BJP fulfill the aspirations of the
more
people
importantly,
of
with the Congress party, is it the Pichhadi in the Aghadi? And will it then have to play third fiddle within the Aghadi in Maharashtra? It cannot call the shots. Is it the Parjeevi or the parasitic party because it cannot stand on its own? And it can't even help its own partners like it couldn't in Jammu and Kashmir. Those are the allegations or the swipes the PM has taken against the Congress party.
No. Yeah, but in Jammu and Kashmir, obviously NC was the bigger party. In Maharashtra, Congress is the biggest
party. Sir, in Jammu, the BJP, the Congress could manage only one seat in Jammu.
But just to tell you that in Maharashtra, the Congress is the biggest party. The NCP is restricted to Western Maharashtra, Shiv Sena to Mumbai, Thane, that area. The Congress is the biggest party in Vidarbha even today. It is a big party in Marathwada, Western Maharashtra. So Konkan area. So the Congress is the biggest party in Maharashtra, even with the alliance. I mean, they will fight more
as we speak. Thank you very much for your message of congratulations, Narendra Modi Sahib. We look forward to a constructive relationship in the true spirit of federalism, so that the people of Jammu and Kashmir may benefit from continued development and good governance. Vikas and good governance, unity for Vikas.
I just want to come back to Tehseen Poonawala. Just 30 seconds. I just want to ask him a counter question. Tehseen Poonawala, forget about what the Prime Minister said for a moment. Let's focus on what Selja said. Selja has come out today, Kumari Selja that is, and she has said that this was a terrible campaign run by a coterie of strategists who didn't know what they were doing. They even prevented a Dalit from going out there and campaigning. The Prime Minister today then says that the Congress is actually the party that hates Dalits, quote, I'm quoting him, hates Dalits, backwards and tribals. And if you look at the votes today from Haryana, the tribals, the Dalits and the backwards have all literally deserted the Congress in favor, fine. In favor of the Congress. Well, in backwards, yes. Out of 24, 21 out of 24. 21 out of 20. I'm not talking about tribes, sir. I'm just saying.
Let me just answer your question.
And when it comes to Dalit votes, there is a 60-40 split between Dalits and between the BJP and the Congress. So let's not paper over all of this, sir. In 3 months, there has been a reversal.
No, we cannot. Rahul, I understood your question. Please, if I may answer. You can't paper over it. Rahul Gandhi ji had created fertile grounds for the Congress to win. There was definitely sympathy for the Congress, if not a vote. There was definitely anger against the BJP. We all saw it on the ground. Even your ground reporters saw that on the ground. Why then has the Congress lost? Must be introspected. There are two reasons that I want to take, and I will take what Kumari Selja ji said a little further. Please understand the Congress's core voters are Dalits and Muslims. Dalits and Muslims. You cannot win, the Congress cannot win ignoring Dalits and Muslims. Point number one. Point number two, and very, very important. The same people who are responsible for reducing the Congress to zero in Delhi, in Punjab, were in charge in Haryana. What was their duty as backroom boys except for giving data? And data can be read anywhere. We read the CID data on your show and it can be read anywhere. Tell me the BJP also had rebels. How the BJP was successful, Dharmendra Pradhanji was successful in making the rebels sit down. What happened in Congress? The rebels didn't sit down. You've lost about 3 or 4% vote day. Had you done the tie-up with the Aam Aadmi Party, another 2%, 6% may you would have, the Congress would have been in government. What were these backroom boys doing? They can't win a Rajya Sabha election. They want to win Haryana. Now the third and most important point, which I will leave for the Congress and should introspect. I want the Congress to win. What benefit did you get getting Ashok Tawar back? Ashok Tawar, when he left in 2019, had used unparliamentary language.
So many mistakes.
73 out of 90 candidates were chosen by Mr. Hooda. And you're blaming a Tawar who came 24 hours before the vote. Come on, this is exactly the problem.
No, I'm not blaming a Tawar.
Address the nub of the problem.
I am not. Can I make a point? If you can allow me to make the point. If you can allow me to make the point.
10 seconds.
If you allow me to make,
I hardly ever intervene.
Just 10 seconds. Don't interrupt me.
I hardly ever intervene. The point is, you are best exemplifying everything that is wrong with the Congress's introspection. The nub of the problem is 73 out of 90 tickets were given by Mr. Hooda.
Let me
and you haven't mentioned Mr. Hooda even once.
You completely lost my chain of thoughts.
No, this is the problem. See, that you're completely missing the tree for the woods.
No, it's not the problem. I would like... You finish, then I can speak. We can't have it. Just allow me to finish my... It's very rude you interrupt me. I would have finished. If you had heard my point, it was exactly the point you were making.
Okay, go ahead.
But you decided to interrupt me.
Go ahead.
So please allow me to finish. I just request you. Just... The point is, you cannot win an election ignoring Dalits and Muslims. I've made that point. It was the first point I made. Had you heard it? Point number
I'm not
two.
Even saying that. Are you even listening to what I'm saying?
Or by getting
Are you even listening to what the voters of Haryana are saying? Mr. Hooda, you gave him a free hand. 73 out of the 90 tickets that the Congress gave were decided by Mr. Hooda. You know how many of them lost? 50 of them lost.
And therefore, the seats should be introspected. Those rebels who stood up, those who lost. Why was the ticket distribution done in such a way?
One second, Tessin.
I'm exactly asking you to introspect. I'm saying the same thing as in your
This is what Kumari
You should introspect.
Kumari, this is what, before we bring in GVL Narasimha, Kumari Shalja, I'm just quoting her.
It's not even this, because the data also tells you that the Congress was backing the wrong issues.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chaduni loses.
Yeah.
The GT trunk road seats.
Those are exactly the points I wanted to make, but thank you.
If you saw so much, you would have made it.
Yeah, then you should have said 63. You should have said 63. You should have said 63 when we spoke.
You made it 3 days ago. But today, hindsight is 2020, my dear friend. Ye kaise ho gaya?
Okay, now the state unit of the party failed to, hear this out. The state unit of the party failed to capitalize on the ground created by Rahul Gandhi ji. It is unbelievable how badly we lost.
Correct.
Then hear me out. I'm just quoting somebody's interview. Then why did they not let me campaign? Why did the state unit monopolize ticket distribution? Shelja only kept quiet. What else could I have done? Or should I have laughed out then and there? The entire team of so-called strategists kept everything in their own hands. We, Shelja, Randeep Surjewala and earlier Kiran Chaudhary, before she quit the Congress and joined the BJP, kept saying that the party workers were being ignored, but nothing happened. The party high command called us, they heard us, we gave our choice of candidates, but they didn't do anything. The result is here in front of everybody. It was an open thing that they don't speak to me. Babaria, had been openly saying he did not speak to me. He was also on their side. And the great Dalit leader Bhan, who was also on their side, also lost today. We failed to see what people were showing us. We only saw that what a particular set of people were showing. If we had taken this seriously, if we had worked things properly, the results would have been different today. Several party workers were propped up by the Hoodas, by them, and assured party tickets. They all turned rebels during the polling.
They say that
all
they
of this
Dalits,
is said out today.
And Mr. Tehseen Poonawala says that they respect Dalits. It sums it up.
So that's exactly what the Prime Minister said. They don't respect Dalits. GVL Narasimha Rao.
Anand, the people of Haryana have given a resounding victory to the BJP for the third time, a historic win. So first of all, thank you to the people of Haryana and all those who, after 2024 election results, even this morning I heard many Congress members say that today's results will actually see a shift in Indian political scenario. The national mood will change.
Yes.
On the contrary, people of Haryana and even people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a big tally. In Jammu Kashmir also, we are the single largest party in terms of votes, 28%, much more than 4 percentage points more than what National Conference has got. So, and Haryana, a third time victory. So it's a historic win, and the Indy Alliance's divisions only get highlighted with today's defeat.
I'm interrupting you because I agree with Rashid Kidwai when he says that vote share is something that the losers take into consideration. It's only seat share that counts. First, past the post. That's one. Secondly, sir, had Haryana gone the Congress's way, then all of North India, barring Uttarakhand, would have been with the opposition. If you look at it, Jammu and Kashmir downwards, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, except Uttarakhand, everything would have gone. So clearly the national discourse would have changed. Obviously, it would have had a knock-on effect, like the BJP cadre seems energized far more than 4th of June 2024 today. The Congress would have been far more rejuvenated and there would have been a knock-on effect in Maharashtra. You agree there?
Yeah, certainly. Any election victory certainly enthuses cadres. For the BJP, this will actually pump adrenaline in before the Maharashtra and the Jharkhand elections. We certainly, Haryana, everybody has written us off, and Maharashtra is a state which matters much more in terms of national sweepstakes, and we are confident of romping home victorious even in Maharashtra.
Okay.
Today's results certainly will energize our
That's
cadres.
a very important point.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात करो यार। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
खेतों हाथ अलग से करो। जाने दो। पंकज उधर के तो यार, उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win. And I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on. But Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister. He thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community. And now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state. And it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a
The Congress has not returned to power in any state since
2011.
Yes, exactly. The BJP has returned to power in 10 states. I can list them for you, you know them. Is now this entire plank that the BJP's governance record is poor, completely shattered because of what the Congress went out and campaigned on, saying that this party is not the party of governance, we are the party of governance, we are the party of inclusion, we are the party, most importantly, of everyone.
Okay, Rahul, first of all, congratulations to the BJP. The Congress significantly underperformed in Haryana, there is no doubt about it. But you have to look at the numbers. In 2019, the Congress had a vote share which was 8% lower than that of the BJP. They had about 28 point something percent, and the BJP had 36 point something percent, and they won 9 seats less. This time, they have increased their vote share by 11%, neck and neck with the BJP, same vote share, and they are getting 11 seats.
10 years of anti-incumbency. Are you saying this is a moral victory for the Congress party, sir?
I'm not saying it's a moral victory.
10 years
I'm saying that it is the BJP's election machinery and micromanagement that has won them the day.
Oh, just micromanagement. I see.
Absolutely, absolutely, okay. Because they've got the same vote share, yet they get 11 seats and an absolute majority.
Ahead. They're 1% ahead. Actually, the final number.
After 10 years of anti-incumbency, they are 1% ahead.
The fact of the matter is, we are 9 seats ahead, Sumansi Raman. I'm just going to take this forward. 11 seats, beg your pardon. Let's take the conversation forward. Let's take the conversation forward. Mahesh Tapase is also with us. Advaita Kala is with us. Sumansi Raman, what happens now in Maharashtra? Does the Congress now become the third in the Aghadi also? Can it continue to ask for an equal share despite being the third? Because post Lok Sabha they said we are the biggest gainer, we are the strongest party. Now will the regional chatraps in Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena and Sharad Pawar ji's NCP, will they turn around and say tumse nahi hoga bhai, we'll do it?
I don't know whether you have seen what Uddhav Thackeray said today. I think you guys have missed it possibly. He has said, I am ready to accept whoever the Congress and the NCP nominate as the chief ministerial candidate. Which world are you people living in?
That is clearly him projecting that nominate me. Please, which world are you in?
By the way, Dr. Raman, he said the same thing. No, 1 second. Come on. We're in the news business. I mean, we know a thing or two about what happens in the news. He said the exact same thing back in August And the reason he's saying this is because he wants the Aghadi to name him.
Correct.
Because he knows he is
They
the...
will.
He,
They are.
how do you know that? They so
very
far
likely
haven't.
to name
And
him.
in fact,
an Aghadi
the
member
word
tell
in
me he's
Mumbai,
here, he's smiling.
the word in
One
Mumbai,
second,
we were there 2 weeks ago, the
That's
word in
one
Mumbai
second.
was, they don't want to name anybody going into the election.
One
I don't know
second,
how
one
Haryana will
second.
change that. Maybe it will. I don't know.
Haryana, this result will make Maharashtra even more crucial for the Congress party. It becomes imperative on them not to rock the boat in Maharashtra.
Correct.
And therefore, they will be more than willing, as it stands today,
Okay,
to
Suman
name
Raman, let me just
Uddhav
tell you, sir.
Thackeray
Let me
as
just
the
tell you, sir.
ministerial candidate. Write
Both
it
me
down.
and Zaka, both me and
Nobody in the
Zaka,
Congress is saying this, by the way,
both me
except
and
Dr.
Zaka, yeah,
Raman.
both me and
They
Zaka.
will do it. They
Hear me
don't
out,
have
sir.
a
Hear me
choice.
out, sir.
There
Both
is
me
no
and Zaka,
choice.
just about a week ago, were in Mumbai for the CNN News 18 town hall,
Yes,
where
please.
where the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena was there, the Sharad Pawar NCP was there, and the Congress was there. The tone of the Congress was very different compared to what it will be now after Haryana. So,
Agreed.
no, Mahesh Tapase,
Agreed.
agree, disagree. Will this have an
bigger
impact in the
problem for the
strategy of
BJP?
Maharashtra, sir, or not? Please, Mahesh Tapase.
Well, good evening, all panelists, and let me congratulate the BJP and the National Conference for the respective states. Well, in Maharashtra, we are confident that the Mahavikas Aghadi will definitely form the next government. Now, it's up to the Congress to accept the fact that what has happened in Haryana may also be a troublemaker in the other states also. So when we are discussing seats, we have to discuss on merit. And like Tessin said, that NCP, despite being a smaller party, made a higher comeback. NCP leader Sharad Pawar still calls the shots. Whether it was 2019 or 2024, we have seen large number of leaders from various parties coming into the NCP Sharad Pawar fold. And now we are also expecting to do very, very good in the state of Maharashtra, provided there is no miscommunication and the grassroots management on the election day and the coordination between the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance is intact, and there is no.
So for you to say this, yani everything is not good. The other thing is, ये Aghadi की गाड़ी में स्टेपनी कौन है?
आगाड़ी की बिगाड़ी में कोई स्टेपनी नहीं है, सब लोग स्टेपनी और सब लोग मेन टायर्स भी है।
ना आज के चुनाव के बाद something has changed. No, Mahesh Tapase, like you said, Pawar Sahib will only call the shot. It will not be Nana Patole. It will not be Nana Patole, or it will not be any other Congress leader. It will be Pawar Sahib who will call the shots.
Yeah, my party didn't have much stake in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
No, I'm saying in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, between the three,
Maharashtra,
it will be Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, and then a Nana Patole or anybody else from the Congress. Agree, disagree?
No. In Maharashtra, Pawar Sahib is the engine. He was the engine in 2019. He was the architect of the Mahavikas Aghadi, and he continues to be the architect of Maharashtra Mahavikas Aghadi.
You know, as we
as NCP are hopeful to get the same success ratio what we got in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, look, as far as projecting into the future and all that, we'll be talking in hypotheticals. Let's just bring it back to the Prime Minister's speech, the reasons that he outlines, and what the reaction is from the opposition. So let's just go straight back to Tessin or Dr. Raman once again. Dr. Raman, you didn't answer my question. There was a lot of hot air, but you didn't answer my question. If a party is constantly voted back, if the party is constantly voted back by the voters across 10 states, not once but multiple times, in this case, third time over, it is expanding its footprint to other states. It is also wresting back Congress-ruled states. It is quite clear that the people have greater faith in the BJP to deliver on the ground for them than they have the Congress, which after 10 years of being steamrolled by the BJP is a rap on the knuckles on the new LOP, who was supposed to begin his new term as this great agglomerator of the opposition. Where does it leave him, sir? I'm asking you this question and answering this question.
Okay, let me look at it from a geographical distribution. Look, today, if the BJP loses Maharashtra, then effectively, barring Mr. Chandrababu Naidu's, TDP, they are completely not in power in any state in the south. There is a problem there, and if they lose Maharashtra as well, that means there will be yet another big state which is slipping out of their grasp. My point is very simple. Elections are fought on multiple issues. The Congress has passed through one of its worst phases over the last 10 years, and it has started to rebuild.
Do you know in
And
how many
one-
states
one-
the
one
NDA
second,
is
just a
present
minute,
in
Dr.
Bharat today?
Dr. Raman,
Do you know in how many states the
multiple
NDA is
issues.
present in India today?
No, what are these multiple
20
issues?
states and union
Let's
territories.
discuss them. Let's
Anand,
discuss them. No, hang on.
let's
Let's talk
discuss-
about multiple
let's discuss.
issues. No, one second.
Yeah,
The three
come.
multiple issues the 3 or 4 issues that the Congress has raised in Haryana. Let's talk about them. Number one, that the BJP is not interested in addressing the interests of the Jats, of women, of Jawans and Kisans, right? 4 categories of people. Then went on to say that the BJP is also doing a disservice to Dalits and other voters like OBCs by even not making their stand clear on things like caste status, etc. On all these metrics, there is now measurable data, sir, to show that the voters rejected the Congress argument. When it came to the Kisan anger, the seats that passed through the road, the GT highway, which has been blocked by the Kisan, each of those seats has voted for the BJP.
66%.
66%.
but
You
what
have,
are you implying?
let me finish,
Let
sir.
us- let us accept-
I'm implying that each one of those issues that were raised, those multiple issues,
Yes.
each one of them have been rejected.
Anand, in every
let's
election,
No, one minute,
as a
one
political
minute.
journalist,
Can I-
look,
can I-
let me answer. See, on every election, political parties, raise issues,
Yes.
and they get rejected or they get accepted.
So it
there's
doesn't
nothing-
matter.
Yes, obviously, it's
It
part
doesn't
and parcel
matter.
of- yes,
So
the
had the
BJP,
BJP
the
but the
BJP
B-
wasn't out of power for
No, no, no.
decades.
So
for
you
decades.
raised,
No,
so
but
you
this
raised
is-
the
does it
issue.
mean-
You
does
raised
it
the
mean
issue
that the-
of governance, and when the BJP
No,
fell
obviously,
short, you
But
said it's
one
failing
second, one
people.
second. This
Obviously.
this whole business of farmers, this is the belt, right? I just want to zoom in on the belt. So you have Chandigarh, further down Ambala. From Ambala, you come down to Karnal, Kurukshetra. Further down, you come to Panipat, Sonipat. This belt, and this is how you come into the National Capital Region, right? This entire belt, what do you see? You see saffron. You don't see any blues here. You don't see even the other, non-Congress, non-BJP parties here. What this means is, again, I keep going back to this. The people whose lives were affected, the people who were living here, whether it's urban middle class, traders, etc., they seem to have consolidated with the BJP and against those parties that backed the farmers' protest because they feel that their lives were disrupted. They feel like their business was disrupted. So this entire belt where, the farmers came from Punjab, crossed over Singhu border, Shambhu border, all the way from Ambala down to Panipat, Sonipat, has gone with the BJP. But I think, for me, the fascinating thing about this Haryana result, and this is where, people like Dr. Raman, Tehseen Poonawala are getting it wrong. Advaita is also there. She's from Haryana, so she knows a thing or two about this. The reason why this is such a dramatic turn of fortunes for the BJP is just 3 months back, go back and see the seats where the BJP was leading in. If you were to take 2024 Lok Sabha leads, the BJP was leading only in 38. So in 3 months, the BJP has made a gain of 10 seats. That is a make or break in a small state like Haryana. That's more than 10%. What have they done in these last 3 months to make those gains of 10 seats? I think that's the turnaround story, and that's what the Congress is refusing to introspect and find out. What did they do to go from 38 seats to 48 seats? Something dramatic has happened.
Advaita Kala?
There's been a jump of 4%.
Yeah.
Zach, I just with something anecdotal. I actually drove down that belt that you're talking about just purely by chance in the month of February when the farmers from Punjab were heading towards Delhi and they were blocking all these roads. And it was predominantly the farmers from Punjab. It was not the farmers from Haryana who were equally, like you said, inconvenienced. And this is when I speak of what's the pulse, what is going on the ground. It's all very good to have a narrative. And since the election results in the middle of right now in 2024 in the mid-year, there has been this narrative that has been building that and Rahul Gandhi has been leading that charge. Oh, look at Modi, 56 inch ki chhati, dar gaya hai. Comments like that were coming out from him at every given opportunity. So there was this sense that Modi's finished and this is the start of the decline. I think what has happened in Haryana is that it has been a rebuke from the voter, and it is a voter revival. I think that's the real story here. It is the voter who stepped out and voted across caste across these demographics of Jats and Dalits and all those.
110%. Advaita Kala has hit the nail on the head. Let me also tell you, Mr. Kejriwal, Advaita Kala, bear me out on this. What did Mr. Kejriwal say? That no government in Haryana can be formed without the AAP. Today, the AAP has lost even the seat where Mr. Kejriwal hails from. What does that tell you? That this is a pro-incumbency vote. It's not about even the issues the Congress was raising. Yes, Advaita Kala.
AAP was a non-entity in these elections in Haryana. They just did not matter, except for Arvind Kejriwal, who made it a point of introducing himself into the election. They didn't matter. So I think, the bottom line was that there was this narrative that was being built. There was this sense that, not having been complacent as voters during the general election, you came back with a government, yes, in majority, but definitely not with the numbers that it had in its first and second term. So I think there has been a voter revival. People have understood this. People have been listening to the narrative that was set. And, Nalin earlier said these conspiracies of international. I mean, look what's happening in the world today. Look what happened in Bangladesh. Are you trying to tell me that there is not meddling that's going on? And when my Prime Minister says things of that sort, when my Prime Minister says things of that sort, from the highest office in the land,
he has also for the first time actually said this, taking into consideration who the LOP met on foreign soil. But GVL Narasimha Rao, coming back to the PM speech today, conspiracies, he said one thing, and the other thing, he called the Congress a Parjivi again. Why did he do that? Why is he called the Congress a parasitic party?
No, he said without any prop, without any major alliance partner, the Congress is actually a booj. Congress is a burden to its alliance partners. Look at the manner in which Congress underperformed in Jammu and Kashmir. I think it's mainly, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know, because the channels have been showing since morning National Conference plus Congress. So people generally believe that Congress has a major contribution to make there. Exactly. But the reality is Congress is actually a drainer. Congress pulls other parties down. So when the reality, so obviously this is sinking into the alliance partners. In Maharashtra, the real impact of this is going to be felt both in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, where JMM has already been complaining that the Congress is asking too many seats or not giving enough seats to JMM. The same story will repeat in Maharashtra. Congress, which felt a sort of a revival with a few seats increase in Lok Sabha elections, and all the bravado of the Rahul Gandhi has suffered a serious setback today.
We have panelists who are saying that this is a tactical victory. I would have accepted it.
No, it's not.
But what about Mr. Dr. Raman is saying tactical,
on the point that GVL was making.
1 minute, please. 1 second. Dr. Raman, don't forget what happened in Jammu also, where the Congress was supposed to be doing fantastically well.
And
Ms. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra pulled out.
There on the map.
Pulled out a yes.
So what GVL was
underperformed in Jammu. There is no doubt about it.
So they underperform in Jammu. Don't perform in Haryana. But these are just issues.
And yet it's a revival.
Haryana, it is an equal vote share contest, where they've lost 11
less.
by 11
Don't
seats.
forget, 1%.
No, sir, it's 3.4%.
You still haven't answered.
3.4% less.
You still haven't answered my question.
How
they changed, how they gained 10 seats. How they gained 10 seats between the June election and now. In 3 months, there's been a gain of 10 seats in Haryana. But anyway, that's besides the point. On Jammu and Kashmir, I think, one second. On Jammu and Kashmir, let me just show this on the map. I think GVL is right. Congress contested 32 seats across Kashmir and in Jammu. A bulk of it was in Jammu. I think 25 or 26 was in Jammu. They have won just 1 seat in Jammu. They won 6 seats statewide, 5 in the Kashmir Valley, 1 seat in Jammu, which is the seat of Rajouri, which is an ST reserve seat. Other 5 seats have been won in the Kashmir Valley. Now, the point is 6 out of 32, whereas the NC has won 42 out of the 52 seats it contested. Yes. Look at the NC strike rate, is almost 80%. Congress's strike
15%.
rate would be 15%. This is the liability. that people are talking about.
This is nothing unusual. This was a difficult election. Congress was fighting in Jammu region. No, please hear me out. See, fighting election in Jammu region with the formidable BJP, and we know the demography. We know the kind of challenges. We know the division, sharp polarization that exists between Valley and Jammu region.
This was a difficult election, right?
Obviously.
How many rallies did Rahul Gandhi do in Jammu?
Well,
how many rallies did Priyanka Vadra do in Jammu?
Did go,
if it was a difficult election, would you put more effort there or would you put less effort there?
Well,
why did Omar Abdullah say where is the Rahul Gandhi and why aren't they putting effort in Jammu? The other thing is, there was this whole talk about anti-incumbency against the BJP. Did the Congress
I have another interesting.
Nothing unusual. Would they have said that this is nothing unusual had the BJP lost
both these? I have another interesting map to show Rashid Kidwai, since he asked about, this is how the demographics are and so on. There are 33 seats where there were straight fights between either BJP or Congress or BJP versus NC. And you want to see how it broke out? 8 seats, the BJP won. The NC, where it was direct fights between NC and BJP, because BJP fielded, I think, 17 or 18 candidates in the Kashmir Valley, the NC won 22 in those straight
one
fights.
in Jammu.
So my point is that again, the liability is the Congress party, because the entire Jammu belt where they were taking on, they were supposed to defeat the BJP in Jammu. They have not.
There are three quick points to make, Zaka, on this. One, absolutely yes, this is the single best performance of the BJP in its history in Jammu.
Yes.
So after 10 years, so I mean the fact that the Congress didn't perform here tells us something. The second point is that while the BJP was always the party of Jammu, in the valley where nobody expected the BJP to do anything and it hasn't won, it is lost out in Gurez just by 1100 votes.
Yeah, 1132
and
votes.
about 6 or 7 other seats.
And that too against the sitting MLA
It's
there.
in close
Can I just
margins.
make 3 points?
So that tells you something quite interesting about what's happening.
Can I just make 3
And
points?
the BJP
Just, yes.
the biggest national party in Jammu and Kashmir in an election that's been watched all around the world, the first election after Article 370. I think that tells us something.
Just 3 points.
A party with the largest
on
vote
the
share,
Congress.
biggest national party.
Just 3 points on the
BJP.
Congress. Number one, and Tehseen Poonawalla tried to respond to this. Rahul Gandhi's debut as LOP has begun on a false note, no doubt about that. He'll have to go back to the drawing board and ask himself whether he was barking up the wrong tree. The Prime Minister assumes and has actually come out and said that it was a deliberate ploy to divide India that has been rejected. So number one. Number two, Congress isn't the viable alternative that it thought it was against the BJP. Again, if anyone that is retarded the BJP, it is the National Conference, a third party. When you took on the BJP, either in Haryana or in Jammu, you couldn't dent it. Number three, most importantly, if you were thinking of coming back into the Hindi belt, that dream has not fructified, my dear. So you have a massive hole still to fill in the Hindi belt, right or wrong?
Depends on how you see it, but yes, this was an election that the Congress party should have won. It's an election the Congress party has won a snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, and I think they should introspect. But I still will say one thing very, very categorically: the Congress's core voters are Dalit and Muslims, and you cannot win an election without Dalits and Muslims. I'm very clear about this.
So clearly they have not been able to win, and look how they treated their tall Dalit leader in Kumari Shalja. Did that have an effect? GVL Narasimha Rao, why that smile?
You see, the Congress party has to understand that you cannot be a party by building fake narratives. You cannot win elections. You cannot simply abuse the Prime Minister or attach or make some rash comments and then attribute or impugn any motives or link up with industrialists, make fake commentary, use political toolkits and then win elections. So you have to win the trust of the people, not simply gain some television mileage. Number one. Number two, the Congress party also, we have the victory of this election whether you have understood or not, is because of the BJP's principle of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas. Modi ji's, you see, obviously caste and other factors do matter in elections. When you pick up candidates, when you certainly you will take these considerations, you will take these factors into consideration, but you cannot win elections unless you are a party that really delivers development or delivers governance to all the people. And Modi ji's concept of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas has therefore won the trust of the people. Dalits, backwards, all castes, the poor. So we have really not used slogans for this. We have delivered. Even I think a large number of Muslims are beneficiaries of various developmental schemes of the Modi government.
That's there, but the Muslims are not voting for the BJP. That is currently very clear. You have not been able to win the Muslim vote. You may be working. You are as a person in governance or somebody who's got the mandate. It's your job to deliver welfare to all. But GVL Narasimha Rao, you have to accept, even as we get pictures of the Prime Minister leaving the BJP headquarters after a meeting, you have to accept that the Muslims are not voting for the BJP. That's one part. But
you will see a day, certainly a sizable section of Muslim women have turned positive towards the BJP.
वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी, and that's all right. Whenever that day happens, but as of now, it's not happening. GVL Narasimha, let's just take this forward. We got 5 minutes. Let's just take this conversation forward.
No, this is unfair. Please don't link it, a political behavior, voting pattern, with governance. Governance, all governments are constitutionally bound to look after all citizens.
That's exactly what I said right now, Rashid Kitwai. But all those people, all those people, you should also question the mindset of those people who want to take I will not vote for I will not vote for BJP.
Let's take it forward. What does this mean for the rest of the
not just that. What does this mean for Prime Minister Narendra Modi is that mojo, that shine back, and more importantly, what happens in Maharashtra next. And as we wind up, ladies and gentlemen, the message is loud and clear from the voters. Sangathan hi Shakti hai. You cannot be divided, and you cannot have antarkale or internecine fights and hope to win. Secondly, you cannot be arrogant. You have to be in all humility, accept the mandate and understand the pulse of the voter. And thirdly, you have to go down with an agenda and with clear intent, and that gets rewarded by the voter. All the best to all the winners, and let's hope that we have proper governance. Hope you enjoyed this coverage here at CNN News 18, the battle for the states. Thank you to the entire team here at CNN News 18, our guests, panelists, Rahul, Zaka, and of course, the team at the back end that's been working continuously all through the day. Wonderful coverage here. Loved bringing it to you. Hope you enjoyed watching it too. Bye for now.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है।
हरियाणा की बात करो यार।
हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है।
हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की
माइक को लगने दो।
धन्यवाद
नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा।
मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर, उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत आकर के उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
ये तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो। मैडम पंकज उधर के तो यार उधर क्या हो यार एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win. And I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on. But Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister. He thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming, the BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana. And it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community. And now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state. And it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we are seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, and Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana with
हम सब ने सुना है, जहां दूध दही का खाना, वैसा है अपना हरियाणा। हरियाणा के लोगों ने फिर कमाल कर दिया है और कमल कमल कर दिया है। साथियों, आज नवरात्रि का छठा दिन है। मां कात्यायनी की आराधना का दिन है। मां कात्यायनी शेर पर विराजमान होकर हाथ में कमल को धारण किए हुए हैं। हम सभी को आशीर्वाद दे रही है। ऐसे पावन दिन हरियाणा में तीसरी बार लगातार कमल खिला है। गीता की धरती पर सत्य की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर विकास की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर सुशासन की जीत हुई है। हर जाति, हर वर्ग के लोगों ने हमें वोट दिया है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में दशकों के इंतजार के बाद आखिरकार शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हुए। वोटों की गिनती हुई, नतीजे आए। ये भारत के संविधान की जीत है, भारत के लोकतंत्र की जीत है। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और उनके गठबंधन को ज्यादा सीटें दी है। मैं उन्हें भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। वोट प्रतिशत के हिसाब से देखें तो जम्मू कश्मीर में जितनी भी पार्टियां चुनाव लड़ रही थी, उसमें वोट शेयर के हिसाब से भाजपा सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनकर के उभरी है। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर में जीत हासिल करने वाले सभी उम्मीदवारों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को उनके तप और तपस्या के लिए नमन करता हूं। हरियाणा की ये जीत कार्यकर्ताओं के अथाक परिश्रम का परिणाम है। भारत विकास के रास्ते से नहीं भटकेगा। साथियों, आज के चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। कांग्रेस आज पूरी तरह परजीवी पार्टी बन गई है। यहां हरियाणा में कांग्रेस परजीवी बनकर किसी के साथ नहीं थी, अकेली थी, तो उसे करारी हार मिली। जम्मू कश्मीर में उसकी सहयोगी पार्टी डर के मारे पहले से कई कह रही थी कि कांग्रेस की वजह से उसे नुकसान हो रहा है, और आज के नतीजों में भी वही दिखा है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने भी हमने यही देखा था। लोकसभा में कांग्रेस जितनी सीटें जीती, उनमें आधी से ज्यादा सीटें वो अपने सहयोगियों की वजह से जीती है। इसके अलावा जहां सहयोगियों ने कांग्रेस पर भरोसा किया, वहां उन सहयोगियों की ही नैया डूब गई। कई राज्यों में कांग्रेस के खराब प्रदर्शन का खामियाजा उसकी सहयोगी पार्टियों को उठाना पड़ा। कांग्रेस ऐसी परजीवी पार्टी है जो अपने सहयोगियों को ही निगल जाती है। साथियों, कांग्रेस एक ऐसा देश बनाना चाहती है जहां लोग अपनी ही विरासत से नफरत करते हो, अपनी राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं पर शंका करते हो। जिस पर देशवासी गर्व करते हैं, कांग्रेस उस हर चीज की छवि को दुर्मिल करना चाहती है। देश का चुनाव आयोग हो, देश की सेना हो, हमारी पुलिस हो, देश की न्यायपालिका हो, कांग्रेस हर संस्था पर दाग लगाना चाहती है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव का परिणाम आने के पहले इन्होंने किस तरह का कोहराम मचाया था। चुनाव के दौरान भी ये लोग, इनको सहयोगी दल, इनके अर्बन नक्सल साथी कितनी बार कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए। और किस लिए? ताकि ये लोग चुनाव आयोग की संवैधानिक निष्पक्षता पर बट्टा लगा सके। आज भी उन्होंने ऐसा ही काम किया है। आज भी कांग्रेस ने देश की जनता को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की है। कांग्रेस हर बार यही कोशिश करती है कि हमारी संस्थाओं की निष्पक्षता पर सवाल उठाए, उसकी प्रतिष्ठा पर आघात करे। कांग्रेस की यही आदत रही है। कांग्रेस बड़ी बेशर्मी से ऐसी करतूतें करती आ रही है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में इस बार हुआ चुनाव कई मायनों में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। वहां भारत का संविधान पूरी तरह से लागू होने के बाद ये पहला चुनाव था। आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी अनेक लोगों को वोट डालने का हक नहीं था। उन्होंने भी पहली बार इस चुनाव में अपना वोट डाला है। कुछ लोग कहते थे कि आर्टिकल 370 हटा तो कश्मीर जल जाएगा, लेकिन कश्मीर जला नहीं, कश्मीर और खूबसूरती से खिला है, खिलाया है। जिस तरह लोगों ने बाहर आकर रिकॉर्ड नंबर में वोट डाले, वो हर हिंदुस्तानी के दिल को खुश करने वाला है। हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर कर्फ्यू और अलगाववाद के कालखंड से बाहर निकल रहा है। 1947 के बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने जम्मू कश्मीर में बीडीसी के चुनाव कराए। आज पहली बार प्रशासन के हर स्तर पर, फिर चाहे वो विधायक हो, बीडीसी हो, डीडीसी हो, हर स्तर पर अब जनता द्वारा चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि काम करेंगे।
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer, and you can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब, 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। मेरे हाथ में लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद नहीं, मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये पूरा का पूरा श्रेय आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियाँ हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से करो।
जाने दो।
उधर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win, and I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on, but Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister, he thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, so you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming, the BJP pulling off this
हमने जम्मू कश्मीर में संविधान की स्पिरिट और उसकी मर्यादा की पुनः प्रतिष्ठा की है। बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर को इससे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि क्या होगी। साथियों, मैंने विकसित भारत के लिए 4 स्तंभों की चर्चा बार बार उस चर्चा को आपके सामने रखा है। ये 4 स्तंभ किसान, युवा, महिलाएं और गरीब। जम्मू कश्मीर हो या हरियाणा, हम विकास को इन्हीं 4 धाराओं के 4 स्तंभों के बलबूते पर देश को विकसित भारत बनाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इनको सशक्त करना ही भाजपा की प्राथमिकता है। हरियाणा के गरीब तो पिछले 10 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम देख रहे हैं। मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा से लेकर नल से जल और पक्के घर तक हरियाणा के गरीब परिवारों को अनेक सुविधाएं मिली है। अब हरियाणा की भाजपा सरकार गरीब कल्याण के काम को और अधिक गति देगी। साथियों, हरियाणा तो कृषि के मामले में देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में शामिल है। हरियाणा की इस ताकत को भाजपा और मजबूती देने वाली है। हमारा लक्ष्य एकदम साफ है। भाजपा सरकार हरियाणा के किसानों की उपज को दुनिया के बाजारों तक पहुंचाना चाहती है। बाजरा जैसा यहां का मोटा अनाज श्री अन्न के रूप में दुनिया भर के डाइनिंग टेबल पर पहुंचे, ये हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। हरियाणा खाने के तेल में आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को भी शक्ति देने वाला है। इससे हरियाणा के तिलहन किसानों को भी ज्यादा लाभ होगा। साथियों, हरियाणा के युवाओं ने दुनिया भर में अपना लोहा मनवाया है। चाहे मानेसर में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो, गुरुग्राम के स्टार्टअप्स हो, या फिर खेल की दुनिया, हरियाणा के छोरा छोरी खूब धूम मचा रहे हैं। भाजपा सरकार इन सभी क्षेत्रों में और अधिक निवेश को बढ़ावा देने वाली है। आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया में खेलों की एक महाशक्ति बनने जा रहा है और इसमें हरियाणा के नौजवानों की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी रहने वाली है। इसलिए हरियाणा में स्पोर्ट्स, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक आधुनिक रोड मैप भाजपा ने रखा है। साथियों, जब महिलाओं की बात आती है तो विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट आज देश का मिजाज बनता जा रहा है। हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सशक्तिकरण से जुड़े हर पहलू पर भाजपा फोकस कर रही है। हरियाणा वो राज्य है जिसने बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ के रूप में देश को नेतृत्व दिया है। अब हरियाणा में हजारों लखपति दीदी और ड्रोन दीदी बनाने वाले हैं। लाडो लक्ष्मी योजना से भी हरियाणा की बहनों को मुफ्त बहुत लाभ होने वाला है। जब माताएं बहनें आर्थिक रूप से